Refund? If facing off against the final boss who stands between you and your refund.
Oh, your refund has belonged to me.
Using the power of TaxSlayer like a secret power-up he doesn't see coming.
Only the most tax-confident can defeat me.
Throwing your laptop in his video game face and watching him crumble into a giant pile of shiny coin tax refunds.
Oh, not fair. You use TaxSlayer.
Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different how? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher.
Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
First and goal at the 3. Lining up in the clock at 10 seconds and ticking. In the shotgun, Mahomes. 4-man front, receiver in motion, low snap. He runs and he throws, caught, touchdown. It's caught. Hardman caught the ball. The Chiefs have won. The Chiefs have won. The entire bench empties. Chasing Mahomes in the end zone. Their third Super Bowl in 5 years.
Kevin Harlan on the call. You heard that game right here on Sports Radio 610. Westwood won. And the Chiefs, for the third time in 5 years, they are the champions of the football universe. In Las Vegas last night, 25-22, the final score. In overtime, man, so much stuff to dig into from that game. We've still got leftovers from Radio Row last week. It's nice to be home. Welcome in, everybody, here on a Reaction Monday. We'll react to the Super Bowl and everything that went on last week. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. I am still exhausted, my friend, but I feel good today. That was a good competitive game last night, and plenty of stuff for you and I to chat about today.
That was a hell of a Super Bowl. That was ultimately not the outcome I wanted. I predicted that the Chiefs would win, but I really, really, really wanted the 49ers to win, mostly just because I wanted proof of concept for the Texans. You know, you want to be sure, hey, yeah, this blueprint works. Kyle Shanahan certainly won't lose in 3 Super Bowls in which he held a double-digit lead. Now, certainly that won't happen. But it was close. It was as close as it could have been while still getting a loss. And I'm happy for Andy Reid, and I'm angry about every single other Chief. I grew to really despise the Chiefs over the course of that game.
Yeah. I guess my biggest takeaway, I mean, there's so much stuff to dig into from this game. I guess as long as we're starting out here, like the biggest thing, if we were talking, you and I talked about, everybody talked about storylines going into this game and, what it means for all the legacies, Mahomes and Reid and Shanahan, and I think all the potential effects on legacy that we talked about last week came to fruition in this game. And the biggest one to me is like now we are officially living in the Brady 2.0 era here with Mahomes. Like now it's 3 Super Bowls in 5 years, and it's not just that he's won 3 Super Bowls, Seth. It was the kind of inevitability feeling that I had, at least going into over. Like once the Chiefs got their legs under them in that game and it turned into kind of a back and forth thing between the two teams.
Yeah.
Especially in overtime when the Niners weren't able to cash in on getting deep into the red zone and they only kicked a field goal. You're like, all right, this is what happens when great ones win Super Bowls. And add to it the little quirky ass things like a punt bouncing off somebody's leg on the Niners and gift wrapping a touchdown to the Chiefs when they were struggling offensively in that game. That's my feeling on it, is like, okay, this had a lot of the same traits of a game that we saw when Brady was winning all those close Super Bowls.
I never felt the inevitability there. I always I felt like the Chiefs were uncharacteristically lacking composure. They were making a lot of stupid mistakes themselves.
Sure.
And I think the biggest mistake in the entire game was probably when the 49ers all out blitzed Pat Mahomes on the final drive there. I think other than that, they were coming up and still making it really hard on Mahomes offensively. The flukish, I'll tell you what, where the 49ers returner, where I think everybody went from 10 seconds of asking why was he so stupid to immediately thinking like, oh gosh, yeah,
sorry
okay,
about that.
Heads up play. You tried to catch it off the carom of your own teammate's foot. That I thought that given the injuries that the 49ers sustained in the game, that was I don't want to call it a heroic effort, obviously, because they lost. But I thought they did a really good job of making it difficult on the Chiefs. And it just ultimately, Pat Mahomes does it the way the way that you would have drawn it up on a final play in overtime. But this was just so clearly not the same Chiefs team as the last couple Super Bowl victories, which is maybe makes it that much more impressive, the fact that they had to be so scrappy in winning this one.
No, that's and I thought that too. I thought there was a time going into the playoffs where many Texan fans, of all the scenarios the Texans could have had in the first round of the postseason, there were a lot of Texan fans that would have rather traveled to Kansas City to play the Chiefs than play the Browns at home. There was 3 weeks ago, that was a thing. Remember that? There were as many Texan fans wanted to play the Chiefs in the wild card round as wanted to play the Browns at home, which is crazy to think, because now I'm looking at the TV in our studio here, and there's Mahomes holding up the Lombardi Trophy. And I guess just to clarify my inevitability, it wasn't inevitability throughout the entire game at all. I thought the 49ers, by and large, played a really, really good game. It was in overtime for me. Like, once they got it to overtime, think about that. The Niners take a 19-16 lead, but they leave Mahomes with plenty of time on the clock and 2 timeouts. Like, to me, that was where the inevitability started to kick in for me, Seth, was when the Niners had the ball at about the Chiefs' 35-yard line. They had a 3rd and 4, and not only did they not convert, but they threw an incomplete pass. So now Mahomes has a 2-minute drill with 2 timeouts to go at least get the thing to overtime. And I was a little surprised they didn't run one more play down there, the Chiefs, when they had a chance to end it in regulation. They still had 6 seconds left on the clock to run a play down there. Instead, they kick the field goal and go to overtime.
Yeah. I think the only reason you were surprised there was because Romo was flip-flopping and bebopping all over the place on the clock management.
I'm insulted that you think somehow Romo crept into my thinking on anything at all. Let me just say that right off the top.
He went from thinking that, you could probably run 17 plays in these last 9 seconds to they added a second. Good, because I was worried.
Yeah.
I didn't think you could run. I don't know. You got to have that extra second.
Yeah, we'll get to Romo. But I thought when the door was left open for Mahomes to actually get the ball in regulation and send it to overtime, and then when the Niners, who were driving the ball impressively right out of the chute in overtime, stalled down there deep in the red zone, I said, okay, well, Mahomes is the guy that if you leave openings for like that, he's going to take advantage of it, and he did. That was my feeling in overtime. When the Niners didn't score a touchdown in overtime and they kicked the field goal, I said, this is how it goes. And Mahomes winds up with 333 yards passing. And to me, the bigger thing was the 66 yards rushing that he had. He had some massive, massive plays with his legs that were just, so well designed. Like the same exact play they ran in the first half and they ran in overtime. That little, the little bootleg to the right there.
Yeah.
He was the best player on the field last night.
They had held him to, in the final 2 drives, and obviously the time factored into it there at the end of regulation, but they held them to 2 field goals, but they were long. Like the Chiefs were driving in regulation. Yeah. They had a 12-play field goal drive. Then the Chiefs had an 11-play field goal drive. And I think a lot of people were curious about why the 49ers would choose to be on offense first, given that in overtime, with both teams having a chance to possess the ball, that it seems like, okay, wouldn't you like to know whether you need a field goal or a touchdown? I think at that point it was simply because of those two drives that the Chiefs had. Their final two drives were long drives. The 49ers defense needed a break. I think it was as simple as just giving those guys physiologically a break.
Shanahan actually said after the game that they had run the analytics on the new overtime rules.
Yeah.
And he had said that all week long that if they won the toss in overtime, they were going to take the ball first because
regardless.
Yeah, because they wanted the third possession, which I was kind of feeling too in a game where both offenses had kind of found their groove late in the game.
Yeah.
That if, especially if you score a touchdown, that would have been fascinating if they had scored a touchdown, the 49ers, to see if the Chiefs came all the way back down the field. At that point, do you go for two? Do you go for two and try to end it, or do you tie it and you kick the ball back to the Niners, who had been moving the ball on you at the end of regulation and in overtime?
Yeah.
Do you try to end it right there, or do you kick the ball back to them and hope that your defense can make a play and get off the field? That would have been a fascinating thing. But Shanahan had actually said that they would take the ball because they wanted the third possession. They wanted that first possession where you can end the game in overtime, which makes sense to me. I know Shanahan's taking a lot of heat today for taking the ball in overtime, and I totally understand the other view on it. It's worthy debate. Worthy debate. I had completely forgotten that both teams got the ball in overtime in the playoffs because I had.
Well, they changed it again. I don't know. Yeah, that's the explanations of the rules.
They changed it after that Bills-Chiefs game a few years ago.
The funniest thing about that, we came in with the final Kevin Harlan call on that play that ended up being the last play of the game. On the TV copy, Romo was to an absurd degree over-explaining why the Chiefs weren't in a hurry at the end of the game and or at the end of that quarter, that because it was overtime and because you're going to go on to a second quarter. He explained it 3 times. As Mahomes was coming up to the ball, Romo was still on his third explanation of why the game would continue on through into a second overtime quarter. Thanks, Romo.
Were you okay? This is a legitimate question for you because you and I exchanged texts about Romo as well. We've brought up Romo now. You brought up Romo twice in the opening segment. Were you able to enjoy this game?
I was. I thought Romo was. I actually thought he was pretty good for the most part. There's just times where he needs to shut up.
Yeah.
There's 2 times where he needs to shut up. One is in key and critical moments of the game when really we should be hearing Jim Nantz set everything up and bring the proper import to the moment.
Gravitas.
And 2 is like any kind of rules explanation. He's just got to shut the hell up. On that intentional grounding that probably shouldn't have been an intentional grounding, where Steratore and Nantz wanted to discuss the fact that there very well was a potential receiver in the area. They showed a graphic of the tackle box, which is relevant on intentional grounding because Mahomes needed to it was outside the tackle box on that. But he started using it as a reason to talk about a disciplined pass rush, then complimented the 49ers for their disciplined pass rush, even though on that very specific play, Mahomes had gotten outside of the pass rush. And he just kept going. And then the other one on the reception, the use check reception, he tried to explain to Steratore the exact same thing Steratore had already said. That's where it gets obtrusive for me. I just think he gets in the way when the adults are trying to explain the rules.
Dude, that's the exact word that popped into my head. I'm like, Tony, let the adults talk. Okay. As Amy and I are watching it, I'm like, he just needs to shut up while there's still Steratore's there for a reason. He's there so Gene Steratore is there so you don't have to do this. He's the referee.
He did a good job, I thought, a couple times kind of explaining what he would do offensively. I liked that. And what was it? It was in the 4th quarter or so when he said that he felt like they should get back to using use check and using 21 personnel and all of that, in which they did, the 49ers did on the ensuing drive. So I thought that was good. He seemed to make a loose analogy, Sean, sometimes he sounds a little bit like a drunk person.
Yeah.
Making an analogy here, not accusing him of it.
Yep.
And sometimes he sounds like a sober person. I felt like I sounded like a sober person.
He was pretty sober last night.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. He sounded like a sober person.
Yes, he sounded like a sober person last night.
All right, let's stay with the Super Bowl here, and we'll get into some Texans angles. I like where Seth went with the us watching we're watching the blueprint for the Texans play out on the field last night. How do we feel about that? And were there certain things about the Niners that got me thinking about the Texans offseason? Most certainly there were. So we'll get into that. Some of the nuggets and the gaga surrounding the Super Bowl we'll get into as we're rolling on here as well on a Reaction Monday. The Kansas City Chiefs are your world champions. But first, the world champions of helping me drop weight and keep it off, soda weight loss. It was another one of those weeks.
SuperCenter.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The Chiefs are your Super Bowl champions, 25-22, overtime. An overtime win. We got to experience the new overtime rules. San Francisco. I guess technically, this is how it would have played out under the old rules, too, because San Francisco didn't score a touchdown on their first drive. But anyways.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we didn't super get to experience the new rules, but hell of a game. And I'm just looking at the play-by-play sheet for the game, Seth, here, and all the drive chart. And it's weird. The botched punt return, the ball, the Kansas City punt that bounced off the Niners player's foot, and then McLeod tried to pick it up and fumbled it, and the Chiefs get the ball, and they get a room service touchdown. That kind of it was kind of like a scoreboard enema, kind of cleared up, like unclogged the pipes, because there was not the defense. Neither defense got off the field without giving up a score for the rest of the game after that.
Yeah.
It was just back and forth, touchdowns, field goals, and so forth. After the Chiefs took a lead in this game, 13-10.
Is that an official term of a scoreboard enema?
So it is now. It is. Well, no, it's not. I invented it. Yeah.
That's okay, good.
Yeah.
I like that.
I just invented it.
It might be a little graphic this hour of the morning, but yeah I like it.
Yeah. It's kind of strange. Like that in a weird way. Like both offenses kind of had things going after that.
Well, I think part of it too is simply that was when fatigue started to kick in.
Yeah.
Like you could see it on both teams, man. The 49er, and it was manifesting in different ways. Look, the pass coverage just started to break on the 49ers defense. You could see that they could only disguise their injury at linebacker and their mediocrity in the defensive backfield for so long. And that started to wear, and then I think when Fred Warner tried to be hyper aggressive on Travis Kelce and lost him right at the line of scrimmage, that was the first indication that, all right, man, these guys they're on the other side of the mountain now. They're careening downhill. I thought with the 49ers were able to just physically manhandle the Chiefs at the line of scrimmage, and they were running on them at will, not in huge chunks, but 5-6 yards at a time. And that's where I still felt like the 49ers very much in it. It was just a matter of the Chiefs were probably going to be able to do it more explosively than the 49ers.
Yeah, that's why when they were, the Niners were handling that last drive of regulation perfectly. With their last drive of regulation perfectly. They were grinding clock. They got it under the 2-minute warning, and then on a 3rd and 4, they just couldn't convert. On a day where Christian McCaffrey and they brought Elijah Mitchell in for a few carries, on a day where they'd been kind of able to sort of grind and control the game and control the flow of the game.
Yeah. At
the worst possible time, they weren't able to do it, and they gave the ball back to Mahomes, and he was able to get them to overtime.
One of our listeners asks, did you wake up feeling differently about Brock Purdy this morning, that he's a game manager like Cam Newton described? I thought I've been very underwhelmed for the most part with Brock Purdy during the playoffs. The biggest thing about Purdy was how few genuinely good pass defenses he faced during the regular season. So when you combine that system with all of those skill players going up against generally mediocre or subpar defenses, he's able to rack up a lot of yards. I don't know. He's still a very young quarterback, so I would wait to really make a final declaration about him until a year or two from now. But there was nothing about that game last night where I felt like, wow, without Purdy, they'd be, really, really hurting in this game.
Yeah, I thought he was fine for the most part. He's going against a really good defense last night, so I'm willing to slide the scale a little bit. I guess the two things about Purdy in that game, and I've been hard on Purdy. I guess the two things in that game where I feel like, if I'm the Niners, okay, is this the guy? I thought there were times in the game where merely his size in the pocket kind of worked against him. They were able to get some hands on some of his balls and get at his arm. And I thought he's not next level scary when he starts rolling out of the pocket either. Like when he starts rolling out and he's buying time and things like that, there's certain quarterbacks where I feel like, okay, you let this guy buy time, he's going to piece you downfield. I just never got that feeling with Purdy. Again, he wasn't bad or anything like that. He It turned into a Purdy versus Mahomes thing down the stretch in regulation and in overtime. And again, that goes back to the inevitability that I felt like, okay, this is a guy who's going to make a bunch of plays. It's going to win you this game, and they've got Brock Purdy on the other side.
Yeah, and I think the tipped balls too.
Yeah,
okay, that's just like you mentioned, just the ability to move within the pocket. He does a really good. I mean, he does a really good job of buying time.
Yeah.
And then I think when the scheme presents the open guy, the outlet receiver, then he does a great job of finding that guy. But I don't know if he necessarily has that same feel for it that like a CJ Stroud frankly does, to where even there's one thing to scramble and buy time, but even just moving within the pocket like you see Mahomes do, so where you can find the open lane. I just don't know if Brock Purdy has that yet. I'll say yet, because he's still very young.
You can definitely see at times in that game, because I was watching the same way you were, Seth, watching the 49ers with an eye on the Texans, because this is what DeMeco's trying to build. You know what they have there. That's some facsimile of it. I mean, obviously Stroud is next level compared to Brock Purdy, but in terms of the concepts, run the football and build through the defensive line on the defensive side of the ball. And for most of that game, you could absolutely see, like, okay, now I see what DeMeco's talking about here. Now, granted, it's Christian McCaffrey, the Offensive Player of the Year. But the Texans need an upgrade at running back. There's no question. McCaffrey's not walking through that door, but there's some pretty good ones out there. And then when the Niners defense was really standing up in that game, it was the defensive line that was the catalyst for it. Getting stops on 3rd and short, shutting down the run game, forcing turnovers, getting after Mahomes. Like, I hadn't seen, they got to Mahomes a few times in that game.
They did a really good job making Mahomes look more uncomfortable than he typically looks. And another good thing, honestly, Romo did some good things last night too. He's got these quirks now that it's impossible to ignore at times. But I thought he did a good job coming back after the first half and explaining that the 49ers had done a really good job disguising their coverages, showing man and then being in zone and vice versa. I would have preferred some telestrator work illustrating it, but he was obsessed early on with layers. He would not stop talking about the 49ers offense and their layers without ever actually showing what he was talking about. I think that Chiefs defense, if the 49ers had been able to exploit the run game a little bit more against that Chiefs defense, maybe that would have made the difference in the game. I mean, ultimately it came down to Mahomes just figuring out exactly where the chinks in the armor were on that 49ers defense. And then also Steve Wilkes with that all-out blitz was probably the mistake of the game. That's just the to your point, the 49ers were getting it done with the 4-man pass rush. Throwing an all-out blitz at Mahomes is rarely a good idea. And I almost felt like Steve Wilkes looked across the field and saw what the Chiefs were dialing up, and they're very, very capable of blitzing very effectively. And he almost just subconsciously wanted to match that by Steve Spagnuolo or something. It just that was a big mistake.
Travis Kelce in the second half of this game was a huge key. He was 1 catch for 1 yard. He had as many spats with Andy Reid on the sideline as he had catches or yards in the first half. One of each that we know of. He may have had more spats that just weren't on film, but we do know he had 1 catch for 1 yard in the first half. He finished with 9 catches for 93 yards. So he had 8 catches for 92 yards in the second half and overtime of that football game last night.
It was
he was vintage Kelce after halftime.
There was one thing they were really letting guys play in the defensive backfield and the linebackers in pass coverage. Like Fred Warner was getting pretty aggressive with Kelce, and it looked like it was pretty far beyond 5 yards, and they were allowing it to go on. I think when you play that game, Kelce figured, Kelce's really, really good at using contact as part of his route. And I think that, you saw when he got open on that 22-yarder in overtime, he fooled Fred Warner at the line of scrimmage. And Fred Warner thought he was going to play him aggressively. Kelce is really good at the double-double move. Where he sets up a double move with a fake double move, then back on his original route, and then back on the actual double move. And he ended up winning that chess match by the end of the game. And that's where the officials were letting that go for the most part. They ended up calling McDuffie, right, on that one lasso of Jawan Jennings.
Yes, yeah.
But other than that, it was a pretty clean game. At least they called a pretty clean game. And that one, I don't think they would have called it if Jennings hadn't stumbled out of the blocks. But so when you're going to allow guys to play that physical, Kelce's really good at figuring that part of it out.
Yeah. He was excellent. I felt horrible for Dre Greenlaw. That was, I mean, that's just brutal. In case you missed it, they're running back out onto the field. The defense is running back out after getting a stop, and Dre Greenlaw just pops his Achilles running back out onto the field. Just brutal. And he and Warner, man. I mean, the linebackers are a big catalyst for what that defense looks to do. That was, I'm not going to say that's why they lost the game or something like that, but it's just one of those things. Like, I'm jotting down a list, Seth, of things that felt like happened for the New England Patriots for a decade that happened in the game last night on behalf of the Chiefs. Botched punt returns, blocked extra points that kept it a 3-point game instead of a 4-point game down the stretch, and then one of the Niners' best defensive players popping an Achilles, jubilantly running back out onto the field to take over, to get out there.
That one, there was that. I guess on the other side of it that was weird, though, where it didn't feel like a game of destiny for the Chiefs, was just how many uncharacteristically lack of composure type plays or actions the Chiefs had. Starting with Kelce flipping out on Andy Reid and almost knocking the guy over. The guy's got an artificial hip, and Travis Kelce assaults his coach, assaults an old man with an artificial hip because he needs to get in. He needs to get in. He's a worldwide celebrity now. He's not just a national celebrity. He's a worldwide celebrity. The world needs to see Travis Kelce. You saw Pat Mahomes screaming at, who was he screaming at on the sideline?
Rashee Rice.
That's right. He was screaming at Rashee Rice because I'm guessing Rice was complaining about how he was open.
Yeah.
He was open down the middle when Mahomes forced the ball to Travis Kelce on the sideline. It felt like a whole lot of disease of me type stuff. And it's not necessarily characteristic of what you think of with this Chiefs team over the last few years.
Well, it's funny. The Kelce situation with Andy Reid came in conjunction with a story that people wouldn't shut up about it before the game, about how Travis Kelce gave this impassioned speech to his team. They had 3 players. Andy Reid had 3 players speak to the team before the game reportedly. Pat Mahomes, Chris Jones, and Travis Kelce. And Kelce's speech is the one that seemed to hit home with everybody. All the reporters that are covering this game are talking about it. James Palmer's doing a hit back to the NFL Network solely about Travis Kelce's speech and how people were in tears. Travis Kelce was in tears. It's the best speech they've ever heard. And so we had that story, and then early in the game we have Travis Kelce assaulting Andy Reid on the sideline. I connected those two things. I'm like, all right, Travis Kelce might have some stuff going on. Maybe it's not going so great with Tay-Tay right now. Like he had a very tear-ridden speech to the team where it was very emotional, and now he's bumping his coach on the sideline.
Everything's coming together.
Yeah.
My brother's up there with Ice Spice. And it just, this'll, Spice Ice? What's her name?
Ice
I don't
Spice.
know. I've only seen her in like various commercials and stuff. I know she's a big deal.
Okay,
I just don't know who she is.
I'll quote Ross Tucker because I felt the same way. Am I supposed to know who Ice Spice is? He tweeted that last night.
If there was one thing I learned about this weekend from being at Radio Row, it's just that phenomenon now of everybody, for the most part, being very much in their own silos when it comes to who they think is famous. Because at various times, Aaron and Landry got in huge arguments over like who was or was not famous. And I shouldn't say huge arguments, just disagreements over whether like you should know who this person or who that person is. It is just, if you're in your own little Ice Spice silo, then she's a huge celebrity to you. If you're out of that Ice Spice silo, you don't know who the hell she is.
That's me. That's where I am. Yep, I'm outside the Ice Spice silo for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to some headlines. We'll dig into this. We'll dig back into the Super Bowl. I know a lot of you getting in your cars and just tuning in now. We'll certainly hit all the high points from the Super Bowl. And we've got a little bit of NFL coaching news as well that we'll get into in headlines. We will do that next. Before we do that, I get to go see my men's tea clinic, folks, this week. I didn't get to go last week because I was in Las Vegas. It's all right. They adjusted my
live from the Twin Peaks studios. Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Here are the headlines. Let's start with the Super Bowl, and the Kansas City Chiefs are your world champions, 25-22. They beat the San Francisco 49ers in overtime. This is a game where the 49ers led 10-3 at the half, intercepted a Patrick Mahomes pass right out of the chute in the second half. I have to go look, Seth, at the little Gamecast thing and see what the win probability was when the 49ers turned the Chiefs over on the first possession of the second half. A game where the Chiefs had nothing going offensively. All of a sudden, the Niners have the ball up 10-3 in the third quarter, and they'd been doing a lot of good things offensively. I thought the Chiefs came up big there, getting a stop after the Mahomes interception.
Yeah.
And, eventually it was a botched punt return, or a Kansas City punt that bounced off the foot of a Niners player, led to a turnover deep in Niners territory. And that kind of, from there on out, there were, a lot of offensive fireworks after that.
This is a tough one for Kyle Shanahan, who now, as a coordinator and head coach, has squandered a double-digit lead in a Super Bowl 3 times now. I felt bad for Kyle Shanahan. At which point were you saying? Okay, there was a 73%. The peak looks like it was a 73% chance of winning by the 49ers there midway through the third quarter.
Yeah. I would say probably
towards the end of the third quarter.
Okay. The Niners.
I'm sorry. Then it went back up into the 70% or so there in overtime.
Yeah, my point is, I felt like if this were a heavyweight fight, like the Niners controlled most of the fight, but Mahomes did what he's going to do, which is he made plays down the stretch. He made plays in overtime. I thought the most crucial plays, Seth, that he made were actually with his legs.
Yeah.
Couple really crucial conversions. He had a 19-yard scramble that set up the eventual game-winning touchdown. Mahomes was really, really good, like the great ones are, when he needed to be in this game.
I can't trust these win probabilities anymore.
Yeah, I didn't mean to get you off track with that.
No. I mean, this goes into what you're saying about Pat Mahomes, because it was actually with 80 when the score was 10-3, San Francisco to Kansas City, 3rd and 1 when Pacheco got stuffed on 3rd and 1. The 49ers supposedly had an 81% win probability.
Okay.
With 11:46 remaining in the third. That's with Pat Mahomes on the other side of the ball.
Yeah,
I'm not buying that.
Yeah, I'd have gladly. I should have. If the money line was 4-1 on that, which is what an 80% win probability is, I would have gladly taken Mahomes at 4-1 to win that football game at that point in time, for sure. But I think those are the big stories. I think Mahomes and Reed and where they are now in the pantheon of dynasties and greatness, that's going to be a big topic today. And Shanahan now, is Shanahan, we have the modern day Patriots now with the Chiefs, or the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan, is he the modern day Marv Levy? Are they the Bills? They're now 0-3 in their last 3 Super Bowls. Shanahan's 0-2 in 2 of those.
I guess the difference between now and then, at least, would be that the AFC was much inferior to the NFC at that point in time. So it felt very much like the Bills were the best team in an inferior conference, plus the one year that they kind of weren't the best team in the AFC but made the Super Bowl. So I guess that would be the difference right now. But similar enough that, ironically enough, he's kind of like Andy Reid plus of the first version of Andy Reid.
Yeah,
when
Philly.
He kept going to championship games and wasn't able to win championship games.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Shanahan cemented an unfortunate designation here. Best coach in the NFL to not win a Super Bowl right now. Mm-hmm. Active head coach to not win a Super Bowl.
The thing is about, as far as the Chiefs and their dynasty and whether they compare to the Patriots or not, I mean, the Patriots would go on to have, after those first 3 Super Bowls, 3 more Super Bowl victories, more Super Bowl appearances, perennial conference championship games. It's hard. It's not. They're not even the Chiefs really aren't even close yet to matching what the Patriots did. And I'm not just talking about total number of Super Bowls. I'm just talking about length of dominance within their conference, or extreme competitiveness with their conference, especially looking the way they do right now. They very much look like they're they're running on fumes in some degree, in some regards, compared to what they were. They gotta figure some things out this offseason to try to maintain them.
Yeah, they're not Patriots level dynasty. They are dynasty, I think, by modern standards. Given the turnover and how quickly things can change in the NFL. I mean, to win 3 Super Bowls in a 5-year period is in today's NFL is really commendable. It's they did a great job. We'll get to more of the game at the top of the hour, but yes, the Chiefs are your Super Bowl champions for the 2023 season. Multiple owners, Seth, as we continue with headlines here, according to Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network, reached out to Bill Belichick to discuss hiring him next year in 2025 when he didn't land the Falcons job, and depending on who you want to listen to, either Belichick said no to them or they said no to him, whatever. He's not employed this go-round. Here was Tom Pelissero yesterday before the Super Bowl talking about owners reaching out to Bill Belichick.
Belichick does want to continue to coach, and the expectation right now within the league is Belichick is coaching somewhere come 2025. In fact, I am told shortly after the Falcons opted to hire Raheem Morris over Belichick several weeks ago, multiple owners reached out to Belichick about next year's hiring cycle. He is 15 wins shy of breaking Don Shula's all-time wins record, including the playoffs. He is motivated to get that record. Bill Belichick, Ian, will be 73 years old before the 2025 season begins, but this is going to be one of the big storylines over the next calendar year.
So there's several NFL head coaches right now that are basically dead men walking, whose owners are reaching out to Bill Belichick to gauge his availability and interest in their jobs. If this story is true.
Do you have to do what's your win probability chart on Jerry Jones being one of those owners?
Oh, what's my? I would say minus 200 probably. It's the favorite, right? That Jerry Jones has reached out to Bill Belichick.
He was one of those guys. Now Arthur Blank emphatically denied something that Boomer Esiason had said, which was that the Falcons had offered Belichick a job. Blank said, no way, no how, buddy. We didn't offer him a job. I think that there's probably a really good chance that the Falcons and Belichick just felt mutually like, okay, this probably isn't the setup that we're like. I think that Belichick's going to have preliminary discussions and or interviews, probably maybe with multiple teams before he finds what he thinks is the right spot, and he's not going to jump into something that he thinks is not the ideal situation. And I'm not saying that just try to, stroke Belichick's ego or anything. I think it's just where he is in life.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to go and have to live with some kind of a soap opera imperfect scenario. He's going to want to be able to step in and compete right away.
He wants it exactly the way he wants it. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that.
I do, yeah. I'm skeptical that multiple owners said, I'm just going to go ahead and screw over my current guy by talking to Belichick about something that might happen
Here's
next
the thing.
year.
Multiple can mean 2.
True, yeah.
Do I think there's 2? Yeah, for sure.
Well, the other thing, too, is that we're kind of getting into that time of year when people have discussions about because I know there was somebody reported, Schefter was saying that, the Bears have had discussions about drafting Caleb Williams and keeping Justin Fields. All right, well, yeah. That's what you do when you're brainstorming.
Yeah.
Right? You can have discussions about multiple things. That doesn't mean that, that's a serious consideration or anything.
Hey, did you see the story that the Eagles have granted Hassan Reddick permission to seek a trade, one of the best pass rushers in football?
Do
you think Hassan Reddick is taking a look at Derek Barnett, his former teammate, and saying, boy, his career sure got resurrected in Houston? Would you is Hassan Reddick a fit in what the Texans do here?
He could be. I still tend to think that D'Amico wants guys that have that are a little bit bigger, like a more classic defensive end physiques.
Yeah.
Just because D'Amico cares about stopping the run more so than some defenses that are have a penetrating defensive front mindset, and it's not like Ridgeway is incapable of playing the run or anything. I think he just wants to have a certain level of physicality that comes with size. So I don't know. I would love to have him. I think if that's what D'Amico wants, I spend maybe too much time thinking about what D'Amico would want instead of what Seth Payne wants.
Mm-hmm.
Seth Payne wants a son.
You should look out for yourself more, Seth, and stop looking out for D'Amico so much.
Yeah.
You'd also have to trade something to get him, and from what I'm reading, a big reason he wants to get out of Philly is he wants to get paid. His contract, he's below market right now for somebody who goes out and gets you, 13 sacks or whatever a year. So I don't know if I want to trade premium draft capital for a guy who is belly aching about his contract. I would just rather pay John Grenard and keep him here. That sounds like a delightful plan.
I'm torn on Chris Jones right now because I'm watching Chris Jones last night again have multiple big impact plays, but then I'm also watching Chris Jones, sporadic run defender, just be part of a team that's getting run on mercilessly, like 5 yards at a clip up the gut. And that's where I go back to D'Amico being a guy who genuinely wants to be able to stop the run. I don't know if Chris Jones is the guy that they look at and say, yeah, we want to pay him a bunch of money and have him be the ideal, like the representative of what we think the ideal defensive lineman is. Because Chris Jones is, he's an awesome impact player, but he's just not a consistently good run defender.
All right, let's get to, in the next segment, let's get to some of the surrounding, the lanyap, as Mark Vandermeer likes to call it, the surrounding activity with the Super Bowl. We've dug into the game, and we'll continue to dig into the game, but there was stuff pregame going on. There was stuff the night before going on. We got commercials. We have wagers that went askew. We got all kinds of stuff to get into from yesterday's Super Bowl, and we will do that next. But first, I want to tell you about Ruben Mendoza, the GM of West Point Lincoln in Sugar Land, and his awesome team at West Point Lincoln of Sugar.
Nation. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the Kansas City Chiefs are champions of the football world, and there's nothing we can do about it. The 25-22, they are dominating. Third Super Bowl in 5 years. And I think to your point earlier, Seth, I think the most impressive thing about this one is, to me, this is going to sound weird. To me, the most impressive thing about this Super Bowl championship for Kansas City is how unimpressive they've been throughout the season. Is that there was a time going into the postseason where we knew the Texans were going to be playing a playoff game. We didn't know if they were going to win the division yet or not, but we were polling Texan fans about, all right, it's either at Buffalo, at Kansas City, or a home game with the Browns. What's your preference, Texan fans? And there were nearly as many Texan fans that wanted to travel to Kansas City to play the eventual Super Bowl winner as wanted to play Joe Flacco at home in a game they wound up winning by 30.
Yeah, the Chiefs were underdogs throughout the playoffs.
All through the last 3 games they were underdogs and they were on the road. Yes.
Yeah, once they left Kansas City and started playing teams that weren't like playing 40 degrees below their body temperature. Yeah. Then they were still the same old Chiefs. I'd say same old Chiefs. I think offensively they never looked as high powered or as scary as they have in the past.
Yeah.
And yet in those clutch moments in the fourth quarters of games, I hesitate to say that it was playoff experience that really mattered in that game last night as much as it was Pat Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Andy Reid, Steve Spagnuolo, just them being better at their jobs than their counterparts. And, especially defensively, if you look at the strengths of both of those teams in a lot of regards, the defenses, I thought that the Chiefs are just a better and more complete defense on the pass defense side of things than the 49ers that still, like, the 49ers have more weaknesses, and you gave enough time for Pat Mahomes to figure out what those weaknesses were.
Yeah. I think, I don't know. Experience is an interesting one because it's so it's so nebulous. You know what I mean?
Obviously it helps, right?
That's what I was going to say. I think it helped the Chiefs more than inexperience hurt Brock Purdy. There wasn't a point in that game where Brock Purdy looked overwhelmed to me.
Right. Yeah, that's where it was driving me insane. And again, I'm not going to gripe about Romo too much. I thought there were some weird things he said last night. But one of the weird things he did is at the beginning, really almost for the first 3 quarters, anytime anything went wrong for the 49ers, he was dead set on it being because of nerves. And I felt like there was a little of the lady doth project too much. I feel like Tony Romo, who himself maybe had a little case of the nerves in big situations, was acting like anything bad that happened. After Moody had already hit a Super Bowl record field goal, Romo then blamed it on nerves that he missed that extra point.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy starts off 5 for 5. Romo's still talking about how Brock Purdy's got nerves and in this moments like this, that, the other. No, like sometimes it's just that sometimes guys just aren't as good as their counterparts. Mm-hmm. And I think that's all there was to it. The Chiefs, if anything, like if I knew nothing about football and I went into that game and I was watching it and I had to guess which team had never been in the Super Bowl before, frankly, I would have thought the Chiefs. The Chiefs looked like they completely and totally lacked composure for much of the game. They looked like they were panicking at times until the fourth quarter and overtime when, whether it's playoff experience or just superiority took over, the tide changed just enough. And it wasn't overwhelming and it wasn't dramatic, but it was just enough.
So some of the storylines surrounding the game, off-the-field stuff, gambling stuff, let's get into a few of those. Travis Kelce apparently had the speech to end all speeches on Saturday night. That might be the biggest reason I'm kind of disappointed the Chiefs won. Partially because, they're turning into the team that wins all the time. This is probably how baseball fans outside of Houston feel about the Astros, particularly fans in the American League, because they take one spot in the ALCS every year from everybody else. That's the Chiefs in the AFC, and now they've won a 3rd Super Bowl. But this Travis Kelce speech, I really wanted to retroactively tweet something after the game about, really effective speech. The Chiefs lost. But apparently this speech, Seth, ended all speech. This was, it brought people to tears.
Tears,
yeah.
Yeah. There was a lot of crying with Travis Kelce yesterday. Because in the pregame, they were showing the it was like it looked like they were showing players slideshows of their childhood.
Yeah.
And Travis was brought to tears in that moment.
Yep. I don't think Kelce's retiring. Do you? That was the connecting of the dots going on. Yeah.
Nah, you can't retire when you're still this.
It's really good.
Like he's having a good time.
Yeah.
I think you know what I found myself dreading was not any kind. I don't mind the Taylor Swift shots. I was dreading a Jason Kelce shirtless shot. There was like that part of it. I didn't need to see more Kelce bros. Just shamelessly trying to get camera
That
time.
felt like Kelce was dragged in by Buffalo people as much as anything. Remember, that was the game in Buffalo.
He went along with the moment.
Yeah,
and he was partaking a little bit. He was just out of the postseason himself.
Yeah.
Just probably going on a little bit of a bender there. Yeah.
Yes. Are Jackson Mahomes and Brittany Mahomes at odds? For those who don't know, Jackson Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes' TikTok sensation younger brother. Brittany Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes' wife. Did you see the video of Brittany Mahomes?
Yeah, like him trying to get into her table at a VIP party.
Yeah, and she walked up to the bouncer, and it looked like basically told the bouncer, don't let him in.
Yeah.
And he had kind of that sheepish, like, why are you doing this grin on his face? And she just walked back over, kind of like gave a side eye to him, and then just started dancing. She just started dancing. Yeah.
I'm guessing, he's probably I'm guessing they've had a conversation with him, like some kind of an intervention in terms of just your behavior in general, and there's going to be a moment where we're going to have to cut you off in certain events because it's gotten to be too much, man.
Yeah.
We got Taylor Swift around now. We got to protect her image as well. It's not just our own images that we're worried about. We have to protect Taylor Swift's image.
That's true. That could be, I think that's 100% right. And here's why. Like, Brittany and Jackson were like inseparable rooting for Patrick before Taylor showed up. And now,
and I know in the incident we're talking about, Taylor wasn't there, but
she wasn't. But Brittany's not slumming anymore. Like, Brittany's hanging out in a much nicer neighborhood now than Jackson's just some TikTok dude. Brittany is best friends with the biggest pop icon on the face of the earth.
Who was the woman to Taylor Swift's left that she kept hugging?
Well, I don't know.
White lady with an 80s perm.
I don't know. I read that she showed up to the stadium with Ice Spice and Blake Lively. Those were the two people she arrived at the stadium.
Is that Blake Lively with a different haircut than I'm used to?
Yeah, I don't know. I know the person you're talking about in the shot. I don't know who she is. As far as gambling tragedies in this game, the national anthem, the over-under was 89.5 seconds. On the national anthem, Reba McEntire was singing it. And for everybody who had the under, she got to Home of the Brave at the very end.
Yeah.
And it was under. And then she had to gratuitously tack on another Home of the Brave for no apparent reason. For no reason. She's like, and the Home of the Brave, the Brave.
So that actual, it wasn't, and she just said the Brave. Right?
Yeah, something. Like, she tacked on some gratuitous 2 or 3 words at the end that put it way over the total.
Dude, Chris Jones produced the tears on cue.
Yes!
That was impressive.
Yes! Dude.
They like a single tear down either side. That was impressive.
But when the shot started, he had nothing. And then he just blinked his eyes once, and it was like he had it's like he had little bladders in the back of his eyeballs.
Like some kind of Hollywood trick.
Yeah.
Some kind of Blake Lively thing.
Chris.
Yeah, that was Blake Lively, by the way, next to her left. I don't know. The hair kind of threw me.
Yeah.
She looked older than Blake Lively.
Hey, speaking of hair, J.J. Watt. Where are we at with that, huh?
I liked it. I noticed it so for those of you who didn't notice it and didn't think that much of it, I didn't think that much of it. Thank God. This is one of the times when X.com was good to me. He had it kind of spiked up or whatever.
Kinda? He's never had his hair like that, even remotely close before.
It was pretty spiky. It brought back memories of like maybe early 2000s, right? It was about it was that type of haircut.
Yeah.
My favorite comment was somebody who said that Super Bowl 58 was bringing memories of like Usher at your high school prom back in a big way. That was exactly, I think, for guys that are in their 30s right now, maybe had like a very nostalgic evening because of because of the existence of Usher and J.J. Watt with his spiky blonde hair. Especially because he's naturally blonde, but like the spiked frosted hair. Like I think Landry posted one of his old photos from high school.
Oh my God!
Where Landry
You're looking like Landry Locker in high school. That's what you look like, J.J. Watt. Oh my God, that's funny. J.J. acknowledged this. J.J. He tweeted after the game. Might have been during the game. You ever switch up your hair and wonder if anyone will notice? They notice. That's all he put. Okay, here it is. Here's the one. Here's my favorite one. Super 70 Sports, which is an awesome Twitter account, said this. Has a picture of JJ. It's got a picture of him, on the set there. God, Seth, we cannot downplay this. JJ, I don't know who got in his ear about this haircut, man, but there
were a lot of Mark, like you think like peak Sugar Ray before Sugar Ray went back to being Mark McGrath.
Yeah, like he's never done anything like this before. Okay, so says Super 70 Sports. J.J. Watt looks like he's about to give a toast at a wedding and go completely off script with at least one story that will contribute to the eventual divorce.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, like a bro.
He's a bro. He looked like a super bro.
Yeah, a bro at a 2003 wedding.
He looks like a bro that, giving the best man speech, needs everybody to know just how hard they rocked and how many diseases they contracted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, as far as toasts go, J.J. Watt had some nice things to say about Andre Johnson. Here was J.J. Watt when he found out that his former teammate and current friend, not former friend, former teammate, current friend, Andre Johnson, going into the Hall of Fame.
All is right with the world. Andre Johnson, Hall of Famer. Man, it is truly a beautiful thing to be able to say those words. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations. You deserve it. You have earned it. You have a gold jacket, and you will now and forever be remembered as one of the greatest players to ever play this game. And damn, is that rightfully so. So happy. So happy for you, man. This is incredible. So well deserved. Everybody in the H is so proud of you, man. I can't tell you how special this is, man. I hope you are enjoying every single second of it. You deserve it. I love you, brother. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations.
Yeah, see, I needed hot take JJ right there to go, and I will join you in 2028. I needed JJ to predict his own induction into the Hall of Fame 5 years from now. That was a nice little tribute, though. Text message. My wife, who 100% would cheat on me with J.J. Watt, really did not like his hair.
Yeah,
but she'd still probably sleep with him.
Oh, she would with the hair, for sure. Yeah, she's not like she's gonna be like that's a deal breaker, JJ. Right. I was willing to break the vows of my marriage for you, but not with that hair. Yeah.
We got it. Everybody's texting in. Blake Lively. We got it. Yep.
Yeah, it's Blake Lively.
Yeah,
I got you.
JJ
Blake Lively. Did Blake Lively used to go out? I don't know who anybody is anymore. What's his? Never
Seth, why are you about to ask me?
She's married to Ryan Reynolds.
Okay, she's married.
She's married to Ryan
Ben.
Reynolds.
Yeah,
okay. All right. Yeah, I've never seen her with her hair like that, and it really threw me.
Yeah.
I love Ryan Reynolds. I wish I could have seen more Ryan Reynolds. JJ's hair is a bit like a early era Ryan Reynolds. You know?
Yeah. That's true. Jackson Mahomes was partying with Kelce's ex all weekend. Okay, cool. Kelce upgraded probably. It's my guess. Taylor Swift. It's tough to top. A bunch of people texting that.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends on what you're into, though. As far as like dating Taylor Swift is gonna. That comes with a whole bunch of hassle along the way. I'm not bagging on Taylor Swift. I'm just saying because she's a a worldwide celebrity.
I think
that's a whole lot of the connection's got to be pretty strong to overcome that part of it.
For Travis,
plus, it comes with a different set of dynamics too when you're the lesser breadwinner in the relationship.
Oh,
male
like
or
Travis
female.
is?
If you consider yourself a breadwinner and whatever, it's kind of a kept man now.
If Amy wants to go make more money than me, she can knock herself out.
We don't know how Travis is wired, though. I think some guys don't handle that as well. We've got to see if he. I feel like Travis will handle that just fine. Travis has a little bit of that vibe of what was Britney Spears' first husband there.
Kevin Federline.
He's got a bit of a Kevin Federline feel to him, where I feel like he'll be just fine with being the lesser breadwinner.
Yeah. I the Taylor shots last night up at the box, the luxury box up there.
Yeah,
I thought it was the appropriate amount. She's always into the game. Like she's clearly a huge football fan.
That's the whole thing. That's actually why I wanted fewer Jason Kelce shots than Taylor Swift shots, because Taylor Swift never looks like she's vamping for the camera or anything like that. She just looks like she's into the game. And
looks authentic.
She's watched football with her dad since way back. That part of it. I do think though, I think there's a little bit of something going on social media or on television too, where people are white knighting a little too much, where they act like the only reason to dislike anything surrounding Travis Kelce is because of extreme misogyny or something. When in fact, Travis Kelce has been on the list of top 10 most disliked players pretty much annually since he was a rookie. This is not something new. So whenever you show that, whenever that player is making a really as close to taunting as possible first down gesture, and then you zoom to anybody involved with him, people aren't going to like it.
No.
So let's acknowledge that there's room for nuance here. Not everybody that dislikes seeing something close to Travis Kelce, it means because they secretly deep down inside hate women.
All right, let's. I like you use the word acknowledge. It's Monday. It's about to be 7:25. Acknowledge me. We will acknowledge the big performances from the weekend. A very Vegas flavor to acknowledge me next.
Bayway Ray.
from D&M.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, real quick, we're going to acknowledge here in just a second. Acknowledge me. We do it every Monday at this time. We acknowledge big performances, good things from the weekend. I guess you know what? I'm going to acknowledge myself here real quick then.
Acknowledge me.
Courtesy of Irwin on the text page.
Yeah.
When Seth brought up Britney Spears in the previous segment, said, "Oh, and that guy, her first husband."
I said Travis Kelce reminds me a little bit of Britney Spears' first husband. What was his name?
Yeah. And boom, Kevin Federline.
Yeah.
Like I hit it like at
You're
1 second.
very, very quick with that. I was already regretting even having asked you because I thought, oh, this is going to turn into just an annoying, I don't know.
Two old guys not knowing who it is. No, Kevin Federline.
Nailed it.
I nailed it. And Irwin points out, in full stride, he says, Sean produced Kevin Federline in full stride. Got to at least pretend you don't know, LOL. Two things here. One, I am a huge Britney Spears fan, so anything Britney Spears, I at the very least know their names, you know?
Yeah.
Number two, Kevin Federline did a little bit of work in WWE as well. So he did. Yeah, just
back when he was at the peak of his proximity fame.
Yeah,
I'll call it proximity fame.
That's
because he was around.
I was struggling for how to categorize the fame that LeVar Ball wound up on WWE one night. You know, like that. LeVar Ball had a little bit more to do with his fame, though, too. I mean, obviously, it was his sons that were the genesis, but he really put himself out there. With Kevin Federline was just around. He was just glomming on, for sure. So that's how I knew. All right, let's get to acknowledging some folks here. And let's
real quick. Was Kevin Federline a dancer?
Yes, he was one of Britney's dancers. Yeah.
Tell you what, that's what I tell. Man, if you're a young straight dude, get yourself into dancing.
Yeah. yeah. Competition level for the other stuff is not. Yeah.
You've got a
leg up.
You become like a glistening pinnacle of availability. Yeah.
You might marry Britney Spears.
Yes.
All right.
When Britney's like, wow. Yeah. Look at all those young, really in shape dudes over there. I wonder which one would genuinely like to be with me.
How many?
You've got a big advantage.
Yes. The answer might be you. One. Yes. That's it. All right. Let's get to acknowledge me. And look, I can be the bigger man here. I'm not a huge Patrick Mahomes fan, but Patrick Mahomes,
acknowledge me,
is the new era Brady, at least for now. He's on his way. He's got a lot more work to do, but 3 Super Bowls in 5 years. He's like Brady right now, but with stupid arm talent and a really corny Kermit voice. He had 333 yards passing, 66 yards rushing, and this was the game-winning play right here.
First and goal at the 3. Lining up in the clock at 10 seconds and ticking. In the shotgun, Mahomes. 4-man front, receiver in motion, low snap. He runs and he throws, caught, touchdown! It's caught! Hardman caught the ball! The Chiefs have won! The Chiefs have won! The entire bench empties, chasing Mahomes in the end zone. Their 3rd Super Bowl in 5 years.
Harlan, that's Kevin Harlan on the call. Westwood won. I don't know what else to say. Seth, Mahomes is the man.
I'll acknowledge them, but, man, I've never turned the game off so fast.
I went straight to bed.
I watched 0 of the postgame or anything, man. I had no appetite for it. That's where they are. Right? They even interviewed those guys about it before the game, about just, they understand that they're hated now because they're so damn good.
Yes.
And this makes it even worse.
The goal for the Texans is to have the rest of the country be sick of them at some point.
Yeah. No, and especially, I think, for Texans fans, especially last night, you're looking for proof of concept. You're looking for, hey, this is the system that you're copying in a lot of respects, both offensively and defensively.
Yep.
The one thing I would say is I think that D'Amico may have done a better job than Steve Wilkes there defensively in the fourth quarter and overtime. That was maybe if D'Amico were still there, they would have won.
I wonder if they're talking about that this morning. I wonder that. I know the play you're talking about with the blitz, where they just got fried on that play. I wonder if Wilkes, if we're listening to San Francisco radio this morning, who's catching the brunt of it? Do you think today? Is it Kyle Shanahan? Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Steve Wilkes?
I think they're going to have questions about Brock Purdy. Mm-hmm. Just what is Brock Purdy? What do you do moving forward? They're going to. Shanahan, if I'm a 49ers fan, I think you got to simultaneously be frustrated with Shanahan now having both as a coordinator and as a head coach. Shanahan has now blown a double-digit lead in a Super Bowl 3 times. And I know he wasn't the head coach with the Falcons, but it was his decision.
He was
to
a catalyst.
Keep passing.
Yeah.
And but what are you going to do about it? Or do you really feel that you'd be better off with somebody else? So it's just one of those things where you're frustrated and you hope it changes. And, you came really, really close a couple times now with him as a head coach. But that's where I think ultimately it probably comes back on Purdy.
Yeah.
You look at, all right, what was special in that game? Boy, when healthy, the receivers looked special as hell, including Jawan Jennings. McCaffrey looked special as hell at times. Brock Purdy never really looked special in that game.
No, he did not. As long as we're acknowledging coaches, Andy Reid.
Acknowledge me.
You almost feel like you've acknowledged Mahomes. You got to acknowledge Reid. They're hand in hand. Back-to-back Super Bowl champions for the first time since 2003 and 2004 with the New England Patriots. So it's been a little like baseball. Remember, the Astros are like, hey, man, we're trying to go back-to-back for the first time since the late 90s. That's the first back-to-back Super Bowl champs we've had in 2 decades. You just sent me this number, Seth, and this is I think this says everything you need to know about just the level of moxie, capitalizing on experience, all those things with the Chiefs. Since 2019, the Chiefs are 5-1 in playoff games where they have at any point been trailing by 10 or more points. So if they trail by double digits at any point in a game, they go on to win that game 5 out of 6 times. The rest of the NFL, 6-48. 6-48. The Chiefs are 5-1. The rest of the NFL is 6-48. They're never dead. They're never dead.
How are they compared to the rest of the league when down 24-0 in the playoffs?
They're I believe they're 1-0 since 2019. Yeah.
Okay.
I believe the rest of the NFL.
I wasn't really sure if we had any company in that. That was rough.
Yeah.
That was tough. Somebody else pointed out too. The 49ers fans are talking about Moody and his blocked extra point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was everything in that game.
Yep.
Man.
Yep.
Ugh.
Blocked extra point, the punt that hit was it Luter? Is that the name of the player in the leg?
Yeah, Luter. Yeah, and that was just dumb, stupid luck. Yeah. And poor Luter was the most hated and despised man in America for 10 seconds, and then immediately people. I apologized out loud at home, and also thanked God that I hadn't skewered him with a tweet or something.
Yeah.
The other thing too is just the thing that felt eerily like the Bills-Chiefs game was when Greenlaw got injured, because in the Bills game, the injured linebackers are ultimately what made the difference, and that was a big part of this game. Was Drake Greenlaw, who honestly I know people said he certainly wasn't jogging back out onto the field. Mm-hmm. Greenlaw, every time you saw him at any point in that game on the field during a play or not on a was sprinting full speed everywhere.
Oh, he was a maniac.
Was so amped up.
Yeah, he was a maniac. Maybe a little too amped up running back onto the field. Who knows? All right, I'm going to acknowledge a group of people here. The betting public.
Acknowledge me!
Which I'm one, but I was on the wrong side of this game. But apparently the books, Seth, the sports books in Vegas and other places, needed the 49ers and a low-scoring game. A lot of the public was on the Chiefs getting 2 points, the narrative being, oh, my God, I'm getting points with Patrick Mahomes, and the over, which happens a lot with the Super Bowl. You get a lot of just, casual bettors, and they people like to root for scoring, not defense. So the game was playing out just fine for the sports books pretty much the whole game. And then the Chiefs got their legs under them offensively, and then it goes to overtime. The total on this game settled in at 46.5. The final score was 25-22. The books got killed on this game yesterday. So good job, America and the betting public. You took it to the man last night.
It really was. I'm not trying to brag here. I just heard a lot of people say this leading up to the game, myself included, was I just didn't quite get how the 49ers could be favorites in that game. And I understand that, in general, usually in the Super Bowl, the regular season track record takes over. But the Chiefs' defense, in a lot of respects, was just simply more solid and sound than the 49ers' defense.
Yeah.
Good job, betting public.
Way to go. Way to win some money.
Vegas itself, the actual city of Las Vegas.
Yeah, let's acknowledge Vegas.
Me.
I thought they did a phenomenal job with this, and we were there all week. I was there till Sunday morning. Vegas did a tremendous job. They once they get done promising all these other Super Bowls to different cities, I don't think they'll ever do this because the Super Bowl is always used as a bargaining chip to get new stadiums and things like that.
Yeah.
But I would not complain if they had it there every year. And this is as somebody who, you and I had to get up at 2:15 every day, a.m., to do our 4 a.m. radio show. So I'm saying that as somebody whose social life all week long was seriously hindered by our schedule. Tremendous job by Las Vegas.
I didn't partake in hardly anything of like the fun stuff other than our dinners were fun. But I don't gamble, and I didn't get to go to. I thought I was going to maybe go see some shows or go inside the Sphere. The Sphere was like 200 yards away from us. Didn't do that, and yet it was my favorite Super Bowl ever, just because of that city accommodates it. I said like a restaurant can accommodate a party of 10 at a restaurant. Yeah. It's kind of like, okay, we'll move some chairs around. Here you go. Boom, we're good to go. Yeah. It's just like it's a minor disturbance, if anything, but it just keeps on operating like the city's going to keep operating.
It was great, man. It was great. I mean, like the only complaints I have were largely stuff that was out of Vegas's control. Like it rained all week. It was cold and rainy all week. Like they can't do anything about that. I will say this. Vegas host committee, if you're listening, as far as Radio Row goes, really good setup, nice and spread out. It was very well set up. I would like for the Vegas host committee to acknowledge us. Ben? Acknowledge that there are hosts that get to Radio Row at like 3:30 in the morning that aren't from the Pacific time zone, and please have some coffee and water and snacks ready for us.
They started out strong and then it fell off real quick.
That was weird. The first day I'm like, they're on it, man, and then they just gave up.
There's a chair shortage too. There's a lot of jockeying around with various people grabbing chairs and stealing chairs and everything.
Yes.
I would never partake of such a thing, but I would point. We did get there awful early in the morning, and we always had as many chairs as we needed. Other than that, yeah.
Well, the one day that we stayed late to interview Caserio, we did it at a side table that was empty.
Yeah.
There were no chairs at that table, so we took a couple of chairs from, I'll say it, the 33rd team. Yeah. They were there, and we took their chairs before they got there. And then the two guys that were the 33rd team show up, and they're looking around like, where are our chairs? And Seth and I have our heads buried in our laptops. Like,
we were texting each other.
Should we tell them?
We were texting each other. I said, should we tell them? And you're like, why? No. Goody two-shoes,
Give up these chairs? Are you kidding me? Comfy.
And then I stood up and acted like I was going to help them find other chairs. I was like, gosh, yes, there certainly is a shortage of chairs here, isn't there?
Yeah.
All right, well, good luck, fellas.
See some over there. Yeah, there's people sitting in them. I know, but there's chairs. Yeah, I'm just trying to help you out here, 33rd team. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Man, we still got a lot of stuff to get into from the Super Bowl. We didn't even get to acknowledge commercials. There's a commercial circulating right now. We can tease this into the next segment. There's a commercial circulating right now with a very famous actor with Texas football roots that I think a lot of Texan fans think he is conveying a take that's exclusive to the Houston Texans. I hate to spoil this for everybody, but we're going to do it next. But first, man, I got some good sleep when I got home last night. I slept pretty good on the trip. It was a Super Bowl trip like 6 years ago that was eventually the catalyst for me to go see Dr.
applicable states.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It was a great week in Vegas. So much fun being back at the Super Bowl. Hopefully you guys enjoyed us being there. Everybody's back today, at least that we know of. Everybody's back. Of all the hosts here on the station, the one maybe least likely to make it in today would be Ron the Show Hughley, because he's celebrating today. He was celebrating on social media last night. He's from KC, so yeah. I'm going to guess he's going to be in to take his victory lap today. That's my hunch.
Nick Wright will be in full celebration mode.
Full celebration mode, yeah.
Apparently, we are contractually obligated to always have at least one full-time host who's a Kansas City
KC
native
ties,
and
yeah.
Homer. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So we got this question. I saw this on the text page from a few people. Like, hey, did you guys see that Texans targeted ad last night from United Airlines?
Yeah.
And I did text her, this is plural. I did see that. Seth saw it too. This, if you missed it, it's a 30-second ad starring Kyle Chandler, who played Coach Taylor on Friday Night Lights. So a little bit of Texas ties, right? Here was Kyle Chandler's message to the Texans and Texan fans about next season.
Houston, I know you're watching other people's teams play today, but today is all they get. Tomorrow is yours. The pieces are all there. Next season, you put them together and win it all. Texans fans, this is about believing. Believing so hard that you book your flight to next year's big game before the season even starts. Because believing that hard can change everything.
Boy.
So you hear the United riff right there. The caption on the screen was a reminder that if you did indeed book your flight to the Super Bowl next year as a Texan fan, that United offers the ability to change flights with no fees.
Oh,
so that was the message.
That right now.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. And if they happen to not make it, you can change your flight with no charge.
Where's the Super Bowl next year?
New Orleans.
Oh, we'd be driving most likely.
Yeah, we would be driving. So that doesn't hit as hard for Houstonians who, it's a shorter process in many ways to drive to New Orleans than it is to go to the airport and fly there.
United doesn't want you to know that. Neither does a high school football coach. He wants to spend your money. Yeah.
I'm taking on big airline right now, Seth. That's what I'm doing.
Friday Night Lights doesn't care about your wallet.
So a lot of people were like, wow, did the whole country just watch Kyle Chandler prop up the Texans and Houston fans? I mean, essentially go on the record thinking like, man, we can win this thing next year.
Yeah.
I hate to break this to everybody, but he did one of these for the Bears. He did one of these for the Browns.
Yeah.
He did one of these for several
Broncos,
other
I saw
Broncos,
at least that.
like teams that didn't even make the playoffs. He's doing these things for. He even did one for the world champion Kansas City Chiefs.
Kansas City, you're here. And whatever happens tonight, remember who you are. So next season, when you try to get here again and they tell you no one's that lucky, you know this isn't about luck. It's about believing in a dynasty. It's about believing so hard that you book your flight to next year's big game before the season even starts. Because believing that hard is everything.
I got it.
Wait. Okay, I just want to hear the riff.
I do get excited about that. By the way, United does have the best safety videos, or the little video they show in the beginning where they have the different flight attendants walking through different parts of the world, and you hear that tag at the end. I do get kind of amped up for the flight attendants.
It is good production.
It is. It really is. But now, having said that, I got to admire them trying to basically shame people into buying airline tickets. Like, if you're a true fan, if you believe, it's not about making a rational business decision.
Yeah.
It's not about the time value of money or anything like that. It's about whether or not you genuinely believe in your football team or not. If you believe in your football team, you will buy a ticket to New Orleans 1 year in advance. Now, now.
Seth, no change fees, I'm told, via caption. Yeah. That's what I need to know. I wonder if this data will ever come out. Like, did they see a surge in airline ticket buying in the various NFL cities where they ran these ads? Because I'll tell you now.
Yeah. It's usually you don't usually see a call to action necessarily in a Super Bowl ad. It's very much about branding.
Yeah.
This was almost like a call to action.
Yes.
Like, hey, do it now.
Right.
While supplies last.
Right. And that's where I need to I need to know, did he do one of these for the Carolina Panthers? Like, I need to hear that one. Because here's the thing about the Texans. Like, that's a reasonable expectation, is that you and I are having conversations midway through next season that the Texans can be one of those 8 or 10 teams that are on the short list of possible Super Bowl winners. My guess is we're going to get final power rankings coming out today or tomorrow across all the various outlets, right? ESPN, all the ones where we do the power ranking of the power rankings during the season are all going to probably come out with final postseason after everything power rankings. And the Chiefs will be 1, the Niners will be 2, and then it's a free-for-all after that. I would guess that the Texans are going to come in somewhere around probably 10th or 11th on that list for next season.
I'll tell you another thing. I'm on the United website right now.
Yeah.
And I can't buy anything past January 14th of 2025.
Okay.
So I guess they won't see an immediate bump unless there's a glitch on their website or something.
Unless you want to take a one-way flight to New Orleans in the middle of January and just stay there till the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I can only buy 1 month out right now.
Hey, Parker, Seth and I are going to bring a Comrex and do our show from the French Quarter for a month before you all get here.
Yeah.
You down? Let's do it.
That'd be awesome.
Let's do it.
God.
No. I was gonna shift gears. Did you have something else to add?
Just the Super Bowl ads in general. I felt like Tom Brady came out pretty strong in this one, and as far as because Tom Brady was in the Dunkin' Donuts one, and then he was also in the one just for MGM Grand, right?
Right.
One of the casinos.
The betting where he wins too much.
Where he dressed up like 3-time billiards champion, such and such. That was pretty funny.
Post-retirement Brady is really good.
Plus, whatever that new soda was that said it was going to define what soda is, I really wanted to go out and get one.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell it was.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked good. Their ad was good. Their ad had me. Same thing.
They said, I was a little surprised. They said none of the bad stuff. Like, you just said that it had 5 grams of sugar. Like, I know it's a lot less of the bad stuff, but it's not like
not none.
You just told me there's 5 grams of the sugar. There's 5 grams of the bad stuff.
You're literally false advertising right now.
Yes, and yet, I really, really wanted one. I wanted to try one.
As you know, I stayed a couple extra days in Vegas. You guys all went home on Friday afternoon. I stayed till Sunday morning. Because I had the Shaq's Funhouse party and the Gronk Beach party, all within just mere hours of each other. So here's this is I got to go courtesy of my friend Matt Appleby. He's the CEO of Zamora. Zamora owns Yellow Rose. Yeah. So this is I met Matt through doing commercials for them. We become good friends. So we stuck around for I stuck around for a couple days. He and many of their distributors and things like that were in for the Super Bowl, and they were sponsors of both of these parties. So the Shaq's Funhouse party was interesting. Lil Wayne was the headliner.
Yeah.
He didn't go on stage till 2:30 in the morning. I was long gone by the time Lil Wayne got on stage.
There's no more impressive feat of endurance than that of a rapper.
A performer.
Dude, no, they do. Rappers, though, especially. Yeah. They do so many shows at, 2:33 in the morning, and then they're on a jet somewhere else the next day. Yeah, that's impressive.
The Shaq party started at 10 p.m., so we got there around 10:30. It was at the Wynn, by the pool, so it was outdoors. It was really cold, kind of rainy. We were very lucky. We sought refuge in the cabana tents that the Gronkowskis had.
So, you're in the Gronkowski cabanas?
Two cabanas, and I was in one of the Gronk cabanas, and Gronk, Rob, was not there. He didn't get there till Saturday, but all the brothers were there, and if you follow the Gronkowskis, the brothers all like to party just like Rob does, as does the old man. I talked to the old man for a little while.
Yeah,
the Gronk dad.
That was an interesting household growing up in Buffalo.
Yes,
they were they were raised by their dad. They lived with their dad.
Yeah,
and yet Mr. Gronkowski was very. He instilled in them, some people might be surprised by this. It's been written about a lot. A certain financial conservatism about them.
Mm-hmm.
Gronk parties like crazy, but usually it's almost always sponsored.
Yeah.
He's getting paid to party.
Yes.
He didn't touch his actual football money forever because he was living off of his endorsement money, or vice versa.
Yeah, it's one or the other. I can't remember either. Yeah. So that part was fun. I saw Shaq there, and he walked past us, and But we just stayed in those cabanas because it was freezing, and there were so many Gronkowskis. It was fun. You know,
what was it like what you would think it would be, or was it a little bit more toned down?
No, the Shaq one was the Gronk Beach the next day was more my speed. That
like
was
just more like a casual kind of people hanging out. And
I mean,
so Gronk's did feel like what you expected, like it was intense, like a frat party or something.
Yeah, kind of. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then Gronkowski's up on stage spraying champagne all over the crowd.
A lot of just people yelling and screaming for no reason at all, just like woos, a lot of woos.
Gronk jumping up and down with a little person on his shoulders.
I saw that. Was that a famous little person?
I don't know.
It wasn't. I was trying to make it out. You look like okay.
I don't know. But the Shaq one was less my speed. It was fun. I had a great time. Don't get me wrong. And some of it was on Friday night. It didn't start till 10:30. You and I had those early wake up calls all week, but I made it. I made it till about 2:30. I felt great for the Gronk party. We got to. This is how. So the Gronk party was at the Encore, which is right next to the Wynn, and so me and Matt and Donovan Lewis, who's a host on the Ticket up in Dallas, great dude. So we became good friends this weekend. The three of us go over to the Encore for the Gronk party at like 10:30 in the morning, and we're at the front driveway. Our Uber drops us off. There's a cab parked in the driveway with no driver in it. There's another cab that had just pulled up like maybe 50 yards behind it, and the cab driver got out. The 50 yards behind it cab, the cab driver got out to help the people with their bags and left the car and drive. And so the car just starts rolling and takes off and rear ends another cab in the other driveway.
Holy crap.
I'm like, okay, this is how this day is going to go.
Wow.
Yeah. At the Encore, which is one of the nicest hotels in Vegas. We had a fender bender. It was great.
Whose cab driver was it?
Nobody's, just two people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's two random people. Yeah, we just saw it happen. We just saw it happen is all.
I'm realizing as you're telling these stories, I've got a little bit of Shaq Gronk dyslexia. They're similar enough that when you're saying Shaq, I'm picturing Gronk, and when you're saying Gronk, I'm picturing Shaq.
Yeah. I caught some heat on Twitter yesterday because I drank a lot at the Gronk Beach party, and some of his former teammates started to show up. And at one point, you saw this? Yeah, you saw this. At one point, I was told. Danny Amendola and Julian Edelman had both shown up.
Yeah.
So I'm walking to go backstage because I had a wristband to go backstage. I'm walking from the main party area to go backstage, and there's a bunch of people like kind of up above the hallway there, like on a stage, kind of hanging over, signing things and handing them to people and whatnot. And I looked up, and there's a little white dude up there signing and handing things, and I scream, Danny
very clean cut, put together.
Very clean cut. Looked exactly like a slot receiver. Yeah. Danny Amendola, Texans legend. And he's not paying any attention to me. And I'm like, oh, he's just ignoring me because he thinks I'm being snarky.
Yeah.
And then even once I sobered up, I had the wherewithal to post the video of me doing that, thinking it was still Danny Amendola. It was Julian Edelman. Now, he had shades on.
I didn't. And I was really confused. I was looking at the picture when I saw that. I was like, is the guy turning away from the camera? Is that Danny Amendola?
Yeah. No, I thought Edelman was Amendola because they all look alike to me. The white slot receivers.
Yeah.
David Anderson sat down and I said, "Hey, Julian, how you doing?" Yeah.
That's all right. One year I thought Steve Smith was Nelly. So
pretty good.
So that's a bit, as far as messing up receivers, I feel like yours was a less hazardous one that wasn't going to get you dragged on social media and accused of various things.
I owned it. I did. I tweeted it out from the airport on Sunday morning, like, "Hey, upon further review, there's no way that Danny Amendola didn't hear me screaming Texans legend at him." And somebody replies, "Bro, that's Edelman." So I retweeted and I said, "Upon further review, this may be Julian Edelman." And I may have, and they may look alike to me. Okay. Hey, speaking of the airport, you know who I saw in the airport? In the Southwest Terminal on Sunday morning, my arch nemesis DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh, really?
Yeah. DeAndre Hopkins jumping on a Southwest flight. Yeah.
On Sunday morning?
Sunday morning, yes.
So he was leaving Las Vegas on Sunday morning.
I went over. Okay. I said hello. We've laid our weapons down. Everybody knows.
Did he even remember that you two had an exchange?
Yeah, because we DM'd about it. I reminded him. I said, DeAndre. Yeah, I reminded him a little bit. He remembered.
Yeah.
But we've laid our weapons down. It was.
Did you
it was
say?
cordial.
Did you DM him afterwards and be like, "Hey, great seeing you, bro"?
I did actually.
Did you? Yeah. Okay.
I did. Got to get you back to the H, man.
Where was he going? What city was he going to?
It was a different terminal. I didn't ask. It was probably.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing either Phoenix or Nashville or. Yeah, probably one of those. He wasn't going to. Not going to Houston. I was a little surprised. A lot of those guys still live here.
I gamed the system on my way out of town. I'm usually pretty good at getting a middle seat. If there's only like 2 or 3, just for I'm still big enough that I can look like somebody that you don't want to sit sandwiched in between. But I went to the back row right from the beginning because it was a busy flight, and I ended up instead because I had the two seats empty to me for too long. So the last couple that had gone on and made it into the back got on next to me, which wasn't a big deal because there's this tiny little woman in this big hulking bodybuilder who was like the perfect couple to leave Vegas with because it was almost like Joe Pesci and Marissa Tomei, kind of like that, except with like a jacked little dude or a jacked big dude instead of Joe Pesci, but with the accents and everything. And I very much got the sense that the woman was not to be making conversation with me.
Oh, really?
It was, oh, yeah.
You're
like,
protective.
She sat down and I was like, hey, listen, I'll try to keep my arm over, like as much as possible. I know I'm big. And she it felt uncomfortable. And I could just almost feel it and sense it. This dude that was wearing wasn't just wearing a tank top. He was wearing one of those ones that has like a G-string between your clavicles.
Oh, yeah.
Like a bodybuilding shirt.
Yeah.
Needed everybody to see his lats.
A lot of delts and lats and scapulae. All kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
That's funny.
And she was playing blackjack on her phone the whole way. But other than that wasn't as much fun as seeing and talking to DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, it was just for like a minute. It was literally like 5:30 in the morning.
So which party? So the Gronk party lived up to maybe your expectations then?
Yeah, they both were what I expected. If you'd asked me which one I was going to have a better time at going in, a Shaq party, outdoors at night, starting at 10:30 in a week where I've been sleeping 3 hours a night, or Gronk that started at noon, was during the day, and it was over at 6 p.m., I'd go back and get a nice steak at the hotel and go to bed, I would have guessed the Gronk party. So they both were expectations.
Was Gronk drunk enough that's why he missed that 25-yard field goal?
Yes, probably. But, boy, he's like – I feel like if there's any human being on the planet that knows how to muscle through being hungover the next day to play well or do something at a high level, it's Gronk.
And that only took like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
From the time they introed that. I was very confused.
Yeah. He missed, for those wondering. He missed the ultimate field goal. All right, let's get to our 8 at 8, the 8 stories to get your day going. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2, an Odyssey station.
One.
All right, let's start with the Super Bowl. And the Kansas City Chiefs are your world champions, 25-22 in overtime. They beat the San Francisco 49ers. Big storylines coming out of this game. It's 3 Super Bowls in 5 years for the Chiefs. So Mahomes and Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, you're going to see all sorts of conjecture over the next few days as to where they stack rank this dynasty versus other dynasties and the Patriots and this and that. I think probably the bigger story for this game, Seth, is maybe on the San Francisco side and people questioning Kyle Shanahan. Did he do the right thing in overtime by taking the ball to start out with?
Yeah.
It's different rules in the postseason for those who don't know. Each team is guaranteed a possession in overtime. And then, just general mistakes made that seem to happen whenever you go against the Kansas City Chiefs.
It is exactly the way it plays out. I know he cited the analytics, and I felt like the fact that your defense had just been on the field for a 12-play drive was good enough reason, with or without the analytics, just to give your defense a break. And I felt like ultimately, if you had known, whether you know it or not, like you probably got to score a touchdown on that first one.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay, if you forgo the ability to know what you have to score, you almost got to assume it's going to be a touchdown.
You have to. Yep, you have to. And that would have been fascinating if they had scored a touchdown, the Niners, and then the Chiefs come down and score a touchdown. Do the Chiefs? What would you do, Seth? So the Niners score, they go up. Let's say 19-19 at the end. They go up 26-19. You're the Chiefs. You go down and score.
Yeah.
If you kick an extra point and tie it up, the Niners can end the game with a field goal, or you can end the game with a 2-point conversion with the greatest player on the planet at quarterback right there.
My instinct is to go for 2.
Me too. Me too.
I think because you've got, especially at that point in the game, I think you've got a better than 50% chance of converting.
Yes.
And you got to feel like you shouldn't trust your defense against the offense. Like the longer the defense is around the field, the more tired they get, and it's just a field goal. Yeah.
Can you imagine? I mean, like a Super Bowl coming down to a 2-point conversion.
Can I tell you, this is where the NFL needs to just quit it with like trying to have fun with all these conspiracy theories and scripts and everything. Because there was some joke that they did last week that included them predicting the first ever double overtime in a Super Bowl. And I'm watching this, and I'm like, you freaking idiots. Like just adding fuel to the fire.
Yeah.
Stop it. Why did you make that joke?
That's funny.
Yeah.
2.
Odds for next year's Super Bowl. The results of last night have not put the Chiefs as the favorite. In fact, the team that lost, the San Francisco 49ers, as of right now, they are the favorites to win the Super Bowl next year. 5.5 to 1. Chiefs 7 to 1. The Baltimore Ravens, they'll never learn, 8.5 to 1. The Buffalo Bills
treating the Ravens like
10 to 1. What? I can't get
they're
there, man.
A poverty franchise.
8.5 to 1. The Bills are 10 to 1. For those wondering, the Texans are about 11th or 12th on the list. They are tied with the Green Bay Packers at 22 to 1. So
disrespect.
Yeah. Behind the Dolphins, Eagles, Cowboys, Bengals, Lions, and those other teams I just named.
I'm just glad we're like, honestly, the most annoying thing about last week was people acting like Lamar Jackson was somehow a victim that he got 98% of the MVP votes. I'm like, well,
Stephen A. Smith wanted to. He wanted the one guy who didn't vote for him to have his vote revoked.
Stephen A. Smith was convinced that it was a Bills beat writer that didn't want to go into the locker room and face the ire of Josh Allen. It was actually Aaron Schatz who invented the DVOA.
Yeah.
Aaron Schatz had a really long explanation for exactly why he didn't vote for Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Like it was very, very well thought out. Like the notion, honestly, whenever you find yourself like voting with the majority to that degree, your first instinct should be, wait a second, am I the one who's succumbing to groupthink?
That's right.
Like, okay, this is an opinion poll, and like I am in the vast majority. Am I just a sheep myself?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why we have a democracy for MVP voting. All right.
3.
Bill Belichick, according to Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network, multiple owners reached out to Bill Belichick, Seth, once it turned out he was not going to be the Atlanta Falcons head coach. Multiple owners reaching out to discuss the possibility of Belichick coming to coach for their team in 2025. So my first reaction to this was, I am so glad that the Texans are in a coaching situation where we don't have to sit here and speculate, could Bill Belichick be on the table for the Houston Texans?
Yeah.
The Texans have one of the most enviable coaching positions in the league right now. I'm just so glad. But there's several dead men walking out there, if we're to believe this report by Tom Pelissero. One
of our listeners suggested this. He's just putting it out here so it's on record. Even though these get wiped out after 90 days. So just take a screenshot, man. They predict that Bill Belichick will be hired by the 49ers unless the 49ers win a Super Bowl, which is not a bad theory. If you're bringing a closer, Hey, great, good job, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. You got us to the brink, but we need a closer at this point. So you bring Belichick in for the coup de grace. You should fire Shanahan before the Super Bowl next year.
Yes, and then bring him back. He's like Belichick's like the Mariano Rivera of coaches.
Yes,
we just need him to get this 9. We just need him to get 3 more outs. Sorry, Kyle. That's.
I don't know about like specifically why are they reaching out to him, other than to maybe gauge what he's thinking. I very highly doubt that any of them said, "Hey, Bill, just in case you're on my short list."
Right.
Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm naive. I just don't think they would do it quite like that. I think they would make it a little bit more just having a conversation, framing it that way.
4.
The Watt family is catching some heat over the last few days. JJ for his haircut, TJ Watt because he's getting some grief for his bitter reaction on social media to Myles Garrett winning the Defensive Player of the Year award. TJ Watt tweeted this moments after the award was handed to Myles Garrett. "Nothing I'm not used to." Now keep in mind, TJ Watt has won the Defensive Player of the Year award before, so it's not like he's been snubbed every year. Now, JJ did get in on the conversation on this, and Kind of a dynamic, Seth. I thought JJ was in his tweet about this, because JJ has been steadfast all year long that TJ Watt is the best defensive player on the planet. I even asked him about it when he joined us on the pregame show that one time. I said, is it hard for you to have these opinions about your brother with everybody going, well, it's your brother? And JJ's like, no, because it's the right opinion. JJ tweeted, everyone's asking my opinion on Defensive Player of the Year. The problem is I have no interest in tearing down Myles Garrett. Myles is a phenomenal player. I'm a big fan. He's had an incredible career so far. I can acknowledge that while also wondering what more TJ could have possibly done. And JJ proceeds to post a graphic that does show that TJ is ahead of Myles Garrett in nearly every statistical category, some of them significantly so.
Yeah. I think the people that would have voted for Myles Garrett, I think, point to the fact that if you have to use statistics, I think the Steelers blitz a lot more than the Browns did, so it creates more one-on-ones for guys. And I think the actual physical presence and kind of the belief that Myles Garrett had to maybe do more of it on his own than benefiting from the scheme. Like, I didn't see it as an egregious injustice or anything like that. I could have gone with either of those guys either way.
I just know they both played the Texans this year. I don't think either of them are all that great. From what I saw against the Texans.
It's hard for us as Texans, because Laremy Tunsil just pretty much owns Myles Garrett.
Yeah, and TJ Watt didn't do anything in his game. I don't know. I'd just give it to Micah Parsons. I don't know about this Watt and Garrett guy.
Micah Parsons, by the way, is his podcast was a big deal this week. He must have been set up somewhere around Radio Row because he had just about everybody on there. And it was like a huge set.
It's a nice studio.
It's huge.
It's super nice.
I wonder if he must have had his own room because I didn't see it. So it was probably in the hotel or at the convention center, but in its own room. And it was gigantic. It was almost too big. It was like a set for like a 5-person panel.
Yeah, CJ was on with him. We'll get to some of the audio from CJ and Micah Parsons a little later in the show. What number are we on, Ben? 5. Thank you.
Cinco.
The Eagles have granted Hassan Reddick permission to seek a trade. So Hassan Reddick, who was one of the really key, he's been one of the key guys since he signed in Philly a few years ago. I think he led the league in sacks a couple years ago when the Eagles made the Super Bowl. He was good again this year. He had 11 sacks this year. He's got 1 year left on his contract. So, Seth, should the Texans entertain the possibility of bringing in another Eagles cast-off like they did with Derek Barnett? This won't be a waiver wire situation like Derek Barnett, but Reddick wants out in Philly.
I think, to quote him, he said, y'all see it. Y'all know what's going on. I'm worried about being the best version of myself, and then everything will sort itself out, truly. So, is he going to feel? I don't know if I want to pay whatever he's probably hoping to get paid.
He wants to get paid. Yeah, he wants like top end money. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just don't. I think that right now, in terms of a guy that's not the prototype size, it's not necessarily what D'Amico probably wants for this defense.
Yeah.
Could be wrong. I mean, they rotate guys in, and a pass rusher is a pass rusher is a pass rusher. I think when D'Amico talks about spending resources on the defensive line, I think that it's going to be in the version of a draft pick or two, and then a guy like a Sheldon Rankins, perhaps, or somebody like a smart signing, a guy who's an effective player, but is for a 1 or 2 year deal, and that maybe you make the big bang with a first round pick. Maybe you trade up in the first round for your pass rusher.
Yeah, maybe.
6.
Okay, so this is some funny audio here. Jackson Smith-Njigba, former teammate of C.J. Stroud at Ohio State, wide receiver, first round pick for the Seattle Seahawks. He was on I believe a Chicago station, certainly a Bears show, and was asked about his former offensive coordinator. Shane Waldron was the OC in Seattle last year, and he's now the new OC in Chicago. And here was Jackson Smith-Njigba when he was asked by the host, hey, what should we expect with Shane Waldron?
Bears fans are super interested about the offensive coordinator coming in, Shane Waldron. What can you tell them about who they just hired to try to get this offense where it needs to go?
This is live?
Yeah, we're not live. We're not live.
I'm playing. Good luck to y'all. I mean, he's a great person.
Uh-oh.
Long pause.
Is this live? He's a great person.
He's a great person. He checked all the boxes right there for this dude is not good. Not good at all. That was just funny. That tickled me.
I don't know. I wonder, who did a similar thing when Vic Fangio was hired by the Eagles? It was a player from the Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say it might have been Javon Holland. I'm not sure. I thought it was a defensive back, but he was on vacation somewhere, and he put out a video of him kicking a rock, kicking rocks.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, which people interpreted as him just not being all that distraught over losing Vic Fangio.
Okay.
I know Vic's funny because I really liked Vic Fangio as a coordinator, but I also had teammates who didn't like him, and I think Vic is if you like what Vic's doing, you think he's awesome.
Yeah.
And if there's some guys that don't like what Vic asks them to do, he asks a lot of his players.
Yeah.
He asks them to do a lot. And sometimes puts them in really tough positions in terms of you might have multiple different responsibilities based on formation and whatnot, and some guys just do not like that. So you got to tailor your scheme with the personnel that thrive under that. Like when he had in the 49ers and the Bears, I think he had a lot of guys like that were up to that challenge.
I actually interpreted that the opposite way. Like when somebody kicks rocks, they usually do it because they're mad or they're sad about something.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I interpreted that as kick rocks, like he was sad to lose Vic Fangio. Granted, dude, I was scrolling as I saw it. I didn't stop and do a deep dive on it and look and see if it was a reply to something or whatever.
Yeah, so I don't know. That's what my first instinct was. Yeah. But people kind of unanimously thought that it was anti-Vic Fangio, and there wasn't a clarification.
Yeah,
so whatever.
Yeah.
Yep.
7.
Have you seen any of the footage from the Phoenix Open this weekend, the golf tournament, the Waste Management Phoenix Open of the crowd? That's the tournament that's pretty well known for the crowds being more rowdy than all the other PGA events.
Mm.
It was crazy this weekend, so much so they had to shut down alcohol sales and close the gates because they were letting too many people in. I'm telling you, if you're on social media, go find some of the videos of what these clowns are doing, the patrons there at this golf tournament. There were fist fights at a golf tournament. Fist fights. There's dudes. There's one of a dude had to be 450 pounds doing like a belly slide down a hill.
Yeah, the hill thing is what I noticed. And the cops had to come and stop people from going down the hill.
There's a dude that ran out onto the course in the middle of a hole, jumped into the sand trap, and started doing snow angels in the sand trap during play. So it was wild. I say all this to say, go find the video.
That's a tournament that's known for kind of people having a good time.
Yes.
It went above
that's
and
how
beyond.
rowdy it was. They had to shut down the Phoenix Open.
By the way, the half streakers from last night, which some people might just call shirtless, that was a little bit underwhelming, right? Two guys just ran out and got tackled, and then there you go.
Yeah.
No message or anything like that.
No.
I like it when somebody. I remember the ultimate was the guy. It was at the Houston Super Bowl, wasn't it? Where he had the official's outfit on. And he jumped down from the stands.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was at the Houston Super Bowl, which I thought would have been perfect last night because they had all those extra assistant officials out there wearing the black shirts. Like, if you had known in advance that they were going to be dressed like that,
dude,
which I thought it was a stroke of brilliance by the NFL. They do that in the playoffs or in the Super Bowl. They added a few extra guys for assistance, but they had a whole squadron of them, and they helped break up a couple of the potential fights and skirmishes.
Yeah,
which are all right, yeah, fine, keep the game flowing. That was I was all for that.
Good move. All right, last one here. Just a reminder because we're up against it, dude. Pitchers and catchers report on Wednesday this week
for baseball.
Yes,
American baseball?
Pitchers and catchers for baseball.
This extra football week, this extra game in the NFL season has kind of made it that much more compressed.
Yeah.
The transition into baseball.
Yep.
Are you and I going?
I do not think so. I do not believe we are going. I know I had a good time going last year. So pitchers and catchers report Wednesday. First full squad workout Tuesday the 20th. So we turn the page on football, kind of, because we're going to talk plenty of football for the next 2 hours in the offseason. But, yeah, baseball, almost here. Almost here. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday, reacting to the Super Bowl. We'll circle back to the Super Bowl at 8:45. But there's a lot of teams now looking ahead to the NFL draft in the offseason. If you're wondering about Caleb Williams, I know in Chicago and teams that are looking to move up, they are all hot and bothered to go get Caleb Williams. The one guy who seems to be right on quarterbacks with contrarian takes has a take on Caleb Williams that should have the entire NFL saying, okay, maybe we need to reevaluate this thing. That is next. But first, you're evaluating a car buying decision, West Point Lincoln. Chris Poulos, the
in all states.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We're going to get to the maybe the most accurate quarterback evaluator when it matters that we've seen in the last 10 years. Halftime show, Seth, real quick. Did you thumbs up on the halftime show yesterday for the Super Bowl?
I thought it was all right. I guess I don't know. I don't ever really like the halftime shows. You know what, Sean? This might be surprising to you. I actually like the more theatrical, the better. Because it's not like it's a good concert or anything. There's just the circumstances are so weird. So I kind of like when, remember when like Madonna was there bouncing around on that wire, or was that I think it was Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga that was here, and she came from the top of the stadium.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
Some of them I just don't. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of one way or the other.
I thought it was good. It was fine. I don't feel like I've got enough product knowledge of everybody up on the stage to where I can say like that was amazing or whatever. I'm a huge Alicia Keys fan, so I thought she was great. I thought she was the best part of the show in my opinion. This is my request, and I understand that this is going to be like an old guy request here.
Yeah.
Because I watch the halftime show every year because I want to have an opinion on it when I do shows like this. If you could put captions when people come out on stage as to who they are, that would be cool. I just don't know.
I might have recognized Jermaine Dupri if you weren't dressed up like a little English gentleman.
Precisely.
I was like, whatever the hell.
Precisely.
He was the one with like the capri pants.
Right. No, some of them are people. Some of them are people I normally recognize, but they don't look like who they are when they were popular. Yeah. So am I off base here? Text in. Caption, just a quick caption. You don't have to leave it up there the whole time they're singing, but when they come out on stage, I want to know who everybody is.
The whole thing is like Jermaine Dupri is like 5'4", and that he was wearing that little outfit. Like I didn't know if that was like a child rapper that I didn't know about or something. Like that was a new gimmick or something.
Merrill Hodge, former NFL running back, former ESPN personality. He was making the rounds on Radio Row late in the week, Thursday and Friday. And by the time you and I are done, Seth, most people haven't even shown up yet to start making the rounds on Radio Row. We were over at 8 a.m. Pacific time every day. But when I saw Merrill Hodge walking around, I'm like, okay, that is one guy I would like to talk to because he loved C.J. Stroud last year. You'll hear that in a second.
Yeah.
He's had some pretty strong opinions on quarterbacks that were very contrarian at the time that wound up being incredibly accurate, okay? We'll hear some of those in a second, but here is his latest quarterback opinion that I would say should have about a half dozen teams that are all looking reportedly to move up in the draft to get Caleb Williams. Maybe listen to this guy.
I've only watched Caleb Williams 3 games last year, 3 this year, so I'm only halfway done, okay? The one thing that is clear, he is not special. He is not something unique like a Patrick Mahomes, and I hope the Bears don't think, well, let's try to make up for our mistake when we pass up Patrick Mahomes and go get the Patrick Mahomes. The kid is not Patrick Mahomes. Ain't even remotely close to that. So it is unfair to Justin Fields. He has had new coordinator. There's no possible way you can know about your guy when you do that. It's the worst thing that can happen to any player, especially a quarterback.
And he pulls Justin Fields in at the end there because that's who Caleb Williams would be replacing if Chicago took Caleb Williams with the first overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
Merrill Hodge, Caleb Williams, not special.
Not special. And I guess that's the one, I guess that's the part that it's not like he's crushing him or anything. But I guess, and the fact of the matter is these days, lots of guys, you just don't feel, like a lot of people thought, most people thought, the consensus opinion on Patrick Mahomes would be that they didn't think he was special. I mean, after all, 10 teams passed on him in the draft at the time. So it's always interesting to me when somebody says, well, he's no Pat Mahomes. Like, all right, very few people predicted that Pat Mahomes would be Pat Mahomes. Yeah. I liked Pat Mahomes' arm talent, but there were a lot of questions about him. Like, I preferred Pat Mahomes over Deshaun Watson.
Mm-hmm.
That's like one, but I've been wrong about a boatload of stuff with quarterbacks.
Sure.
Like, I got lucky on that one. But yeah, I guess in terms of, okay, maybe he meant it more along the lines of how you like to do it, which is, okay, what's this guy's superpower?
Yeah.
With Pat Mahomes, you could say, okay, this is a superpower. If he can get these turnovers and other things under control, if he can learn a more advanced system in the NFL than he played in college, then yeah, he could be really good. But his superpower is his arm talent.
Yeah.
And maybe he's just not as impressed with Caleb Williams' lack of superpower.
Yeah, that's the thing for me. Like I like Caleb Williams fine, and I could see totally taking him with the first overall pick. It was the people last year, Seth, who were acting like the Texans shouldn't take a quarterback at 2 and try to somehow weasel their way into being in position to take Caleb Williams next year. Like, okay, he ain't that. Like, he's not like, let's forego drafting C.J. Stroud with the second pick for the 22% chance we could wind up with the first overall pick next year and take Caleb Williams. Like, no, he's not worth pushing your chips to the middle of the table like that.
I think he does a lot of really cool, like he does those impressive things as far as just his actual, like the way the ball pops when he throws it, and he can make throws off platform and kind of adjust to throw around people and all that really cool stuff. But he doesn't necessarily tie it together with the actual playing within structure.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's questions about him. I think the upside though, I think he's a guy that you admit, okay, there is a real big upside with him with his natural ability and his talent. But there's just more unknowns about him than other guys.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Hodge was crushing him as bad as the way I saw it when the headlines made it look like he called him a bum or like Manziel or something.
No, but I think Hodge is, I think his opinion is a little, it's contrary to a lot of the evaluators out there, in that he's saying, hey, pump the brakes a little bit. Just for a little refresher, Merrill Hodge had a first-round grade on one quarterback in last year's draft.
How many quarterbacks have a first-round grade this draft?
Yeah. I got one, and that's C.J. Stroud. And he is unique from this perspective. Let's talk about this. These are the two things that have to be woven together. If you do not have these two things, your ability to win consistently in the National Football League are going to be very hard. You got to process decision-making, okay? The processing and decision-making aspect and accuracy has to be that combination.
All right, so there you go. That was pretty good. I would say pretty good eval.
I was told by the S2 test that he didn't process well. That was when a test that nobody had ever heard of said that he wasn't a good visual processor. Then all of a sudden his processing came into question.
Yeah.
So Merrill Hodge judging it more based on what he actually saw.
That is one thing with CJ on radio. We're going to get to one more Merrill Hodge here in just a second. Him on Manziel. CJ did more walking around Radio Row and sitting down with guys and drawing up plays and breaking things down than any quarterback I've ever seen. Most quarterbacks, they sit down and they're talking about their energy drink that they had and the season they just had. There were outlets that legitimately wanted to sit down with him with an iPad and go through things with him.
Well, and part of that was, I think there's just more of that now on the internet. Like Nate Tice is a guy. He's Mike Tice's kid, but he writes for The Athletic. Yeah. And he does a lot of cool, like, Nate Tice is a really good follow in terms of, like, making he speaks just technically enough to make it entertaining, but also educational. And he sat down and like he's been very impressed with C.J. Stroud and all the things he was doing mentally as a rookie. So yeah, they sat down and broke down a couple plays, and it was really cool. There's a lot of people that are just blown away by his ability to process as a rookie in that offense.
Yes. One more from Merrill Hodge. If you're looking to follow his evaluation of Caleb Williams and how much validity is it to him saying Caleb Williams is not special, here was Merrill Hodge, and this was a contrarian pick, believe it or not, back in 24, a contrarian evaluation back in 2014. Merrill Hodge, back then on ESPN, on set with Skip Bayless and Stephen A. Smith, with this evaluation of Johnny Manziel.
He's a fifth or sixth round grade. If you have a compensatory pick, grabbed him there. But not in the first round.
I'm sorry, I got a question. Are you saying that Johnny Manziel may not even be worth a pick in the first 3 rounds?
Oh, I wouldn't. The project is so massive. There are so many major flaws.
So what are your thoughts about people who believe he should be the first overall pick in the draft?
Listen, obviously it's not a perfect science, but I think people who will take him in the first round,
if you did,
if you took it first overall, I would think that staff would be gone in 2 years, and whoever made that pick be gone in 2 years.
That's pretty good right there. That's pretty good.
I think this is the thing that Hodge probably knew. that I remember hearing at the time from people, or at least afterwards, like that there were a lot of teams that just completely had Johnny Manziel off their board. They wouldn't draft him in the 7th round.
Right.
They just knew.
Yeah.
They knew he had issues. Like above and beyond anything that had been publicly reported, above and beyond, like, well, hey, he's a 22-year-old kid. 22-year-old kids are going to have fun. Like, there was a lot of, he went 22nd, and that was because the owner stepped in and decided that he wanted Johnny Manziel on his team.
Yeah.
There were people that had to arm wrestle Jerry Jones away from the nuclear button on drafting Johnny Manziel, because there were a lot of people that knew that you shouldn't draft Johnny Manziel in the first. Johnny Manziel's probably the best indicator that a lot of the draft media really doesn't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
A big chunk of them.
Yeah.
It's just like Will Levis last year, where like there's people that like in their minds they talk themselves into being like, oh, it's a certain thing. Of course he's a first rounder.
Yeah.
When in fact, like the majority of teams don't want anything to do with the guy.
Will Levis showed up at the Gronk Cabana at the Shaq party on Friday night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I didn't talk to him. I wanted to walk over and say, have you heard? You're trash. But I didn't do that. Hey, by the way, you know who wasn't talking to the right scouts when it came to Manziel on this very day where Hodge said he was a 5th or 6th round pick? Skip Bayless.
Merrill Hodge, with all due respect, you have never, ever been more wrong in your assessment of a football player than you just were about Johnny Manziel. Not only will Houston forever regret if they don't take Johnny with the 1st overall pick, but he won't be a bust. He's going to be a franchise player. He's going to be a star. He will make Pro Bowls. Cliff Kingsbury, do you know Cliff, or have you crossed his path? Cliff played some pro football. He was Johnny's quarterback coach as a freshman, now the head coach at Texas Tech. When I asked Cliff, will these skills translate to pro football, he chuckled for about a minute at me on the phone. Chuckled. He said, Skip, he's going to be a star.
Okay. I see a lot of people that this clip will come up and people will be like, that's it. Skip's done for. Like, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. To be clear, that's not why I played it.
Yeah. No, God. Cliff Kingsbury should be done for.
Yeah.
That guy will never get a head coaching job in the NFL with a take like that.
or any job at all. Over and over and over.
Another offensive coordinator job after he loses that head coaching job.
Right.
Yeah, that's by the way, I did notice, because when all this was floating around with Merrill Hodge saying this about Caleb Williams, I saw a bunch of people saying, well, he had a 2nd-round grade on Pat Mahomes. And I got really confused because I saw quotes and everything. Yeah. And I looked it up. Apparently, there's a guy named Adam Hodge, spelled the same way, who's a Chicago radio host, who had predicted that Patrick Mahomes is no better than a 2nd-round pick. And meanwhile, I don't see him correcting it anywhere when people are citing Merrill Hodge for his horrible take.
Oh, he's letting Merrill take the heat?
It was Adam Hodge's quote, but people see H-O-G-E, and they're like, well, that's got to be the same guy.
Yeah, I'll let Merrill take the hits. Yeah. All right. Great point by a texter to the show about the Texans season next year. In light of what just happened in the Super Bowl last night, what effect this could have on the Texans season next year is a really interesting question. We will discuss it next. I want to tell you right now about soda weight loss, and you
SportsRadio.com. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Good to be back. Good to be back in Houston. Great week in Vegas. Big thanks again to Yingling Flight for bringing us there. That was awesome. Low T Center as well. Bull shirts. Really, really cool. We had a great week out there on Radio Row. Hope you all enjoyed it. We return to a world where the Kansas City Chiefs are once again the world champions, third time in 5 years. This is definitely fits the category of a modern-day NFL dynasty. The big question now is, okay, how much do they need to do to catch Bill Belichick and Tom Brady? And that'll be a multi-year thing. And Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid have said as much. So it's not as though the first thing they said when they got the Lombardi Trophy handed to them was, hey, I know he's got 6, but it's different now because, like free agency and all kinds of other stuff. Like it's harder now to keep a team together, rookie contracts and whatnot. Good question by a texter, Seth. A fun question, at least to think about. Says, Sean, I need the odds on the Texans opening the season in Kansas City next year. I think it's almost a sure thing.
Why?
Remember the last time that happened?
Yeah, but why would it be a sure thing that it's a Texan?
I don't think it's a sure thing. I haven't even looked. I'm just reading the text.
Okay. Well, that's how he feels. Yeah, he's like, they're gonna screw us.
I don't know. I think he may be. I look at that. I know the schedule is going to be a lot harder next year. I'm excited about that. There's going to be a lot of fun matchups on the schedule. There will
be fun matchups.
Yeah.
I do. You know what? If they did open with the Chiefs, the good thing would be a Thursday night game.
Right.
So you get like an extra mini bye there.
Yes.
So you play your game. You get an extra few days to recover from any injuries. Guys get into football shape a little bit better with a little bit of extra recovery time. Okay, I would look forward to that challenge. Yes.
Of all the things that are potentially available to the Texans on the schedule next year that are sort of specialty things, I'm going to list them here for you. Which do you want the most? Do you want them to play the season opener in Kansas City? Because they could. Do you want them to play a Thanksgiving Day game in Dallas? Because they could. Or do you want them to play either the Vikings or the Jags in London? Because they could. Those are all situations that are available to the Houston Texans on the road next year.
Okay, selfishly, I want to go to London.
Okay.
Which we would figure out a way. Our new boss, Parker, is just awesome at finding ways to fund these
He's really
things.
good at that, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I feel like we would be going to London. We could bring, I could learn English on Duolingo before we go over, so I could be
British English.
British
yes.
English.
Yeah.
Which is very, very hard to decipher.
Yes.
But I think so. There was opening Thanksgiving. I don't know. I don't get as worked up about Thanksgiving Day games. I'd rather be part of the Chiefs opener with the idea that, okay, man, you pull this off and you've got a hell of an upset on a huge stage. This will be a lot of fun. Might set the stage for even a few flex games into prime time later in the year. People love CJ Stroud. And does that help the team at all competitively? I don't know. I just know that I enjoy the excitement of a nationally broadcast game. And that one compared to the Thanksgiving one, it feels more like a genuine prime time, like, okay, here we go. America is watching.
It does. Now the Cowboy Thanksgiving Day game, I think, pulled the biggest number in the regular season this year.
Yeah.
So numbers-wise, but I get what you're saying.
But the narratives have already been cast by that point in the year. It's
100%. No, there's something about the season opener that's really, really cool. Now, the last time that was available to the Texans, they went to Kansas City, and that was the beginning of the 4-game death march for the career of Bill O'Brien as the Houston Texans head coach. They opened the 2020 season in Kansas City that year.
We knew, the day they announced the schedule, it didn't look good for Bill O'Brien. It was very much – Bill O'Brien had embarked upon a do-or-die strategy that offseason. It was either going to work or it was going to be a huge failure. And Bill O'Brien knew it. I know from – Bill O'Brien knew it.
Sure.
And then so Bill O'Brien, knowing that, I'm sure saw that first 4-game schedule and thought, well, here we go. I'm either going to be employed after week 4 or I'm not. Because you had what? You had the Chiefs. You had the Steelers.
Chiefs. It went at the Chiefs, home for the Ravens.
Yeah.
Home for the at the Steelers.
Yeah.
And home for the Vikings. Those are the first 4 games. They were all playoff or near playoff teams at least.
Remember the Vikings game? You had you had Gary Kubiak, Dom Capers, and Bill O'Brien all on the field at the same time.
I do.
Every head coach who had ever been for the Houston Texans was out there, and they had a picture beforehand. And then a few hours later, Bill O'Brien got fired.
It was not long after that that he got let go. I would say if I knew we were going to London, then either of those London games would be great. Probably choose the Jags just because it's a division game. But the Vikings, and for those wondering, like, okay, Sean, how do you know that they could play in those games? They've named the host teams for all the international games this year.
Yeah.
And 2 of the London games are being hosted by the Vikings and the Jags, and those are both road teams on the Texans schedule this year. Similarly, Dallas is a road team on the Texans schedule, hence Thanksgiving Day. And Kansas City is a road team on the Texans schedule, hence the season opener possibility.
We don't know who the quarterback would be for the Vikings, but did you see Kirk Cousins dancing at the NFL Awards?
I did. He was good.
On his
Achilles,
his new Achilles there.
Yeah.
He looked all right.
He looked all right. He looked ready to go. The word on the street is they want to bring him back in Minnesota. Kirk Cousins.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I wonder, isn't it weird that I feel like there's not nearly as much skepticism over 35-year-old. He'll be 36 when the season starts. 36-year-old Kirk Cousins' Achilles as there is over 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers' Achilles. Is that I guess, I mean, and that's a big difference with athletes. The difference between 36 and 40 is a big difference. And yet 36 is not a spring chicken when it comes to an Achilles tendon surgery.
No. I think it has everything to do with Aaron Rodgers and the presence of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of and I get it. Trust me, I get it.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit of just not wanting to see Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I mean,
everybody's saying he can't.
Can you think of 2 more opposite guys when it comes to trying to seek out attention and look at me and then Kirk Cousins and Aaron Rodgers? That's why. He's doing a good job of drawing attention to himself.
I always think of Kirk Cousins when we have discussions remember C.J. Stroud last week was asked by Zach Gelb if he was a top 5 quarterback. C.J. said, sure, he's a top 5 quarterback. He didn't really do it in a headline grabbing way or anything. I would want my guy to think he's the best quarterback in the league, but then there's, how do you answer that question? But when it comes to just being a diva in general with quarterbacks, I do, there is a bit of you want the guy to have a bit of a diva in him, right? You want to have a certain striving for greatness. And they got to learn how to manage it while also being a leader of men. But Kirk Cousins is always the guy I look at as all right, man, yeah. I mean, technically, he's everything you should want in your quarterback, the way he acts and conducts himself. But there's a little bit missing in terms of that either flair or just simple ego or something that might be what keeps him from genuinely being great.
But and yet he's going to get paid again this offseason by somebody.
Right. No, he's not bad at all.
Right.
But I'm saying it feels like there's a ceiling on his performance.
Yes, the evidence is there that there is. The evidence is there that he doesn't play well in primetime games and he can't win big games and he can't make a postseason run. Even with a team that won 13 games 2 years ago, he gets knocked out by Daniel Jones in the first round.
It was Clint and I were kind of sitting, we were watching Cam Newton walk through Radio Row, and you're just there's a certain part, Cam Newton's the other end of the spectrum, where Cam Newton wants all the attention all the time. Yeah. He wants to be an icon, and the sweet spot is probably somewhere more on the Cam Newton side of the spectrum, not all the way to the Cam Newton side of the spectrum,
right?
But somewhere close. And Brady's got that in him. Brady is a consummate player who wouldn't, genuinely didn't care from game to game if they were going to run the ball 40 times. He was cool if that meant winning, but there was also that part of him that individually wanted to be the best guy out there and wanted to be better than Peyton Manning and everything else. I don't know if Kirk has that. Kirk doesn't have that natural, that extra little bit of pettiness and wanting to destroy people that maybe you really need.
If he did, it would have shown itself by now. Like you said, he's 36 years old. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. The Chiefs are Super Bowl champions again. Where does the Chiefs dynasty stack up amongst other NFL dynasties, and what is the path to catch Tom Brady and Bill Belichick? We will discuss next. But first, Yellow Rose. My guy Matt Appleby, the CEO at Zamora.
Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
First and goal at the 3. Lining up in the clock at 10 seconds and ticking. In the shotgun, Mahomes. 4-man front, receiver in motion, low snap. He runs and he throws, caught, touchdown! It's caught! Hardman caught the ball! The Chiefs have won! The Chiefs have won! The entire bench empties, chasing Mahomes in the end zone. Their third Super Bowl in 5 years.
That was Kevin Harlan on the call. Westwood won a game that if you listen to that call, you heard it right here on Sports Radio 610. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. Good to be with you. So we are in a world where the Chiefs are once again Super Bowl champions, third time in 5 years, and the D word is coming up now, Dynasty, for these guys. And Mike Sando, Seth, of The Athletic, has his Pick Six column he does every Monday, and he does a really deep dive, a good one on this, about, okay, where do the Chiefs stack up compared to other dynastic organizations in recent football history? And, the thing to me, his criteria, his requirements, kind of the velvet rope of this whole thing to get into the club, winning 3+ Super Bowls over a 5-season span, posting the NFL's best regular season winning percentage, beginning with the first Super Bowl winning season and ending with the final or most recent one, and then reaching the conference championship round more than half the time during this dynastic period. And by his measurements, there's really only 4 dynasties that are in this conversation during the Super Bowl era.
Yeah.
The New England run from 2001 through 2018, the San Francisco run from 1981 to 1994, the Pittsburgh Steelers of the 70s, 74 through 79, and these current day Kansas City Chiefs. And I know there's going to be some Cowboy fans like, what about the Cowboys? They won 3 they won 3 in 4 years, and they fired Jimmy Johnson. They've never been, they won. They fired Jimmy Johnson, put Barry Switzer in there, won another one. They've never been back.
It wasn't a 5-year run.
That's right.
This is the minimum span in this one has to be 5 years.
Yep.
It's a little bit odd in that you're like, okay, so you can win 3 Super Bowls over 5 years, but if you do it in less time than that, then you're not. But still, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, plus that 5-year span. The big part, I was impressed with him adding the regular season win percentage over the course of that time.
Yeah.
Because that just shows like absolute dominance from during the season into the Super Bowl, into the playoffs,
consistency.
All of that.
Yeah. And I think the other ones that popped into my head, I'm like, well, the Redskins won 3 over a 12-year period with 3 different quarterbacks. And Sando points out, but yeah, like their bad years though were not great. They didn't make when they made it to the conference championship game, they normally went on to win the Super Bowl. They just didn't make the conference championship game all that much.
And that's where the dynasty part comes in, I think. Yeah, where it takes out some of the randomness of winning a championship. Like, because you can, if you make a stab at it, but then you suck the next year, but then you make a stab at it again, it's not as impressive as if you're good throughout. So I guess the impressive thing about New England compared to those other 3 is just obviously the total number of seasons.
Yeah.
Like it was 18 seasons. It was 14 seasons for the 81 through 94 49ers as well, but the 18 seasons while winning 13 while appearing in 13 conference championships. Those numbers just put everything, those other 3 teams, it dwarfs those other 3 teams.
Yeah. Like it's almost you're comparing apples and oranges, I think, if you're trying to go, okay, which is the more impressive dynasty, this one who's done it for 5 years or this one who's done it for 18 years?
Right,
it's really hard to draw comparisons. I guess where I go, okay, which team at their peak have I been most impressed by? And the weird thing about the Patriots, because it's going to be the Patriots and the Chiefs that get compared, because they kind of semi-overlap the same era, or at least they butt up against each other, because the Steelers of the 70s, it was a completely different NFL back then. The Niners, that dynasty ended in 94. I think the weird thing about the Patriots, Seth, is some of the most impressive versions of the Patriots were ones that didn't even win Super Bowls.
Right.
Like the 2007 Patriots team might be the best team I've ever seen play in my lifetime. They didn't win the Super Bowl that year.
Yeah.
So I think the most impressive thing about this Chiefs run here that they've had, if we want to call it a dynasty, is that they've been able to win Super Bowls when they're seemingly not even at their best. Like this was not a great version of the Chiefs this year.
Yeah, which I mean, you can say that about New England as well.
Sure.
And I think that that's the thing about New England is that when you make it to as many conference championships as you do, and you make the 13 conference championships in the course of 18 seasons, you're gonna some years you're gonna have a better team, but it just doesn't work out. And you don't make the Super Bowl or you lose the Super Bowl, there's going to be other years where everything falls your way. And, Belichick was always very open about that. Look, it's really a matter about getting to that Final Four. That's the real challenge is, are you good enough to get to that Final Four? And then from one year to the next, sometimes the ball's just not going to bounce your way. I see, for me, Sean, the interesting one for me right now with Kansas City is comparing them to the 74 through 79 Steelers.
Okay.
Because that's one, the Chiefs can't surpass that Steelers team for another 2 years because the Steelers did it in 6 seasons. They won 4 Super Bowls. Mm-hmm. So right now the Chiefs have in 5 seasons won 3 Super Bowls. And they might be able to make one more Super Bowl appearance, but because they've gone to 4 Super Bowls. But the Steelers went to 4 Super Bowls and won all 4 of them.
They're 4-0
over the course of 6 seasons. The Steelers had a 767 regular season win percentage during that time, where the Chiefs right now are at 759. Conference championship appearances, all that stuff is just about identical. So they really they can only match what the Steelers did back in the 70s, which goes to show you how impressive it was with what the Steelers did in the 70s. However, that was before free agency. It was easier to keep a team together then. So, in some respects, the level of difficulty is higher for the current Chiefs.
That's my big thing. Is that's why I kind of when I was listing those 4 dynasties, I'm almost treating the Steelers like they were operating, before there was running water. You know what I mean? Because it was such a different environment to try to to keep your team together and things like that. That the Chiefs...
They also may have been using steroids.
There's that, too.
There is that.
There is that. And may. They were. So, yeah.
Jim Haslett said that the reason that they started using steroids on the Bills was because they found out that all these guys on the Steelers were using steroids.
Yeah.
So whether that's true or not, who knows? But there's that element to it.
Dude, it's so impressive, though, looking at these teams. Mike Sando has this chart. The Patriots, dude. 18 seasons, 18 winning seasons, number 1 in winning percentage over that time. Can you imagine rooting for a team that goes to the conference championship game 13 times in 18 years? 13 times in 18 years. 72% of the time, they get to the Final Four of the NFL. They go to 9 Super Bowls in 50% of the time they go to the Super Bowl. 72% of the time, conference championship game. 50% of the time, they get to the Super Bowl. 1 out of 3 years, they're winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Boy, these Patriot fans who grew up in their teens, their elementary school and teens coincided with the advent of this Patriots dynasty.
Yeah.
They are headed for some lean times, man. There's a lot of Patriot fans out there who just in the last couple years have experienced what it's like to be on the other side of this thing.
Well, no, it wasn't. Yeah, it was all those. They were raising a bunch of little King Joffreys.
Yes.
It just, those kids grew up knowing nothing but Patriots success, experiencing championships in all 4 major sports in that city, and they never knew anything except excellence. And it's a little bit of a rude awakening for them here now when they have to try to figure out why is my baseball owner not even trying to win championships?
What is this losing that's going on right now?
The damn city hasn't won a championship since 2018.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Are they okay? Should we check on Boston? Oh, my God. That's horrible. We have.
They won 2 championships in 2018, but still. they won. The Patriots beat the Rams, dude. And the Red Sox won their World Series in 2018, right? Yeah.
So you brought this up earlier. As a Texan fan, we're watching this game last night, and the template for what the Texans are trying to do is San Francisco, right? D'Amico comes off of that Kyle Shanahan tree. If there's one of those 2 teams that they're trying to mirror, it's San Francisco, which is strange because the one team that has the elite level quarterback is Kansas City. The Texans have an elite level quarterback. Is there anything about watching San Francisco operate in these situations, Seth, where they're getting knocked out in the playoffs or losing Super Bowls, that has any impact on how you view what the Texans are trying to do?
Okay, I would say the two biggest decisions that Kyle Shanahan made that I think faced the most scrutiny. One was obviously the decision not to possess the ball in overtime first. Possession to possess, excuse me. Yeah. The decision to possess the ball in overtime first. When with the current rules, okay, why not let the other team go first, and then you know for sure whether you need a field goal or a touchdown, or if anything at all. So it gives you that control. Shanahan cited analytics and why he made that decision. I actually agreed with Romo in what his theory was, which was that the 49ers had just been on the field for a 13-game series on defense, and the defense maybe needed a break. Mm-hmm. So just go ahead and get your offense out there first. People were questioning that. I don't know what DeMeco Ryans would have chosen to do there.
I don't either.
As a defensive coach, I feel like he might have, for non-analytical reasons, just done it for the physiological reasons. Mm-hmm. The other one was Shanahan not using his timeouts at the end of the first half.
Oh, yeah.
To get a chance. Like, that's a pretty conservative methodology to just go ahead and let Kansas City wind it down when you could be getting a chance to. I'm torn on that because I do think it was putting some pressure on the Chiefs that I don't know if you win that staring contest. It is Andy Reid on the other side who's not all that great with the clock management himself at times. But I think that would DeMeco have taken – DeMeco has taken timeouts at the end of the half to get an extra possession this season.
Yeah,
I think DeMeco probably would have taken those timeouts.
Yeah, he's been very aggressive in those situations.
I think DeMeco in some respects is – like the perception or the fear perhaps is always that a defensive-minded coach is going to be super conservative. I think DeMeco has actually been more aggressive than many offensive-minded coaches like Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
So I think that will serve them well as long as if the offense can get to the point where the 49ers offense is.
Obviously, yeah. Like you watch that offense, you go, okay, well, that's operating at a different level right now.
An anonymous coach told Mike Sando regarding that, I would have pulled my hamstring calling the defensive timeouts there.
That's good. Here's what the recap...
Oh, that was a game management specialist who said that, actually.
Okay. This is what the game recap says about Shanahan's decision in overtime. Prior to the game, Shanahan said he and his analytics staff discussed overtime possibilities and decided that with Patrick Mahomes on the other side, it would be best to take the ball first because that would also mean the Niners got the ball third in the event both teams matched points on their opening possessions in overtime because at that point it's sudden death. After each team gets a possession, it's sudden death. That's exactly what I was feeling in overtime. I didn't know this until I read it after the game, but that's where with these rules I'm like, man, to get the ball, I feel like getting the first possession where it's sudden death is a premium item. You know, especially in a game where the two teams have started to get their legs under them offensively. Yeah. They didn't.
You're saying the first possession and the third possession, which is the first time that it's sudden death.
It's sudden death. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Because both those teams, after the botched punt return, the punters never saw the field again after that for either team. You know, so both teams were moving the ball.
Yeah, teams that they were moving the ball, they were kicking field goals or scoring touchdowns.
Yeah.
Honestly, from my perspective, just as a defensive player, a 12-play drive takes it out of you. Sure. And especially when it's at the end of the game, I just thought physiologically you got to factor that in there. It's funny because one of the anonymous coaches that talks to Mike Sando for The Athletic says Kyle not having a dedicated game strategist on staff screwed him. I find that funny because no, they did weigh analytics into this for that.
They looked at it during the week.
These damn guys act like there's only one version of an analytical theory or what have you that can actually make sense. I will say I do think that for DeMeco's rookie season, there were startlingly few game management errors.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there were few game management errors even from a veteran coach's standard. They nailed it down in terms of just getting. I think they're getting input from the right people. I think when DeMeco makes a decision like that, he's got the right people in place to advise him. I think DeMeco has turned being a defensive coach into an offensive advantage by him having the ability to focus on what's going on in the game at large instead of dialing up the next offensive play.
I've got bad news for the texter that thinks that it's a lock that the Texans are going to play the Chiefs in the Thursday night season opener next year. I'm looking at the Chiefs' list of home opponents this coming season, and the Texans are, they're certainly higher up the board than they would have been a year ago, obviously. We forget, they're in the same division with the Chargers. You don't think the NFL is going to want Jim Harbaugh's re-debut on Thursday Night Football? So I would say the Chargers are a sexier opponent for the Chiefs for TV purposes. I think the Texans are a better team than the Chargers, but for TV purposes, which is what this is about, Jim Harbaugh, his first game as Chargers head coach against the Super Bowl champions, that has cachet. They also play the Baltimore Ravens, so a rematch of the AFC title game involving the Super Bowl MVP against the league MVP from this season probably has more cachet. Hell, they got the Bengals at home this year. The return of Joe Burrow and the Chiefs and the Bengals have a little something going between the two of them. They've faced off in really important games the last few years.
Yeah,
I would say the Texans are probably at best fourth on the list to get that first game of the season. I mean, they won't get it. I'm just saying as far as cachet goes.
The Bengals especially just because of that. I mean, they were calling it Burrowhead Stadium for a while.
That's right.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think there's genuine love lost between those two franchises. Look, in this era where these damn guys are doing each other's podcasts and loving each other all over the place, like a little bit of genuine hatred could be nice. So, yeah, I would say just give me the genuine hatred for each other between the Bengals and the Chiefs. Please, give me that.
They also play the Chiefs at San Francisco this coming season. How about that? It's a pretty sporty schedule right there.
Wait, who plays the Chiefs?
The Chiefs play at San Francisco. They play at the 40. I'm just throwing that in there. They play at the 49ers this year. So they've got some. And that's what happens. You win the division, you get harder opponents in those variable games. So that's what happens. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. Super Bowl in the books. Let's go back to Radio Row. C.J. Stroud, I would say, was one of the stars of Radio Row this week. I don't think that's an exaggeration at all. He was on a lot of shows, saying a lot of cool things. The best of C.J. Stroud from Radio Row this past week. We relive the magic next.
The best of home builders. How about this? Kirk.
before you buy.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Radio Row. Radio Row was pretty sweet this year. C.J. Stroud was making the rounds.
It's a content corner.
It was content corner. They were calling
not Radio Row anymore.
No. And I remember we were saying Streamers Row. You know what? I saw a couple of the outlets call it Media Row.
Media Row. Well, they don't even call it. Yeah, it's called the Super Bowl Media Center.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, there are more cameras than there are microphones. Everybody is streaming, and it's and actually, like there's multiple just different TV setups and everything up there. So what they were calling it the Super Bowl Media Center, and what did you see?
No, I saw a few of the outlets there, like FanDuel, DraftKings, call it Media Row.
Media Row.
Media Row, yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, well, because they're not on the radio, so I could see where they'd want a different name for it. C.J. Stroud was on the, speaking of podcasts from gambling outlets, Kay Adams, formerly of Good Morning Football. This is what I like about C.J. He gets asked his opinion on things, and he doesn't dance around it. He's not afraid to give his opinion on things. Here was C.J. Stroud making a case for DeMeco Ryans winning Coach of the Year.
No disrespect to last year's team. Go 3-14-1. Haven't been in the playoffs since 2019, and when you get the roster, everybody's saying you have a below-average roster, a rookie quarterback, rookie offensive coordinator, rookie head coach, and you beat the odds, and you go to the playoffs, you win a playoff game against the guy who won head coach of the year, which I think Stefanski did a great job. He's a great coach as well, but and you lead one of the best defenses in the league. Like, I think that's coach of the year worthy.
Yeah, I think CJ knows it's a regular season award also. He brings up the playoff game, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if he does know it or not. I think most guys don't. I've noticed that. It seems like more players than not don't know that it's a regular season award.
Of all the guys, I would bet CJ may know. He just feels like pretty plugged in on stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just guessing.
And yet it's not an argument for it. So he's either making a bad argument or he doesn't know.
Yeah.
I prefer the first part. I think that part, it should be, since it was a damn near tie, and DeMeco and Stefanski, they had the same number of first place votes?
No. They had the same number of total points, and then the tiebreaker was Stefanski had one more first place vote than DeMeco.
Just one more first.
Because you vote first, second, and third and add up the points. Yeah.
So, I feel like in that situation they should have a runoff, especially when those teams are playing in the genuine playoffs.
Right.
You should have a Coach of the Year playoffs
They should. Here is CJ on what sets DeMeco apart.
I think because he's played and he's been in our shoes before, and he's not that type of guy that is going to be a negative coach. He's a positive person, and he's going to stay that way, but he's going to hold everybody accountable. Going to set a standard, and everybody has to stick to that standard. And he brings that juice every day. So he's been amazing to me in my development, just as a quarterback, just teaching me defense and reads and operational stuff, 2-minute drill, all different type of stuff. I know he's a really good coach. I appreciate him.
Yeah, that last part there, and that just hit me just now listening to that. We hear so much about, quarterback needs an offensive head coach. Cowherd won't shut up about it. They hired 5 defensive head coaches this go-around. I can't believe it. I thought what he touched on there, like there is value to a defensive head coach to a quarterback if you're a curious enough quarterback, like we've heard CJ is. Like they gush about the fact that after plays during scrimmages and things like that, he's going over to Matt Burke and to DeMeco to ask, okay, what'd you guys do there? You know, that kind of thing.
Right.
There's intel to be gathered from both sides.
That's one thing they've taken from the Shanahan philosophy, which is really, really good, which is like understanding both sides of the ball extremely well. And that's something that DeMeco has done from the time he was a rookie, was he wanted to learn as much about why the offense is operating the way they do. So that, I do think that DeMeco, and I'll go back to what we talked about earlier, which is DeMeco, for a rookie coach especially, had very, very few game management gaffes this year. Or even I wouldn't even call them gaffes. I would there were very few even questionable decisions this year from a game management perspective, and I think a lot of it does go back to that, like trying to see the game from a broader perspective. It's also something that I think DeMeco shares in common with Nick Caserio, is that in New England, that's one of the things they're known for, is really having the players understand situational football. Mm-hmm. Like, it's not enough to have the guys on the sideline understand, what needs to be done. The guys on the field got to know exactly why you're doing what you're doing. When you can risk an interception versus when you shouldn't. Exactly. if you don't make it on this down, are you going to be going for it on fourth down? All those little things, like they really factor in. And yeah, you're right. D'Amico, as a defensive coach, has as good a grasp on it as anybody else.
One more,
real quick, since you mentioned Colin Cowherd griping about defensive. He brought up the defensive number of playoffs won by defensive coaches this year, and it annoyed me because it's a classic case where, like, okay, yes, there's also a bias towards hiring offensive coaches, so there are simply more offensive coaches.
Yeah.
And, it'd be like back in the day saying, like, well, clearly only men can be doctors because, look, all the doctors are men.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, because you've only hired men to be doctors.
Yeah.
That's what. Basically, I'm putting defensive coaches in the same plate as women throughout the centuries. They've just as many hardships.
They've been held down.
Yes.
Here's one more from CJ.
They didn't allow defensive coaches to start voting until 1957.
Suffrage. Yep. Here is one more from CJ Stroud, Kay Adams podcast. This is probably more of a visual thing than anything else, but she had the Lombardi Trophy literally sitting on the set.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, CJ would not make eye contact with the Lombardi Trophy. She pointed this out.
This is the actual Lombardi Trophy, CJ.
I don't want to look at it yet.
What?
I'm not going to look at it.
You're not going to look at it? Why?
Because I'm on my own, and I don't want to.
This is the actual one that will be given out to either the Niners or the Chiefs. You don't want to look at it.
Nope. I'm on my own.
You won't even make eye contact with it. I find that fascinating. Really, everybody else is like taking selfies with it. No, why? Can you explain that a little better so I get it?
I don't know. I just feel like I want to put my eyes on the one that I want to win, So that's already up for grabs from two other teams, and, I'm not available in those games. Those aren't my team. That's not my team. So, I'd rather just wait next year for mine.
She sounded like a therapist for a little bit there. Like, oh, tell me more. Why don't you want to make eye contact with this trophy?
She does a really good job of connecting with players.
Yeah,
she gets good interviews out of. I've noticed them. She has a very good. Almost maybe like a therapist. She kind of looks at you in like a way that like she's listening empathetically without judgment, and guys just kind of open up. So CJ opened up about his fear of looking at this year's
fear of looking at the Lombardi Trophy because
it was almost like the reverse of the Weeping Angels on Doctor Who. It was like he was afraid that if he looked at it, it would come attack him or something.
I'm looking at the podium session. We're going to get back to CJ here. Brock Purdy's podium session is on the TV in our studio right now. He's got on a sport coat and a button-down shirt. He's clearly like showered from the game and whatnot. He looks like some debate student at an Ivy League school. Like he's just.
He looks like Lee Harvey Oswald.
That too.
At a podium trying to answer for himself.
That too.
Found it kind of ironic that a ruby-colored team took him out. Yep.
See what you did there? It's just he doesn't look anything like an NFL quarterback. It's wild.
He does. Brock Purdy. Somebody earlier said, "Hey, you can't." We were talking about Brock Purdy, and my take is that I'm not anti-Brock Purdy after last night, but I did think of all the offensive names out there. He was the one guy for the 49ers that in no way looked impressive, other than on maybe the one throw that got called back where he threw under duress across the field. Mm-hmm. That was an impressive throw, but other than that, he did not look nearly as impressive as Christian McCaffrey. Like Deebo Samuel on his better plays, and it's not like Deebo Samuel had a great night. Juwan Jennings certainly not. The most impressive thing he did was throw the ball to Juwan Jennings, who then threw a touchdown.
Yeah. Well, that's where like Cam saying he's their 10th best player, and people were acting like that was some sort of insult. Like, no, on that team, that's a compliment that he's their 10th best player. There's 7 All-Pros on that team.
He's also just a second-year player going up against probably the best defense in the league. I mean, they weren't ranked that way, but in the playoffs, man, they've been a hell of a defense. So I'm not like down on Brock Purdy, but I definitely don't have a final judgment on him this year.
So C.J. Stroud, he was on, you mentioned this earlier, Seth, Micah Parsons' podcast. Micah Parsons had this amazing studio somewhere, nowhere within eye shot of us, but somewhere where he was able to get a lot of really good guests on Radio Row.
Yeah.
Including C.J. Stroud. And he asked C.J. Stroud to name his all-pro offense if he wanted to just run one play. Okay, so we're going to listen to who C.J.'s all-pro offense would be. The part where he draws up a play is a little too visual for radio, but he draws up a play. But do we agree with C.J. Stroud's first-team all-pro? If you needed one dream play to run, here he is.
I'm just going to name my players first. I got Devontae Adams at X, Tank Dell at my slot, my F, LT at left tackle, my guy from the Ravens, 70 at left guard. I got Humphrey at 53, Quinn Nelson at right guard. I got Lane Johnson at right tackle. Got Jahmyr Gibbs, I know you like that, at my running back. I got myself as quarterback, Travis Kelce as my tight end, and I have Jamar Chase as my Z.
Okay.
You like that?
It's not enough, but it's cool.
Okay.
It's cool.
Not enough. What do you mean not enough?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because then CJ just went on to draw up a play, and that was the end of the clip. I would say the most noteworthy things in this first team All-Pro offense that CJ just put together is that Tank Dell is his slot receiver. So Tank is continuing to get love from his fellow rookie C.J. Stroud. I think even
though Tank isn't used as a slot nearly as much as he is outside.
Got to find a way to get his guy in there.
Sounds like he's sending a message to me, to Bobby Slowick.
Use him in the slot more. Now, he does have Devontae Adams on one side and Jamar Chase on the other side.
Jamar Chase.
Yeah. Last I watched, the two of them were busy hooking up for a touchdown in the flag football game. Got his guy Tunsil in there at left tackle. No Trent Williams. He's got Laramie Tunsil.
No Trent Williams,
yeah. 78 on the Ravens. I went and looked up. That's Morgan Moses, who's actually their right tackle. He's going to put him. He's slotting him at left guard here.
He had a good. Morgan Moses had a really good playoff game versus the Texans. Yeah. Like Will Anderson had some success versus Morgan Moses in the regular season. Morgan Moses did a good job there. So I guess CJ took notice. That's tough putting together a team like that where you can't put all your guys from your team on it, obviously. But you just I don't know. I don't like Micah Parsons for putting guys through that. That's potential rift material between guys on the.
I love it.
Dalton Schultz. What if Dalton Schultz feels like he's better than Travis Kelce?
Then he's delusional, okay? Then he needs to have his head checked.
Hey, CJ, I thought we had something special here. I've been saying nice things about you all week long. Now you're saying Travis Kelce is better than me.
He was very excited to put Jahmyr Gibbs on there. It's not just that he put Jahmyr Gibbs on there. He almost felt like he was discovering something nobody else knew when he put Jahmyr Gibbs on there.
He was he wanted approval. He wanted recognition from Micah Parsons on
Jahmyr Gibbs on the offense or on the running back. Yeah.
Did you see when this one wasn't a good soundbite, but like Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura, I don't know if it was staged or not, but like they crashed Pat McAfee's set while C.J. Stroud was on there.
I did see. That's who that was?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So they're both comedians.
Yep.
But Bert Kreischer, known for taking his shirt off, took his shirt off and started doing push-ups, and CJ was kind of roasting him pretty hard. He said, like, it's starting to smell in here after he took his shirt off. And it was weird. It was kind of awkward. Like, Bert Kreischer does a lot of funny, crazy stuff. I felt like Pat McAfee was kind of awkward, too. I don't think it was a work. Is that how I would say it? Or shoot?
Yeah.
What's it when it's planned?
A work is when it's planned. A shoot is when it's real.
I thought it might have been a shoot more so than a work.
Yeah, like Pat.
But they also snuck past security, so I don't know.
Okay.
While Pat McAfee was doing the show.
I will point out that a homeless man came and sat next to me and Brandon Scott in the media workroom at one point. So security is not always 100%.
Are you sure it wasn't Bert Kreischer?
I'm pretty sure. Does Bert Kreischer
kind of got that vibe a little bit?
Does Bert Kreischer have tattoos on his fingers?
It was. You know why I think it was a shoot?
Yeah.
Was it Tom Segura actually started to look kind of awkward, and embarrassed?
We
by
shouldn't
the
have
whole
done
scenario.
this. Yeah.
I think he had second thoughts. He's like, oh, we're not. It's not so easy when you don't have Joe Rogan standing behind you.
Right.
Oh, no.
Right.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
We've gone too far away from the Joe Rogan nest.
All right, so we're in the midst of some version of a dynasty here with the Chiefs. Where are the Texans on the list of AFC teams that might be able to end this thing here for Kansas City? If you are rooting for the Chiefs' downfall, where are the Texans on the list of teams you would back to maybe have that happen? We'll go through that next.
And your own personal slide. Whatever, maybe you made a New Year's resolution.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There's at least one texter says that was the most gangsta flex from CJ not to look at the Lombardi trophy. LOL.
Yeah.
I was cool with it. CJ's still at the stage where I'm pretty much cool with anything he does. I probably criticize like some other quarterback for not looking at the trophy. Like, stop being such a hardo, man. But I'm like, CJ does it. I'm like, good job, CJ.
I think the thing with CJ is compared to like a young Deshaun, and I'm not trashing Deshaun for this. It's something that we were fine with at the time, but we were pretty open about his talk about being legendary all the time. That was a little bit eye-roll inducing. Like the whole fixation with the word legendary, to the point where when he got served, you realized that he lived on Legends Lane. That was a bit much, I thought. And I also didn't like that, and this was before anything, I was on record with this while we were still very positive on Deshaun. There were times where Deshaun would play well, and yet the offense didn't score points, where Deshaun would happily accept lots and lots of praise for having such a great game, despite actually not performing well as an offense. I think CJ he's just naturally wired more about team success and focusing outward than most guys. But there's also going to be moments where when you're doing 20 interviews a day and people are asking you about yourself constantly, then you're gonna give some sound bites that are about yourself. And it's easy if you want to paint somebody in a negative light because of that. But I don't sense that at all from CJ.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. As far as the AFC goes, look, we spent 18 years, 19 years, whatever it was, in the midst of a Patriots dynasty, and there were other good teams embedded in that time frame. Obviously, the Colts had some good years, and the Steelers and so forth. Patriots didn't win the Super Bowl or the conference every year. It just felt that way. We're in the midst right now of a stretch here, Seth, where the Chiefs they're literally in the conference title game every year, and they're in the Super Bowl more often than not, and they're winning the Super Bowl more often than not. So I think it fits the category of a dynasty. If we were to pick the next AFC dynasty, like which teams are best set up to take that mantle from the Kansas City Chiefs and then have a stretch of – and the answer may be there isn't going to be one. It could be one of these things now where, it's like the NFC is, where it feels like there's a different team every year and there's a lot of ups and a lot of downs. Where are the Texans right now on the list of teams in the AFC that – could have a nice 5 or 6 year run here where they're making deep runs into the playoffs and maybe even replacing the Chiefs as a team that's kind of always in the mix each year?
I guess, okay, so where are they set up for the next 5 years? They have that thing which is so rare, which is a quarterback who's already a plus quarterback who can win you games, but on his rookie contract. And I think the trajectory is very, very high on that. So I think that puts them already above the Jaguars. Yep. No matter how you might feel about the Jaguars, if you write off some of the issues that they had this year, and maybe you think that Trevor Lawrence is going to be better next year, he's going to be on a big contract. It's harder to build a team around that guy. The Colts, I like Shane Steichen, but I will put the Texans above the Colts because we don't know if Anthony Richardson, is going to be a genuinely good NFL quarterback. And if he is a genuinely good NFL quarterback, he's a guy who is injured a lot. Yeah. In college and in the NFL so far, it is a track record of misery. So I put him above both those teams that would be close to him. I guess the questions I'm going to have, the Steelers, I would put them above the Steelers. I'm kind of taking the teams that are right around them in the rankings.
Yeah.
I would put the Texans above the Steelers again because they know who their quarterback is. I would put the Texans above the Dolphins because Tua Tagovailoa, we're not sure what he is as a quarterback, and now he's probably going to be making a lot more money over the next couple of years.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find teams that I don't feel better about the Texans, and I've just land with really the Ravens, the Bills, the Chiefs. They're above the Texans right now just because. And I know the Bills have their issues, but for where they are. Not many, Sean. Not many.
Yeah, I think there's 3 other teams that I would throw. I did the same thing, Seth. I basically wrote down all the seeds from the playoffs, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I feel better about the Texans in Miami. Feel better than them about Jacksonville. I know Jacksonville wasn't a playoff team. Feel better than them about Cleveland, even with Cleveland with this elite defense. They've got Deshaun Watson with a $65 million cap hit each of the next 3 years. Not an exaggeration. They're going to have a really hard time keeping that team together. I feel better than them about Cleveland, or better about the Texans than Cleveland. You mentioned Baltimore. You mentioned Buffalo. I can agree with you on those. I think 2 other interesting teams. Cincinnati gets back Joe Burrow. Now, keep in mind, Joe Burrow has not been able to finish a season 2 out of the 4 years he's been in the NFL. So that's and his contract.
And he's a guy that he's kind of cavalier about sacks. Like, he doesn't accept responsibility for them.
And he takes a lot of them.
Yeah, and quarterbacks, one thing they've learned in recent years is that quarterbacks are more responsible for sacks that they take than the offensive line itself.
Yeah.
That doesn't excuse bad offensive line play, but guys like Peyton Manning, for instance, were always really good at it, even behind a bad offensive line. They didn't get sacked a lot, whereas Burrow does not share that same responsibility.
And his contract kicks in this year, his second contract, so it's going to be harder for them to spend in free agency like they did prior to getting to the Super Bowl in 2021. I would put Houston ahead of Cincinnati. Okay, this is an interesting one. And when I bounced this question off of Landry during one of the breaks, the first team he brought up, we talked about it for 15 seconds, so it's not like you put a whole list, but it was interesting to me. He's like, what about the Chargers?
Mm-hmm.
You've got an elite quarterback, and now you've got Jim Harbaugh as the head coach. You had to buy stock in the Texans or the Chargers with Harbaugh there now. Which one would it be?
I'm not a superstitious man, Sean, except for one entity. I don't fear black cats. I don't fear walking underneath a ladder. I fear the Chargers and the Spanos family, and I feel that they are perpetually hexed.
Cursed.
Yeah. So I'm not worried about them until further notice.
Until they actually win something. I think that's fair. I guess the bottom line with all this, Texan fans feel good. You're in a conference where it feels like the Chiefs win every year, but it's not going to be this way forever. They were like the B- version of themselves for most of the year until the playoffs rolled around.
The thing about the Browns is that I'm sure there was a part with the Browns when they signed Deshaun Watson that thought, well, look, yeah, it's a huge contract, it's all guaranteed, but we'll be able to push some of that off. After things get rolling and we feel good about everything, we can restructure the contract in such a way that we spread it out over many more years or what have you. There's no way in hell they feel that way right now.
No.
That oh, wow, yeah, Deshaun has just been so thoroughly and astoundingly awesome that we want to give him a 10-year contract for $1 billion.
Well, that's
They're
the
not
thing.
feeling that way.
Any attempt at pushing money into the future means you're committing to him for even longer than you are committed right now.
Making it that much more uncomfortable. Or you're going to have a huge cataclysmic year where you can't even feel the roster because it's all backloaded before you have to get rid of them.
Let's grade some people, Seth. You and I like to take a look at the broadcast, the quality of the broadcast, especially when it's a CBS broadcast. And how would you grade Tony Romo's performance yesterday?
I would give him, on which scale? I mean, if the standard is Greg
Olsen,
thank you. No, McElroy. So Greg Olsen, I would give him a C, which is pretty good for Romo. I thought there were only a few instances in which he was just so far out of left field that I was besides myself with rage. Like when he oddly was talking about the disciplined pass rush on a play where Gene Steratore and Jim Nantz were desperately trying to discuss an intentional grounding penalty that probably was the wrong penalty. Romo saw a tackle box and assumed that they must be talking about the pass rush.
I would tell
instead of the intentional grounding.
If I could give Romo one piece of advice, I would say when it comes time to break down rules, that's why Gene's here. Gene is here. We don't need you to do that. You are making it worse. You're confusing people. He never
understands the rule. He never understands Steratore's breakdown.
No.
And then he tries to explain to Gene back to Gene what Gene just said.
Yeah.
And then Gene's put in a position of like trying to be polite and not say, no, Tony, you're dead wrong. You didn't understand a thing I just said.
He's got to keep cleaning up Romo's mess like the whole time. Like, just stay out of the way.
Just before the game-winning pass, Romo would not stop over-explaining why there would be a second overtime period.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like it was good that he mentioned that, hey, by the way, just in case you're wondering why they're not in a hurry-up mode here, there's going to be another quarter where they're going to keep playing until the game is over. And he explained it 3 times right up until the snap, when that should be Jim Nantz setting the stage for exactly how big a set of downs this was.
No doubt. No doubt. Speaking of Nantz, we know Jim Nantz's calling card is the final call of a game. You know, he's usually got some sort of pun or joke or something witty related to the locale that the game is being played in. Here was Jim Nantz's final call on Mecole Hardman's game-winning touchdown.
First and goal. Mahomes flings it. It's there! Hardman! Jackpot! Kansas City!
Jackpot? Kansas City.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
In Vegas?
There are so many allusions to Vegas during the broadcast that it almost felt like a requirement. That didn't feel overly corny
that was
or anything.
Simple, yeah.
Yeah, we're in Vegas. Yeah, he'll have a jackpot, and there you go.
I thought it was all right. It would have been very bold for him to somehow incorporate Taylor Swift into his call.
Oh, that would have been great.
Jackpot! Tailor made! You know, something like that.
I bet he had one in case it was Kelce.
I bet he did too.
If it were Kelce, he would have a final call.
That'd be a fun question for Nantz. Like, how many final calls do you have in the holster for a big event like that?
Right.
Like, it's not. I think it's. I wouldn't be surprised to hear he's got like 5 or 6, depending on what happens. You know, depending on how the. I thought
jackpot seems like that was going to be the generic one, the non-specialized one.
Right, especially if the game ends on that play. You know, like a game-winning field goal.
Yeah, if it had been Mahomes running in, he probably had a tailor-made one. Oh, excuse me. Now you got
Kelce,
me doing it.
Yeah.
No. I'm saying he would have had a tailor-made one for that situation.
Oh, okay.
If it had been Mahomes running in, I'm saying I was using the actual phrase tailor-made. I wasn't trying to make a pun. He would have had a specific one for that situation.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Or if he would have had Kelce, it would have been a specific one. I feel like Pacheco is a eminently word-playable name. It's just a fun word to say, a fun name to say.
Mm-hmm.
But, not in that situation.
How would you grade the studio show?
I liked it, actually. I enjoyed them in the pregame. I think JJ's really getting more and more comfortable and coming into his own. I think that one of our listeners pointed out that at halftime it seemed like Phil Simms couldn't get a word in, and then he seemed frustrated by it. I wouldn't have noticed that. I didn't notice that. I did notice that he took a shot at Boomer out of nowhere, which I thought was kind of fun and light when they were talking about the connection between Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce, and Boomer was talking about, like, I don't know where he's going to be. I don't know what he's going to do. And Phil Simms said, kind of like doing a broadcast with you.
Wow.
And I thought, well, that's a good little jab. And then I looked at Phil, and he was just giving him the death glare.
Yeah. That's a shoot. That is what that is. I give it a C for crowded. They have way too many people on that thing.
Too many people?
Too many people on that studio show. Way too many people. I'm amazed James Brown's able to orchestrate that whole thing the way that he does. He does a really good job. John Lopez is here.
Hello.
How are you?
I am fantastic.
Amy and I, when I got home yesterday, Amy had this whole spread ready to go for the game.
Atta baby.
Including some steak, like ground down into like cheesesteak level.
Oh, yeah. That's delicious.
Marinated in OG sauce.
Well, you're dang right it was.
Yeah, it was really good, man.
Yeah, OG sauce. Really OG sauce was making the rounds last night.
I must have had like 7 sliders of that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
We still have a ton left over.
Yeah, it was. That's good stuff. I'm glad. Thank you.
Yeah. So we all made it back.
Yep. We're going to have a lot to cover, but on your discussion there on Jim Nantz, I feel like if you asked him, you wouldn't get the whole truth. Because I think every announcer has a couple in the back.
I think you should. I think it's you're being irresponsible to not.
Well, you're already or just not human. I mean, you're always thinking, okay, what if this? What if that?
Yeah. Overall, I would say hi, Landry.
How you living?
I'm doing good, man. What did you think last night? We were just grading the broadcast.
The broadcast itself sucked. I mean, it was terrible. The pregame coverage was elite. I mean, from Burleson to like everything they did, JJ, all that, it was great. But yeah, it sucked. It was bad.
I thought CBS did a better job than they typically do with the replays and getting the flag indicator up. And maybe because there weren't that many flags, but CBS sometimes will wait until 10 seconds after the play is over to indicate that there's a flag on the play. I thought they were good with that. Now I feel like I've really lowered the bar.
Wow, they got the penalty.
No, everything except the actual call was great.
Yeah.
Like everything except the call was great. But they got to do something. They got to get rid of Romo at this point. I mean, it's embarrassing. We've lowered the bar so much to where it's actually kind of embarrassing. It's pathetic.
Yeah. Did you enjoy the Sinatra My Way game intro?
Yeah, that was good, man. Everything they did was the best. It's just the Nance and Romo, that's.
And then the bell
sucks.
rang. Yeah,
yeah, it's bad.
That's what they say. And then the bell rang.
You got punched in the face.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. This has been Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you and another explanation of why there will be a second quarter in overtime.
Indeed.
From Tony Romo.
All right, we're done. We're out of time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. They start now.
So I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of a San Francisco 49er fan right now. And let's pretend that the Texans lost a game in the exact manner in which the San Francisco 49ers lost yesterday. What would be the toughest pill for you to swallow? What would be the thing that you would just look back at and say, damn, that was rough?
Dude, just, throw me an alley-oop, why don't you? This is easy. This is so easy. What the hell was Kyle Shanahan thinking?
Okay.
What?
So that's where you would go?
Oh, my, that's the story. That is absolutely the story. Bro, that's Patrick Mahomes over there. Oh, I was waiting for the third possession. You're waiting for the third possession? Look, I'm not trying to just bash on Kyle Shanahan. If this were the Texans and it was their first Super Bowl, I would shrug and say, you know what? Tip of the cap. You tried your best. You got to the Super Bowl. If it was their first Super Bowl and we'd never been there before, I think I would.
Good Lord.
But Kyle Shanahan now has a trend of
28-3. 2 10-point leads blown.
Yeah. And my thing was, okay, so it wasn't just that, and I'm hesitating to use the C word, choke.
Oh, okay.
Because, well, some people might. Anyway, I'm hesitating to use the C word because that's pretty harsh, and you are in the Super Bowl, and it was in overtime, and it was the last moments of overtime. But, Landry, I'm not on an island here, am I? I mean, because, what are you doing? What are you doing not having 4 downs versus 3? If nothing else, you get 4 downs on every offensive series or whatever until you move the chains or whatever versus 3. Yeah. You're not only not doing that, you're giving Patrick Mahomes 4.
Yeah, taking the ball first was weird. I didn't know what was going on with that. That was interesting.
So many things, and you know how I was really pulling for the Niners in this game, and you got to give it to Patrick Mahomes. We'll get to all that, but so many things, I'm looking back and I'm like, it kind of was a choke.
So that's where you're at.
Yes.
Figgy, what would be the hardest thing that happened in the game for you? Let's say the Texans lost the exact same way that the 49ers lost. What would be the hardest thing for you to take?
Probably how they kind of melted at the end, man. I felt like I feel like the Chiefs made it look so easy, man. They made it look so easy on that last drive, and they just melted, man.
All right, I get what you guys are saying.
I feel like you're going to come with a right hook here.
No,
something out of left field.
It's not a right hook.
Okay,
but if let's say that the Texans are starting off pretty good, and they clearly are bringing the juice on defense. Mm-hmm. Let's say Christian Harris becomes an awesome player. If he tears his Achilles jogging on the field between timeouts, I'm done. I'm not. I like that. That as soon as that happened, because Greenlaw was bringing the juice. He was the meanest mofo out there. He was tackling. He was yelling. He was screaming. He was bringing his hard hat. If Christian Harris was doing that, if he gets hurt, he gets hurt.
Yeah.
Jogging in to the game after a timeout? I am done, man.
I thought about that when it first happened, but they were up 10 at one point.
Man, I could not fathom that.
You know what I was thinking when I saw that? That guy was going to tear his Achilles no matter what. It just happened to be something about his Achilles was about to go. You know? I don't know if it was just overuse, tired, end of the season.
Wait till first down at least.
But
please.
yeah, it could have happened on first down. But when I thought that, I was like, if he tore his Achilles doing that, it was going to tear. It was going to tear at some point doing something. I get it. I just go back to, like, Kyle Shanahan, man. I love you. I was pulling for you. Bad. What are you doing? And let's take it a step further. You got a lead coming out of halftime. On 2 series, you throw the ball 6 times. Like, he choked. Like it got to him. Maybe choke is still too harsh, but the moment got too big for him. Dude, you got Christian McCaffrey. You got a lead. You're coming out of the second half. You want to be able to at least move the chains. You're throwing the ball every down. Like, I couldn't get over that if I were a Niners fan. I couldn't do it.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We are celebrating the season that was. It was a fun season. It ends in a familiar way. The Kansas City Chiefs are the Super Bowl champs, and I'll be honest, I doubted them 3 times. I was 0 for 3.
Yeah.
They got the job done. And
hard to bet against that guy.
Here was the final call on CBS with Jim Nantz.
Please don't.
And Tony Romo.
No, don't play the final call.
What's going on?
First and goal. Mahomes flings it. It's there! Hardman! Jackpot! Kansas City!
Oh, thank you. Whew. Thank you, Figgy. Figgy with the quickest fingers in the studio.
Thank you, Figgy.
Because after that, it got ugly. You know, one of my passing thoughts on this game, I did passing thoughts on this game just because I like doing that. Tony Romo was almost good.
What does that mean?
He was almost good. Some of his analysis was really impressive, but he just can't be good. Like, he's talking about, like, this game isn't going to end in a tie. That's basically what he said. All right, let me tell everybody why they're not worried about rushing at the end of the first quarter of or fifth quarter, or the first quarter of overtime, because they're going to keep playing and somebody's going to try to win this game. So he can't help himself. And then that call right there. Let it breathe.
Jackpot.
It's broadcasting 101.
Jackpot.
I'm not a big fan of that, but he had it in his holster and he used it.
Jackpot.
Whatever. I could have lived with that, but then he starts explaining the X's and O's of the final play of the game. Let the crowd go nuts. Let the pictures tell the story. He was almost good. Almost in this game.
Was there any controversy in this game? Did you see any controversy? There were a couple of times why is Kansas City allowed to throw an illegal forward pass? Before that fumble in the red zone, homeboy literally threw it forward.
Yeah.
And the other thing is Romo noticed it but didn't even mention that it was a forward pass.
A lot of holding.
Oh, Nick Bosa, his jersey probably could have fit Yokozuna.
Yeah.
After the game.
A lot of holding. Is that controversy? I mean, maybe because cool. He said they hold a lot.
Yeah.
But no real controversy other than Shanahan at the end. I mean, I would be livid.
What about the Travis Kelce aggressiveness towards Andy Reid?
That's called assault. I mean, that's called assault, man. That was, and you know what? They gave sorry explanations to Andy Reid and.
They gave justification.
Yeah, but it's all because of the team, is it? He was coming at you and almost knocked your.
He wouldn't have done that to D'Amico.
Well, maybe once, and then he would have regretted it. But no, man, I guess that probably was about the biggest controversy.
I kind of feel like that was a big deal to a lot of Swifties. They don't like seeing that aggressiveness, man.
Oh, you think it's a sign?
I think it's a sign.
If he do stuff like this in public, what do he do behind closed doors?
I think he choked away his clout.
Wow.
I think he choked away his clout.
Yeah, what do they call it? Red flags?
Yeah.
That's a red flag, Taylor.
Yeah. Well,
that's a red flag, Taylor.
I was driving in today and I heard our sister station, The Bull. Shout out to the Morning Bullpen with Eric, George, and Mo.
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking about it. We'll hear what they had to say. It was actually interesting. Because that's the demo. I mean, that's the Swiftie fans, and they actually took calls on it, and they had
Oh, really? Well, I can't wait to hear this.
They had takes on that, so we'll get into that at 11:20. But I thought it was interesting. I flicked over there and they're playing NFL music and talking about it and stuff. Sean was talking about his bottle service, so I just took a break.
Oh,
I was like,
how was the bottle service?
I didn't know. I switched to music, but then they were back on. They were back on the game after that. But it was like he was talking about his VIP experiences. So seeing if I could hear like a Kane Brown song or something. And they were talking about the game.
A Kane Brown song.
they were talking about the ball game. I think Travis Kelce might have choked away his clout worse than. By the way, are you not convinced more than ever that that's the fakest relationship there is?
You think so?
Did you see that kiss?
Yeah. It looked like a kiss.
Okay.
He rolls his eyes. How was it not real?
And by the way, Taylor Swift, nice job chugging a 1/8 of a glass and making it look like you just had to like put your elbow up.
You know what?
Zoom in on it.
I
zoom in on it. It might have been a little vodka soda. Zoom in on it. That was like 1/8 of a glass, and then she like jerks it up like that.
Like heck yeah, man! She chugged.
That was rough.
Slammed the cup down.
Yeah,
it was a half cup.
No, it was not.
I'm looking at it right now.
Let me see. That was not a half cup, brother.
It was a half cup.
No.
Yeah.
No, it was not.
And then she slammed it on the table in front of her. Come on, by the way, I predicted that. I predicted that she would be chugging.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, did she?
Yes.
I mean, that was bad acting right there.
Half a glass of vodka tonic?
Brother, that was awful.
Come on now. Figure, what are your thoughts on
that? That was, I mean, zoom in on that. 1/8 of a glass right there.
Hey, salute to her, man. Because I ain't think she would. I ain't think she would do anything like that.
Okay. Yeah.
Or even attempt.
By the way, that's back-to-back by the ways from you and me. I thought they showed her just the right amount of time.
Dude,
it was fine.
There was no such thing as too much.
Yeah, that was fine.
I was interested
I enjoyed
in
it.
Yeah,
there was no such thing as too much.
It was a star-studded little thing they was in too.
Yeah. Well, and that shows how fake she is too. You ride with Mahomes' wife the whole time, and then all of a sudden you got your whack pack with you.
Maybe she was in another
Ice Spice in there.
Yeah.
Who the hell is that?
She's a rapper.
Is that the one with the orange hair?
Yeah, the short orange hair.
Yeah. By the way, I was proud of myself at halftime. I know we're going to get into the halftime. I knew everyone Luda I knew because he's one of my favorite, maybe my favorite, but everyone who showed up, even her, except for the bald dude.
Jermaine Dupri?
Is that who that was?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like...
Everybody thought it was CeeLo Green.
I was like, all right.
I had the same thought you did, by the way. I thought Kanye was on the stage.
Dude, I was about to pass out, man. Because I'm like, there's no way in hell Kanye is doing this.
Yeah. I was proud of myself.
So did you enjoy that halftime show?
Okay. You want to go there? Let's go there. The first couple of minutes,
he was stiff.
He was nervous.
Yeah, he was stiff.
He was nervous.
I think Alicia Keys gave him breathing room. I think she kind of saved him. He started out rough. By the way, you don't need a shirt, dog. Like everybody's waiting for you to take it out. Just go shirtless from the beginning.
Yeah.
The roller skating was good, but I did think that Alicia Keys gave him time to breathe and let it all sink in a little bit.
I'm interested in your thoughts as well, Figgy, because this was mine watching the halftime. I'm just being honest. The first couple minutes, I was going.
Yeah, he was rough. I thought it was a rough start.
And he was nervous.
He rallied.
He was nervous.
He rallied.
Alicia Keys got it started, and then when you had Luda and Lil Jon and the bald dude,
Jermaine
Dupri. And the roller skates loosened him up.
Sick, dude.
That was badass,
that was
Figgy.
Yeah, no, I agree. I thought it was a little stiff at the beginning, and I wasn't sure. I'm like, why is he ain't on? I was wondering why he wasn't on the stage. It seemed kind of weird to be a Super Bowl halftime
seemed like
show.
He was doing a movie too. He was looking at the camera, and that's what I said. During, I was like, he's making a push for the most mid halftime show ever, and then said Alicia Keys saved it, and then people come back after. Oh, I'm like, dude, I said it during at the beginning.
At the moment.
No, I think Alicia.
Yeah, it was in the moment. I did not. I said he was making a bid, and Alicia Keys revived him.
I think
some people trying to call it top 5 ever. Give me a break.
I think Alicia Keys loosened him up.
Top 5 of the last 6 years, maybe.
My thought on the very beginning when he's going across the field, not only was he nervous, I think he was afraid he was going to fall because that was not a floor. That was the grass.
No.
That was the actual grass.
The other thing about him is he's in shape because he does these concerts all the time.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
in
he got
Vegas. He's got the residency.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not like he had to get in shape and get his stamina up and figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely no complaints about the halftime altogether.
Commercials sucked.
I thought it was great. I got a thought on that. Hold on.
Did you think they were good?
I'll give you in a second. I thought altogether it was great.
OG passing thoughts coming up.
Was it top 5?
In a minute.
I don't know. Whatever. Depends on your interest. But it was great altogether. Just started out. He was nervous. I get it. That's the billions of eyes on you, So, but altogether it was great. I thought he was great.
Celebration of the season. We're going to look ahead, obviously, through the localized lenses. Lopez's big takeaway, Kyle Shanahan choked. My big takeaway, man, watching a player tear his Achilles jogging onto the field is that's a rough watch right there. Just really rough.
I like I said, that thing was going to pop one way or another. Just happened to be right there.
Today should be a holiday, though.
Play it on Saturday.
No.
Play the
Sunday,
game
bro.
on Saturday.
You got to wake up on Sunday. Super Bowl Sunday has the feel, but Monday should be a holiday. I mean, it's our game, man. It's our national game.
Yes, play it on Saturday.
I'll start off with a confession too, and this might upset some of our listeners. I mean, no disrespect. I'm just saying. Watch this. I don't think Houston should be allowed to host another Super Bowl, and I'll say that I think I'm going to say this about every city, but I think Las Vegas should have it at least once every other year,
every 4 years,
if not every year. Like I'm saying, every year. Like you didn't have to. Everything is right there. The entertainment is laid out. You always have something to do. You don't have to sit in traffic or anything like that. The Super Bowl's made for Las Vegas.
We did get out of there just in time, though.
Yeah.
The traffic yesterday, Saturday night, was ridiculous.
But I think Las Vegas deserves that all the time.
Somebody say they should have it there every year.
Yeah, and you know what? You know who wouldn't complain? Fans.
No one would complain. I mean, okay, so Atlanta builds a new stadium, let's say. I know they have one, but we deserve a Super Bowl. No, you don't. You got a new stadium. Go ahead, go for it.
You can't compete with that.
Yeah, you can't compete.
Like everybody, what's going to happen now? And you know how media types are. No matter where it is, it's going to be, oh man, this is not as good as Vegas.
Yep.
This is not.
Yep.
And it's not even about like partying or anything like that. It's just it's made for big events.
The venue, they know how to host big events. The star power, the illustriousness of it all. It's made for Vegas.
The kick.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Houston should even try.
I'm good with
at
that.
this point.
I'm good with
you're
that.
You're not going to live up to that.
Just go to a Super Bowl. You don't have to host one.
Yeah, just go.
Go.
Make it.
Go to Vegas.
See you there.
Yeah.
Maybe see you in New Orleans. Coming up, passing thoughts from the OG John Lopez about the big game. And did yesterday make you feel more confident or less confident that the Texans could be on that stage sooner rather than later? That's next.
So the weight loss plan is
with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Was an exciting season around here. Was an exciting season in the NFL. Hell of a ball game yesterday. Chiefs back-to-back Super Bowl champs. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Did yesterday, watching the Chiefs do what they did that increase, decrease your confidence in the Texans getting on that stage sooner rather than later? Let's say within the next 3 years.
Within the next 3 years?
Yeah, 3 years.
I'm looking maybe at the next 2 because I'm looking at Andy Reid. And no, I'm not trying to.
It's you. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, I'm not trying to.
So it increased then.
Pick apart it increased after the next 2 years. And let me explain that. Andy Reid and Travis Kelce aren't going anywhere. We heard that last night. Now maybe things could change, but it seems like they're not going anywhere. I don't think you can get past Patrick Mahomes, man. Like, are you talking about to get to the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
I don't think you can get past him.
I looked at that, and I disagree.
Really?
I disagree wholeheartedly because I think you're giving him too much credit. And I know that sounds insane. And I think that Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback at his best in my lifetime. They don't win that game without the defense. Chris Jones is 30 years old. You got to figure out how you're going to pay those guys. That secondary is badass. If you pay Chris Jones, you're not going to be able to pay those guys. Mm-hmm. Travis Kelce's 35 years old. He's about to go through perhaps the toughest few months of his life. He's going to have to date Taylor Swift without football as an excuse. That's going to suck for him. He's not going to be there forever. So as much as we talk about Patrick Mahomes, that was not about, Patrick Mahomes saves all butts. Patrick Mahomes, but their complete team with a 30-year-old without Chris Jones, that game is not. I mean, they don't win that game. It's a blowout without Chris Jones. They're going to have to figure out what to do with him. I don't know what they're going to do with Travis Kelce. I don't look at the Chiefs as like maybe they completely transform and continue to evolve, but I look at that team as somewhat vulnerable moving forward. That's not to take away from the most gutsy run of my lifetime, which they just went through, in which they were underdogs in the final 3 games. But I look at them as extremely vulnerable.
I get that, but like the kids like to say, he is him. He is. And not only that, but like he's been able to win any kind of way. Fast-paced offense, middle-paced offense, defense-oriented. So as long as you have him, they can win.
And Chris Jones and Kelce, right?
No, but I'm talking about Patrick Mahomes particularly. He's won when they've been in track meets. He's won when they've been defense-oriented. He's won somewhere in the middle. And the other part of that makes it more difficult for me in the next 2 years, because I think Andy Reid and certainly Travis Kelce won't be around after the next 2 years. Next year they're back. Maybe the year after that if they win another one, who knows? But they've also shown they know how to build the team in different ways. Like they had the Tyreek.
Oh, they've evolved.
And they've evolved. And they've had the defenses. And I don't think Spagnuolo is going to get a head coaching job. I think he's comfortable where he is. He's older. He's never been a good head coach, but he's been one of the best defensive coordinators ever. So what I'm saying is, however they build it around Patrick Mahomes, I don't see how you can get past him.
This would be my thing, though. This would be my argument there in the form of the Texans as we localize it here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Joe Burrow's second year, he beat him.
Yeah.
He beat him in the AFC Championship game. He beat him.
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo could not stop them for 19 seconds 3 years ago or whatever. They got the ball with 19 seconds left, and they ended up winning the game. Buffalo missed a field goal as well. This year that would have perhaps given them an opportunity. So, I mean, you look at these young quarterbacks like Josh Allen, like a few breaks going his way, he's had a shot. And Joe Burrow, who a lot of people compare C.J. Stroud to, they were real close to beating him last season as well, had it not been for that penalty out of bounds. Mm-hmm. So it's not like, teams with young quarterbacks haven't gone toe-to-toe with the Chiefs. I just don't see I don't see how Kansas City can keep that defense together.
I don't disagree with that. All I'm saying is no matter how they put the next team together, once you get to the postseason.
But do you think CJ is him would be the question too? Because you say Mahomes is him. Do you think CJ's him?
Mahomes is a cut above. But CJ is that guy that can maybe do it. Not to say Josh Allen isn't. Not to say Joe Burrow isn't. But like you just illustrated, you get to the postseason, you get in these types of games, they're going to somehow, some way, you're going to get into close games. Close games are Patrick Mahomes' forte. And whether it's because of defense or offense or something in between, you can't say you can beat him no matter how you get to that game, no matter how you get to that close moment. Like, I had no doubt yesterday. Did you have any doubt last night that he was going to take him all the way down, score a touchdown? None.
Yeah, I did. I had doubt, yeah.
Yeah?
I thought San Francisco could stop him. I thought they could stop him. I mean, it was kind of like a here we go again type of vibe once they got to midfield. But, yeah, I thought they could.
Yeah, there was that. I didn't. And so everybody's going to gush all about Patrick Mahomes, and I think it's very much justified. You want to win one way, you want to win the other way, he's still going to find a way to beat you. And that's where I am. He is in a class of his own.
Yeah, he's elite. I mean, he's already one of the best quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah.
If he quit playing right now at 28 years old, he's gonna be in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see what it looks like when Travis Kelce's gone and how they handle the Chris Jones situation. Because the strength of that team yesterday was defense.
Mm-hmm. No, it was.
They don't get enough credit.
Well, they're starting to get a lot of credit, but no, I think coming in, he faced teams that were averaging. I'm talking in the postseason. Altogether, they averaged 28.3 points a game. They averaged 15 against that defense. I mean, that defense was next level. I mean, think about who we went through. With the Bills and then the Ravens and then the Niners
on the road
and in Vegas, and they averaged 15 points against that defense.
But this is the thing that I think we need to look back on. And we had this conversation a month ago, and maybe it was a dumbass conversation by us, or maybe something's changed. We said we would not mind seeing Kansas City in the first round.
I know.
No, and I don't think that's the wrong decision. Like, look, they gutted it out. I'm not minimizing what Kansas City just did. I think that was the most gritty, gutsy championship run in my history of watching the NFL. Kansas City deserves credit for that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to take it away from them, but I mean, we were saying, yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, were we wrong? Were we foolish? Like, what? I get that they gutted it out, but they've got before. Like, do you think this team's going to be the first team ever to win back to back?
I wouldn't put it past them, but I think if to answer your question, we were probably a little foolish, and that foolishness being we put a lot of stock in what they were doing in the regular season when we've seen what Patrick Mahomes does in the postseason, and he did it again. I mean, it was just it was, and I was really, really pulling for the Niners just because something different. No, nothing against them.
Well, I wanted Shanahan to get his.
And that as well. And that's why it hurts me to say that Shanahan choked. I mean, we use that word very loosely, and I'm very, I'm trying to be like using it the right way. But when I saw the things that he was doing when they had all this momentum and everything else, all his other decisions, I'm like, there's no other way to say it. There's no other way to say it. Run the damn ball when you got a lead and start the second half. He threw the ball 6 times the first 2 drives. What are you doing? We can talk all we want about the overtime, and that was stupid in my view. But just to put him away in the second half. First drive of the game, you go all the way down until McCaffrey fumbles. And then after that, you still have McCaffrey. You still have all these other weapons. Your guy, Juwan Jennings, was out of this world. I mean, it was crazy.
Watching the Jennings, and this is just a random thought, but watching him, you can't have John Mechie on this team if he's not doing other things at the level of receiver that he is. Like, and that Jennings is like their third down guy. He's really like their number 3 or number 4 receiver, depending on if you want to throw Kittle in there.
Yeah.
But he's also out there on special teams. He's almost blocking punts. He's doing all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Like if the Texans are going to get to be that gritty type of football, hell, Conley was on special teams making plays. I damn near made a joke in the first half. Is this guy going to get MVP votes?
I told Jacob that. I told my son that. I said this guy might get MVP.
Dude, he downed 2 punts and he had that big third down catch. I was like, Chris Conley, look at Conley out there doing his thing. Like, you have to be able to to play at this level and play the type of football that we want the Texans to get to. You have to be able to produce in different ways.
Yeah.
John Mechie just going out there and just playing receiver and not doing anything else.
Yeah.
You've got to bring more to the table, or you've got to be a damn good receiver.
Yeah. That clothesline tackle was perfect.
Man, Conley. Shout out to Conley, man. Good Lord.
That was a rock bottom.
Yeah.
We have some fun with Conley, but man, that dude had a hell of a ball game yesterday. And Jennings, my goodness, look at that. Coming up, OG passing thoughts about the Super Bowl live here on Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, localized OG Super Bowl passing thoughts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Inside the dangerous mind that is John Lopez.
All right, let's go through. I won't go through any of the pregame show. I was in and out on that. It was good.
Pregame show was great.
Yeah, it seemed to be.
It was really good.
I like the way they did the two quarterback profiles, some of the other stuff, but I won't get into that. Let's start with once we get to the nitty-gritty. Reba. What are you doing to me, Reba? What are you doing?
You had the under 90?
I actually, the 5 bets that I gave our listeners on Friday, 4 of them hit all in the first half. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
The bet I added after, yesterday was Reba under 90 and a half seconds.
Yeah, she was on pace, and then she had to hit a couple notes at the end.
What was she doing, man?
She was letting it out, man.
Oh.
She was letting it out in the bowl.
Had she just finished. Another passing thought here. Early in the game, did you notice this? Romo was really determined to talk about being nervous. Like he said, that's the nerves again, Jim. We're getting, that's those nerves. He's got to control this, and he's got to control that. I think he was talking about himself. I think he was talking about how he approached big games. Like he was always really, really nervous. Yeah.
Meanwhile, here's Gramatica. Romo holds. 19-yard field goal attempt. Oh, it is fumbled by Romo. And then Romo's going to run to the end zone, and he's going to get tackled by Jordan Babineau. Amazing.
Romo was talking about himself.
How crazy is this?
There's nothing automatic in football. Oh, the ball just slipped out of his hand. It was a good snap, and he went to put it down, and it just slipped.
I never saw any signs of nerves. Not from.
Well, what about McCaffrey's fumble?
That was just a good strip. That 2 dudes stripped it. I mean, he got taken. I mean, Romo talked about it then too. Oh, that's those nerves. It doesn't matter who you are. No, dude, the 2 guys just knocked the hell out of the ball. That's all that was. I'm going to get to the commercials kind of combo here.
Man, they were bad.
Okay, hold on.
I stopped watching them.
No, hold on. I don't know if you noticed this. The second and third quarters were the best commercials by far.
I stopped watching them.
Okay, but because I think what happened, I think movie producers, developers pay the most money. So like did you notice the first few commercials were all movie premieres or previews or whatever? Then you got into
remakes.
Yeah,
by the way.
Remakes, Wicked and some other stuff.
Twister,
all that stuff. But once you got to the second quarter, I thought the commercials were really, really good. I did like the
Brady MGM.
I liked the Brady. I liked the Paramount Plus that had everybody in it. It was really funny. I thought the Messi commercial was good.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, getting to see him
Who's
there.
he? Come on. Mark Messier?
No.
Oh.
Lionel Messi.
Oh, okay. What's he do?
You know what he does. Don't act like you don't. Don't act. Okay, so this is very
hockey.
Oh, Carl Weathers was in a commercial, and then so he recorded it obviously before he passed.
Or do you have a conspiracy theory for me?
I hope he did. But then they said thank you at the end. It was very, very touching. It was nice. This is a little. I don't know if this is insensitive or not by me or by her.
That means it is.
No, it might be her. Did you notice Steve McMichael's wife when they introduced the Hall of Famers? They were all very like hands folded, thank you, waving. She was dancing and gyrating and both the woo-woo arms, with. I was like.
Well, they did that whole story of him.
But what? I mean, this was kind of like she's there because her husband died.
He's not dead.
Well, I mean, he's sick. He's sick. He's very, very sick.
Yeah, he's definitely not dead.
And that makes it worse.
I mean, I don't say. Yeah, he's. I mean, they don't know if he can travel or not.
Right, and she's doing all kinds of weird. I was like, that's kind of weird.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe she wanted to stick out in case he could watch. I don't know.
Maybe, but I was.
They did that whole. They did that whole thing on his current situation.
Yeah, I was just like,
she seems like she parties, dude.
That's what I'm saying.
She seems like she parties.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We're going to talk more about Kelce, but I just was like, that's assault. Like what he did to Andy Reid.
At 11:20,
yes.
we'll hear from the demo that is not happy with Travis Kelce. You say Shanahan choked away his title?
Yeah.
I think Kelce might have choked away his clout.
All right. I'm here for that. J.J. Watt.
Good God.
Was in his...
Who did your hair, sir?
He was in his 90s suburban rapper era.
What was he doing?
He looked like you with the tips, the frosted tips.
What was he doing? When Debbie the Texan is being critical of your hair and calling you out, and you're J.J. Watt, that's when you know that you've got a problem.
I saw
and
that.
he even addressed it.
Yeah. He said, you don't think they're going to notice your hair? Yeah, they do. Dude, why?
What was that?
Why?
What was he thinking?
Did you see it, Figgy?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
I feel like he's still trying to find himself after football. So
he needs to look somewhere else.
Yeah. Let me change it up a little bit.
It was like a suburban kid trying to be a rapper in the 90s.
I don't know what was going on there.
I don't know. This was a passing thought, so I wrote it down. It's not necessarily funny or anything. I just wrote this down. Beyonce, good God.
She looks like a prisoner.
What?
Yeah.
I'm talking about a commercial.
Oh, I'm talking about her in the suite.
No.
Man, blink twice, please.
You'd have to be a dead man not to think that she's just absolutely...
No, she is, but in that suite, I don't think she wanted to be at the game, man.
Maybe. I didn't really pick up on that.
She did not look like she wanted to be at that ball game.
That commercial, I was just like, holy, good job, Beyonce, good job. Taylor Swift chugged.
She did not.
She chugged.
She did not.
Figgy, she chugged.
It was a fifth of a cup,
It
brother.
was half a cup.
No, it was a fifth of a cup, and it was watered down like soda water. That was embarrassing. That was bad.
She chugged.
Oh, come on. And then she like jerks the head back
And
when it's
slammed
already
the cup
gone and
down.
slams it. Dude, that was like 1/5 full. That was bad.
It was good.
That
was
was
awesome.
bad.
I should have bet on that. I was wrong. I would have kicked the field goal after McCaffrey lost that yard.
I would have too. This is how we can prove. This is how we can prove that we don't deal in hindsight.
Yeah, no. In the real time, I'm like, kick it.
On 4th and 2 with San Francisco down 3, kick the field goal.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying. Kick the field goal. Now they ended up scoring.
Yeah,
more power to them. Kick the field goal is what I was saying. That's what I would have done.
Yep, I was doing the same. So I got to fall on the sword there because they ended up being really, really. That could have been another Shanahan. Woo, whatever. How the heck did Deebo Samuel play with that hamstring? Dude, I thought he tore it.
Juiced up, man.
Did they just inject the heck out of it?
I think he's just wired up. He's hurt today.
He was running, too. I mean, it was like one time he kind of came up and went to the sideline holding his leg, but like on the big play, I think it was in overtime, he was going. I was amazed at do that.
He was just juiced up, man.
Shout out to Bobby Slowick with those end arounds and reverses by Shanahan. Well, the tree doesn't fall far. I mean, the apple doesn't fall far, does it? They had the one end around. They had the reverse pitch. Was that to Deebo? No, that was to where he pitched it up in the air.
They had it to Deebo. They had the Jennings pass, double pass to McCaffrey.
Hey, Bobby Slowick was out of his chair, boy. Yeah, baby. Let's run those end arounds.
You got to get him some Deebos or something like that to run those with, though.
Yeah. I said this earlier. And I was really kind of pulling for him. Tony Romo was almost good.
He was bad.
Almost good.
He's bad, man. They got to get rid of him.
He ended up being bad. But did you also notice this? They were going over the top. They said, I love you to each other. They were going over the top with like, look, we're friends. Look, we get along. You know how people overcompensate? At the end of the game, said, Tony, I love you. I love you, Jim. I was like, okay. We're not believing it, but okay. I'll go with that. The Niners took the ball in overtime. What are you thinking? That was another real-time
Especially
thing.
with the rules.
That was, yes.
Especially with the rules.
That was another there's no logical reason to take the ball there. Romo talked about the defense being tired, but that's not a good enough reason. Take 4 downs over 3. See what Patrick Mahomes can do, and then you respond. Couple more here.
OG passing thoughts here on Reaction Monday. Final Reaction Monday in season from 2023.
Jim Nantz said it was planned, I'm sure. It was in his holster. It was in his
jackpot.
He said jackpot Kansas City. I really didn't mind it. What I minded was Tony Romo talking after it. But any play-by-play announcer who says, I don't think about it until it's in the moment. They're lying. You have a bunch,
he had the jackpot ready.
You have a bunch of different things kind of.
Jackpot, though?
I didn't mind it. I didn't mind it at all. I mean, they were really embracing it.
Could he use another term outside of jackpot, though, that was kind of similar?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what. Final one here. This had to hurt, man. This had to hurt no matter what anybody says. John Elway taking the Lombardi Trophy to the Kansas City Chiefs. And they're all lining, the path there and rubbing on the trophy, and Elway's forcing a smile. No two entities have hated each other more than John Elway and the Chiefs and John Elway. And there he was, taking the Lombardi Trophy to the Chiefs. That had to hurt. That had to be a bad dream for Broncos fans.
Yeah, it had to be a bad dream. I would not want to see that.
Oh, that's the worst. What's the equivalent? Amy Adams?
Yeah.
The stanky one?
Yeah, Amy Adams.
Bringing it up there.
Or actually reverse. Like J.J. Watt taking the trophy to Amy Adams.
I love Super Bowl Sunday so much, man.
It's the best.
How'd
you watch the game? What'd you do?
Sat at the crib with the girls, man.
Mm-hmm. Figgy?
Made some barbecue chicken.
Oh, good. Good.
I was at Daily Sports Club.
Of course you were. That's Figgy's
hangout. They wanted me back, man.
That's good. That's
I was a little nervous because I never went to a bar to watch a Super Bowl like that.
Yeah.
But it was a good turnout, man. It was good.
It ended up, we were going to have the family over, as we always do, but my daughter-in-law had to go back in the hospital, had a little scar tissue issue and appendicitis. Lord. Yeah, so everybody kind of went their own way. But It was fun. We still did the little mini party. We had dips, and that's just us too.
Yeah, that's what we do. No, that's what we do.
That's the best thing to do.
We had dips. We had shrimp cocktail.
Oh, yeah, we had
I made the
crab
barbecue
cakes.
chicken and all that. Yeah, I was in on it.
I had some barbecue chicken. I had crab cakes. We had the queso. What else did we have? Chips and queso. Queso.
Okay.
So we had our own little mini party.
Shout out to you.
Yeah.
Shout out to
That's
you.
The best.
Yeah.
Coming up, which would be easier to take if you're a Texans fan? Like let's say you're a Texans fan and the Texans come up short in the big game. Which one would allow you, if possible, to get the most sleep at night? CJ Stroud coming up short or D'Amico Ryans coming up short? Next.
He's in after a 3-year wait. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, so which would be easier to endure? I don't know what it would be like to lose a Super Bowl. I mean, I don't know. There's probably a lot of sleepless nights in San Francisco. But let's pretend the Texans get to the Super Bowl and DeMeco Ryans comes up short like Kyle Shanahan did, whether it's not knowing or not expressing the overtime rules to your team, whatever. That's scenario one. Now, scenario two is C.J. Stroud has a bad game, throws a few interceptions. Mm-hmm. Which one would allow you to sleep better at night? Neither one is ideal, but which one would you be able to live with the most?
That's a really good question. I'm going to have to go with C.J. mistakes because things tend to haunt coaches for extended periods of time. When they make a bad decision, they come up with some bad, strategies or whatever. Like Kyle Shanahan, this is going to follow him. Like this is going to follow him, not just, being the OC when they were up 28-3, but then up 10 again in the Super Bowl and then up double digits again in the Super Bowl. That's going to haunt him. I mean, until it changes. Whereas I think, yes, certain mistakes can haunt players, but I think we know CJ. It's more like specific to CJ Stroud. I think we know that those things aren't going to linger with him, Yeah,
the good thing is I don't imagine either one of these things happening. Yes. Maybe I'm a prisoner of the moment, but I don't imagine either one of these things happening. But I would probably say that CJ throwing a few interceptions would haunt me the most. Like CJ coming up short. Yeah, because I mean I don't want the questions about can CJ handle the big game. Like Andy Reid has had moments where time management or whatever has been his biggest question mark, and he's been able to overcome it. And I'm sure there's some quarterbacks that have had rough moments, and they've been able to overcome that as well. But I would want my quarterback at his best in CJ. I wouldn't be able to if CJ Stroud threw 3 interceptions, that would be tough.
It would be tough, and I think it would linger with some. Like I said, I'm just more specifically – knowing what he is and how he is, I don't think it would linger. I think it could haunt a coach. And then all of a sudden you have time to think about your next decision, and maybe that's entering your mind, whereas as a player that makes mistakes, he just moves on. I think you could argue both. It's a good question.
Were we wrong in thinking that the Chiefs were vulnerable?
I think what we were wrong with is we were wrong thinking that Patrick Mahomes was the same Patrick Mahomes from the regular season. Weapons, dropping passes, the offense not quite holding up its end. Once you got to the postseason, it was Patrick Mahomes at his best. That's where we were wrong. Like we underestimated, him being able to dial it up like greatest of all time do.
I just look at that squad. I don't see them maintaining what they're doing right now. Maybe they evolve, maybe they change. I don't see them maintain. Like, what are they going to do with Chris Jones?
Mm-hmm.
What are they going to do?
And then, as you mentioned earlier, what are they going to do with the secondary?
I mean, eventually they're going to have to pay those guys.
Yeah.
What's going to happen with Travis Kelce? What are they going to do?
That's the one for me. That's why I say 2 years. I think he's definitely back next year. He said it. And then maybe if they win, he'll want to come back again. But after that, I mean, he's going to have to. Eventually he's going to retire, as will Andy Reid. So I feel confident that their organization, because they've evolved in different ways, they've won in different ways with defense, with offense, with everything, that they can figure it out around Patrick Mahomes, and Patrick Mahomes can adjust to whatever type of team they have around him. But if you lose Kelce and Reid, then all of a sudden things change dramatically.
It's just amazing, though. You look at Mahomes, the guy starts one game his rookie season,
mm-hmm.
and then it's been AFC Championship every single year since. And 3 Super Bowls. This was in 2018. Like 2018 is the first time he was a full-time starter.
Yeah,
and he has more playoff wins in his career than Peyton Manning.
Yeah, he's just behind Montana.
Yeah,
and Brady.
Yes,
you can't never bet against him.
But you look at CJ. CJ, he's further along his rookie year than Mahomes was. At least from being battle tested and the pedigree. I don't think CJ is going to be Mahomes. I mean, who knows? I mean, he wants to be, striving to be. But I will say, like, he's he's ahead of where Mahomes was 1 year into this.
Yeah, I think the one thing the Texans have going for them, well, okay, I'll put it this way. I think there's only 2 quarterbacks in the AFC that clearly have that in them. In other words, that gene, that whatever it is, to be able to rise up in big moments. And maybe I'm just too close to the situation, but I think C.J. Stroud is one of them. I think the other is Joe Burrow. I don't know about Josh Allen.
Joe Burrow beat Mahomes head-to-head year 2.
I think Joe Burrow has that. I don't know about Josh Allen. I don't know about Lamar Jackson, to be honest.
See, I was watching that game yesterday, and, if we're just talking about the quarterback situation and we're talking about C.J. Stroud being able to play up to that level, I feel confident. But the way, just the absolute war that was going on in those trenches and the battle and the consistent pressure and all that, that's where I kind of found myself thinking the Texans are far away.
Mm-hmm.
Like quarterback-wise, I'll put CJ against anybody, and I'll feel like he's at least going to be able to hold his own. Even like the elite of the elite, I think he can hold his own. But when you talk about, Greenlaw before he tore his dang Achilles going onto the field, Fred Warner, Bosa, Armstead, Snead, Willie Gay, Chris Jones, like all those guys, that was where I found myself saying, okay, you got what they say is the most important part, but that just seems like kind of a separate type of thing. Because the way the 49ers came out, I think they would have beat the spirit out of 90% of the teams in the NFL just with their physicality and the way that they were just hijacking the Chiefs, but they held their own.
Early touchdown would have been huge before McCaffrey fumbled. You know what I got out of
this? They forced those turnovers too. Like the Chiefs, like it's not flukish. Like it's just like that Flowers fumble with the Ravens. Yeah. Like if that doesn't happen, who knows what? But they know exactly. Like that's just they know how to take advantage of their opportunities.
That's nerve. No, it wasn't nerves, man. Had 2 guys punching the ball.
You don't think Christian McCaffrey was nervous?
Yeah, I don't think Christian McCaffrey was nervous. We're probably going to get into this a little bit more tomorrow, but one of my big takeaways, kind of to your point on the team around C.J. Stroud. Love you, Nico. They need a stud number 1 wide receiver.
You think Ayuk's a stud?
No.
Or do you consider Debo the stud?
No, I think Kelce had 1 catch at halftime and led the game in receptions at the end of the game.
Yeah,
you got to have a dude, whether it's a tight end.
Oh, so you're saying neither one of these teams had dudes at receiver?
No, I'm saying Kelce was really one of the big difference. Like in order to help a quarterback like Mahomes, help a quarterback like C.J. Stroud, Nico's awesome.
Yeah. Well, Tank's good too.
Tank's really good, and maybe he'll end up being that. But
by the way, Tank made C.J.'s dream team. We'll talk about this a little later on.
That.
Nico did not,
and maybe he'll end up being that. But man, when you have a guy like that is just altogether not that you're not elite, but another level above.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what Nico's 3rd year to 4th year looks like, because if it's the same as if it's the same as 2nd to 3rd, then we might have something. But I'm just at the very least I just want a repeat of what he did last year.
Yeah,
but. There is just like a different, and maybe this is just me being over romanticized lush when it comes to watching these guys. But like when a Deebo Samuel or a Travis Kelce or a George Kittle has the rock in their hands, or a Christian McCaffrey, it just feels like it doesn't even feel like they're playing the same game. And I don't get that feeling with like Nico and Tank Dell. I don't want to say it's like attaboy, but I don't just get that feeling like damn like. With Saquon Barkley, I get that feeling. When he's healthy, like I get that feeling with Saquon Barkley, and that's why I look at him. But like, there's just a different like level of intensity. There's just a different. It just
level
seems like
of play.
Yeah, it almost seems like I almost want to ask Deebo Samuel for his damn birth certificate when he runs with the rock. Sometimes
that's what I'm saying. That was you have to have like it when you see it. Like you can compare numbers all you want. Well, Nico did this and this many catches and yards per catch. That's awesome, and he's great. But you know it when you see it, when you see a guy that is just a different level. And you saw it second half yesterday with Kelce. No touchdowns, but, man, he made some plays. That big 24-yarder or whatever it was. You saw it with Debo. You see it consistently with those types of players. I can't tell you that they're a better player statistically all the time, but they're a better player.
Now, do you think the other thing that was really clear, and I think both of these guys were getting held the whole damn time, Chris Jones and Bosa. Man, Bosa was just there. The whole he was just there the whole time, and he was just getting.
He was making a case for MVP.
Yeah, and he was just getting completely
without a sack.
Bombarded. Yes.
Yeah, just by disrupting
just the impact,
everything.
Yes. Do you see Will Anderson becoming something like that?
Now that I could see.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. That I could see. I'm not going to shortchange Will Anderson here because I think we saw it at the end of the year. We spoke with him about that move against Tennessee at the end of the year, and he's like, yeah, coach told me to try it more. I think he's going to take another step. I can't see him doing that.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Reaction Monday, the final one of the season before we officially get in off-season mode, which is going to be fun this year, real fun. So when it comes to the quarterback to be able to succeed on this stage, check. They're good.
They're good.
Okay. When it comes to the impact defensive player, TBD, but decent confidence?
Confident.
Okay, confident. So
yes.
Confident in Will Anderson. Okay. Just the badass offensive skill position player, MIA. Texans don't have that?
Good players, but not that guy.
Okay.
You know it. When you see we saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. And there's different ways. There's different paths. There's different layouts of rosters to get there, but as far as just that, God, Debo, what are you doing to him? Christian McCaffrey, holy crap, what are you yeah, they don't have that.
The way McCaffrey finds space, man, it's just incredible the way he can just finish. Looks like a 2-yard run ends up being 6, consistently doing it. And then, of course, I said Kelce, Debo was one of probably the most impressive player just because of the hammy and everything.
Do you think that Christian Harris can get on the same category as Greenlaw and Warner?
That's a TBD. That's an altogether different level, but he's on the path, right?
Well, I mean, I think the improvement was blatantly obvious.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I would.
What about the interior D line?
Nah. I like Rankins. You got to
but that's a 1 year. That's just a 1 year.
You got to have
kick the tires type.
You got to have a Chris Jones. Oh yeah,
Armstead.
They grow on trees, but you got to have a Chris Jones in the inside or a Bosa on the outside. Or Karlaftis, something like that.
Don't mention his name.
Why is that?
That's another one that they got Kenyon Green instead of.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, he was there.
Lord. Goodness gracious.
That's the thing about the Super Bowl. You kind of, as confident as you are with your team, you know what you're missing.
No, it's a reality check.
Yeah.
It's a reality check. You feel good, but there's just a lot of work that needs to be done from Nick Caserio.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to get the job done.
Yes.
They need ballers on offense. They need just flat out ballers on offense.
You're not we're a lot further away than we thought we were. It's not to that point, but you're missing big ingredients. Like you're missing some big ingredients. You're not too far away, but you got to get those,
Man, I felt bad for Bosa. You hear him after the game. He said he couldn't even look anyone in the eyes.
He was crying on the bench.
Left it all out there, man.
Like Kelce's speech. You heard about that, right?
That was a joke.
You heard about that?
That was embarrassing.
Why?
Before the game, there's the media types are saying that Kelce made a speech that had everyone crying, and
they said it afterward.
Okay. Let me hear that speech, please.
I would love to hear that.
There's no way that guy has this substance to be able to go that deep.
They said he was walking up and down the aisles of the players.
God.
It was
He's the worst.
What if it was a great speech?
He's the worst, dude.
I'd like to hear it.
He's
judge
bad.
for myself.
He's bad. He is hard.
Did you see
to like
this morning? I don't know if it's
I can respect, but man, that guy is a clown.
Roid Rage was trending this morning, and it was because of Travis Kelce.
Oh, we'll get into what was being said about Travis Kelce today.
It was Roid Rage.
Oh. We'll get into what was being said about Travis Kelce coming up in 4 minutes. They were talking big game on the biggest country station in town, and they were not talking very nice about Travis Kelce. There's a lot of people concerned for Taylor Swift's safety.
Yeah. Red flag. Red flag. Are they wrong? I guess we'll be the judge of that.
I can't believe Andy Reid's just okay with that.
Dude, he almost knocked him down. Did he drop his play sheet or had to fumble for it?
Dude, if he knocked him down, he would have easily
might not have gotten up.
He would have broke his shoulder.
Yeah, he might not have gotten up.
What if Andy Reid would have had to be carted off? Travis Kelce knocks Andy Reid down. He hits his shoulder, and Andy Reid has to get carted off.
Yeah.
But then he guts it out, so he comes out there in like a wheelchair in the third quarter, and he's calling plays, just gutting it out.
Oh, one last thing on Andy Reid. That last play call, if they're correct, they hadn't called that all year?
I don't know. I know they called it last year.
Yeah.
In the Super Bowl.
That's brilliance. I mean, that's brilliance. Say what you will. Like, they did the same motion as some other plays that they've been running, and then, of course, they took just ask Tony Romo. He talked all over Jim Nantz explaining it. And then they took him out. That's brilliance. In that moment, to call that play perfectly.
Did you see that the San Francisco 49ers are the favorite to win the Super Bowl next year?
Oh, good. I don't know if they're ever going to win one with this group.
Come on. Come on. They just were in overtime, John.
I know. But now you got to go start all over again. You've lost 2.
They're not starting over. They're fine.
Start the process all over again.
They're in good shape.
How long is McCaffrey going to be able to play at this level?
For a while.
It's
got a couple more years.
It's a question. I'll put it that way. It's a question.
And Karlaftis, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Just a reminder.
He's the one that got the fumble.
Yeah, this Kenyon Green thing. Got to keep an eye on this. How's your boy looking, Figgy? Is Kenyon Green ready to come in and
my boy?
That's your boy, Figgy?
Your boy?
Nah, I don't recall.
Is Kenyon in shape? Is he ready to go?
In shape how? Like in football shape or high school football shape? Texas A&M shape?
Yeah.
Man, just always a reminder of that. As much as you like the good stuff, always a reminder of that. Shout out to all the loopholes. If you listen, you are 713-572-4610. So the conclusion we've come to is you got the quarterback, you got the coach. Perhaps you have the game changer on the D-line in Will Anderson and the linebacker in Christian Harris, but you need flat-out ballers on offense, even with what Nico Collins did. So we'll see what happens. 713-572-4610. If you want to get in. Coming up next, talking about Kyle Shanahan choking the game. Did Travis Kelce choke away his clout? We'll hear from the demo next.
What's better than one?
Did Travis Kelce choke away his clout? 713-572-4610. On the big stage, did Travis Kelce choke away that CLOUT? Who is the guy on the Texans most likely to be interested in dating a celebrity? There's a right choice. Like, this is very easy.
There is a right choice?
It's very easy.
Well, I'm not thinking of it.
Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be the right choice.
Laramie Tunsil.
That would be the right choice.
100,000%. One of the best at his position in the game, but he would be the most likely. I don't see C.J. Stroud dating Taylor Swift or anything like that anytime soon. Laramie Tunsil would be the most obvious.
Yeah, I could see that one. I'm trying to think if there's any other options out there on this squad.
No.
Not really, right?
Laramie.
Yeah.
For sure. Shout out to LT, friend of the show. So I was driving in today, and it was about, I think it was like 7:45. I turned on the radio.
Yeah.
And I heard Sean was talking about like some party he went to.
Yeah, you get the bottle service and everything.
Yeah, he was talking about that, and I was just like, in my Cal McNair voice, my nicest Cal McNair voice, I heard his voice in my head as I was reaching for my radio.
That's it. I'm switching to music.
I decided I want to switch to music. I don't look. It's the Super Bowl. You're Sean Pendergast. I want to hear what you got to say about that. I don't care about you hanging out with Gronkowski's brothers.
That's it. I'm switching to music.
So I switched to music, or did I? Because 100.3 The Bull, while Sean was talking about his bottle service, they were breaking down the game.
They were breaking down the game.
They were breaking down the game.
Well, it was a Super Bowl.
We know they're the most talented people in here, but Mo, Eric, and George, they were breaking down the game, and they were breaking down the most viral moment. Travis Kelce, now with a different fan base, the Swifties, grabbing his coach. This was their intro, and they went to calls. I just want you the reason why this is so relevant is because we live in a different world than where Taylor Swift made her name. We live in a different world.
Yeah.
But this is interesting to hear from people who live in that world, who have seen her upcoming, who know about her fan base. This is their take on the Travis Kelce.
I am really interested in this.
You should be.
Yes.
It was riveting. And then I got back to Sean at 8, and they were back in the rhythm. They were back in it. It was the bottle service thing. We got through that. But here was the Morning Bull, the legends, talking about the Taylor Swift Travis Kelce situation.
All right, ladies, we need your opinion. Was last night a huge red flag about Travis Kelce? Last night in the Super Bowl, the Chiefs win back-to-back titles, 25-22 in overtime. But we've been having a debate in the studio this morning about Travis Kelce. Now, one of the leading receivers of the game, he had almost 100 yards in the game. Obviously made some big plays for him. But the thing that we can't stop talking about here in the studio is him bumping the coach and screaming at him in the first half of the football.
Are you not in right now?
Yeah, man.
Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play. Remember that song?
Do you think that's what he said when he bumped into him?
I don't think that's what he said. I think he said, Coach, if we don't win this game, Taylor Swift's going to write a song about me and break up with me. I think that's what he said. So, red flag, Mo? Or was it just somebody that has great passion for the game?
Apparently he gave some sort of speech before the game that made everyone like cry, like it was something. So I get the passion, but it was definitely a red flag because this isn't the first time this has happened.
Yeah, he's got some unbridled rage deep down in his soul. You could see it in that moment.
So you're saying it's a red flag as well?
Oh, he could not control that, George. That was something that he couldn't put a lid on.
Okay, so that's the breakdown there. So the people in that demo, the Swifties, they're saying it was a red flag.
I think that's.
Damn, that was a good segment.
That was a good segment. Is it a red flag?
I mean,
that's him.
Well, let me put it this way: if your daughter's boyfriend was doing that to her coach, what would you say? Like, would you not be a little bit worried? I mean, I look at it now from father lens, and I've been a dad for. I'm not an expert in the field. I've
but
6
you have
months.
that connection.
Yeah, if my daughter were dating Travis Kelce and I saw how he acted there, I would definitely say, okay, this guy's got problems.
Because if he does that there in that moment, what does he do behind closed doors?
And he wouldn't do that to D'Amico Ryan. So he also looks like a bully.
Yeah.
Like if he played, they can say, well, he does it all the time. Okay. You think he would have done that to Eric Bieniemy? If Eric Bieniemy were still chief, he'd have gotten the crap slapped out of him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So no, I think he looks like a bully. I think he looks like a meathead. I think he looks obnoxious. I think he looks clout thirsty. Yeah. Yeah, it would be a red flag.
I would just wonder
and Swifties treat Taylor like their daughter.
Dude.
So that's the other thing. Like there are Swifties there, like, and there's social media pages with like hundreds of thousands of followers just dedicated to Taylor Swift. So the reason why this is relevant is because that's how they look at her. Mm-hmm. She's their god.
And did you see some of these videos circulating? Like Swift fans who have no clue about football, no interest, going nuts at the end there because the Chiefs scored and watching it all the way to the ratings here may not be beat for a long, long time.
Yeah. And it was a great game.
It was a great game, which helps the ratings. And then the Swiftie factor, like they were in until the final play. A lot of people just want to watch the halftime. We know that. But on Travis Kelce, my question as a father would be, has he ever yelled at you like that? Because no, I'm serious. Wouldn't you? That was rage.
I don't know that I would even have to know that.
Now you can separate. Well, the guy off the field is a completely guy, from on the field. So maybe there's that.
Dude, he hit an obese senior citizen.
He did. Well, by definition, he is obese and a senior citizen.
Yeah. What were we doing there?
But I would say, Figgy, red flag.
Yeah, I would say so.
I would too.
It seemed like he was I ain't trying to be a wuss or nothing.
No, yeah.
It seemed like he was out of control.
Hey, that is at least noted with Taylor Swift's fans.
Yeah. They put it in their back pocket.
That is at the very least that is noted.
They do this all the time with like anybody she dates too. They like dig in on them and they find any type of dirt, and then they eventually force her to break up with them.
It's funny you say that because I'm wondering. I was just going to say, is this where it turns? Because right now it's all about Travis Kelce. Like the Swifties are, all about him, supporting him, buying his jerseys, watching the Super Bowl until the final play. Is this going to turn it? Was it enough to for Swifties to go, okay, no, I don't know about this guy.
You want to hear from some?
Yes, I do.
All right, so they opened up the lines too.
Yeah,
they opened up the lines at the Bowl, and I actually punched out and I just told Figgy, hey, pull this because I wanted to hear it while you were hearing it. So they opened up the lines for the country music fans and some Swifties, and they asked the question, was it a red flag?
Was it a red flag for you what Travis Kelce did last night?
It was a real red flag. The guy's an idiot. And I swear to God, had I yelled at my boss like that, I would be jobless.
Yeah, that's his boss. You're right. That's his boss.
Yeah, okay, I didn't think about it from a boss standpoint, but yeah, that is his boss.
He's an idiot.
Interesting. Do you think it was a red flag? Good morning. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi there, this is Maria.
Hey,
that
girl.
was definitely a red flag. That is a no-no. Any other coach, but Andy Reid, that is a definite no-no.
That's a definite no-no.
Oh, wow.
So is that something like if you were interested in a fellow and you saw him react like that way, it would be an automatic, nope, I'm done.
Out.
Out. Okay.
And it doesn't help that Andy Reid looks like everybody's papaw.
Valid point.
Hey, stop yelling at my papaw like that.
Valid point. Passion for the game or red flag? That's what we want to know. Good morning. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Terry from Baytown. It's a red flag, but understand, coaches have different rules for superstars than they do their other players.
Oh, there we go. So like bosses at work.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the work thing. Bosses at work will let certain people get away with things they won't let other employees get away with.
Mo is a favorite around here. She can say and do things we can never do.
Yeah.
All right. So it seems pretty unanimous. Red flag. Travis Kelce choking away the clout.
It's funny. It's all how you look at it. We're getting a bunch of texts. This is football, guys. Emotions.
That's not football.
Emotions do
That's
run.
not football.
Emotions do run high in football.
I don't know if it was a real AJ Brown account or not, but he said I would be forced out of the league if this happened.
I saw that. If that was me,
no, that was a joke. Like if CJ Stroud or I don't know what the equivalent would be, Nico Collins or someone did that to like D'Amico Ryans, yeah, and Travis Kelce wouldn't do it to one of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's Andy Reid.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that was whack.
It's funny because I do see the intensity angle of it, and maybe
it's fine, and they have a relationship and all that.
And he just overstepped his bounds. He maybe was closer than he thought he was, but man. Then there's the other side. People, he should be benched. Okay, bench Travis Kelce.
Well, the other thing is this, like, and this isn't all football players, but Travis Kelce is a clout chaser. Like, he's a clout chaser, and he's trying to expand his brand. He's been trying to do it since he got in. The dude had a corny ass reality show before before Patrick Mahomes even got there. Like, he had a reality, like a cheesy, raunchy, weird reality show. So he's always gone the extra mile, dude. With the following you have right now, like you probably need to take the responsibility a little bit more intensely.
And because he is in with Taylor Swift, it's just going to multiply that much more.
Do you think Taylor's manager, like, no, I'm serious, like, because that's a different level. Do you think she tells him tells him, hey, I don't think you should be doing stuff like that for the brand?
No. Oh, they were all about it in the postgame party. I've been seeing some videos of that.
About it.
Yeah.
Okay. They were stiffer than a wedding dog.
They were singing to each other.
Okay.
So they were.
Yeah, okay.
Landry is not about this.
It's a fake relationship. Be serious.
Well, they looked sincere when they were singing.
He's got to date her with the officer. You think she goes to the parade?
Oh, 100%.
Really?
Yeah. He's not going to miss that. Everybody covers the parade, and not just sports. Actually, more not sports.
She's benefited from this.
She'll benefit from
that whole relationship just really kind of gives me the creeps.
I picked up on that.
I just feel
a word.
I could just see them like trying to take over the world or something, and like I don't know, like invading. I don't know.
Taking over the world.
Yeah, they give me the creeps, man. It doesn't feel right to me. Like, it feels like I'm watching like the end of the world in front of me when I watch their relationship.
Should he be nominated for the Slime Off?
For what? For pushing Andy Reid?
Yeah.
Abso-freaking-lutely. Abso-freaking-lutely.
Oh no, this sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime me.
There you go. Coming up, the hits are lit. Let's hear from Kyle Shanahan on the loss. Stats that will blow your mind, and J.J. Watt has a message for the newest NFL Hall of Famer, your own Andre Johnson. The hits are
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Kyle Shanahan took a loss. Chiefs win 25-22 in OT. Here's the 49ers head coach who John Lopez said choked. Here's Kyle Shanahan talking about the L.
Yeah, when we go through football, like everything that we try to do, we try to prepare as hard as we can. And we try to go in there and do exactly what we think's right based off our preparation, what's going on in that game, and try to make what I can't live with is when I do stuff that I didn't plan on doing or that I didn't do and second guess myself. And I'm proud of what we did today as a coaching staff and as players in terms of we worked and we did everything that we planned on doing. We just didn't get it done. And any play that didn't work out, yeah, you always look at that stuff, but that's how every game is, and that's what we work at.
No, look, he's not wrong, and they deserve so much credit and the way they've done this.
You said choke.
I'm getting there. And it was one play, and it was overtime, and you had a missed extra point, which we haven't even really mentioned, and that was huge. And you had a very well played forced fumble on the first drive. All these little things certainly were factors. But his decision-making at the end of the game, look, these games are always going to end up being close, and it's always going to come down to big decisions by the head coach. And we saw Andy Reid making some big decisions, especially with his play calling late on the game-winning play itself. But it was a choke. It was overthinking it. There are reports that multiple players in the Niners locker room didn't even know what the overtime rules were.
Not reports; those are quotes.
Quotes.
Yeah,
reports.
Reports. Quotes.
Yeah, they didn't even know what the overtime rules were. I can even let that slide.
Yeah, I mean you're still playing.
I can even let that slide, but the head coach should know it. And I don't mean to get riled up because I'm not a Niners fan.
No, get riled up.
But what I'm saying is, if I were a Niners fan,
you'd be pissed at Shanahan.
I would be livid. You do realize who's on the other sideline, and his logic for taking the ball first when you win the toss was, well, I wanted the ball third so this one score could win it. That's a losing mentality.
He had Peggy's before the game, too, according to you.
He had Peggy's?
Peggy's.
What do you mean Peggy's?
Peggy Shanahan, his mom's spaghetti.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Like, wait, I knew you were going somewhere.
That was the pregame meal of Kyle Shanahan, Peggy's spaghetti.
It was all over his shirt. I would be livid. Like, that is Patrick Mahomes standing on the other sideline. Well, my defense might have been tired, is what Romo said. Dude, I don't care. You kick a field goal, you score a touchdown. If the Chiefs do either of those things, you have 4 downs every time you have a 1st and 10, as opposed to 3. And so what did you do? You gave Patrick Mahomes 4 downs. Didn't he convert 2 4th downs on that drive? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Started using them legs, too.
You gave Patrick Mahomes 4 downs to move down the field, and twice he converted on 4th down. I would be out of my skin with Shanahan. And that's not even to mention the moment being too big for him and him getting too cute.
Well, he's got, now all of a sudden people are bringing up the 2016 Bowl down the street when they were up 28-3.
And then he was up in double digits.
10.
Yeah. And that's not even to mention opening the second half with the lead, getting you get the ball back, you get a stop, you get the ball back, and you throw the ball 6 times on 2 series rather than rushing McCaffrey, who is McCaffrey.
How'd you feel about Brock Purdy?
You know what? I was ready to tweet, LOL, anybody who thinks he's just a game manager. I mean, the first quarter he was outstanding.
Yeah.
And he moved.
So you thought he did well for himself?
He did well. He didn't. I mean, it was not like, Brock Purdy was nervous. Brock Purdy didn't play well. He had a slump in the middle of the game, but then he came back strong after Shanahan decided he did in fact have Christian McCaffrey. Now this was a Shanahan thing. No, he didn't even touch the ball for 2 series. McCaffrey, when you have the lead, you start the second half and you can drain some clock and move down the field, maybe get a field goal or something. Like, this was Shanahan, man.
Couple stats that are pretty wild. So Mahomes has never led at halftime in his 4 Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
It's never happened. He's never had the lead at half.
You think Mike Shanahan knew that? That's what I'm saying.
Kyle Shanahan.
That's what I'm saying. That's Patrick Mahomes over there, brother. Not to just reiterate that, but That's all part of the equation.
This was the 7th longest game in NFL history.
I thought it'd be longer than that. I'd be higher than that.
All right, might have been the longest Super Bowl. It was the 7th longest game, though.
Oh, game.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Like as far as like from kickoff to the
that I buy.
Yeah,
that I buy.
So 7th longest in NFL history.
Mm-hmm. No,
I saw some people saying the game was boring. Mother Football said it. Shout out to Shireen Williams.
I thought it was a great game.
I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, I thought it was a great game.
Yeah, I
That
guess
was a good game. I was on the edge of my seat.
I guess because it was 3-zip in the second quarter or whatever.
I loved it.
It was a battle, man.
Yeah,
these guys were. These guys were doing
Iowa.
work.
This wasn't like Iowa play.
Yeah, I don't need scoring.
Big
plays. I don't need scoring. Now I do wonder though. Like, do you think that perhaps, like the new crowd, like with all the new faces that were watching the game, do you think they thought it was boring? You think they need more scoring?
I don't think so, because like the presentation was great.
CBS was perfect in every way except the play-by-play,
except color.
And analysts. That too.
No, I thought the presentation was fantastic. The explanation. That's why I say Tony Romo was almost good. He explained a lot of good things. Then he didn't. The fumble and all that stuff. I thought it was really good.
C.J. Stroud, he was asked by Zach Gelb if he believes he's a top 5 quarterback. What do you think C.J. said?
Oh, I think he said yes.
Yes.
Like right now, you're a top 5 quarterback in the NFL?
Yes, sir, I do. I think I put it on film. I think my numbers speak for itself, especially missing 2 games. You know, I think if I didn't miss those 2 games, my numbers would have been just as good or one of the best in the league. So, and I think you can see the impact I had on my team, you know. So I'm not in the business of like arguing I'm top 5. I'm not. I really don't care. I mean, I just want to win.
Well, who do you think are the top 5 quarterbacks in football?
I was quick on the spot. I would say, of course, Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
I would say Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. I would say myself, and then I would probably go
Burrow.
No, I mean not because he didn't play last year.
Okay.
Of course, Burrow is like one of my favorite quarterbacks ever.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say either Tua or Hurts. I think, or Josh Allen. Excuse me. So,
okay.
But I think I'm like definitely top 3, top 4.
All right, there you go.
I mean, it's hard to argue.
I mean,
laid it out just fine, right?
Why not?
Mm-hmm.
J.J. Watt, man, his hair had the internet going nuts. We might hear about that again at 1:20. This was J.J. Watt, though. We know that Andre got in the Hall of Fame last week. Here was J.J. Watt's message to Andre Johnson.
All is right with the world. Andre Johnson, Hall of Famer. Man, it is truly a beautiful thing to be able to say those words. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations. You deserve it. You have earned it. You have a gold jacket, and you will now and forever be remembered as one of the greatest players to ever play this game. And damn, is that rightfully so. So happy. So happy for you, man. This is incredible. So well deserved. Everybody in the H is so proud of you, man.
Is JJ going back to like second, third year?
I hope you are enjoying every single second of it. You deserve it. I love you, brother. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations.
Apropos of nothing, you think JJ's ever smoked weed?
Yeah, but he was real weird about it. Probably. Mm-hmm. He probably acted like he was like extra hungry and like it just like
that sounded a little.
Nah, I think that's just like I have a selfie camera, so I'm gonna emphasize it.
Let's talk a little slower.
I don't know. Maybe he's scientifically down with the marijuana. I don't know.
A little lower, a little slower.
I don't know whether CJ's down or JJ's down with it or not.
I don't care either way. I just want to know if he's going to frost those tips.
Man, what was he doing? How did no one stop him from this?
Somebody said. Somebody
actually spiked it. Even if he'd have just parted it like he spiked it. When Debbie the Texan is talking about J.J. Watt's hair, you got a problem.
Yeah, but there was someone at some level somewhere that said, "Yeah, man, go with that. That looks good." Somebody said that to him. All right, I guess I will. I think I'm going to go on national television now.
My boy texted me at half, and this was the text exchange. Goodness, J.J. Watt looks like a weasel. I said, why? He said, his spiked hair looking like a 7-year-old on picture day. Then Debbie the Texan put her screenshot up. She said, who did JJ's hair? Someone said to her, who did JJ's hair? She said, no clue, but it's awful.
Wow.
So bad.
Wow.
Really is. His hair looks like a broke 90s boy band. The beard isn't doing any favors. He's good looking, dude. Fire the stylist.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a 90s vibe.
Maybe the Texans calling out J.J. Watt's hair. That's bad hair.
He looks like he's, air guitaring
Now,
in the driveway of a cul-de-sac.
Here's my question, though, because when you're on that stage like J.J. is, you're going to make some bold fashion decisions.
Bold choices.
Yeah. And you either stick by it or you don't. Do you think JJ sticks by it, or you think that's the last time we see that hairstyle?
He's changed it already. I think he's already washed it all
So he will
out.
never wear that again.
No, you're not going to see that again.
So to me, if you're going to do that, you got to feel it. Like, you got to feel confident enough to where you're just going to go in
Somebody
at
just
it.
need to tell him, nah, man. Nah, just stick with what what got you here. But yeah, I guess, no, he's not going to be feeling it or double down or no. I loved his tweet though. When you think people aren't going to notice your hair, they do.
How do you think people wouldn't notice that?
I know.
Do they have too many people on the set on CBS?
Yeah.
Who would you cut? Bill Cowher?
Cowher?
Yeah,
Number one.
Yeah,
Number
Cowher.
one seed.
I would just get rid of Cowher and I'd be fine.
Sims?
I like Sims. I think this is his last one though, but yeah, I like Sims.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would cut Cowher.
Cowher would definitely be number one.
It's amazing how long he's hung around.
Mm-hmm.
James Brown's a GOAT though.
I found out he had a hip replacement.
James Brown's the man. Dude.
He is the way he organizes it.
Remember when he was with Terry Howie and them, and it was elite. And I like Kurt, but James Brown goes to CBS. He's still the man.
Mm-hmm.
Nate Burleson's badass too. I watched all that pregame, but I don't know how Nate Burleson doesn't get giddy here. Nate Burleson interviewed someone. I think it was Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, it was.
And James Brown gives him like the ultimate like OG broadcast compliment, and he brings it back, and James Brown's like, Nate, that wasn't an interview. That was a conversation. And you really showed us what Patrick Mahomes is all about and the man that he is. And then he just went right to the camera and he went like right back on cue. He is the man, dude. James Brown is the freaking
that meant a lot.
Man, dude.
That meant a lot.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, that meant a lot.
That was not an interview. And I was like, where is this going? He goes, that was a conversation.
That's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, that's awesome.
Shout out to JB. Shout out to CBS, really. I know we do our complaining about Romo, but that's a hell of an event, man. What a day Super Bowl Sunday
Man,
is.
I was really pulling for Romo, and he had some really good moments. Some of his analysis was really good, but he just can't.
How are you pulling for this guy so much?
I don't know. I thought like, okay, this guy's just been bashed. I've bashed him. You've bashed him. It seemed like he was finally getting it all together, and then he's talking about just bizarre things here and there, and ends it awful with the last play. It was bad.
Coming up, the passing thoughts and the checklist. What do the Texans have after watching yesterday, with it still fresh on our mind? What do the Texans have to compete at that level, and what do they need? Plus some OG passing thoughts next.
We knew it was coming. exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So what do the Texans need to get to last night? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We'll answer that in a sec. But first, let's start off with some OG passing thoughts. Big game, big event. Should be a holiday, honestly. But it is not. But it's still one of the best days of the year. Super Bowl Sunday, John Lopez, passing thoughts.
Yeah, I'll start right there. The Super Bowl, I will double down, triple down, quadruple down, needs to be on a Saturday, 5:30 p.m., big time. You got 2 weeks to prepare anyway.
Get out of here.
Yeah. So
ruin my Super Bowl Sunday.
No, you can call it Super Bowl Saturday. You'll get right into the
Sunday.
flow of things.
It's a Sunday.
It used to be, and they didn't.
It still is.
No, I'm saying
Sunday.
if you change it, Saturday. Anyway, so I was pretty proud that and happy if the loopholes took advantage. I gave 5 bets Friday. I didn't want to bet against Patrick Mahomes. Good thing. But I didn't want to bet for Patrick Mahomes, so I did prop bets. Those 5 prop bets were the McCaffrey to score the game's first touchdown, plus 360. He did. First score is a field goal. It was. Total number of players to pass over 2.5. Woo! That turned out nicely. That was on the same play as the McCaffrey touchdown. And then Purdy completions under 22.5. He had 23. So I got 4 out of 5 right. The bet that I added on game day was Reba McEntire under 90.5 seconds on the anthem. Damn it. She was cruising.
No, you were on pace.
She was cruising.
She said home of the brave 3 times.
Yes, and then did the held the note. I was like, Reba, what are you doing to me? So
Her and Post Malone did their thing, man.
Post Malone was great.
Yeah,
it
they
was
both
great.
did their thing.
Yeah, of course, my wife said, I love him so much, but I hate looking at him.
Because the face tats?
All those face tats. It throws you off a little bit sometimes, especially when he tries to get dramatic like that or, serious. I was fascinated by Tony Romo talking about nervousness. Well, the nerves on both sides. You got Patrick Mahomes. You got Brock Purdy's never been here before. Oh, the nerves.
I don't think Patrick Mahomes looked nervous at
all.
all.
None of them did. Brock Purdy was 7 out of 8 in the first quarter. And he's like, well, the nerves, that's the thing you got to fight. It's the Super Bowl. A lot of these guys never been here before. Oh, this roster has really turned over for the Niners. Both rosters have turned over. A lot of players going to be nervous. Bro, you're talking about yourself because you have succumbed to nerves in the past. You have done it yourself.
The Romo botch snap?
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Yes.
The only one he ever botched in his entire career.
Yeah, you know why?
During a playoff game.
Meanwhile, here's Gramatica. Romo holds. 19-yard field goal attempt. Oh, it is fumbled by Romo, and then Romo's going to run to the end zone, and he's going to get tackled by Jordan Babineau. Amazing.
I think that was Tony Romo talking about Tony Romo.
Yeah.
100%. I never saw nerves affecting anybody. Another one, I thought I figured something out on these commercials. Because you said that you were underwhelmed, and I get that.
They were terrible.
If you watch the first quarter. I think what's going on here is movie studios pay the most money for the first quarter right out of the chute commercials. Because there were like 2 or 3 different movies that were very straightforward, kind of whatever. They weren't the entertaining commercials we thought. You get into the second and third quarter, that was the meat of it. There were some really, really good commercials. And we don't have to go through the whole list. That's kind of, whatever. It's been done a million times. But
yeah.
There were some really good ones.
The Brady one was good, the MGM betting.
The MGM was good. I thought the Paramount Plus was awesome. I thought the Lionel Messi commercial was really entertaining.
What's he do?
He plays soccer. Yeah, he kicks the ball around a little bit.
What's he play on the Dynamo?
No, a little better team than that.
Oh, shots fired.
I think he won the World Cup.
Talking about the champs, but okay.
I think he won the World Cup.
Yeah, you just lost a listener.
He's been in the World Cup anyway, something like that.
No, didn't he win his first?
Yeah, he won.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Okay.
Yeah. So, very solemn moment introducing the Hall of Famers, and Steve McMichael's wife was there because he's really, really sick.
Well, she looked like she hit the town.
Dude, was she? It was a solemn moment. And she looked like one of those woo-woo suburban moms on a girls' night out.
Yeah, she was happy for him. They did that Steve McMichael special.
I was like, she is like, your husband is deathly ill.
Yeah, they don't know if he's going to make it to August.
Yes.
When he gets inducted.
And she was kicking her legs.
Getting him there would be crazy. She was just excited that he got in.
Oh,
I mean, she does have to, like, care for him.
Little solemn.
She probably, getting out of the house probably fun for her.
Well, obviously.
Yeah. She was there.
Pretty cool tribute at the end of the Carl Weathers commercial, because he passed away. It was last week, wasn't it, or week before?
I think it was 2 Fridays ago.
But he had clearly, filmed the commercial before, so they did a little tribute at the end. Clearly. I mean, I hope so.
He didn't do it yesterday.
He didn't do it yesterday, that's for sure. Hey, Travis Kelce, in most states, that's called assault, what you did with Andy Reid. That was brutal.
That was pathetic.
It was pathetic.
That was awful. That's not normal.
It was like any other circumstance. It would be, and their reason.
I wish Andy Reid would have fallen and gotten hurt.
He would have broken his hip,
and then they had to cart him off and then bring him out there heroic.
Yeah. And we talked about this in the last segment, but it's one of my passing thoughts. I thought JJ was trying to be a '90s suburban rapper. In the cul-de-sac.
I don't know what the hell he was doing. I don't know about a rapper. Maybe a boy band.
Yeah.
In sync.
What I mean. Yeah. Taylor Swift chugged a beer.
No, she did.
A drink.
It was.
She chugged it.
She did.
Watch the video. It was at least half full.
It was at least half. That was not half full.
And then she raised it and slammed it on the table.
That was like 1 out of 8. That was the worst. That was bad acting. Was she going to try to be in movies?
She was living her best life.
She scares me.
She scares you?
She terrifies me.
Why?
She's just it's just scary. Something weird.
What scares you about her?
Just the whole thing is weird. Like, it scares me.
Scares you?
Yes. Her and Travis Kelce, they scare me. Like, I have an uneasy feeling they give me an uneasy feeling. They really do. I mean, I don't mind seeing her on TV and it's harmless and stuff, but when you think about the bigger picture, it's kind of scary.
Well, that's
her fans are nuts.
Yeah, her fans are nuts.
Travis Kelce's just it's obvious that he's very, very much a clout chaser. He had that crappy reality show. Their kiss looked, I mean,
that one I don't
get. Embarrassing.
They kissed. It was a kiss.
That was very awkward.
Do you want them to go to the ground and start mauling each other?
I mean, that was weird. I just didn't really.
Yeah, I'm not with you.
They scare me, man.
I'm not with you.
They terrify me. They might try to take over the world pretty soon.
Well, that
just seems real dirty to me.
Are they gonna?
They just give me a dirty, like, slimy feeling.
Number one, are they gonna break up? Number two,
what, Figgy? Am I out of line?
No, it's just fun.
You don't feel slimy watching them a little bit?
Not really.
Me neither.
Not really.
Number one, are they going to break up? Number two, is it going to be an amicable breakup, or is it going to get ugly?
I mean, I don't know whether they're going to break up or not. The most difficult part of their relationship is now. It begins now, because he doesn't have the excuse of, I have to go to football practice. Like, he has to date Taylor Swift during an offseason, which I don't think that's easy. What she does is hard, man.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not minimizing what Taylor Swift does. That is one of the hardest lives in the world.
Yeah.
Like, to perform like that, to always be on, to always have to look out for what's going on, to be that powerful, all that. Like, I'm not dismissing what that is, but dating that when you don't have the built-in excuse of the last 5 months or 6 months of football and all that, man, that's going to be hard. It's going to take work.
Now that is
it's definitely going to take work.
I don't agree with your other takes on Taylor and Travis necessarily, but that is your best one.
But they don't.
Off season's going to be
like, you couldn't see like a movie or like a scenario where like they try to just take over the world. Seriously, dude.
No, I don't. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce
take over the world.
Take over the world.
I don't know, like maybe through like technology or like mind control or like some sort of like evil.
They're gonna invest into some AI program or something.
Maybe, I don't know.
Well, they already have mind control on a lot of people.
Yeah, I know, and it just seems like now it's like they're merging like the NFL with Taylor Swift. I just feel like I wouldn't be surprised if like helicopters start flying over with like TK logos on them, trying to like take over my. They're probably listening to me right now on my phone right now.
There's a laundry locker in Houston. Alert! Let's take care of that.
Alert!
Get all our Houston area.
Let's destroy.
This will be my final show.
Get all the Houston area Swifties right outside the studio.
They scare me, man. They really do.
Speaking of Taylor Swift, another passing thought here. I thought the coverage of her was perfect.
I don't even think there was enough. Like with all this said, like it needs to be like she's a hit.
Yeah.
Like you got to put her on. You got to put her on the screen. I'd rather look at her on.
Remember
the
they were
screen
having meetings and stuff. Like All the CBS exams. How much should we show? Dude.
As much as you want.
I enjoyed it, man.
It was perfect. It was perfect.
I do kind of find it weird that, all the way through, and this just kind of speaks to the fakeness of that type of life that she lives, to where you always have to be on. That, you're sitting there with Kelce's mom and Mahomes' wife and all that all the way through the season, and then all of a sudden you got your whack pack with you, sitting in the damn suite. Who was that? Who was that one chick? There were two chicks.
Figgy, you mentioned her earlier.
Ice Spice.
There was Ice Spice and
I saw
someone else.
Lana Del Rey in there.
Did Selena Gomez come in there too?
I think there was a moment when
was
Selena,
it? Okay, I missed her.
I think Selena snuck in there too.
Yeah, she was in there for a little bit.
But that's kind of expected, though. That's the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, it's all type of fake people that probably don't even know who playing at the Super Bowl.
But if you're really about that life and about the game, you want like, and this is probably just me being the superstitious weirdo sports guy. You want your environment in the big game to be like what it has been, or whatever.
But it never will be.
I want to sit there with Selena Gomez.
You think she's about that life, though? That football life.
You never know.
Well, then don't sit in the suite with Mahomes and them acting like you're having the time of your life.
But we don't know. I mean,
I do know, because in the biggest moment, she's sitting there with Selena Gomez.
Oh, so what? They might be enjoying the game. Man, Taylor is in your head.
No, I mean, I'm scared of her, dude.
Rent free.
Yeah, that's right. Now, this just goes to show you that this is not like revisionist or anything. I was really loud about they should have kicked the field goal.
Blake Lively was there, right?
Lively.
Yeah,
Blake
Lively.
Yeah, she might have been the best looking one in the booth.
Yeah, I mean, is Taylor Swift hot?
I think she's kind of hot. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like on Celebrity, like she's.
I've never seen her make nobody list.
Yeah, like her presence. Like, if you like Taylor Swift, you like the fact that she's
unattractive.
You like the fact that she's a billionaire and you like her power.
And she's pretty.
But on the celebrity scale, you think Taylor Swift's hot?
She's kind of
celebrity scale.
Kind of hot. Yeah.
Okay.
God, you hate.
No, I'm just saying.
But Blake Lively was the hit. I mean, Blake Lively was the one.
I don't even think she's Nordstrom at the Galleria hot.
Dang.
Come on.
What do you mean, come on? I
You've seen those people with the lotion?
I said what I think.
All right, let me put it this way. If you walk through the Galleria right now, and you put Taylor Swift in one of those center areas where she's trying to get you to try hand lotion, where it's always like the
I'm walking right past.
But do you think she's in the top tier of hotness on that?
Absolutely.
Hell no. Hell no. With the exotic and all that? Hell no. 713-572-46.
Those lotion girls is smoking Taylor boots.
Man, like in Vegas at the Planet Hollywood, with the accents and stuff. She ain't even graduating in the top half of the class.
Man, them girls is cold, man.
Yeah, they are.
Those are plants. You want to talk about plants?
Yeah.
There's guys trying
I might get this for my aunt.
There's guys who haven't showered in weeks buying moisturizer.
That's
from
what
them.
I'm saying. Yeah.
They got me years ago.
And they always act like they have a chance. Yeah, I'm buying this for my aunt. I'll get this for my sister. Because they don't want to sound like they're committed to anybody.
You be leaving there spending like $100.
Yeah. So when McCaffrey lost that yard in overtime, or was it overtime or the end of the game? It was the end of the game, I think. I would have kicked the field goal. I'm just being honest.
Yeah. Fourth and 2, down 3. I'm kicking the field goal. That was in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it ended up paying off. But I would.
And then they missed the extra point.
And then they missed the extra point. I think the most impressive player of anybody yesterday, not in terms of like the plays he made, but just impressive, was Deebo Samuel. I thought for sure he was done for the game with that hamstring. I mean, he went down like he got shot. The next thing I know, he's jogging back on the field going 100 miles an hour.
Text line 281. I'm with you, Landry. Those chicks selling that dead sea salt scrub. My God.
Man.
You just gotta walk straight.
Yeah.
And they're flirting with girls. They're flirting with, oh, you got nice face.
Oh,
Look
yeah,
at
it's
this.
beautiful.
Look at the difference.
They know what they doing, man. They probably cleaning up too.
Oh yeah, they are.
Hustling too.
Yeah, they are. We saw why Bobby Slowick runs end arounds and reverses.
Oh, Shanahan likes him.
Shanahan was all about it too, man. One of them was relatively successful. The other one was not. Mentioned this before, but it's worth mentioning again. Tony Romo almost was good. Almost. But he wasn't. That last call, I was like just shaking my head. What are you doing? Jim Nantz had to be livid about that one, too. I know it's the second time we've used the word.
I don't know. Like I don't know what Nance is thinking.
Yeah. Jackpot, Kansas City.
That final call.
Jackpot, Kansas City. I didn't mind it. Gotta say, I didn't mind it.
Well, you also like Houston. We have a problem, so it's a different scale.
I hate Houston. We have a problem. But I thought, like, everybody has something.
By the way, if the Texans ever get in the Super Bowl, just know that's coming.
Happen.
Know that's coming.
It's going to happen. But no problem. You got to have something to kind of remember the moment, even if Tony Romo ruins it. One of the low-key...
I was so glad Kelce didn't score that touchdown to go ahead.
God.
I feel like they were trying to set it up for him, man.
I would have...
Oh, my goodness.
I literally, like, after the game, I turned it off. I was like, I'm not looking at social media till the morning.
Yeah.
If he scored that touchdown, I would agree that NFL was scripted, man. That was a perfect script.
I was like, please tackle him.
Him catching the winning touchdown,
please tackle him. Please.
Hey, that's already out there about how it was scripted. While we're on that, Andy Reid's play call, I believe he hadn't called that game-winning play all year long. And then he calls it, and it's a touchdown, and he fools the Niners defense. Man, that is, talk about bold moves. He made it work. They probably, clearly worked on it all week long. It was awesome. One of the best or worst, depending on your perspectives, low-key, very uncomfortable moments.
Now, is this the right use of low-key, or are you doing it like the kids do these days?
You tell me. It was all cool until John Elway got the Lombardi Trophy and had to walk through all those Chiefs to deliver it to the stage. John Elway and the Kansas City Chiefs, there is no hatred more fierce than the
That had to
Elway.
feel good for the Chiefs,
It
though.
had to feel great for the Chiefs. It had to be the most. Did you see his kind of awkward smile, like, go ahead and touch the trophy? That had to be, if you're a Broncos fan, you had to be sick about that. Elway taking the trophy to the Chiefs. Man. And shout out to Larry Zonka, who started that little parade. Larry Zonka made it up there.
Number 39?
Yep, number 39. I believe it's 39.
Man.
Yeah.
Doing his thing.
Yeah.
He was really good on American Gladiators.
That's what you remember him for. I remember him.
Well, I didn't watch him play. I wasn't even born.
I know.
But I remember, like, I went back and studied his work because he was so good on American Gladiators.
Well, he could bulldoze people. That's for darn sure.
Yeah, back then they were like weighed about $110 on the D-line.
Sure, go with that.
Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop. Some bad news for the city of Houston, but I mean no harm. Next.
Yeah.
1.
And Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It took me 2 days to get over our Las Vegas trip. I mean, you can act all macho and everything else. So we got home. I guess I got home a little before 12:45 or something that Friday night. And Saturday I slept in. For me, sleeping in, I slept almost all the way till 8 a.m. And I thought I was good. All right, good, all good. Went through Saturday. About 8:30, I was like, I'm kind of sleepy. And it wasn't even like I didn't drink a lot. It was just everything, you know? I mean,
walking,
the energy, just going back and forth all over the place, the flying and all that, the drinking, the gambling, the whatever, the time change. It was weird. Like, I didn't really, cut loose. And it wasn't until yesterday that I felt like I was finally over everything.
I slept till 6 p.m.
Saturday?
Yeah.
See, I didn't. I got up about 8, which is late for me. And I was just like, I thought I was cool. It's weird how trips like that, just because you're always moving and everything, you're tense or whatever. Not tense, but you're in a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, it takes a while.
It wasn't until yesterday I got over our trip. Great trip.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think Travis Kelce was psychotic and ridiculous with his treatment of Andy Reid. If that's normal, then it shouldn't be.
No.
Like if Andy Reid just accepts it or whatever, that should not be normal. If Tyreek Hill did that, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, what would the reaction be? Like that was a little much.
No.
And he wouldn't have done it to Eric Bieniemy. There's also a bully nature of it. The guy's just a tool. This is not new. The guy's just a tool. He's a total tool.
Yeah, I thought I thought that any other player, any other circumstance, it would be all we're discussing right now. But because they won the Super Bowl and everybody's happy, and they kind of both dispelled it with stories that were a little bit hard to believe, it just seemed like people are just glossing over it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I thought the halftime show started slow, man. I was a little bit.
Oh, it did.
Yeah, I was.
It did. People don't want to admit it. It did.
No, I'm just kind of going through the whole progression. I thought two things happened. I think he was a little nervous about starting it on the actual turf, like he might fall, and I think he was nervous, Usher. But then
he picked it up.
I thought it was a great show. Long story short, spoiler alert, I thought it was great, truly great.
Yeah, he picked it up.
But I think he owes that to Ludacris, Lil Jon, and Alicia Keys. I thought they kind of loosened him up. Alicia Keys, first of all.
Yeah, she came out there.
Big
She
fan
let him
of the
breathe
red
a little
outfit,
bit.
by the way.
Let him breathe.
Yeah.
Get out there.
Seeing Luda was awesome.
Jermaine Dupri out there.
Jermaine Dupri was out there. He was the only one I didn't know who it was, and so I was proud of
I
myself.
know you ain't know who Will I Am was.
No, I did. No,
Really?
No, I texted.
I thought that was Kanye West.
No, I can show you the. I can show you the.
How
text.
you know that was in with the mask?
I texted Jacob. Text Jacob. I texted Jacob. I said the only one I didn't know was the bald dude. So I was actually kind of proud of this whole 2000s.
Ludacris did his thing, man.
God, that was good.
Lil
And
Jon-
you know I love Luda.
They should just let Lil Jon do a halftime show with everyone that he's ever done a song with.
Yeah,
they could do it.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
That would be a great show.
I even knew
an incredible show.
The guitarist.
Get everybody.
Her. Does she call herself her or
Yes,
H-E-R?
her.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I even knew who that was.
I don't know who she is.
Yeah.
Her name's Her?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to her.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so this was Sam Joffre of the Super Bowl host committee in Las Vegas talking about just the evolution of where the NFL is now in their relationship with Las Vegas as compared to where they were before.
Las Vegas wasn't even allowed to buy a commercial during the game to advertise Las Vegas for tourism purposes. There was that hard of a line drawn. And then you fast forward to everything that happened with the Supreme Court and sportsbook betting, and you start to see it become a national phenomenon, opened up the door for Vegas to then start hosting professional sports teams, building venues at an explosive rate. So from 2017 to now, look at what's happened. World-class NFL stadium here. It's a whole new sports economy here.
All right, my confession is this. I love Houston. Whatever's good for the city, I support. But if I were the commissioner, if I were in charge of this, Houston would never get a Super Bowl again, and Las Vegas would have it 24/7. You don't have to drive anywhere. I actually think it's more fan-friendly. A loophole brought this up, and I thought this was a good point. Most people can't even afford to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But you can afford to go to Vegas. Like Vegas is surprisingly like very affordable vacation. To the point where even the night, like Friday night, you could get some hotel rooms for $60. Like you could stay at the Rio for $60.
Absolutely.
Which is off there. Golden Nugget was like $60 downtown.
And just watch the game down at the casino.
And it's the Super Bowl experience, it's the buzz, all that. If it were up to me, my confession is I would have it in Vegas every year for everybody.
I'm more of a rotation guy between New Orleans, Miami, LA, and Vegas. So, but same premise. Who cares if you build a new stadium? Congratulations, you're going to be cashing a lot of checks, but you don't need a Super Bowl. They always throw a bone to the guys that build a new stadium. Nah, just take it to those four cities, or if you want to go Vegas every year, I'm good with that too.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
We know the NFL always wins, that it's a ratings and money-making machine. We know that. I still think that the ratings on this Super Bowl, because of the closeness of the game, because of the marquee teams, and because mostly the Taylor Swift factor, this might be one that stays up there for a long, long time. Like these ratings might be, I'll make the prediction now. I haven't seen any numbers yet. I'm sure they'll come out today at some point. This will be the most watched Super Bowl in history, and I think it's going to be the most watched Super Bowl for a long, long time. It was that popular for a number of reasons.
It's just really impressive how the NFL has. I remember back in the day, this was like maybe 15 years ago, Mark Cuban made like some smart ass comment like pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered.
Yeah.
I would say that the NFL has not gotten fat and happy. Like they've continued to evolve, whether it's rules, whether it's the game, all that type of stuff. And meanwhile, the NBA.
Yeah.
What are y'all doing?
They're getting slaughtered.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they have some decent ratings.
Was LeBron at the game yesterday? I didn't see.
Yeah, he was.
He was.
Yeah.
They showed him?
Yeah.
When?
They showed him early in the game, right?
Who was he sitting with?
I don't know.
They ain't show who he was sitting with, but
okay.
Yeah.
Who was he? Did he have a rooting interest?
I didn't notice any gear that he was wearing.
I'm surprised he wasn't wearing the 49ers gear.
Yeah.
They said Drake had $1.5 million on the game.
You said Beyonce looked like a hostage.
She did. She didn't want to be there. I needed her to blink twice.
She was gorgeous in that commercial. I mean, it's like Beyonce, at her best.
But in the suite, she looked like, man, I tried to see if there was a gun to her back or something.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You know who I think is kind of ticked off right now?
Kyle Shanahan.
Eric Bieniemy. He's got to be, right?
Why's that?
Because it was like, well, Eric Bieniemy, you know, the man.
Oh, he wanted, Eric Bieniemy deep down inside wanted him to lose.
I don't know about that.
So that you could say, look, they couldn't win without me.
Yeah, I think I don't know, but I'm like, of all the people, because first of all, Andy Reid, as we talked about, made a brilliant play call. We know Andy Reid, and
he's always called the plays.
Yeah, well, I thought he had some input, and he probably still does.
Well, but have you ever seen him mic'd up? He's not even talking.
I know. This is true.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, they're asking other guys for the play.
But like all these guys with Chiefs pedigree in their blood, Chiefs blood, are just thrilled. I bet you Eric Bieniemy's not. I bet you he's not. I bet you he's
you don't want him to win.
Yeah.
When you leave, you want to be able to say, see,
because this did not help his cause.
Yeah, you say, see, they couldn't win without me. Now they're talking like, or I don't know if Florio. I think like Florio just knows that Bieniemy is a polarizing thing, so he's pushing it. Yeah. So I don't know whether he would come back or not. I don't know what.
What was that? Him coming in and making a speech to the team or something?
I don't know.
The AFC champion.
I have no idea. I guess
just weird as hell.
The Washington thing. I don't know. Like they're very good to him and good for them, and we'll see where he ends up. But yeah, if I were him, I'd be my confession. I would be ticked.
Yeah,
I don't want y'all to win without me.
Well, it doesn't help his cause professionally.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, man. I gotta give credit where credit is due. I thought that the overall presentation, the 5-6 hour pregame show, I thought it was perfect on CBS. I thought it was absolute perfection.
They did a great job.
I enjoyed it very much.
I was in and out. I was cooking. I was smoking some chicken.
We'll mention in and out. That's a polarizing topic around here.
Come on, man.
Boy, you got pretty criticized for the in and out, and I was with you.
I'm not backing down.
Yeah,
I love Whataburger.
In and out at its best was awesome.
It's Patrick Mahomes
at the link.
What is Whataburger at his best?
I don't know. They opened one on the Strip.
Yeah, y'all should have tried it.
I mean, not there.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't talk about In-N-Out at his best, but never try Whataburger at his best.
I have tried Whataburger at its best.
That's why I'm asking y'all. What's Whataburger at its best?
Whataburger at its best is awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's the best, in Texas, because I think the Whataburgers in Texas are better than In-N-Outs in Texas.
Yeah,
from what I've had anyway.
Yeah.
But what I was saying is that In-N-Out in Las Vegas,
next
level.
It's elite.
Next level.
It's elite.
Yeah.
Watch this.
I'm going to go to Whataburger in Las Vegas. I might go to Sawgrass. They have breakfast.
Yeah.
They have breakfast at Sawgrass.
This is going to upset you.
Okay.
I know it's going to upset you.
It's fine.
I buy that Travis Kelce gave a hell of a speech.
To where everyone was crying?
They were saying it after the game, before the game.
Of course they were.
Never heard anything like it. I still get chills when I think about it.
God.
Look, you can say what you will about...
It made people cry.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe it.
What percentage of people do you think actually cried?
Well, the players? I don't know, 10.
All right, well, what would you, to the best of your ability, what would you say the context of it was?
I have no idea. It could have been anything from the moment,
People counted us out this year.
To that,
That's going to make you cry?
To any number of things. But for 6 or 8 different players were talking about it.
You got to fight.
No, I don't think he was doing that. Yeah. Well, Jim Nantz set him up for that too.
I'll tell you what, guys. Everybody thinks of me as a guy who has one brother. But I got 90 brothers in this room right here. Not just Pat.
Hey, James Palmer did a whole report on it. About that speech.
Dude,
I'm buying it.
That was so planted.
I'm buying it.
That was so planted.
I shouldn't be buying it, is what you're saying?
I mean, it was so planted, dude. So all of a sudden, James Palmer's just getting random texts. And then Albert Breer was like, I just talked to another coach who said it was an emotional speech.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I'm buying it.
Fellas, this is what it's all about.
Do you think there were cameras in there and we'll hear it?
What?
Do you think there were cameras in there?
I think so.
And we'll hear it at some point? I'd love to hear it.
They're probably creating a documentary or something.
I'd love to hear it. I'm believing it. I'm believing that he was in the moment. He caught lightning in a bottle. Now, That said, let me be honest about this.
Crying, though? I'm not saying he couldn't get you pumped, but Travis Kelce's going to make you cry?
Travis Kelce's going to make you cry.
Okay, like he can get me pumped. Like he could probably get you like really fired up, but he's going to make you cry?
Yes.
Come on.
Come on, man. He's a motivator.
Come on, man.
All that said, though, there wasn't anybody on the field thinking about his speech in the overtime. Like they were all like, he gave us a great speech. Dude, that was the last thing on your mind when you're going to overtime in the Super Bowl. Now that part, it is kind of a joke.
Coming up, some people fear Patrick Mahomes more than ever after yesterday's win. Man, I got less. Explain next.
What's better than one award-winning Texan?
Network.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
28-year-old Patrick Mahomes is a scary thing. I think John Lopez's fear has increased. It was already there, but I think it's increased with what happened yesterday. I'm not going to lie, mine's kind of decreased.
I can't buy that.
I think this Chiefs team, when it comes to being like a long-term threat, a hurdle, I just don't see the Tom Brady angle that so many people see where they're going to be at this level for a while. Look, they had to – I think they deserve a tip of the cap for the path which they took to win this Super Bowl. I think it's the most impressive, gutsy path that I can remember seeing in a long time. But their other two important players, Chris Jones, 30 years old now. He's trying to get a new contract. And Travis Kelce, 35 years old. He's going to have to date Taylor Swift during an offseason, and that's probably not easy. I just don't. I think Kansas City can be got. I look at them as a vulnerable squad.
Yeah, I think that is a big mistake. I thought you lay out a good case.
Joe Burrow beat them in year 2.
I get it. They need that Chris Jones type. They need to end up paying this secondary. They need Travis Kelce or a big time receiver like that. But I keep going back to what my thought was as I'm watching them with this
Patrick
team.
F. and Mahomes,
dude. It's not even just that. It's the fact that how do you want to build the team around me? Because I'm going to win with it no matter what. Like they have gone to the races. You know, they the proverbial track meet, and he's won. Now they're the exact opposite. They're a just beat you down type of defense, strangling defense that help. He'll beat you that way too, and everything in between. He's beating you that way too. Yes, I'm more worried about Patrick Mahomes than I've ever been, to the point where I asked you earlier, how do you get by him? How do you beat him? You know, if these teams – look, the Bills are better than the Texans. The Ravens are better than the Texans. The Niners are better than the Texans. And he beat them all. Twice on the road and then in Las Vegas at the Super Bowl. He's just it's however you build a team around him, he's going to find a way to beat you. And it's at 28 years old, it's just hard, man. It's just hard to fathom overcoming that.
But it's been overcome. Like Burrow overcame it.
Well, yeah, I mean Joe Montana didn't win a Super Bowl. Brady didn't win a Super Bowl every year. Montana didn't win. There are going to be glitches. There's going to be ebbs and flows. But by and large, don't bet against that guy.
Okay, without Travis Kelce.
See, that's why I said 2 years.
Yeah, without Travis Kelce.
Let me. Okay, I'm glad you brought that up. I think the next 2 years is going to be next to impossible. Them at their best, him at his best to beat them in a big game in the postseason. You just couldn't bet on that. Now, Travis Kelce has announced he's going to come back next year. We'll see how serious he is about that. Andy Reid, in his day after press conference, just actually officially said, "I'm not retiring. I'm not thinking about retirement." So they're both back now. If Travis Kelce retires after next year,
they got to sign Jones.
See, I think that, like I said, that's when it comes into they've shown that they can build different teams.
Let's say someone breaks bread with Chris Jones and say someone pays him and he goes away. You think that team's in the Super Bowl?
I think
hell no.
Yeah, I do.
I
don't know about Super Bowl, but they're definitely
without him. They don't win that game yesterday.
I don't disagree, but without Patrick,
but you think
Mahomes,
they'll just find ways to do it?
Yes. Because any way you want to,
I mean the evolution is impressive. I just don't. We haven't seen him without Kelce,
and that's
I feel like we've been saying that for the last 3 Super Bowls, man. Yeah. We said that about Tyreek Hill. Now it seems like we keep kind of moving the goalposts a little bit.
No, I don't.
Do we got to be buried with nobody?
No. I get what you're saying. The Tyreek Hill thing, it is true. Like they lost that element, but we've never seen him without Kelce.
Right. And all I'm saying is,
and Kelce was great before him.
I think Travis Kelce is going to be very key for the next 2 years. They are going to have to take a step back when Kelce retires, if it's next year or the year after or whatever. But if they build it the right way, and that's the other thing, the front office has shown they can build this team in different ways, and he's still going to win. That's the thing. Now, if they just fall on their faces and don't, and there's no talent around them, of course, then the Texans or whomever would have a chance. But if they've got any squad at all, and they get into the postseason where close games are always played, he's going to win. I mean, you can't bet against him.
I'm just a little worried about them making moves. Like if they start making trades, they start drafting certain players. That's what would scare me a little bit.
Well, I mean, they completely revamped their secondary, like in a matter of like 2 years.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying there. Like if they've shown that they can have the stable foundation of Patrick Mahomes and they can evolve. So I do agree with that. Like 3 years ago, we were saying, man, their secondary sucks.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? And now it's one of the best.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and they have a feel of the moment. So I get that. I just think that with Chris Jones and Travis Kelce where they're at, and the fact that we've seen them get got, they could have easily gotten got yesterday too.
Absolutely. Same thing in Buffalo. You know, who knows about Baltimore? But
Cincinnati last year.
Yeah, but they didn't. That's where I've landed after this, because I'm like, dang, the Niners should have beat them yesterday. I mean,
should have beat the crap out of them.
Yeah, could have.
Because, even when you were looking at the score, when it was a 7-point game, when it was a 10-point game, like, just the overall feel watching that game was, man, this seems like it should be a lot less close than it is right now.
Yeah, and yet they didn't. And there's, that wasn't Chris Jones that was doing that. I mean, he helped, and they definitely wouldn't have had a chance without him. But that was Patrick Mahomes.
That was Chris Jones.
It was
Chris Jones did some. He
threw for 333 yards, man, and it felt like nothing. Like, it felt like casual. It was crazy. It's just you have to put him there as one of those guys that if it's close at all, he's going to beat you. That's the worry.
I mean, Joe Burrow kind of had his number before last year. Like, Joe Burrow hadn't lost to them in the playoffs.
Well, that said, I think there's two quarterbacks, and this is going to sound very homerish, and I don't mean it. I think there's two quarterbacks that kind of have that same characteristic. I think it's C.J. Stroud and Joe Burrow. I think either if they don't have it now, they're getting there. I know Joe Burrow does, but if C.J. Stroud doesn't have it now, he's getting there. So that's the hope you do get. But come on, he hasn't done what he's done.
The other thing about Mahomes that I think is scary, on top of the obvious, is, and I might be talking myself out of this, but the other out of this notion that they're vulnerable. The other thing that he has is I think he's going to be willing to take less money to keep guys.
Is already talking about that.
Yeah.
Because Brady did it, and I do think that there's I mean, he's doing his thing off the field.
State Farm, baby.
Yeah. So there is like that I think he's going to do that. Mm-hmm. And I don't say whether you should or shouldn't do that. I'm just saying, like, it's abundantly clear that when you do that, you're able to.
Yeah. That's a big advantage.
Put a squad around you.
Yeah, it is.
Now, I don't know if CJ is going to be willing to do that or not. He's got David Mulligetta as his agent.
After he gets that second contract, maybe a little more willing, but he's going to wait for that.
He's got David Mulligetta as his agent, and we'll hear from David Mulligetta when we go around the league. Could Deshaun Watson impact C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans despite him being gone? We'll get into that in 12 minutes. But yeah, I don't look at Kansas City and say, "Wow, how are you gonna beat them?" When Brady was doing his thing, I had that feeling.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have that feeling with them.
I do. I really do.
And maybe I'm an idiot. Like, maybe I'm just like stubbornly not acknowledging the fact that I bet against Patrick Mahomes 3 times in the last month and lost all 3 times. But every time I felt like, man. Like, let's just go back.
They should have beat him.
Well, I mean,
really, the Bills should have beat him.
But a lot of it's not even him, dude.
Yeah.
Like, because you look at the Buffalo game, they missed a field goal.
Yeah.
They missed a field goal.
I get it.
The Baltimore game, Zay Flowers fumbles at the 1-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
They had few interceptions of Lamar Jackson. This one, the defense was incredible. He did his thing. I'm not going to take anything away from it. But there's also something really kind of like, are they just like, did they have a deal with God or something like that? Like,
no, the NFL fixed it. Didn't you hear?
No, I mean, dude,
no, they are getting a lot of lucky breaks.
They get all the breaks, dude. Yeah. The guy that's the biggest monster out there that is sticking out like a sore thumb out there, like crushing skulls and everything like that, tears his Achilles running onto the field in the second quarter and gets carted off. Dude, there was literally a commercial break. I looked on Twitter and J.J. Watt says, wow, Greenlaw just hurt his leg jogging out during the break. And I'm like, what is he talking about?
He was hopping.
They come back, a big development.
Yeah.
And the dude's like foaming at the mouth, just ready to go eat Patrick Mahomes alive, and the guy collapses. Then, when San Francisco's in control, they punt the ball, and it hits some damn's foot. Like, that's the thing that scares me. Like, even more so than Patrick Mahomes, and I'm not taking away from their greatness. Again, one of the most impressive runs I've seen, but sometimes these teams, it's like, How lucky can y'all be?
When you're great, you get that luck.
Yeah, yep.
Dude, it hits a guy in the back of the foot.
I used to call them Laker bounces. Have I ever told you about that? Like all the long rebounds that fall right into Magic's or somebody's hands or Kobe's.
When Vlade Divac bats it back
or
and Robert
Kobe's,
Horry
yeah.
catches it and hits it.
Oh, there's another Laker bounce. And great teams get the Laker bounces. The Patrick Mahomes get the Laker bounces.
that muff punt, dude, they're up 7. They're in. I honestly think if they, with the way that game felt, if San Francisco just catches that punt, I do not think they look back.
Well,
I do not think they look back at 7-0. I think they could go get a field goal instead. Boom.
Yeah.
Kansas City goes and scores.
But then Kyle Shanahan tripped all over himself. Mom Spaghetti. What's her name? Penny? Peggy
Shanahan.
Because of that. But no matter how they get there, if it gets close at all, Patrick Mahomes is going to beat you. Like when they got the ball there, I was like, that's it.
The other thing is about this, and it's kind of it's not just all Texans related, because we're talking about this, and the Texans aren't even the Chiefs' biggest threat.
No.
Now that a good offseason can put you up there closer, but right now I'd say their biggest threats are Buffalo and Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
Cincinnati did not have Joe Burrow this year. He was never healthy.
Yeah.
Even when the Texans faced him, like he was never fully healthy this season. So there's still a lot of other obstacles that the Texans have to overcome. Like they're not sitting where Buffalo and
that could
Cincinnati
change.
have set.
And depending on what the offseason is, that could change, and the Texans would be right there. And I think, I think CJ has some of those intangibles. I know that word's thrown around a lot, but it would be hard to bet against Patrick Mahomes even in that. I mean, it just would. If it gets close, he's going to beat you.
How Deshaun Watson could impact C.J. Stroud and the Texans, an intense controversy in many, many ways. Let's go around the league next.
Area 45 with Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Deshaun Watson impact on the future of the Houston Texans in more ways than one. That's coming up shortly. But let's start with the big game yesterday, the conclusion of the 2023-2024 season. The San Francisco 49ers fall to the Kansas City Chiefs 25-22 in OT. Let's hear from the losers. Here is...
Oh, man.
Is that harsh?
No.
They lost.
It sounds a little harsh.
Okay, let's hear from Nick Bosa. Here's Nick Bosa. By the way, his jersey probably would have fit Jelly Roll with how much it was getting stretched out during the game.
He was getting held a lot.
God, I don't like to be like, that's holding.
No,
every play.
I hate that.
My man was getting tackled.
They're holding. Yeah, they were, though.
He was getting tackled on the edge. Yeah. My goodness.
Yeah.
If they counted tackles for offensive linemen, you know how they count them for linebackers?
Yeah.
Boy, Kansas City's tackle would have led the game. Probably had 28 tackles. Here's Nick Bosa on the loss.
That was speechless. I couldn't really look anybody in the eye, especially all my teammates. I could have done more. Everybody could have done more, and there's really not much to say at this point. It's going to hurt, and it's going to hit in waves, and but that's life.
Man, Chase Young was good too.
Early on he was real good.
I'm still up for Chase Young here.
Why not?
I'm still up for Chase.
Is he a
Young
free
here.
agent?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I'm up for put him opposite of Will Anderson.
He was impact.
You probably have to pay him, but hey, screw it.
Is that more of an upgrade?
Yeah, I mean, you put him instead of Jerry Hughes, and you put Chase Young on opposite end of Will Anderson. Will Anderson, you're not going to have to pay for 3 or 4 more years, so you can invest.
But that's more of an upgrade than Grenard, right? Than keeping Grenard.
Yeah,
I think so.
I think so. Yeah,
think so.
Without money involved, I would say yes.
Yes, yeah. I think he's a better player than Grenard, and I think he has unrealized potential.
He was impacting everything early on, especially
unrealized potential, man.
Yeah.
Sign me up for that. Fred Warner, perhaps one of the most demoralizing plays of the game was Dre Greenlaw running onto the field in the second quarter and getting hurt. Here was Fred Warner talking about that play.
I'm sick to my stomach. I'm still sick. I see him at halftime, and I'm crying because I'm so hurt for him, and obviously wanted to win this for him, and sickening.
My takeaway on that was an Achilles tendon that was going to snap. It just happened to snap then, which made it even uglier and more heartbreaking. But clearly, it would have happened at some point otherwise. But all the things that you talk about, like lucky breaks that have gone the Chiefs' way and they take advantage of, that was a big one, man. He was about to eat Patrick Mahomes. I mean, he was destroying him.
David Mulugheta, the agent of Deshaun Watson, got Deshaun Watson that $230 million guaranteed deal, despite the fact that his wee-wee had gotten him in a lot of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
He was on with Pat McAfee briefly. By the way, McAfee, you don't have to sniff this this much with an agent. This is a little crazy. But David Mulugheta also happens to represent C.J. Stroud. McAfee asked about guaranteed contracts in the future, and if David Mulugheta thinks that's going to be a thing, here's what he had to say to McAfee.
We were hoping that would be the case. But unfortunately, a couple deals that came in after that didn't kind of fall in line with what we did there. So, hey, we got a couple more quarterbacks, so it's not over yet.
Okay, so that is the conversation. Are you going to continue to push for that, I assume, as you go forward? That is how business is going to be done?
There's a contract in the marketplace that says as such, so that's our plan.
Thank you for changing the game. Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Mulugheta. You're a legend, dude.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. It's quarterbacks, and you have to be a really, really good quarterback. This is not hard.
But that contract is not the norm. That was a desperate team.
Said,
yeah, that was a desperate team.
Mm-hmm. It was the only way they
doing
could
an extremely desperate thing.
It was better quarterbacks that got paid, but not like that.
Yeah, and by the way, they probably regret doing it.
Now they do. You think they absolutely do.
But CJ should try to. I mean, I don't think that Texans, if CJ wanted it, would have a problem with it.
No, he's more deserving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know. David Mulugeta works for the players, so we'll see how it goes. I don't think it's going to be like it's going to be pretty obvious. Like if this keeps going, it's going to be pretty obvious for that. As much as there's like firm negotiations, like getting the Deshaun Watson thing was Cleveland saw that Deshaun was likely going to go to Carolina, Atlanta, or New Orleans, and they said, "Hey, you have the no trade clause. We're going to give you this." So they were basically bidding.
It was the only way they could get him.
The CJ thing is going to be pretty easy if he keeps doing this.
Yeah, the CJ thing.
You're going to be the highest paid quarterback.
The CJ thing, it might be a smarter investment to go ahead and guarantee a long-term contract.
Because, like what Mahomes did.
Yeah, if you think because then let's say he does turn into that, it's a value all of a sudden, which sounds weird, but it would be.
J.J. Watt's brother caught some strays. We're going around the NFL here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Micah Parsons.
I about had it with him.
He's so obnoxious.
Yeah, hell of a player, but
well, I mean, he has the Cowboys brand, and he's the hot take guy now.
Yeah.
This was Micah Parsons talking about T.J. Watt not winning Defensive Player of the Year.
I thought it should went to Miles, if not me. And I said that publicly. And it's just simple as that. Miles, look at the Titans game alone. TJ played the Titans. Did you see 2 tight ends following TJ Watt? Did you see, they're following him all across the line? People can say whatever they want, but at the end of the day, the film does not lie. Like, his presence is way more dominant than TJ Watt. And that's just the reality of it.
So if you had to rank 5 guys in the NFL in terms of who gets to the quarterback the best, how would you kind of rank them then?
I think I'm probably the best pure speed pass rusher. I would say if you look at my win rate, I was the best one this year, so it would be me. And I would say Miles, and I would say Max, and I would say Nick Bosa, and then I would say
not TJ.
I mean, look at the stats. That's one thing. Like, the stats don't lie. I think he might have been 5th or 6th. Alex Highsmith, I think, had a better pass rush rate and a more double team rate than TJ Watt. If you really want to be statistically, this isn't my stuff. Like, I'm not just pulling this out my ass. Look at the stats.
There's no beef with you and TJ Watt.
There's no beef at all. One thing I hate about the NFL community, the biggest mistake in people is that saying that someone is not deserving. Who are you to say someone's not deserving of an award of that magnitude?
Yeah, he is doing it.
Like, you're literally doing it, buddy. Who are you to say that, dude? You're doing it. This is the thing about Micah Parsons, and he's gonna generate a lot of traffic. He's the Cowboys. He's got Bleacher Report behind him. First, he's talking about highlights. He's talking about the Myles Garrett, and then he's saying watch the tape.
He changes his theme.
Yeah, highlights to tape. You're not watching tape on that. Then you say stats don't lie. Well, you're using specific stats that back up your argument.
Rate is not necessarily the be all.
Yeah, you're not looking at you're looking at specific stats and ignoring others, and then he says an opinion and says that's just the reality. Like the way that he was arguing with CJ, I thought CJ was actually pretty annoyed with him when they were talking hoops. We'll hear it when the internet goes nuts. The guy is not he's not spitting fire like Draymond. He just has the platform and he's willing to say whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, he kind of crafted the whole thing to fit his point, his opinion.
Yeah. Max Crosby. He was on with Pro Football Talk with Chris Sims and Mike Florio, and Max Crosby apparently has receipts of some of the things that Chris Sims has been saying.
Afraid you might whoop my ass, but I hope you
right
do.
now is your best bet because I'm all, I got
You're
a
one
few
arm.
surgeries. So, yeah. But it's funny, man. I got a bone to pick with you, too. I know you always give the Raiders a hard time, so put some respect on us a little bit. A little bit. You know, it's all love at the end of the day,
I
but,
know.
I mean, you got to show the Raiders a little bit more respect.
I feel like somebody
talk about the Raiders all the time. Don't let him lie to you.
No, I already know. And
I
I
do
love
not.
it.
Where did I go wrong?
No,
let me know the one thing that's popping in your brain.
There's a couple things that trigger me. I know there's times you talked about our defense early on. You're like, they don't really have,
I said you're the only blue chip guy.
I'm like, I got a lot of great teammates. As the season went on, people got to really see that. So, for me, I'm always be protective of my guys with the Raiders.
You're totally cool with that.
Yeah, no,
I actually really
it.
appreciate you coming in and laying down the law like that.
Yeah, always, man. I gotta represent the Shield.
Chris Sims was scared.
Was he?
Oh. He was like, yeah, sure, man. I appreciate it.
Well, the scary part is where Max Crosby goes, this is where you'd have your best shot.
I got one arm.
He'd still whoop him, though, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Did you see Max Crosby? He was bored and he was in Vegas, and he was like, and I think a lot of people have started doing this now, but he went and sparred with that UFC guy, Sean Strickland, the crazy one.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, That's not really my idea of fun when I'm bored.
No, he's just having a good time.
Let's go spar with an MMA fighter. That sounds fun.
Yeah, exactly.
All-pro edge rusher Hassan Reddick has received permission to seek a trade following double-digit sack season. He has 27 sacks over the last 2 years. Philadelphia has granted him permission to go seek a trade. Yay or nay? I don't think the Texans need to be trading, second, third-round picks for edge guys.
That might be a bit much, a bit too rich, because he's going to get a big.
Is that the price?
No, he's going to get a big. I don't know what it is.
I
don't know what it is, but it's going to be a big price.
Yeah, Chase Young. I'm back on the Chase Young train.
I don't think that's a problem. I'd be good with that, 100%.
Depending on because his fifth year option was not picked up. He's going to be an unrestricted free agent.
I'm in.
Let's get that market
if that's
value.
where they go.
The market value for Chase Young right now is $13 million.
It's more than that, isn't it?
That's what it says on SportsRadio. I mean, if that's it, that's come on down.
Yeah, that's not.
Come on
bad
down,
at all.
baby.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, that's what I want. I watched that game. I said I want that opposite of Will Anderson.
He's a physical freak too.
Yeah, and he has unrealized potential.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I like. You want to talk about slime ball?
Mm-hmm.
Woody Johnson, owner of the Jets.
Yeah.
Did you hear what he said the other day?
I did.
He said this. He said the Jets need a backup quarterback because they, quote, didn't have one last year. What?
There's all kinds of ways to interpret that.
Well, I mean, Zach Wilson sucks is what I would hear.
Well, that's the main way to interpret it. Because could he be saying after Aaron Rodgers got hurt and they needed another quarterback? But I think he's saying Zach Wilson is not the guy.
We didn't have a backup quarterback
Yeah, Zach
last
Wilson
year.
is not the guy.
Firing up like that.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I was envious of walking around the Super Bowl was like just the Super Bowl gear is sick.
Yeah. And everybody's wearing it.
Yeah, there's like they had like a jacket with like every patch.
Yeah.
They had like the shirts with like the teams and stuff. Like if the Texans ever get to the Super Bowl, that's going to be pretty expensive because you're going to be getting geared up. Did you see how much merchandise the San Francisco 49ers sold over the 2-week period from the NFC Championship to the Super Bowl?
Oh, just from the NFC Championship?
Just from the NFC Championship to the Super Bowl.
Hit me.
This is from Joe Pompliano. $25 million in merchandise sales, including 100,000 jerseys sold. From
$25 million just in merch?
Yeah.
In 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
The NFL knows what it's doing. It pays to win.
That's a record over that. That's a record over that stretch. By the way,
it pays to win. That is for sure.
I also think it could go back to like just kind of the polarizing nature of the Chiefs, where, and Mahomes talked about this with Burleson on CBS, a really good interview or conversation, according to James Brown. Shout out to JB. You take a side, like you take a side.
Oh yeah, I did.
There's no like casual observer when you're talking about
the
Mahomes, Kelce,
or just the Super Bowl,
the Swift factor, all that. You take a side, and I guess
people just
a lot
gear.
of people were taking side of the 49ers.
Yeah, and just buying the gear up so they could represent on game day. That's a big number, man. In 2 weeks, just in merch, $25 million.
$25 million, man.
God, oh. I don't know, man. If the Texans get there and you project it, I think it also comes down to like how cool is the logo. And I'm not taking shots here.
Do you think San Fran's logo is tight? I
think it's pretty cool.
Well, the Texans are about to get new uniforms.
That's what I'm saying. I want to see what this is going to
How
look
do
like.
you feel about those now?
We're just T-minus 2 months from that.
Yeah, draft day.
Yeah.
Like draft week, they'll release the uniforms. How are you feeling about those? You think they're going to bring
I think they're going to be pretty good. I'm interested.
You're going to be honest about it, too. That's what I like best.
Of course.
If they look crappy, Lopez is just going to crap on them.
I'll go, no, but I'll let you know. I'm most interested in the logo.
It's going to be the same logo.
I thought they were going to do slightly different color.
It's the same logo.
I thought they were going to adjust.
Changing that.
No, I thought they were going to adjust the tints on the colors and stuff.
No. The logo stays.
I heard that.
The logo stays.
No, the logo.
Same color and everything?
I think so. Yeah, I don't think the logo
I heard they were going to maybe darken or lighten or something like that.
We'll see.
Either way, is the Texans a crossover logo? I've thought about this before. Like there are certain teams, and it's not just because they've had success, that people just like it because it looks cool.
Yeah.
Whether it's the NBA or happens a lot in the NBA. You see people just wearing jerseys because they think they look cool, or the NFL. Like the Cowboys looks cool. I hate the Cowboys. It looks cool. I think the Niners looks very, very cool.
Crip,
do the Crips wear Cowboy stuff?
Yeah.
Because of the blue?
I'm sure that is a factor, but yeah, some Crips have like cowboy tats. Yeah.
I thought it was just the color.
No, I know this because back in my firework days, this dude came up to the stand and he had like a Cowboys like right there on his eye, and I was like, oh damn, you're a diehard, huh? And he's like, nah, man, this is Crips. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I guess that's Die
I'm
Hard
gonna help
too.
these people over here.
No, he was cool. I mean, I was just talking. I mean, I was like, oh, okay, well, that's Die Hard too. Just started laughing. Like, all right, gotcha, man.
But the bigger point is, like, I think the 49ers, I mean, the colors, the logo, it just looks, I think a lot of people just bought in. And then the Kansas City factor weighed in as well.
I can't believe they're getting new uniforms. By the way, we'll hear from Will Anderson tomorrow. We had a nice visit with Will.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be shocked if there's a number change. I wouldn't be shocked.
I would not either.
And he even asked us, because he was really asking our opinion.
Yeah.
Because he was like, do you like 51? I was like, not really.
Yeah.
Not really. I think he can do better.
He will.
Even get in the 9s or something. Like, he's got to we'll see what's available for him. But I think Will needs. I think a number
Maybe
change.
he's just waiting on Damian Pierce.
He's too much of a badass to wear 51. Like and play and be an edge guy. Like, it's one thing for like Dick Butkus or Ken Norton or someone like that rocking 51. 51 doesn't fit him.
I'll just say this: if I had to bet,
he's
going to have another number next year.
Yeah, and it's a good time to change because it's going to be New Jersey,
and you got to do it now.
Yeah,
you can't play 2 years in 51.
No.
It's got to be 1 year. Move on. You know?
Yeah.
If I had to bet, he will change his number.
I think so, too.
And I think that'd be cool. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't like 51 from the jump.
We talked about it. And then number, all kinds of single digit. I don't know if he's a single digit guy or not.
Nah, because then he has to, like, classify as I'm not like
a linebacker.
Like a linebacker or something. Yeah.
But Myles Garrett, like the 11 or whatever, that's what he rocks, right? 11?
Myles Garrett?
Yeah, what's his number?
No, you think about Micah Parsons.
95.
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking about Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
So,
but that'll work.
Yeah.
I think he'll be in the 30s. I think he'll be in the 30s.
Was Myles Garrett 11 at A&M?
I believe so, yeah.
Or 1? He was like something like that.
He was 95 also.
Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah, I think he was also
what
95.
What am I thinking about?
Yeah, I think he was also 95 at A&M.
Your Aggie. No, he's 15.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's 15.
Okay.
Yeah, he's 15.
Yeah, 15.
That looks sick.
You should go back to 15.
Yeah, that looks pretty sick.
That's nasty right there. Rebrand that. That gear, though, man. Absolute craziness.
I think
the Texans, how are they going to unveil these uniforms? What are we doing?
A big event. I mean, it's going to be a big event.
Like, what are they going to do?
Players going to come in, model them, all that stuff.
That is a made-for-local TV event if I've ever seen it.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That is the ultimate. Like, that is.
They're going to have a runway. There will be a runway involved.
A red carpet.
There's going to be, I don't know about red carpet, maybe, but there definitely will be a runway. There'll be players modeling it. They're going to have all kinds of stuff to. Yeah, it's going to be. And I'm actually, look, you know what? It's just uniform. I'm pretty excited about it.
Someone says Crips don't wear 5-point stars. I don't know. But my Crip knowledge is just based on one conversation with one guy with the Dallas Cowboys hat.
That looked like one.
Yeah. I'm not big on that. But shout out to all my Crips and Bloods out there. We want to include all.
Well, you don't want to alienate anybody.
Yeah. Shout out to the Blood and Crip loopholes.
I don't know if we should be doing this.
What do you mean? I feel like we covered all grounds. And shout out to the non-gang member loopholes, too.
What about, was it?
I'm a civilian.
H-tone, H-tine.
Now you're taking too far.
Huh? Yeah, there's another.
Now you're bringing other groups into
713-572-4610. There's a big one here called H.
I don't know.
H something.
Yeah, don't that fit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not passing judgment. I'm just making a clarification.
Coming up, the internet went nuts yesterday. Should it have when someone did this? Plus, C.J. Stroud gets in an awkward argument and a message from one of the biggest names in media for people who may not like Taylor Swift. That's coming up next as the internet goes nuts. First, though, I go.
Leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Internet went real nuts yesterday. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. First, you had Travis Kelce's viral moment where he grabbed head coach Andy Reid. And then the other one, during the game, you had Taylor Swift chugging about 1/8 of a glass and making it look like she just chugged
That's an exaggeration.
Chugged a tall boy at like a 40-ouncer at Pluckers.
Well, no, but she chugged about half of a cup.
That's cute. I remember when I had my first beer.
You're on this
John,
you're on this Taylor Swift thing right now.
John. It
She
was
chugged
one. It was 1/5.
Then she slammed it down like a boss.
That was so awful.
Like a boss.
That was so.
I was impressed.
That doesn't surprise me. I've seen you drink, but yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
I predicted it. She did it. It was a good half cup of
half cup.
Man, it could have been vodka.
So what?
So that's pretty impressive.
It's a watered down soda. It's a watered down soda water.
She ain't got that much vodka in the
She
cup.
acted like she needed like 4 elbow tilts. It's like sitting there floating right there. Like that wouldn't have kept it.
I'm gonna watch this video. You are wrong.
It would have kept a tadpole alive. There wasn't enough water in there to keep a tadpole alive.
I'm looking at it.
Dude, it's a look, and then she acts like it's like a big ass beer mug.
Dude, that is at least a half a cup, maybe more.
Man. John, come on,
maybe more.
Boom! It's right there.
Slam that cup down. Watch this. Watch this.
Look at Ice Spice. Don't know what's going on.
That's more
Dude,
than.
And then she's lifting it up like she needs to do that, like the beer, like when you get the beer out.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, if you would have, it would have been very easy just to. That is, just that's rough.
Why
man.
that bothers you is hilarious.
It doesn't bother me. It's just she
it
didn't
bothers
chug
you a
nothing.
little bit
because it's
not like if you can Zapruder film this thing, it starts out like she can't even raise it. Now, if it was 1/8 of a cup, like you say, or whatever, she would have been able to raise it right away. It's like
she's selling it, John.
She's drinking it. You can see the liquid. I think that's straight vodka.
So half a shot.
I got the internet going nuts.
Super Bowl is made for internet going nuts. Halftime show, man. I mean, very impressed. I'm not into the rankings anymore. You know, you can every year.
That wasn't an all-time halftime.
It wasn't
show,
an all-time, but it was.
Did you think it was all-time, Fig?
Nah,
but it was
I don't
great.
think so.
Yeah, it was good.
It
was a good show.
I thought it was very good, very well done. I mean, I thought it was
Started out slow.
Started out very slow, and I was kind of like uncomfortable for Usher. Not that he cares, but I was like, oh, this is not going to go well. He's going to get destroyed. And then all of a sudden kicked it into high gear with Alicia Keys and Ludacris and Lil Jon, and he found his groove. He was all of a sudden. It was a good array of all the hits that needed to be played.
When do they announce who goes next year?
It's not till like June or some May or June.
Who's big enough in New Orleans? Like they're not gonna Wayne is not gonna.
I don't
do
think
himself.
the city has anything to do with it
Well,
anymore.
Lil Wayne want to do it.
Yeah, I mean he can come out and do a little something, but he's not gonna.
You
do
think
like
he can't hold his own?
I think he could, but I don't know that they do.
I don't think. I think they're just going to kind of gauge the temperature.
I think it's just going to be New Orleans spirit.
Could be Taylor Swift.
She's never done a halftime show?
No, right, Figgy?
Nah, she never did. She actually didn't want to do it. She actually denied it, I want to say.
Could be Taylor Swift.
She might be too big for the Super Bowl halftime show.
I don't know. I don't know if
I think she is.
I get your
When's
point.
the last time? All right, let me put it this way. When's the last time someone in their prime did a halftime show?
Yeah, because all you can do is lose.
Like, is Rihanna still in her prime or not?
No.
I mean,
she ain't released an album in almost 10 years.
So when's the last time? Like Taylor Swift's in her prime.
The last person that was in their prime,
for it.
the last person was The Weeknd.
Yeah,
and that was the most current person.
Bruno Mars did it, like, and he was in his prime. But really, they don't take guys that are in their prime anymore.
Well, because you can't win. If you're in your prime,
I think the people in their prime don't want to do it.
You can only go backwards if you're in your prime. People can only break you down if you have a bad show.
So book someone. Who you giving it to? Don't say Taylor Swift.
Not Taylor Swift?
Yeah, not Taylor Swift. Keep in mind it's New Orleans.
Yeah. I don't think the city necessarily matters. It's just like whatever is the big.
If you don't think Wayne's coming on that stage next year, you're on crack.
Lil Wayne?
He will be on that stage in some capacity.
You think so?
Yes.
See, I don't think that matters. I think it's going to be who's the big.
Why was Dr. Dre on in L.A.?
I get it. I mean, they try. But Usher was in Las Vegas.
Well, he has a residency there.
But he's an Atlanta guy.
All right, so book someone.
Atlanta didn't have Usher.
Book someone.
And they had a Super Bowl. I'm trying to see who.
I'm gonna put someone in their prime up there. I'm giving Post Malone halftime.
Too soon, right?
Really?
He just performed. Yeah.
Do better.
Biggie, do you have any ideas?
Give me something.
I have no idea. Because the thing is, the people in their prime don't want to do the Super Bowl.
Yeah. It has to be still big.
No, it got to be some type of legacy act.
Yeah, still big, but not in your prime. You know what I mean?
So you going with?
I don't know. Biggie, come on. I'm counting on you on this one, man.
Yeah, I have no clue, man. I was trying to think of maybe a pop star because it's about that time for them to put a pop
Post
star.
Malone. Be Post Malone.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
It's got to be. Look at this. We've had Usher with special guests. We have Rihanna, Eminem with Dr. Dre and all that. The Weeknd, Shakira, Maroon 5, Justin Timberlake. Has J-Lo done it?
She was on with Shakira.
Yeah, J-Lo's done it.
Oh, yeah, her and Shakira split, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Billboard Magazine is making predictions.
Okay. I want to hear this.
Jay-Z, odds-on favorite.
I don't think so.
Oh, my gosh, man.
I don't think so.
Why not?
I am okay on that. I'm good there.
But, I mean, he fits the bill.
Oh, God.
He fits the bill.
Lord.
Other ones that they have, Ariana Grande.
Okay.
I can see that.
Taylor Swift. And I don't know this. K-pop Blackpink.
I don't even know who that is.
Little Korean pop.
Yeah.
Is that going to hit?
I don't know. I know it's very popular. I don't know about
Lil Wayne's on the list.
Yeah,
he want to do it. He said he want to do it.
Yeah.
Ariana Grande is from Baton Rouge too. No, she's not. She's from Florida. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I missed all that. That would have worked.
So that's Billboard Magazine. That's a pretty good outlet right there. Oh, we've got odds posted 1 day ago. Super Bowl halftime 2025. Ask and ye shall receive. Odds on favorite plus 250 Lil Wayne. Then Taylor Swift, Drake, Nicki Minaj.
Let Drake and Wayne do it together. Let Drake and Wayne do it together. They've toured together.
DJ Khaled?
Khaled.
Yeah.
I've had enough of him.
I think with Lil Wayne, I don't think it'd just be Lil Wayne. I think he'd bring the whole Young Money. So it'd probably be Drake. It'd probably be Nicki Minaj.
Yeah.
Oh, and then there's both of these fit the bill of still big but not in your prime. Justin Bieber.
What does he do now?
I'm actually shocked he didn't appear on this halftime show.
And Miley Cyrus. That might be the one.
I could see that.
Miley Cyrus, I could see.
I could see that.
I could see Miley Cyrus.
I get that.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Stephen A. Smith, this is hilarious. This is so Stephen A. He was on the Athletic podcast, and he was asked about the Taylor Swift controversy, and we're getting some on the text line. Why are they showing Taylor Swift? Why are you guys talking about Taylor Swift? Easy, buddy.
Yeah.
It's like 5% of the show. It's okay. Here was Stephen A., though, talking about people that say stuff like, why are you talking about her? Why are you showing her?
I'm going to say this because nobody else would say this. When are people going to get a life? Are y'all not getting none? I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about the people out there.
Absolutely.
Y'all ain't getting none? Y'all ain't getting loose? They both need to look at everybody and say, get a life. If not, kiss my ass. You understand? We gotta grow up. Travis Kelce is much nicer than me. If it was me, I would tell everybody to kiss my ass.
All right.
Are y'all not getting something?
Where did that? I was kind of like, okay. It is silly. It's the Super Bowl, man. People talk about everything from who sings the anthem to the halftime show to commercials, and you don't want us talking.
I want you guys to break down the game.
Yeah, talking about Taylor Swift.
We have.
We have.
She's part of the story.
I I got the internet going nuts.
J.J. Watt's hair is making the internet go nuts. This was very.
I don't think he was ready to. If you're going to do that, you got to be about that life. I don't think he was about that life.
I think he was. I think he underestimated.
I think his feelings was hurt.
Yes, they were, and I think he underestimated. Like, oh, yeah, I'll just wear this. It'll be cool. People are going to love it. And he's been getting. Plus, the look for him.
He hasn't tweeted since, bro. Yesterday, this was 17 hours ago, and JJ was tweeting. He didn't even tweet after the game.
Oh man,
JJ's last tweet 17 hours ago. You ever switch up your hair and wonder if anyone will notice? ? They notice.
They notice.
The end.
But it's also like of all the choices to make.
I think he got his feelings hurt.
He probably did. It's a weird look. It's a very 90s look. You're living in the cul-de-sac. You're listening to Eminem.
Dude, he was tweeting every prop.
Yeah.
Like he was tweeting like props, all that type of stuff. And then the hair thing, and he hasn't tweeted since.
He's in his feelings.
It looks like the way he wore that hair, it doesn't surprise me he's in his feelings.
It was a weird look.
Goodness gracious, JJ.
Mm-hmm.
Who is advising you?
I got the internet going nuts.
The other thing is, if you're going to rock it, you rock it.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to go out like that, you go out like that.
Mm-hmm.
Be bold, JJ. You're okay.
Just own it.
CJ Stroud went on Micah Parsons' podcast. You could tell, like, the way that Micah Parsons talks to other dudes is just like, I saw this in, like, the Hey Rookie thing. He's hard to tolerate. And they had a basketball debate. By the way, I don't know about CJ's basketball take here.
Mm-hmm.
But listen to him just saying, Micah Parsons, can I just leave? You're bugging me.
Steph at the 1.
Take him.
Bean at the 2.
Jordan's going to put hands and feet on Steph. Hands and feet.
And he's going to get... No, are you talking about defensively?
Jordan's going to get what by Steph?
Bro, he's going to give him at least 25 to 30 for
Jordan.
sure.
Jordan's going to get what by...
Who has stopped Steph?
Jordan.
Who has stopped Steph?
Michael.
Who has stopped Steph?
Michael Jordan's getting work by who?
Who has stopped Steph?
Oh, my God.
Who has stopped Steph? Yeah.
Oh, my God. No.
Is Michael Jordan the best defender ever?
CJ, he's top 5. He's top 5 at the guard position.
He might not even be better than Kobe in defense.
Oh.
What are you talking about?
Oh, yo.
Can I go?
Bro, are you delusional?
Can I go?
No, for real.
Can I go?
I'm worried about
Michael, oh my God.
I'm scared because the people are going to criticize you for this, man.
I don't care. I don't care what people got to say.
They're going to say, what is CJ? Like, they're not even going to believe you're a true hooper after saying something like that.
I don't care. I'm a bucket. Come guard me. Oh, my God. Can I go?
Can't believe you said Steph Curry's getting
Can I go? Like, bro.
Man.
Is Micah Parsons the most annoying guy in the world? What? He is
annoying.
He is lucky to be a Cowboy, and he's lucky he's good at football.
Yes.
I mean, he got kicked out of his high school allegedly for something that he didn't do. And then there's the rumors about what he did at Penn State, which are pretty damn creepy, to say the very least. He is annoying. And I think CJ was legit like, man, what are we doing?
I just want to leave.
Can I just go?
I just want to leave.
Can I go, bro?
Yeah.
Steph Curry versus Michael Jordan, though? I mean, that's not an easy assignment for Michael Jordan. He's going to have to run around with Steph Curry for a long time?
Yeah. I don't even want to get into this discussion because all of a sudden we're doing the same thing.
No, but I'm not going to say,
exactly.
Oh, my God, I feel sorry for you. Are you delusional?
Yeah. Come on.
CJ, you could tell he a Cali dude, man, because he had Kobe up. He said Kobe was, you don't think Jordan was better than Kobe.
And Steph Curry.
Yeah, so I'm like, all right, it's a little bias there. A little Cali bias.
He admits it.
No, he says he's through and through, man.
Cali dude.
I respect it.
Yeah, he's through and through.
He's an in and out guy. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up, the final bow on the show for the 2023-2024 season. A season to remember and a lot of optimism ahead. Next.
All right.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Biggie, thank you.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Lyon.
That Spagnuolo blitz on 3rd and 4, first play of the 2-minute warning. I think that was where you kind of said, okay, yeah, this is about donezo.
I just the thing about the X's and O's of this game down the stretch,
getting the sticks,
comes back to how I started this show. Kyle Shanahan, I don't know what he was thinking. McCaffrey he never really got stopped. I mean, there were a couple of runs where he got like a yard or two, but once they decided to start running the ball and then passing off of that, they got back in the game, and I thought their field goal drive, he got a little too cute there. He brought in the other running back, remember? For after they moved down to the
Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah, he brought in Mitchell after they moved down, got a 1st and 10, and then they got behind the stick. I mean, it was just a little too cute. And I love Kyle Shanahan.
You said he choked.
He choked. He choked. I mean, credit to Patrick Mahomes. You know, you can have both those things happening because Mahomes was just the man and got it done. But Kyle Shanahan, I just don't understand what his logic was on several things that he did, and especially the coin toss in overtime.
Well, now there's reports coming out that the players didn't know the overtime rules.
Yeah, like you said earlier, quotes.
Yeah, it's quotes.
Yeah.
And how does that change things? Once he decides that he's going to take the ball, then all bets are off.
Correct. But I also think it doesn't necessarily affect how they played the game. It didn't. But I think it kind of shows like
a lack of attention to detail.
The Chiefs knew all about it.
Well, now Justin Reed's saying they took like 2 weeks going over. I think that's exaggerated.
Might be a little bit of
2 weeks.
But clearly they knew what they were doing. In fact, there was a quote about how they would want the overtime to play. And you know how they wanted it to play? Like it happened.
Yeah, and if San Fran had scored because they got the ball back, they were going to go for 2.
Yeah, exactly. And that's fine, and that's maybe one way to respond to that. But to give Patrick Mahomes the ball and an extra down by taking the ball first is a choke. Just is. I know some people, we've had some on the text board, oh, no, they were trying to get the third possession so they could walk off a field goal. You're counting on the third possession with Patrick Mahomes on the other sideline?
I've also heard the excuse for Kyle Shanahan, and Kyle Shanahan mentored DeMeco Ryans. I just wonder what it would be like if DeMeco did what Shanahan did. I probably feel a little bit stronger about it. That the defense was tired. Dude, there was like a 10-minute break.
And the Chiefs,
like they walk out there for the coin toss, and then there's a long-ass commercial break. That should not impact whether or not you take the rock or not.
Yeah, because and come on, man.
The Chiefs' offense isn't tired.
Well, the offense always has an advantage.
Yeah, I know.
But
I'm just saying.
But still, no, I forget all that. You got to, like you said, you got to break before overtime. You know, you can do whatever. You're still going to have, this is the other aspect of it that drove me nuts. You know what? We're not only going to take the ball first, we're going to make sure that Patrick Mahomes doesn't have to do everything on 3 downs. He gets an extra down. He gets 4th down if we score a touchdown every time. I mean, it's just I can't see how anyone could justify the way Kyle Shanahan played that.
I do wonder, what would it have looked like the final drive for Kansas City had they needed a touchdown instead of the field goal? My dad thinks they actually got bailed out by it. He thinks if Mahomes needed the touchdown, then that they would have scored the touchdown and it wouldn't have mattered. He said no matter what he needed to do, he's going to do it.
Well, that speaks to just Mahomes being Mahomes. But let's say they score a touchdown. They give the ball to the Chiefs first. They score.
No, I'm talking about because of the extra point, they only needed 3 instead of 4. He's talking about the end of regulation.
No, I get that.
He's saying that was a break because he was going to do whatever it required. That way,
in regulation or in overtime, he was. No, I get what you're saying because he's Mahomes.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, like going to the overtime. Let's say, well, you give them the ball and they go boom, 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 and they score a touchdown. I'd still rather have that situation because of that extra down you get on every possession. On every first down.
Damn near threw an interception right off the top, San Fran.
Yeah. And they got that penalty, too, which was big time. That defensive holding penalty late.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That
was big.
That was really big.
That was really, really big.
It was just a really great game. It was just a really good way to end the season. That was a really good season locally. I think this is going to be looked at as one of the more successful NFL seasons that we've had. And you sit there and you imagine, you find yourself imagining, like as Jim Nance is up there holding the the microphone and presenting the trophy and stuff, you just try. You kind of say, man, what would that look like if that were CJ? What would that look like if that were Cowher Hanna? You know, Jim would make it about him though. Giving it to my hometown team. Giving it to my hometown team. This is just bittersweet right here.
Mm-hmm.
Here, Cal. Here's my tie. Hello, friends.
Oh man, and then there was that too. But Jim did fine.
What about Tony?
Jim did fine. I was pulling for Tony, and he was really good in spurts, but he just couldn't help himself. Talking about why the game was going to continue to play. Well, you know, it's the Super Bowl, and somebody's got to win. So that's one reason. And then talking over that. Do we have the whole last call? We played the first part of it, which was perfect. And, you know, I know Jim Nantz had his little.
Man, that wasn't that bad. Romo's getting bad flack for that.
I'll let the loopholes be the judge, because I thought Jim Nantz.
You think he's just supposed to be quiet?
Yes. It's broadcasting 101. You know this. Like, let the moment breathe. It's the game-winning moment. Not only game-winning, it's the Super Bowl game-winning moment. And he's like, well, let me tell you about Andy Reid's playbook. I'm like, oh, God.
He's doing his thing, man.
No, the first part was good. When he said jackpot.
What about when he sang going into the break?
When he sang, he was singing Adele, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, whatever. I say he couldn't help himself.
There you go. This is. I think Lopez is being too hard on Tony on this.
No.
The second quarter, that's right, because I can only feel people out there being like, what's going on?
First and goal. Mahomes flings it. It's there! Hardman! Jackpot! Kansas City!
And this was the Andy Reid special. This was the Andy Reid special we talked about. He was saving all day. He's going to fake a motion to go across. And at that moment, he turns and goes back. Hardman, who they didn't have, right? And they go get
He's talking about
and bring him
injuries
back.
and stuff.
Game-winning drive of Mahomes' career. He's been waiting for.
What are you doing?
He's never had it in an overtime. He is the best. He is the standard.
He's giving a history lesson and the playbook call. And dude, you could have had just this bedlam, total bedlam.
Let's compare this to another intense moment. Al Michaels,
okay,
and John Madden, the Tony Romo botch snap, because this is the back and forth with, and we've actually taken out some of the pauses, but this is how John Madden handles the GOAT. I would say, right?
Yeah.
Would you say he's the GOAT analyst?
Him and Cosell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can have that convo. But this is how John Madden handled it in a wild finish with Tony Romo.
Meanwhile, here's Gramatica. Romo holds. 19-yard field goal attempt. Oh, it is fumbled by Romo, and then Romo's going to run to the end zone, and he's going to get tackled by Jordan Babineau. Amazing.
Unbelievable.
How crazy is this?
There is nothing automatic in football. Oh, the ball just slipped out of his hands. Yep. It was a good snap, and he went to put it down, and it just slipped.
And that was all the way down to the replay, but Madden was just using one word.
Mm-hmm. Let it breathe.
Yeah.
Let the moment breathe.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about this play call. And, Hardman was hurt before. Dude, and you could have panned they were panning to all the different shots and all this other stuff and letting the noise go and everybody absorbing the moment. And instead, Romo just ruins it.
So with when the team wins,
mm-hmm.
Did they just have multiple colored confettis and they just have to figure out?
I guess, right?
But where do they keep it? Because all that confetti, it seems like did they roll it off or what?
I think they
had to have had.
They probably have two different ones. They roll the right ones on. You don't want to get it wrong.
But how much confetti is that? Like,
remember,
what is
even during the trophy ceremony, whenever the crowd cheered, they shot more confetti.
And what about the T-shirts?
Well, that
they go overseas, but where are they? Like, where are they keeping them?
Angola. Oh no, they're going to Angola, but I'm sure they have them. I'm sure they have them somewhere that they store, and they go. Chiefs win here. Niners win here.
I'm making it a personal goal of mine that if the Texans ever lose the Super Bowl, I'm stealing a box of winning T-shirts.
Yeah, you got to go through security, man. You're gonna be tackled.
That's gonna be my goal, man. They don't protect that like that.
One more passing thought that I never got to.
The streakers?
Because why would you want to do that? You're not going to get on TV.
Yeah, and I like that they don't acknowledge them.
Yeah.
Some people are like, show them. It's like, then everybody be doing it 24/7.
Every time.
Yeah, that's actually a really smart strategy not to show them.
But did you also hear that those two guys that were, they were in their underwear, so streakers, air quotes, didn't pay to get in?
What do you mean?
They snuck into the building.
How?
That's what I want to know. all the security
impressive,
we went through.
Hey, I actually respect that.
And everything else, and you got 2 streakers sneaking into the game, $9,000, $10,000 tickets. You got 2 dudes just sneaking in.
I can respect that.
Oh my gosh!
They didn't show it, but Romo said it, and then Jim's like, "Dude, you're not
correct
supposed to
yourself,
say that, buddy."
Yeah. Oh, we got people on the field. Yeah, well, okay.
I thought they were going to redo the down there too, because that was a 3rd down play.
No, I think it happened.
Third down
it
play.
happened as the down was. Yeah, as the down was happening, is when the streakers went on there. But man, I thought Romo just ruined that moment. If I was a Chiefs fan, I'd be disappointed. But it's like I said, he was almost good. He was almost good in that game, and then couldn't help himself.
That was a hell of a ball game, for sure. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley in the building, fellas. How you living?
Living good, baby.
You living good?
Living good, baby. There we go. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. Good night. I was listening to you boys on. Oh, I forgot about that. Kansas City fan. Congrats, bud.
I appreciate
that.
I hadn't noticed.
You're
3 of them things. I hadn't noticed.
Your lungs a little sore today from puffing on that damn cigar on Instagram. you had the end of that thing glowing, didn't you, Bubba?
Full pace. Full pace. I didn't catch any of them commercials in that second half.
Mhm.
I needed them commercials to just decompress from the.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the commercials in the second, third quarter were better. But what were you saying?
Well, I was listening to you guys on the way in, and took you a couple days to recover, huh?
I couldn't believe it. That was one of my confessions. I was like, Saturday morning I got up at 8, which is late for me, and I'm like, all right, I think I'm back on my feet. 8:30, I was about ready to go to bed.
I'm so washed.
Oh,
I am so washed. It's insane.
Are we getting older? Or is it to go see a doctor?
Yes.
Both.
I mean, I'm just telling you, man. I was.
So you too.
Well, I had to wake up at 7 with the girls. You know, when I got home,
On Saturday.
wife was sick, so I couldn't say, "Hey, I got in late last night. Get your ass up." She was a little under the weather, so and had them for 6 days. So I said, "Let me jump up." Well, I didn't even think jumping up at 7 is really jumping up at 5, where we just spent 6 days.
Yeah.
And so I got up. I'm good. I'll be all right. Hey, man, when I laid the little one down to take a nap, I crashed with her for 2 hours. I mean, and I felt pretty good. I felt pretty good for about half the day, and then it just went right back to
weird, man.
Yesterday and today, man. I've been spent, man. I still ain't caught up.
Well, it's also a lot of walking. Like you're moving around a ton in Vegas. Big walking.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, but damn,
I think it's a mental thing too, because you're going in a bunch of different directions. It's a totally new thing. There's a little bit of stress, good stress, but a little bit of stress on you.
We're also washed
at all times.
We're washed,
and we're washed.
Well,
all that.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kind of stress. A lot of stress.
A lot of stress.
A lot of stress in Vegas.
I got to sleep in about 10:30.
Saturday.
His family was out of town.
Family was coming in. They came in around 2. Yeah, and picked up the dog a little bit later. And
so you were good.
I felt pretty good.
Oh, I slept like crazy on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Baby slept till 6, huh?
Baby slept till 6. I mean, it's like because my sister watched her. She had a good time, but it was almost like she was just like relaxing. She's like right in the middle, just sleeping.
Yeah, I'm cool. Mom and Dad are home. Let me go and lay down.
Midnight to 2. She was chilling. So yeah, it was almost like she just kind of.
I'm gonna be in that biscuit early tonight, though, boys.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Football is officially leaving us now. It doesn't leave because there is the off season, but
I got Kansas tonight.
This is the reality.
How about
back to back,
though, boys? How about this year, though, boys? We get a little Texans playoffs,
Terrific.
and then we spend 2 weeks, 3 weeks counting the bye week, and with the championship games and the Super Bowl. Super Bowl pops, and now we got Stroh's reporting. What is it, Wednesday?
Pitchers and catchers.
Yep.
And that snuck up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nonstop, baby.
It's nonstop.
I think that's going to be the most viewed Super Bowl in history, and it's going to stay there for a good 6, 8, 10 years.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. Because not just a great game, which always juices the ratings, but Taylor Swift brought in how many million?
Yeah.
Who knows?
I mean, there's some of the
She's
videos
on the screen currently.
Yeah.
As you speak.
Y'all ain't gonna defend that chug, are you? I mean, that was like what
I'm just proud of her, man.
Yeah, thank you.
I never was a Taylor Swift guy. Obviously, that'd be a tad bit weird if I were. I'm a big fan.
God,
the way he was trying to make out, and she was like, "Wait a minute, man, I got teenage idols." I mean, you got to. He was trying to get down right there.
He gave her everything. He gave last night.
But I'm a fan. I mean, the way she's handled it all, I think is especially when she's doing it next to Britney. I think it's just the way she does it is just tremendous.
It was great.
So this is a friend she clearly paid to lose.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right.
One of them has been hanging out with Travis for about 6 months. The other one hadn't.
Yeah, The Drive is live, baby. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful day here.
Back in the H, baby.
How about it? Yes, sir. Clint's in the building. Tyler, it's good to see your beautiful face.
It's good to see your pretty face.
I know it, baby. I'm pretty and happy now.
Boys, if it makes you two feel better to tell each other that y'all are pretty, go ahead.
Well, it does. Okay? You're not going to hurt me.
I like it.
I'm feeling too good, baby.
Yeah.
Ain't gonna hurt me,
you
baby.
know what? You're on cloud nine. That's right, man.
Vegas
for a week.
Yes.
Come home, no kids, no family, no nothing. Get to sleep in.
16 daiquiris.
Did you let Trey stay up and watch all
Oh,
night?
yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah, he watched
I
it
was
all.
thinking about that midway through. I was like,
no, I got to give him that.
Ron's a POS if he made that boy go to bed.
We gave him that. We gave him the trophy presentation. He got to hit it all.
That's nice.
He got a little boomer. We switched over. He got a little boomer, and then he had to get on to bed.
He went to bed happy, didn't he?
He did. He did. The younger two, they had to go on into bed, but they must have been tired.
Well, you got to get you another hat, man. You got 57 on the side of that
one.
one.
Little gear, I got the gear. It's coming. It's coming. It's ordered. It's coming. It's coming. But the two little ones, they went on down. But we lost it, right? We lost it at the end of the game. I was much like McCole Hardman. For a second, it didn't sink in. You see, McCole Hardman, he did not realize that ended the game for about a half a second. As he said, he blacked out, and then bam, I did too, and I'm like, oh my God. It's over.
It's over, baby. I knew it before he ever caught the ball. I knew.
Did you see it?
When Pat let that thing go, I said, "This one's over, boys."
You saw, yeah, because he came through open. Same thing they did to the Eagles last year, and the Niners did it too. Javarius Ward slid in to go cover Kelce as soon as he went in motion. Nobody out there.
What a tremendous drive! I mean, just. They've got answers. They've got a plan. They know what the hell's going on. When you look at Pat and Andy Reid, I mean, obviously one of the best combinations to ever do it. But what a treat to be able to watch those guys. I mean, that's how it's supposed to look. Obviously, the greatness of Pat, all the Super Bowls, the honors, the awards, all that obviously is great. But when we get to sit down and watch those guys play the game of football, man, that's the way it's supposed to be played. They've got answers for everything. There clearly is a full understanding of what they're trying to get accomplished. What I witnessed last night, I didn't think Pat could get any better. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't think Pat could get any better.
From going into last night or this season.
Yeah, just as you watch a guy like that have so much success, shooting from the hip, playing a high-risk brand of quarterback, choosing to play off-script, off-platform, and all these different level throws. Like, you just think, hey, he's already got 2 championships like that. Why the hell would he change, right? Or why the hell would he strive to get better and have different facets to his game? He doesn't have to. He's already the best in the game. He goes out there, and didn't just happen in the Super Bowl, but it happened this season, and is more of a game manager than anybody's ever seen Pat be. And now, like last night, Ron, the ability to control the game, and not with just your greatness and the speed of Tyreek Hill and the greatness of Travis Kelce and Andy. I'm talking about in a very Brady-like manner of, hey, I'm comfortable. I'll throw for $180. I'll throw for $180. I'll shorten
the Ravens.
Yeah, I'll shorten this game. I'll let the game dictate when I get aggressive or if I get aggressive. And you watch it last night. He was very comfortable in a close game. He never panicked. And they had answers when the time was right. And boom, here they get number 3, 2 in a row. I mean, it was what a performance by Pat Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. And the scariest thing about this year, Ron, is you got a Pat Mahomes now that's not out there just flying by the seat of his pants. You got a guy that's also has the ability to settle in and play the position on time, on schedule, on platform, and that is a scary combination, my man.
And the scary part even more is the NFL is treating the Chiefs a little differently than you normally see other dynasties get treated, and that is they're not going to lose any coaches. Steve Spagnuolo, who has clearly shown we're seeing defensive coaches like DeMeco Ryans come in and change the game and change programs, and we're seeing them get chances. But Steve Spagnuolo has apparently reached an age where they won't hire him, so they get to just keep him. And the word is that Eric Bieniemy is going to return to the staff. And the thought is they're going to improve their offense and their roster, that it's even better than the one. They're going to improve their tackles and their receivers, which were struggle spots for them this year into next year, along with keeping all the coaches, including adding another coach at Eric Bieniemy that should and could be a head coach in the league. It's just crazy. They're not getting poached.
Yeah.
The Patriots got poached. Oh, now I don't know what that meant, but they got poached from guys over there. Patricia left. Charlie Weiss left. You know, they had Bill O'Brien,
Josh McDaniels
left a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
These guys get to keep this all together, which is wild. But Clint, this is where I want to go. And people, you can jump in on the text line 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, hello, we appreciate you. You can jump in on this as well. All right, if you are a 49er fan, which I am not, I'm in a different place. But if you're a 49er fan today, do you feel like, hey, man, you just got to tip your cap? You just lost to Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and Kelce and a dynasty you were just in the way of? Or are you sick to your stomach because you feel like you gave this thing away? Do you feel like if you're a Niners fan, you gave it away, or you just lost to the best in the game? Which one do you feel after that game if you're a Niners fan?
If I were a Niners fan, I'd feel the same way I do right now, and I feel like in the biggest game of the year, Kyle Shanahan was bad. I don't want to take anything away from the Chiefs because they went out there, and although it's not what the Chiefs that we've grown accustomed to, they went out there and they won that football game. There was no giving it to them. But when you look at what the San Francisco 49ers did, fans got to be sick. Kyle Shanahan was not good. You look at the adjustments at halftime, and he came out, and I mean they were running the football pretty much at will in the first half, and you come out in the third quarter, whatever adjustments were made, and you vacate the run for no apparent reason, right? I mean, schematically,
that was a head scratcher in the third quarter. He
blew my mind.
Three straight drives, but clearly it is something schematically that the Chiefs are doing. I still don't agree with or understand it because the Baltimore Ravens, they did the same thing. They two of the best running teams in the league just stopped putting the ball in their best players' hands.
Ron, it's inexcusable because especially after the first half, you go in that halftime and you go, boys, we're going to feed this thing to them in the second half until they stop it. We're going to make them stop it. They should have come out and just ran the football. Just call run-its. I mean, when we call them run-its, quarterback, you ain't even thinking about audible, and you can go on first sound if you want to. You running this buck. I don't care what shade it's to. I don't care if the safety's down. I don't care if it's an over or under. I don't give a rip. You're running this thing. That's what they should have done based on what kind of success they had in the first half. And Kyle Shanahan, I believe, blew that. Then you look at the overtime, the new overtime rules. Not only did he botch that and take the football first and give Pat Mahomes the ability to know exactly what he needed, which, given the circumstances, he was going to go for it on fourth down until they scored any way you slice it.
Because if they had a 4th and 1 on like their own 35, you got to at least think about that. Right, to go, you may have to punt it with your defense. You may say,
and then when you get in field goal range, if you get them in fourth down, they got to think about it. Do you go for it and risk not getting a field goal at all? And basically, you end up it was a bonehead move, right? It was a bonehead call, and then on top of that, all the San Francisco 49ers players today are coming out and saying they weren't even aware of the overtime rules that had changed. And on the flip side, Andy Reid's crew, the Chiefs are coming out and saying, yeah, we were aware of it. We practiced it every single week during the playoffs and twice on Super Bowl week. So, yeah, we were very aware of it. And that's a bad look for Kyle Shanahan, man. That's too big of a deal to not have your team up to task on. And then on top of that, you look at the play for all the marbles. Kansas City's got the ball inside the 5. Jawan Jennings, I believe it was, is open to Brock Purdy's right. And up front, you just completely blow the protection in the biggest moment of the game.
And blow it against, of all people,
Chris Jones. So, I mean, and I know that's personnel. That's not necessarily Kyle Shanahan. But, man, that's just – if I'm a 49ers fan, Ron, I'm sick. I'm beside myself.
We got
man.
Jake Moody missing an extra point.
Oh, also on top of that,
of specialty, everybody took their turns into screwing you.
Also on top of that, Ron, when Pat Mahomes throws the interception, this goes right in line with the adjustments that were made or whatever. But Pat Mahomes throws the interception, and you end up going back. You don't even need a first down. You need 7 or 8 yards, and you got a shot at a field goal to go up 2 scores. And you go 3 and out, you lose yards and end up having to punt. Like that right there, that's a tough pill to swallow. So, yeah, I look at it. I thought Kyle Shanahan was bad, particularly from halftime. Yeah, I thought he was bad. He made some poor decisions. The adjustments didn't work out.
Yeah, I get that.
Clearly didn't have his guys ready.
First half, he was creative. He got that
First
touchdown.
half was good, yeah. First half, I thought first half once he got off that script though, there was some problems.
And the Chiefs adjusted and Spags adjusted in the second half. It was like it happened with the Ravens. Like he's walking, not like it appears there's 9 up there, so they just stopped running. But it really wasn't. I mean, he was backing a lot of guys out and just using it to blitz, so you didn't know who was coming.
Yeah.
But it was I was surprised. They had you're right, and I think we talked before. A big moment in the game is. Because I'm thinking to myself, all right, the Chiefs got to score at the end of the half. It's 10-3. What they love to do is defer so they can get the ball in the second half. They come out, and I'm like, all right, this is a big drive to get some points. And the next thing you know, Mahomes throws an interception immediately, and the Niners get the ball on the Chiefs 44. And they move backwards and have to punt. Like right there, as a Chiefs fan, I was nervous right there. I was like, they threw that pick. This defense – like they're a first down away from putting points on the board to making it a 2-score game, and then they got a false start on one of those plays and went backwards, and then the Chiefs defense just kind of took control of them for 3 straight drives. But I'm gonna say this: if I'm a Niners fan, yeah, you got a mixed extra point in there. You got the botched punt return that then really changed the game, that gave the Chiefs the lead on the very next play when your defense gets a stop and gets Mahomes and company off the field, right? But all of that, like that was, by the way, Nick Bosa, he played a good game at times, but Nick Bosa, he had one of those, to hell with it, man. I am not going to play contain at all. I am just going. I am darting in and just gave up several runs and big plays because he was just crashing in and not playing contain. But all of it, Clint, the biggest thing for me if I'm a Niners fan is, Tyler, in this game, you want your great players to show up. And the Chiefs' great players were better than the Niners' great players. I mean, George Kittle had 2 catches for 4 yards. They 2 for 4. On the other side, Travis, 9 for 93. And he had 92 in the second half and overtime.
Yep.
Right? Obviously, Mahomes was the MVP, and down the stretch, there was a clear difference between him and Purdy. But, outside of McCaffrey and in most parts of the game, except for late in the second half, Nick Bosa, like Deebo Samuel, nothing. Right? He had less yards receiving than 3 or 4 receivers for the Chiefs. Brandon Ayuk, under 50 yards receiving. They couldn't get him the ball. And that in part goes with some of the Chiefs' other great players, and Snead and McDuffie, who were amazing in coverage. And then Chris Jones just caused several missed throws or overthrows and big plays made. Their top players just didn't come to play to the same level that the Chiefs, especially in the second half. And that if I were a Niners fan, like we can't be in the Super Bowl and George Kittle's going 2 for 4.
Yeah, that's tough.
And Deebo Samuel's got 33 yards on 3 catches.
Yep.
Like that to me to go along with Kyle Shanahan, and that just That would be a tough one. But, I mean, Tyler, Patrick Mahomes was something else. and the Chiefs did just go in, and you could see the difference in a team that's kind of been here and doesn't flinch to a team that couldn't, right? Brock Purdy and their offense kicked field goals for the most part, and then the Chiefs, they were able to get the big touchdown.
Well, I mean, look, you can look at it however you want. I mean, from Kyle Shanahan, I said was bad, and you look at it from an offensive perspective. To your point of like one team had been there and the other one appeared to have not been there, even though they've won a lot of football games. I don't think Kyle Shanahan's play calling, or if we're being completely honest, Brock Purdy's play during that third quarter was indicative of, hey, we're here to win this sucker. We're here to take this sucker over. We're here to put our foot on your throat. I thought it was very.
You're really down on Kyle's performance there.
Yeah. No, you just can't. In that moment, you can't. You are literally, it's the best that the league has to offer versus the best that the league has to offer, and those little bitty things like that, especially when you got Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid on the other side, boy, it's damn near impossible to beat those guys in playoff scenarios. When you go out there and you turn the football over, you don't adjust, you make some. I don't know why you would make the decision to take the football first.
You're
just giving them opportunities.
They clearly hadn't thought that through. Yep. I don't care what he says. He said we looked at analytics, talking about we wanted to get it third.
That's the only thing that makes sense is that when if everything goes according to plan, you score, they score, then you get it in the sudden death situation.
You can't do that when you know it's on the other side. You know the excuse I would have taken, Clinton Tyler, is our defense was spent coming out of that.
I've heard that one
used. That last 2-minute drill, they were spent. They were on the ground, and we don't want to run them right back out there. That would have made more sense than saying I'm gonna take it. Because you always, just like college, want to know what you got to get from the text or from YouTube and Twitch. If I'm a Niners fan, I feel like this team ran into a buzzsaw. 3 Super Bowl rings is not by accident or just choking too much credit to the losing team. I mean, I can get a piece of that. I'm just saying, if I'm a Niners fan, the special team blunders, there is hard, and then our top guys just not showing up like that would be difficult for me to take. All right, watching that game, as we understand, this was a very, very, very successful season for the Texans, and going into it, I think the Texans are top 12 in terms of best Super Bowl odds. I believe 10th or 11 in best Super Bowl odds as they've come out early. When you were watching this game, did you feel like the Texans were really far off of these two teams? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Coshada Casino Resort. I'm telling you, more space, more fun, more ways to win. Who's ready to head east on I-10, y'all? Quick getaway for the weekend, whether it's with the wife, the kiddos.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as the NFL season is over and the Kansas City Chiefs win their second straight Super Bowl, third in 5 years. Officially, right? You all agree officially a dynasty?
Yeah.
Absolutely,
100%.
without a doubt.
Yeah, officially a dynasty, 3 in 5 years. Obviously the gold standard in the league right now. And I'm throwing this out, and I see some people already on the text line and YouTube and Twitch. And I'm going to start with you, Sweet Tyler. When you was watching that, yeah, that's Sweet Tyler, man. Look at that smile on his face. Was you watching that, Tyler? Was you thinking, man, the Texans are far off from these guys?
No, not at all. Which is weird.
If you take the Ravens game out of your head, like if you just take that game out of your head.
Yeah, that ass whooping.
Right, like if you take, like you've watched the Texans, and when you watch that game, I'm with you. I didn't get a feel that was like, well, the Texans can't play with these teams.
Oh, they're close. They could be close.
Unless you disagree. I didn't get that.
I wholeheartedly agree. As I'm watching that game, I feel like the Texans aren't far away. I feel like the Texans are right there in the mix. A lot closer than I gave them credit. To be honest with you, when they lost to your point, when they lost to Baltimore, that was a bad feeling for me right there as a Texans fan.
They looked really bad in that game.
Really bad. But as I watched the playoffs, finish out with the NFC and AFC championship game and obviously the Super Bowl last night, I feel really good about where the Texans are. Clearly ahead of schedule. They've clearly found their head coach and their quarterback. And now the other thing that is kind of where they've established themselves in the NFL, the only thing that's more clear, they need them superstars, Ron.
Yeah.
They need them superstars, man. Look, this weekend and the AFC and NFC championship game, but this weekend in particular, I'm sitting there watching it through my Texans lens, and I'm watching.
I want to see if there were some players that stood out to you in yesterday's game. If we were thinking the same way for the Texans.
Well, I mean, look, I'm watching Christian McCaffrey run the rock.
Clearly don't have one of those.
In the first half. I'm watching.
They're clear.
I'm watching Armstead in the middle.
That's it.
Just be an absolute problem and change the game. Obviously, Bosa off the end. I mean, that's another guy that any way you look at it, that dude's a problem. And then you look at Kansas City, and although Travis Kelce had a quiet first half, just absolutely exploded when they needed it the most. And you could tell it was a different It was a different intensity and a different get me the damn ball and get out of the way late in that ball
after
game.
he took out Andy Reid, yeah, it was. By the way, that was bull from him.
Yeah.
And he's getting away with it because he's Travis and there's Taylor and they won and Andy's downplaying it. But that was weak.
Yeah,
that was weak.
I agree. That was a bull jive move. But he is a superstar, and when the game was on the line, he showed up and showed out. And then you look on the other side of the ball for Kansas City. There's a lot of guys that played really, really well. Hell, some of their guys played their best ball on Super Bowl day or Super Bowl night. But when you look at it, when it mattered the most, in a handful of critical moments in that game, Chris Jones just wrecked what San Francisco wanted to do, and never more apparent than the Brock Purdy throwaway on 3rd and goal when Juwan Jennings is coming wide open for a touchdown that would have changed that game significantly.
Or when Debo got behind them, the defense.
Yep. Was that Chris too?
Yeah, that was that pass rush he had where he hit him.
Yep.
And he couldn't step in the throw and he threw it.
That is exactly what I'm talking about. When you get to that level, when you get to the Elite Eight, when you get to the Final Four, you're just not going to compete unless you've got 2 or 3 dudes that are just game changers, that can wreck shop on either side of the football.
It was 91 and 95. It was 91 Armstead and 95 where it's just like, now obviously a running game, the Texans, they struggle there. But it was like Chris Jones and Armstead, they don't have a dude like that. Like, listen, Will Anderson is obviously not Nick Bosa. But, if you got Grenard and Anderson, you're like, you can feel like you got something off the edge. They didn't have nothing up front because Chris Jones and Armstead just wrecked the run game when they needed to. And then that interior pressure, which helped the outside guys, that position and those 2 dudes really jumped out to me like, damn, boy, they just, like Malik Collins is a good player, a good rotational piece. I like Ridgeway. They improved. But they don't have just you know what? I'm just gonna ruin the play. Like an Armstead and Chris Jones from the middle just had a couple of moments where they just absolutely ruined the play. Someone texted in, you all are either hungover or still a little drunk. Texans got no shot to beat Pat. I'm not telling you first off, I disagree. And I'll steal it from you. I wholeheartedly disagree. Because, listen, Tyler, if Brock Purdy can get the 49ers in position to win the game, now some of it was the defense of the Niners, and listen, but the Niners defense isn't great. There are some areas of the Texans defense you can look at, particularly their secondary, and say, I take that secondary over them. The Texans defense is a pretty good defense. But if Brock Purdy can get them there with Deebo Samuel having 3 catches for 33 yards, with George Kittle have 2 catches for 4 yards, with Brandon Ayuk have 3 catches for 49 yards, like Deebo had 11 targets. He caught 3 balls. They were non-factors. These are the mutants that he's gotten to play with.
Yep.
And he had them in position. He kept having the lead. They lose the lead off the fumble punt. He comes right back and gets a touchdown. His kicker misses the extra point. The Chiefs tie it. He comes right back and gives them the lead. The Chiefs tie it in overtime. He comes right. If Brock can do it without his best players around him,
telling me there's a chance.
His best player he was throwing the ball to in the game outside of Christian McCaffrey was Jennings, right?
Yep.
I believe C.J. Stroud can be in that ball game. I think Dalton Schultz can give you 2 for 4. I think it. So I'm not saying that they would win those games, but watching that game, you would have thought, all right, man, for the Niners to be in this game, Brock Purdy had to have his big play guys go off. That didn't happen. And I'm sorry. I looked at that and I thought, well, yeah, C.J. They could play in this game.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, now I say that believing that Nick Caserio and D'Amico are going to go to work. Because I'm on record. I could see them missing the playoffs if they don't sign the right guys. And I don't give a damn how many supporting cast you sign. I'm talking about game changers, difference makers. if they don't change those guys, I could see them backsliding and not making the playoffs. But I got to believe right now. I'm going to believe that DeMeco Ryans is watching the same things you and I just talked about and watched, and knows this team is that close. You go out and sign the right 2 or 3 dudes.
Chris Jones is probably available.
Hey man, well that would be a good start. But I mean, you go out and sign the right 2 or 3 dudes, and I don't have a problem. Now whether they're going to beat Pat Mahomes or not, I have no idea. But be in a ball game where it's a field goal either way. And it's a 4-quarter ball game where you got a shot, yeah, I could see the Texans being there in a playoff situation. Absolutely.
Yeah, that game, watching that game, you saw, yeah. I don't know they would beat these teams, but they could play with those teams. All right, Brock Purdy, he has been a huge topic of conversation. How do you think Brock played yesterday? How do you think Brock Purdy played yesterday in his first Super Bowl? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Lewis Flory over at Ability Tree Experts. Look, if
web address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I'm seeing here from the text line. Like, now we're going to do this. I feel like this is just because it's coming from my lips. But as I said, I watched that game, and I think C.J. Stroud, if we're talking about, all right, can they play in that game, and I look what Brock Purdy did, I think C.J. Stroud could do what he did, especially when you take a look at the top weapons, with the exception of Christian McCaffrey. Really no-showed for the Niners and weren't factors. Someone texted in, right. But you can say that about 7 or 8 quarterbacks in the NFL. Oh, is we doing with CJ now? We didn't lie. I mean, sure you can, but we done lost that with CJ now. CJ, no, man. CJ Stroud, you got the most difficult thing figured out. CJ Stroud is miles better than Brock Purdy. And I think Brock Purdy's a good player. We'll get to him now. But they would have a better chance with a C.J. Stroud clearly behind it. And it's just real. Like, you watch that game, you know C.J., and really you know from what you watch this offense this year for the most part, except for that Ravens game, you feel like this offense could play in this game. So give me this. All any other quarterbacks, 7 or 8. Now 7 or 8 quarterbacks could do it. Now C.J. ain't special. Get out of here. What about Brock Purdy? I'm curious from you, Clint, as somebody, and we've felt similar about Brock Purdy. You know, it's the damnedest thing. No one, especially his biggest detractors, want to tell you how hard he is, that he is not great. No one actually believes and says, like, yo, he's great. He's an elite quarterback. Nobody says it. But then after the game, the expectations is to treat him as if he is an elite quarterback, which is the damnedest thing. But I thought he played really, really well yesterday. I thought he was one of the best players for the 49ers yesterday in that game. And for Cam to say, like, he's the 10th best player on this team, whether that's true or not, he was one of the best players on his team yesterday. What did you think about his performance?
Well, look, I thought he played a really good football game. I thought that he showed us exactly why he's getting the love. He showed us exactly how and why that team continues to win with him at quarterback. And the truth of the matter, I thought he played well. I thought he played really well. All the things that maybe it's the untrained eye, or maybe it's the person that's just infatuated with all the unique dynamic skill sets that we see at the position now. For whatever reason, folks aren't appreciative of what Brock Purdy brings to the table as it relates to the Josh Allens and Pat Mahomes and all those guys. And I see it. I understand it. There's the legs are good enough to hurt you if you allow it, but not good enough to go out and make a bunch of dynamic runs. The arm, I think yesterday one thing that was blatantly obvious in that game was that there was zero fear in the Kansas City Chiefs defense in getting beat deep. There was absolutely zero fear of Brock Purdy pushing the football down the field. Now, is that because the Chiefs don't have the dudes to push the ball down the field? Is that because
Niners,
yeah, that's what I meant. The Niners. Do the Niners not have the guys to push it down the field?
The Chiefs are very confident in their second.
Very, very, very confident. And the truth of the matter is the 49ers really never pushed it. Brock missed a couple, but as you said, Chris Jones was in his face on one. There was a misinterpretation, if you will, on another one where he threw it outside and the receiver was expecting it inside. I think the Chiefs potentially took advantage of the inability of Brock Purdy to stand in there and be a big-armed quarterback and drive it down the field and take a bunch of risk. And so I think that's going to be discussed, I think, widely probably about Brock Purdy. But I thought he played well, man. I thought he played well when he was put in the situation to capitalize, be aggressive, and score points. They did, as you outlined in the last segment. So I'm completely in on Brock Purdy.
Yeah, listen, I just be fair to who he is. right? There is nobody on the level of the guy that he was on the other side of the field.
Correct.
Right? There's nobody on the level of that. And listen, I mean, maybe, like as I see people texting in, if C.J. Stroud was a quarterback, they would have won. Maybe. I don't know. I do know they probably to win if their special teams didn't have blunders like they did in this game, missing an extra point and botching a punt that led directly to a touchdown. All I know is this. This is this cat's first Super Bowl. The biggest game of his second year. His first Super Bowl. And there were moments, I would even fit someone on the text line saying you thought, he said he thought Brock Purdy outplayed Mahomes in regulation in 4 quarters. Now, I'm not going to go there. I can give you the first half. The first half, I think it's fair to say Brock outplayed him in the first half. You could say that at the very least played right with the best in the game. But all I know is my man didn't have, as we've talked about, didn't have his great players come to play to make the game easier on him like many people say they are. I'm telling you right now, if you watch that game, pre-hamstring and after hamstring, Deebo Samuels was not getting separation. All right, Brandon Ayuk only got loose in zone. Only time. And George Kittle was nowhere to be found. And it's not like George Kittle was just running free and they missed him. No, George Kittle was covered tightly. All right? The only person that was creating separation consistently was Jennings and McCaffrey. But Clint, man, in the second half, in his first Super Bowl, in his second year in the NFL, Patrick Mahomes comes down after his team fumbles and botches a punt and scores immediately to give them the lead right away. What does he go down and do? Marches their ass right down and scores a touchdown to take the lead. Now, his kicker misses the extra point. What happens? Mahomes comes down and ties it with a field goal himself. What does he do? He gets the ball, runs the clock to 1:53 left, and gives them the lead again. 3 different times in a row in the third and fourth quarter, Clint, he came down with drives to give his team the lead against Mahomes in the Super Bowl. He didn't turn the ball over. He made a couple of big plays, like you talk about, like there were some misses. But his team on a 2nd and 2 jumps off sides and gets or holds, and now it's 2nd and 12, and he makes that throw to Kyle Juszczyk that gets the first down and makes a big-time throw. How about the pressure in overtime where they come and get a blitz, and he's got a free runner, and he gets that ball out to McCaffrey, who turns that play up down the field. Like, Brock Purdy was really good. Is he great? Not right now. I don't think so. But he was really, really, really good and really impressive yesterday. So, like, I mean, the people who were, oh, no. The one team had Patrick Mahomes, the other team had Brock Purdy. Of course. What team had Lamar Jackson, the MVP? Yeah. They didn't come through. What team had Josh Allen? They couldn't come through. Of course. No one thinks he's going to go up there and do what Pat did if that was the expectation.
Yeah, no, look, here's the thing, Ron. Is like if Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen could do what Brock Purdy can do consistently, they would be neck and neck with Pat. They would be right there nipping at his heels, if not have beat him a couple of times. That's the reality.
Because they can make the play to Kyle Juszczyk, but the play to McCaffrey is one that
it's 4 quarters of playing on script, on time, and minimizing risk. Those two guys, for whatever reason, struggle doing it, right? I think one of them is still developing in Lamar Jackson. He has an eject button. That's the best eject button we've ever seen in the league, so he leans on that a little bit. And Josh Allen, for whatever reason, just has this howitzer of a right arm and decides he's just going to try to rip balls down the field as often as he possibly can, and it bites him in the ass sometimes. If those two guys had just a little bit of Brock Purdy in them, they'd be a lot closer to Pat than they are if we're being serious. Look, Brock clearly has some limitations in his game as it pertains to some of the more physically gifted quarterbacks in this league, without a doubt. But again, I think it's the biggest mistake that we make in football, in the outside world analyzing football, to minimize the ability to impact the game with your mind, being a higher level processor, being an accurate distributor of the football, staying one step ahead of the defense. I remember one time yesterday, Ron, it was early in the game because it was in first half because they were running the football well. But they bring a real fast motion across there, and he dummy counts it. And then he kills the play, kill, and they run the opposite direction. Kansas City showed where they were going to blitz to the left. He wanted to run away from the blitz. He moved it, boom, ran away from the blitz. That is like next level understanding and execution of the run game, right? And there's guys out there that aren't even asked to do that, much less whether they had the ability to do that. So that is a huge plus in his favor. But all those things, none of those things are sexy. They all get overlooked. They all get taken for granted. But it wins a lot of football games as we see what's going on with Brock.
Yeah, I just, like, for me, I just think you got to be fair to the cat. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that he is an elite quarterback. I don't think that is the case at this point in time. But what he is, we'll give him and absolutely make it it's a negative towards him that he has great players around him and that they're the reason why Brock Purdy has thrown for 31 touchdowns and 11 interceptions, over 4,200 yards. But will you give him the credit today of saying, yo, he went up against Patrick Mahomes and the newest dynasty in sports, and he kept giving his team the lead with drives with all of his guys except for Christian McCaffrey not playing to the level that they should play? Does he get points for that? Does he get like, all right? Because had they won this game and Debo went for 115 yards and Brandon Ayuk went for 130 and Christian McCaffrey had the game he did, it would be they're loaded. Look who they got. And I mean, he had his team right there, and those guys weren't really doing anything. So I just treat the cat fair both ways. All right, coming up, the big 3 at 3. Some news coming out of this game. We talked about a move that could happen if the Chiefs win this game could really affect the Texans. We'll give you the latest on that. And I got to see if Clint agrees with something somebody has said about what many people thought was a can't-miss prospect. We'll discuss that coming up next.
sales associate for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
In the shotgun, Mahomes. 4-man front. Receiver in motion. Low snap. He runs and he throws. Caught. Touchdown. It's caught. Hardman caught the ball. The Chiefs have won. The Chiefs have won. The Chiefs have won. Super Bowl 58. 25-22. In overtime.
Yeah, baby. There is Kevin Harlan. Shout out to Kevin Harlan who joined us Friday as we were on Radio Row in Vegas. That was a great interview. You want to check that out on the podcast page. He was with us on Friday. Fantastic call there as the Chiefs, they win Super Bowl 58, 25-22 in overtime. They've now won back-to-back championships, the first time that's happened in 20 years. Since the Patriots did in 03-04 seasons. They win that thing, and it was touch and go. For many parts of this game, the thought was the Niners were going to go ahead and take this thing over. But the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, who has now won his third Super Bowl MVP, now him, Brady, and Montana are the only ones with 3 Super Bowl wins and multiple MVPs. And Clint, this is what I'm curious from you. For you, what was the biggest play, biggest moment, the biggest thing that jumped out to you in this game that really put you on alert of how this game could go?
Well, look, I think it's
there's a lot of them.
There are a lot of them. So I chose to pick one where I can really look at the San Francisco 49ers for shooting themselves in the foot. When Pat Mahomes throws the interception early in the second half, I believe it was.
Yep, first drive.
First drive of the second half. It is a 10-3 ball game at that point in time, correct?
Yep, 10-3.
And San Francisco gets a turnover right out of the chute. They literally don't even have to get a first down, and they're going to get a shot at a long field goal at the very least. I mean, all you got to do is just turn around and hand the damn thing to Christian McCaffrey 3 times, and you've got at least a shot at 3 points and making that thing a 2-possession game. For me, that was the missed opportunity where I told myself, I said, look, they're not going to survive this. San Francisco's not a good enough football team to continually give Kansas City opportunities and miss on scoring opportunities. This is going to end up biting them in the tail. So I think that interception, getting that interception and then not converting that at all, like literally going 3 and out.
They got the ball on the Chiefs 44.
Yeah, and you let them breathe immediately. You go 3 and out. It's penalties. It's behind the chains. And you punt the football back to them. I thought that moment right there was a critical moment that San Francisco could control. That wasn't some kind of freak. No, this was you got the football. You moved it the whole first half really, really well, and then you lay an egg in when you have an opportunity to make this thing.
You just didn't do what was rolling.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And who got you there?
Yep.
Right. It's like if the Chiefs did that and got the ball, got a turnover, and just handed it Pacheco 3 times in a row.
Yep.
And never allow Patrick Mahomes or Kelce to have the ball, chance to have the ball in hand. So they just didn't give. CJ had 3 possessions in that third quarter, and Christian McCaffrey had 1 carry.
Yeah, Ron. That's what makes this such a because it was not indicative of just not getting a field goal attempt when you should have and not getting points when you had a really good chance to get points. But it was also the first sighting of whatever adjustments that Kyle Shanahan made at halftime. He came out there, and which clearly was to not give the football to Christian McCaffrey, which, look, the penalty put him behind the chains, so I get all the reasoning behind it. But when it's all said and done, it wasn't just missing points. It was the beginning of a bad third quarter for that football team. And so I have to go with the interception from Pat not turning into points for San Francisco as the moment where I said these boys are in trouble.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The moment there for me, it was those two special team blunders. The one where it goes off the blocker's foot, and then Ray McCloud tries to pick it up instead of maybe falling on it, but tries to pick it up, and then the Chiefs recover that, because even though that what you said happened, the Niners defense in that third quarter was matching the Chiefs defense.
Yes.
Right, and now that the Chiefs had a little bit more success offensively, because I think the Niners for their first 3 possessions in that quarter had 3 total yards, but they were matching them and just got off the field on a 3rd and 2. And they get a punt, and then, immediately it's a touchdown to MVS. And now you look up, and then they've got the lead. And then they come back, and you just felt like that one point, once that ball was kicked and blocked the extra point, you felt like that one point was it just felt different when Mahomes and the Chiefs had to get a field goal to tie.
Yeah, you have. If Mahomes needs a field goal, you have no chance. I mean, he's got to move the football 20, 30 yards with open field. Yeah, you have no chance. That one point that would have made it a touchdown difference ultimately was absolutely huge and changed the entire game. But that's like you said. There's several moments that were big. That swung this thing.
I'd like to talk about another moment. Tyler, do you remember all week, especially Friday, Clint was like, I'm telling you, man, I just feel like old Lady Luck has been on the 49ers side.
Yes, I do recall.
And then Dre Greenlaw, 57, of all people, a former Razorback. Of all people, an Arkansas Razorback. An important cog to this team. He's somebody that would have been on Kelce, who then went crazy in the second half. Dre Greenlaw is standing on the sideline. I mean, he's ready to get back in the game. He is juiced. He is fired up. They're ready to run back on. He runs on and blows an Achilles. Running on the field.
That's a tough one.
Running. I felt awful for him. Awful for him. But just running on the field, he blows out his Achilles. As you called Lady Luck. And Lady Luck found an Arkansas Razorback, Clint, which is just, of all, that's the first thing I thought.
Well, look,
it just got progressively worse by the second.
Yes,
he's down. He's
Lady
in the
Luck
tent. walked
out on him in pregame, man.
And when I saw the cart come out, I said, "Oh, damn, this is serious." And that was just crazy. That I could not believe he got hurt that way.
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the blocked extra point, and then Harrison Butker goes out there and kicks one that barely clears the head of the
57 low.
That thing was low, boy, and it splits the uprights. I'm telling you, man, the Lady Luck left San Francisco in pregame, and it was tough sledding from there on forward.
Chiefs fumbled 5 times.
Well, again,
and only lost 1.
Well, to me, again, Ron, that's like San Francisco's inability to separate
when they had the chance.
Like Pat Mahomes is throwing sweet. His toss is on the back shoulder of the running back and they're losing 7 yards.
Yeah,
right. I mean, he's that careless interception. I thought San Francisco did a great job of stringing him out sideline to sideline and not letting him get vertical until late in the football game, obviously. I mean, the defense was playing lights out, and Pat was making a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes, and you're not able to separate more when you could have, and that ended up biting them.
Yeah. Also, news here: Andy Reid, they're getting a contract extension. You know that Andy Reid is the 3rd highest paid coach in his division currently.
Didn't have a protractor out there.
Sean Payton and Jim Harbaugh have passed him. I think they're going to take care of that.
Woo! Love that money.
Yeah, I imagine Andy will be at top of that.
He's the 3rd highest paid player, 3rd highest paid coach in his division.
He's going to be able to buy so many nuggies.
Oh yeah, he will. Nuggies and burgers. That's his thing. But he's coming back. They're going to get a contract extension for him. So that has already been announced that he is coming back to try to win 3 straight.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, so now this is over. The thing we're going to start turning our attention to, Clint, is more the offseason with free agency and the draft. The draft around here has been a big deal here of late, but not as much because you don't have 2 picks and your picks are a little bit later, and you don't feel like this is going this is going to change your franchise right now that it has to be. But one guy who many people thought was going to be a franchise changer is Caleb Williams. And Merrill Hodge, who used to be on ESPN, has done a lot of work, played for the Steelers for years as a running back. Listen to what he had to say about what many people for, I think, a year or two has felt the consensus number one pick and one of the best prospects in years for today's game. Listen to what he has to say about Caleb Williams.
I've only watched Caleb Williams 3 games last year, 3 this year, so I'm only halfway done, okay? The one thing that is clear, he is not special. He is not something unique like a Patrick Mahomes, and I hope the Bears don't think, well, let's try to make up for our mistake when we pass up Patrick Mahomes and go get the Patrick Mahomes. The kid is not Patrick Mahomes. Ain't even remotely close to that. So it is unfair to Justin Fields. He has had new coordinator. There's no possible way you can know about your guy when you do that. It's the worst thing that can happen to any player, especially a quarterback. Now, when Justin came out, the one thing that I thought he had just inexperience. He just needed more experience. He lacked that. But what I have seen in Justin Fields, from my evaluation, there's enough growth and hope there that I would not let him go because I see enough there.
All right, after 6 games, 3 as his first year at USC, and 3 more this year, Merrill Hodge, he's not special. You agree with the assessment of Merrill Hodge on Caleb Williams, someone you have watched more than 6 games?
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. Look, I don't think he's making a big bold statement when he said he is not Patrick Mahomes. I think that's easy to say about any of these quarterbacks, and the odds are you're going to get it right. None of these guys are going to turn into Pat Mahomes. But as you evaluate college quarterbacks coming out, there is a Patrick Mahomes style of play, which is changing the arm slot, again, playing off script, off schedule, off platform, and being comfortable doing those things and having a big arm to where you can make all the throws while doing that. Maybe playing with a little bit more risk than you would like your quarterback to play with and getting away with it. That is stylistically like Pat Mahomes, and I believe that Caleb Williams is very stylistically like Pat Mahomes. To your point, though, that's where I believe Merrill Hodge is dead ass wrong. To say that this kid is not special. And again, based off of the film, I got to question what the hell you're watching. Because I've not watched one game where Caleb Williams wasn't special. Now, if you want to talk about, his intangibles, which I know there's, and I don't know why I haven't done the research. I don't know if it's true or fair or foul. I don't know. But there's apparently some questions about his love for the game and his leadership and all that jive. If you want to question that, cool, go ahead. If Merrill Hodge wants to come out
about on the field.
Right. If Merrill Hodge wants to come out and say, hey, I've sat down with the guy and I just don't think he's special, I ain't going to buck it. Okay, that sounds good to me. But you can't tell me you've watched 6 games of Caleb Williams at the quarterback position in college and you didn't walk away with, damn, that kid is special. That kid is gifted. That kid has got a real chance to be able to weather the storm of playing for an organization that's rebuilding, still have a little bit of success, and then be really good at the NFL level. Like I don't know what the hell you're watching. Merrill Hodge looked good though.
He did look good. That was odd to me. 6 ball games. Yeah. He's got it. No one's saying that he. Like, whenever they say that, no one says, well, he's going to be Patrick Mahomes. It's just like he's, as you said, he has elements of his game in which you look and say he can get himself in and out of trouble. He can do different things. He can make plays and has, as you said, a similar game to that.
There's, Ron, these guys, and Pat has it, Josh has it.
How did you watch any of his Heisman Trophy year and just say,
I don't know. But
that won't translate.
When these guys drop back, Ron, and it's like these dudes are just chilling in the park. I mean, they are as cool, calm, and collected as you'll ever see somebody playing in that position. And he's got that. He's got that. There is, and I'm not saying that you have to have that, but there is a level of coolness under pressure, calmness under pressure. Even when your feet are working and you're out in space and you're trying to make people miss and people trying to rip your head off, like there's a level of body control and a level of cool, calm, and collected that you can't coach. And he's got that. And that's what, like, today's wow factor at the quarterback position, a lot of those guys have that and play to it, right? And that's, I think, is the biggest, most unique aspect of his game is, man, he's awfully comfortable with live bullets coming at him, and that is rare. I think the kid's got a chance to be really, really special.
Yeah, I do too. I just, that's one of the things I hate about when we get to this space, that here, you knew it was going to come. It happens with everybody. All right, baby, here we go. Let's start shooting down why Caleb was. I mean, all of last year, Caleb was, amazing. All through most of the season. You can't miss him. You got to go with him. You got to get him. And now we're going to start clipping him at the knees. Like, not even remotely close. The hell. You're right. I don't. All right. Boy, you will not believe who Clint is becoming a fan of. You will not believe it. And I'm telling you, I don't think Clint believes it. I don't think 5 weeks ago Clint would have believed that Clint would become a fan of this person. We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, you got to control the controllables, y'all. Don't worry about the things you can't control. Address the things that you can control. And one of those things is that hair loss problem that you've been dealing with. You got to address it, and here's how you address it. You address it with advanced hair restoration. They can reverse years and even sometimes decades of
favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. A couple of people here who are conspiracy theories. Yeah, you got to stop, man. You got to stop. Live in real life. The league is not cheating for the Chiefs to win.
Live in the now.
Come on, sir. You're gonna lose. Do something else with your day instead of slowing down the first possession or the first couple of plays of the final drive of the game to try to believe yourself that the officials are giving the Chiefs the game. Stop. Sad. It's sad. A few people here on the Merrill Hodge thing. Someone texted in and said, I got to remind me not to hire either one of y'all with a draft class. Hodge has a good track record of evaluating quarterbacks. Many experts said Young was a near can't miss. Merrill said he was a second-round talent. Merrill Hodge was right. So that one's been decided.
Which general manager do you think that was at Texan end of the show?
Real quick. So that's over. Like Bryce Young, that's over. He's second-round talent.
Done.
It's over.
Cooked.
Also, I will stand by it. I don't care. You don't want to. Like, you got eyes. Now, you can sit here and believe that Merrill Hodge can see, but seriously, think about it. Go watch one game of Caleb Williams. That man said he doesn't see anything special when he watched him play. I don't give a damn how many years Merrill Hodge played or how great his track record has been on quarterbacks. I guarantee you he's missed a few. But if Merrill Hodge said he watched Caleb Williams, by the way, he kind of kicked himself off. He's watched 6 games of him. He's played 3 seasons in college football. He's watched 6 games of him. Like, I can think of plays in my head right now where it's like, damn, there is no way. Like, there's no way you can watch him and say, I just don't see anything special. By that account, if he says that, I don't really give a damn what his track record is. That's like saying, you know what, I watched Jordan Alvarez swing. There's nothing special about that.
Hey, look, I just disagree. I don't give a damn what. I've watched him myself, and I'm gonna go with what my eyes tell me, and there is physically, he is the best quarterback in college football right now. Physically, in terms of gifts, in terms of the everything in the pocket that we just talked about. The loose arm that can make all the throws and stretch the field vertically, the twitch and the speed that we'll see how well it transitions to the league, but the twitch and explosiveness and speed that allows him to create separation, buy time, extend plays. Like he's the best in the game right now. From just a talent perspective. I don't know. I don't know what goes into. I've watched this guy. He's not special.
I just don't know how you watch 6 games. Six games and tell yourself, boy.
Yeah.
Hell, I can watch 6 games of Mitch Trubisky in college and find something that's like, oh, there's a special thing. Like, seriously, what? What did you not find with Drake May? Because you didn't find none with him yet. Anyhow, all right, Clint, you're becoming a fan, aren't you? Are you a Swiftie? Are you a Swiftie, or are you just becoming a fan of?
Well,
Taylor, you want to go that far?
I'm never going to refer to myself as a Swiftie, unless my little girl gets a little older and falls in love. Then I may have to do something for her. But
you're becoming a fan, ain't you?
I just like her style, man. I really like her style.
Well, thanks.
I watched the highlights or the postgame deal again, and just the way she chills behind Travis Kelce's mom and lets mom be front and center. Let's Travis get to his mom first and give that a little hug, little kiss, a little exchange. You can tell she's patiently waiting, just chilling, cool, calm, and collected with it. It's not one of these like
Brittany lurking.
Brittany. She was on the stage last night.
Lurking.
She was on the stage last night, on the podium. I mean, there was players.
Why don't you go somewhere?
Golly, man. I mean, there's players that aren't up there. Guys that just went to work for 4 quarters and won the Super Bowl, and they're not up there, and she is. I mean, it's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. But yeah, I mean, to that point, it's like when they do show, it doesn't. First of all, I'm not somebody that it bothers me that they show her in the suite. It doesn't bother me. In fact, it's great for the game, so I'm cool with it. Whatever's good for the game, I'm cool with. I don't look at that when they're filming her coming in, like arriving at the game, or like I don't watch that and go, yeah, she's eating up the attention. Like she's just putting on for the camera. Like she appears to be super authentic. She appears to be super respectful of his mom. In particular on multiple occasions.
And the spotlight on him.
No question about it. No question about it. Lets him do his thing. Lets him get the spotlight. Just sits down there and smiles at him.
She looks like a really happy girl.
Absolutely. And genuinely and sincerely happy for my man having success. She hasn't overdone the Chiefs thing. You know, the support of Travis Kelce, she hasn't overdone it. It's I mean, you know, the little 87 on her necklace. I thought that was clean. Little 87 on her necklace with a red jacket that obviously was a Chiefs jacket, but it wasn't overdone. I don't know. I've never even given Taylor Swift a thought, to be honest with you. She's never even been on my radar. Other than I can't remember who it was. Somebody told you a long time ago. Somebody in the music business told me that the lead singer, whoever the lead singer is, I believe it was the Foo Fighters, and Taylor Swift are the best two business people in all of the music industry.
Dave Grohl.
In terms of doing all their own stuff, and that's why they make so much damn money, is because they handle it all. They're involved in all of it. Outside of that, like I ain't got a Taylor Swift song for you. I don't. I'm sure if something came on, I may have heard it somewhere.
Like Shake It Off.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's Shake
It Off. Okay. I wouldn't have had it. I didn't have it for you. But I don't know, man. So I feel like I came into this thing with an open mind.
I wonder if people still watch them and think this is fake.
Oh, I don't know how. I don't
know.
Right?
How do you, Tyler? They look real. That looks real, right?
They're in love. They're in love for sure.
It is. There's still people who think this is fake.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't see anything. I don't see anything fake about it. In fact,
they would get me.
Look, Ron, I did a little digging. You told me this, but I think I may have ignored it.
That's awesome.
It may be just. It may be. Well, it may be a detail that you at the time I didn't care about your Taylor Swift details. Now I do. 34 years old, Ron.
34.
I mean, you know this. I definitely know this. Early 30s, mid 30s, women that have never been married, don't have any kids. They ain't playing around, bro.
She's ready.
They ain't playing around. Yep. And I think that guy right there has probably played around enough to where he's probably like, hey, man, I need to chill out a little bit, or I'd be willing to chill out a little bit. I think they're engaged by the end of the year, and I think they're married and pregnant by the end of 2025.
Oh, my. All right. Yeah, I got engaged by the – you think married and pregnant.
Engaged by the end of the year. So they got, what is that, 10 months?
Yeah.
10 and a half months to get engaged.
That's happening.
I think they get married next year.
You're right, man. She's getting to 35.
And I think there's going to be a pregnancy announced by the time that clock up there strikes 2026.
I like that one right there.
Sitting there looking at Jason and
she's going to be 35, Chief.
And Kylie. Jason and Kylie, they got 3. She's sitting there looking at them.
Come on, man.
Looking at Brittany. Brittany's got 2.
Yep. Come on, man. I'm telling you. Not only do I think they're engaged by the end of this year, 2024, they're getting engaged at some point.
I thought Nate Burleson was about to break up at the end of the game, really talking about it. Really,
he put it out there. I like
it.
It
did. I was with it.
And I'm telling you, Wedding, bun in the oven in 2025.
You've been here.
I'm just mine wasn't that old. Mine wasn't 34 when I married.
No, I know, but I mean, you had a clock in your head.
Mine damn sure said, "Hey, let's go and get married. Let's go. You're getting old. You don't need to be a grandfather. You don't need to be a dad that looks like a grandfather, which I'm on the verge of that anyway." But she said, "Hell, I got a clock. I mean, I ain't got all. We got to make this happen.
Let's get it.
I got to believe Taylor's
thinking there. Yeah.
I mean, I saw
she's getting pressure from her parents.
She's worth over $1 billion. I mean, there's really nothing else she can do.
And Taylor feels like she wants to have more than one. I get the feeling.
No, well, yes, no question. I mean, it's happening, boys. It's happening.
Pregnant by 26.
It's happening.
I think the pregnancy comes before the
engaged, married. No, see that can't happen. That can't happen. Travis, don't do that. I mean, she cannot. No, Taylor Swift cannot get married with a bump. She can't get married with a bump. She got too many teenage girls.
She'll have it. And then
she's got to do it right. She's got too many teenage girls looking up to her. She's got to do it right, man.
Coming up, I think the debate is now for real. Before it was hopeful. Now I think it's a more serious conversation. The Mahomes-Brady GOAT conversation. How many rings does Mahomes have to get to surpass Brady in your mind? We'll discuss that coming up next live on The Drive.
All right, Ron Kraft Chevrolet, y'all. They got huge savings on select Chevy Silverado.
vaccination and book this season's updated COVID-19 shot today at schedulecovidvax.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue to look at the football season ended, and one of the best Super Bowls. That's one of the best. That's got to be probably a top, at least top 10 level Super Bowl. There's been some really good ones going to overtime. Hell, they almost needed a second overtime. My man Ocho said, "Can you explain the overtime rules?" It's essentially like a quarter, as Tony Romo tried to explain. Which I thought that was a fail for CBS. Wait until 30 seconds left in that thing. It was just going to another quarter. They didn't have to. The only reason why they had to snap it is because the play clock was a second behind it. So they had to snap it. But if they didn't get that pass to McCole Hardman, which won the game, they would have come back with 15 minutes left on the clock again. But it was one of the best Super Bowls. And to me, Clint, I said to me one of the takeaways will be if the Chiefs win the game on Friday was, I think the real talk of Brady versus Mahomes really heats up, and the GOAT conversation really heats up. And I've said that I think that Tom Brady is the GOAT, FN for now, and I think this really now heats the thing up. 7-3 in terms of rings. But Mahomes has 3 rings in his first 6 years starting in the NFL.
Carry Brady's job.
Before 28. I think I remember you saying that, John. Before 28. How many rings? How many championships does Mahomes have to get to eclipse Brady? I see somebody on the text line texting and said if he wins 3 in a row, which has never been done in the league, no team has ever had a three-peat in the NFL. He said that would do it for me. How many championships, how many Super Bowls does Mahomes have to get to pass Tom Brady, you think? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, your thoughts. How many's he got to get?
I think he's got to get 5, Ron. I think he's got to get 5. He doesn't have to get to 7.
So you don't think he has to eclipse him? Because someone just texted in, Brady's got 7, he's got to get 8 to pass it.
No, I don't. I don't think he's got to get 8. I think there's a component. There's a Super Bowl wins component to the GOAT conversation that matters, right? And for me, the magic number's 5. Because on the flip side of that, Tom Brady, his stats, assuming that Pat plays for an extended period of time, statistically, Pat's going to blow it out of the water. I mean, it's just not. And stylistically, the way statistically and stylistically, the numbers are going to be more impressive, and the play is going to be significantly sexier than Tom Brady's play.
And that's the other part is he's already now at a really early age. You can look at what he's starting to do, that his game's going to age better than maybe you thought it would. There was a thought that maybe –
yeah, absolutely.
There was a thought that when Mahomes loses some arm strength or loses the ability
or gets
to use his leg or something like that.
Yeah.
But the way he's playing now, he has shown that there may be a little bit more link to his game if he wants it.
I think if he gets to 5, then all of a sudden the stats look different. Stylistically, the play looks different. You can. There's no arguing the maybe this version of Pat isn't as carried his team as the first couple of Super Bowls he went to and the first several AFC championships he went to, but that different look of carrying your team that Pat Mahomes has, all of a sudden that comes into play. And I think it's a real conversation, like legitimate conversation that you could argue for an hour and end in different spots. Like I think there's one other thing. 5 wins, Ron, and I believe that it's really going to help Pat Mahomes' case. if and when the time comes, if he can win one without Andy Reid. Because I think the other thing,
because he time won one without Belichick.
That's it. That to me, that sets Brady apart, right? I mean, not only was it number 7, but it all of a sudden, the debate that was out there forever about is it Brady or Belichick, who's more responsible for winning these Super Bowls, right? Brady moves to Tampa, goes and wins the Super Bowl. Belichick has done nothing but wet the bed since. And so now the legend of Brady, the legend of the GOAT has grown significantly because Belichick has failed miserably, and he went on and had success. So I think if he gets to 5 and if he wins at least one without Andy, I think you put them two boys neck and neck. Yeah. And I think Pat's well on his way to be there.
From the text line, he needs more than Brady in rings. He's LeBron status, but he is not Brady, not just yet. The GOAT conversation will always be like Jordan and LeBron, no matter how many he wins. People will say Brady. Tyler, where are you at? How many does he have to get? 7? Does he have to get?
No.
7? Does he have to get 8? You don't think he has to win his?
I don't think he has to eclipse what Brady did in number of rings, because I mean, there's just so much black and white area. There's so much gray area about said future Super Bowls that Mahomes might play in. Like, we have no idea what he's going to do on those stages as he seemingly continues to be the greatest quarterback in the league. Like, you just don't know until you see it. And I think the way you win Super Bowls is just as impressive as the number. I mean, Trent Dilfer has a Super Bowl ring. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think he's got to match him. I don't, because as someone texted in, nah, Clint, that's not good math. 5, what the hell? He can't pass the GOAT if he has less rings. But we didn't do that with Michael Jordan. Right. Like Michael Jordan, we had proclaimed Michael Jordan to be better than Magic before he eclipsed Magic in rings. He has never eclipsed, gotten more than Kareem, right? And Kareem, the all-time scorer, all that. I mean, Bill Russell's got 11. Like, it was the first three-peat. Hell, and then when he came back and won like 4, and like, we had proclaimed that was the best player that we had ever seen. And I think it was some of the things of like what we watched. We watched like, yo, this is like one of the first times we saw a guy not have like some amazing center that he was able to dominate with to win a championship, right? And now, like, games like this and seasons like this help, right? Like, I think this championship means more than just one, or more. It has more feeling and meaning to it because of the talent that was around him, what was around him, what it was looking like in the regular season, and where they were. I think this one has more of a meaning than like the first one when they get with Tyreek Hill.
Well, I mean, he just keeps adding to the resume, though, right, Ron? I mean, because like you 1, 2, hell, you can even talk about guys that have won 3 Super Bowls.
Yes,
right. But now, also, what Pat Mahomes did was he just won back-to-back. Which I don't know how many quarterbacks have won back-to-back, but it's a very small number.
We haven't seen it done in 20 years.
right. And so now he's positioned himself. He's positioned himself to do it 3 times, to win 3 in a row, which nobody's ever done.
No one's ever
right.
done.
And so he just keeps building that resume, and the company in the room gets fewer and fewer, if you will, and it's just a matter of time before it's just him and Brady.
Joe Montana didn't lose in any Super Bowls. He was 4-0, and Brady won his 5th or something. And all right, he's it. He's the guy.
Yeah, I think Super Bowl championships are very, very important to the whole. Like, you're not going to be able to give me a guy that's got 2 Super Bowls and we're going to compare anything. I don't care how he plays the game, right? We're not going to have a guy win 2 Super Bowls and then we're going to compare him to Tom Brady, who's got 7. Like, you got it.
5 is good.
Yeah,
5 is fair.
The run, strong. I've said this multiple times. The crazy thing about, and I saw this stat again this weekend when they were comparing Brady and Mahomes. The number of Super Bowls and AFC championships. Forget the win. Forget who won and who. There was over 50% of the years that he was in New England. Over 50% of the time they were in Super Bowls. They played in the Super Bowl that year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy to think. Like, And Pat's well on his way. What's he played in 3 of 5?
Yep, 3
or 4. 4 of 6.
4 of 6
since he's been in the league.
They've
right?
been in the last 4 to the last 5.
Yeah, I mean that run is wild. Now, obviously, you got to win some of them, but putting consecutive years together where you're in that dance or you're in the AFC Championship.
And the other part is two things. One, if you watch that game, and then because I think this is what kind of things that happen with Jordan. When you watch that game, even Brady in his prime with what San Francisco was doing, the answer was Mahomes' legs. That became the answer, is Mahomes rushed for 60, 70 yards in this game. I don't know if Tom had that in his bag, right, and some of the throws that he had to make, right? I'm not saying Tom couldn't have won that game, but you watch it and you see, all right, the answers that they had to have was multiple times they ran quarterback keeps and things like that, which you can't do with Tom. And the other part is he's starting to do things that Jordan did, right? Even that Tom didn't. Like if Tom, even on Tom's watch, so to speak, Peyton's got 2, Ben's got 2, right? Drew Brees has 1. The other contemporaries that are great quarterbacks have won Super Bowls. That the other ones that we look in it right now. I mean, he's holding Josh Allen down. Josh Allen can't get past him. Lamar's been held down. Joe Burrow got to the Super Bowl, but he's not won one yet. Like that, like he is if that starts to happen over the next several years, where let's throw and CJ's in it. CJ could be one of those guys. If that happens to where he starts blocking these guys and these guys don't get championships on his, so to speak, watch, because Karl Malone couldn't get one, a very terrible human being. Reggie Miller, Patrick Ewing. Hakeem is the only one that won on his watch. Yeah. Right? Like Shaq and Kobe kind of started to do it once he got out of there. So I think that is a thing for that. So it'll be interesting to see how many he has to get to, but I think the conversation is full on. What you got coming up?
All right, a Texans great, arguably the greatest, J.J. Watt. He was on the set this weekend, right? I got something that I really loved and something we got to discuss, y'all. Did J.J. Watt kill it? Did J.J. Watt struggle? We'll talk about that next. But before we do that, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. Hey, February is it's the start of
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Boys, the best Texan to ever put on the uni. He's transitioned.
Oh, JJ, Justin.
JJ Watt. He's transitioned. And he's transitioned well. Did y'all see him? Did y'all see him pregame and halftime?
He's on it, yeah.
CBS, right?
CBS.
With the crew?
Yeah, he was a part of the crew.
Did you guys see it?
I watched it.
Tyler, did you see it?
I did.
How'd you feel about it?
What is wrong with you? Why are you doing? Why are you making that? Why are you laughing?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing.
No, say it. You can't do
No,
that.
nothing.
Everybody, the people on YouTube and Twitch are now wondering what is
What
this
was that
idiot
smirk for?
chuckling
nothing.
up about? What is it?
I
What you
think
kikiing about?
I think I know where he's going, but I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. But I'm gonna hand out flowers first. I know exactly. We're thinking the same thing.
Justin James, you son of a bitch.
So you're going with this by a hair, huh?
Can I tell you? Yes. Can I tell you? I was very impressed with J.J. Watt on the set.
So you think you've seen growth? You like where he is right now, and his.
I think the first couple of times I saw J.J. Watt, I thought this could go one of two directions. I don't know if he's ever going to settle in and be comfortable and be able to. I mean, first of all, CBS. I don't know that they could cram one more former player up there. I mean, they got a 6-dude set. And when it first popped up, I was like, boy, this is going to be interesting. I mean, you literally have 10, 15 seconds to make your point, and you got 6 dudes, and they're volleying that sucker. I mean, it was beautifully done in pregame. Now, I don't know who the hell is in charge and who's running that show. Typically, a producer is kind of directing traffic. I would be willing to bet you that Nate Burleson is the one that on set is directing traffic, more so than the others. But damn, they did a good job. But JJ was money. I like the energy. It was clear, concise, in and out, and they're clearly trying to boost JJ. I mean, they go straight to him immediately at first out of the.
Well, you
can
can see a lot of more comfort too. I don't know if you all caught when JJ was trying to line them all up and do like a kind of show of what the Chiefs defense does. And he lined everybody up, and he made it. Come on, Phil, today, Phil. Come on, you can get it. I was like, oh, he's getting comfortable. He's feeling
yes.
straight face. Come on, today, Phil. So yeah, he's gotten better.
I thought he did a tremendous job. I thought they did a great job. And then at halftime, Ron, they come back and they kick it to JJ. And once again,
short time.
And I mean, on time, on point. My man says, say what you want. This game's going to come down to turnovers, which we've already seen be a big part of the game with the Pacheco fumble as well as the Christian McCaffrey fumble. He said, and the tight ends. They got to get these tight ends. And I'm paraphrasing to some degree.
Kelce and Kittle.
We go out there, and Kelce goes out there, and what'd you say? He had 8 catches for 91 yards or something in the second half? 8 for 92. He had 1 for 1 yard, I think, in the first half, something like that.
For a yard.
But
almost took out his coach.
And so in hindsight, not only did JJ communicate it well, he ended up what the hell he said came out spot on, and made the biggest difference in the game. I think down the stretch, Travis Kelce clearly put on his superstar hat and said, "Andy." He even tried to hurt Andy, push him over. Get me the rock and let me do work. And down the stretch, it came to fruition for J.J. Watt. So tip my cap to 99. By the way, is it fair or foul of me to say that J.J. Watt is the best Texan to ever put a uniform on?
Oh, fair. 100%.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean,
Andre's inducted to the Hall of Fame, but it took him 3 chances. There will be no thoughts with JJ. He'll get right in. 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. Yep.
Yeah, 3 Defensive Players of the Year, first ballot Hall of Famer. I would imagine that guy's
countless All-Pros.
Right. Okay, just checking. I want to make sure I wasn't stretching there. Hope you're still listening, T. Not you, Tyler. I'm talking about Tony.
Oh,
he's out there slapping my hand for for excluding Andre, but while he did well with what he was talking about, boys, I was highly disappointed in the hairdo.
What do you call that?
Fix your wig, man.
What was he going for here? Like that's it. That's a bad time to try a new one.
Well, I mean, there's a couple of things here, Ron. There's a couple of things.
Because it was right up. I thought maybe the wind got to. I don't know what happened here.
It was real boy bandish.
Yes,
that's the part
perfect.
that's the part that got me.
Pull it up.
I mean, we're talking about JJ.
Like O-Town.
I mean, we're talking about JJ freaking Watt. I thought he had some frosted tips there briefly.
Oh boy, went Lance Bass on him.
I looked up there at one point and I thought, wait, what's he? Looked real boy bandish, and
it's that messy look,
bro. I mean, it's 99, man. I mean, it's 99. JJ can do. Yeah, that ain't it. I mean, there is a lot of things that JJ Watt can do. I mean, JJ could walk up there with one of them Travis Kelce's. He could walk up there.
That fade.
I started everybody calling it Travis Kelce.
I mean,
where the white boy gets the fade, everybody calls it Travis Kelce. I want to say, hey, y'all might want to check. Yeah, that guy. You might want to check them tapes back in about '94 with your boy with that Dirty Bay Bone fade over in Baytown.
Or many other people that were white that had fades.
Oh,
God,
yeah.
the idiots put them right in that NSYNC poster.
I mean,
right
that's
there,
it.
that boy band right there.
I mean, that's it. I hadn't even seen that either. That's
bye,
it.
Bye. I mean, yeah, he is in it, boy.
I mean, guys, JJ Watt. I mean, that's JJ Watt. You got to try to screw it up. Like you can't tell me him and his old lady said, "Yep, this is the look I'm going with."
Clearly, they did.
All he needed was some aviators and a puka shell necklace. He would have looked like my ass in high school.
I mean, there ain't no doubt, T. I mean, what do y'all think went into that? What do y'all think went into that? Y'all think JJ's this is his first go round of really giving a rip about a hair?
Like Super Bowl, I'm going for. I looked over. Nate had a deal, had some nice new braids rolling through, and he just
all due respect, Ron. But JJ don't need to be looking at Nate for hair.
I'm just saying he saw Nate step out, and he's like, all right, this is Super Bowl. I got to go big, and I just thought it was a poor time to change it up.
Is that big?
Let's bring it home here. I mean,
he went for something
that's
not his normal. It's Ron. It's not his normal look.
Ron changed his hair up. The Super Bowl, everyone's feeling frisky. They want to change their do up for the bowl.
But Ron,
but it was a look that I've had before. This is a look that he had somewhere in Wisconsin in the late 90s.
Doesn't it?
And he went back.
Doesn't it? That is definitely Wisconsin JJ.
Do you think everybody on the set was like noticed it immediately?
I'm gonna tell you.
Like you think Nate was like, this didn't say nothing to themselves?
Nate's the one.
Now I know JB didn't. JB's just hanging on. I mean, he's got so much black ice across his face. His hairline, it's ridiculous.
You got JB and Chris Sims, not Chris Sims, Phil Sims.
Boomer might have said something.
They ain't saying nothing.
Boomer
Hell
might
no.
have.
They still got that strong.
Boomer noticed it.
They ain't saying.
He may have said nothing. But I don't think any of them said anything. But I think they
Nate
all
should
went.
have.
They all did.
Nate let him down. If Nate didn't say nothing, he let him down. If they were in the green room, if Nate Burleson didn't say,
whose idea was
if Nate Burleson didn't say in sync, huh?
Because
that's what you're going with. And he let him down.
But in this operation, that you would know better than I do. You've worked in TV more than I have. No, I've worked in TV, but they wasn't touching my face or hair. I've got makeup put on me
Your
once.
TV actually exposed the shortcoming.
My TV is in and out here, late on television. There's somebody like at the Super Bowl. There are people there.
There's makeup and hair,
and makeup people. There's stylists there.
Yes.
Do you think somebody said to him, "Let's try something"? I think I want to try something.
No,
was it because that's what I mean.
I think JJ's in a spot where he's trying to figure out who he is in the media. I'm serious. I mean, he could have went in there.
The Super Bowl to do it.
Exactly, the biggest stage. I mean, the biggest stage. I was shocked.
Man. I want to try this on you, JJ. It's called the Nick Carter. Okay.
Because to me, man, like if I get done, I'm hair and makeup. Like this ain't it. We got to try something. Let's go back. Let's shift this thing up. We got to tease something else, man. We got to do something else.
No. He went into this thing with
he's telling them this.
No. He came in with his hair done. They didn't cut his hair in the back. He came in with his hair. All right, now what do you, JJ? How you want to fix this? Oh, I'm just going with the messy look, man. I'm going with the messy look up top.
Okay. Because the hairstylist, even though he got a haircut, they could have done something different, right? If they could have gone in a different direction.
I'd like to meet the hairstylist or the makeup guy or gal that when J.J. Watt sits in the chair and is like, "Hey, J.J., you ain't going with that, are you? Let me switch that up for you."
So here's the question:
I'm the hairstylist.
How do you think his hair is styled in a couple of days when he's on McAfee? Does he show up on McAfee on Wednesday?
He's a hat on.
No.
He's got a hat on.
Yeah, you're right. He'll probably go with the hat. But no, I think he goes back. I think he goes back to. He'll probably end up with something like McAfee.
From the or just what he's been doing before. From the text line, JJ's hair looked good, well suited for TV personality. Y'all looking at this wrong or just piling on?
If you like it, that's your opinion, but you are in the minority on this, friend. Just.
I mean, he
combed the internet for a second.
He went O-Town, Backstreet Boys, NSYNC all the way. I mean you go just type up JJ's hair. But JJ Watt's hair, just go type it up.
Yeah, no.
I'm just saying it was a look that jumped off the screen immediately. Whoa, that's a different one.
Yes, absolutely, it did. And I think he ends up going with a higher, tighter fade.
Do you think it looked bad, or was just a shock of the difference of the look?
Yeah, it wasn't like a bad haircut, but it was such a difference, and it looked so much like something from 2 decades ago that you stopped and thought, "Oh man,
it stood out."
Every time I see a picture, man,
it stands out. I mean, the minute the TV clicked on, I went, "Damn, JJ, okay." You going boy band? You going 90s boy band on us?
You put an Abercrombie and Fitch shirt on that man with a puka shell necklace and maybe some aviators.
Oh, yeah.
He looks like a white guy in Baytown, Texas in the 90s out of the yearbook.
Yes,
that's all
absolutely.
I'm saying.
Absolutely.
He was as long as he didn't. I thought he might. If he came close to really spiking it, and then that would have been.
I think the fade. I think the fade's going to be. I think the fade's going to be higher. And I think it's going to be combed to a little bit of a peak at the top, like Pat McAfee does it next time we see JJ. And it's going to, instead of gel, he's going to use some kind of dry.
Oh yeah, you
matte
gotta go
finish.
dry paste.
The product. Don't remember, the product was a poor choice as well.
Yeah,
that was gel. That was hardening gel.
Maybe even some hairspray in there. It looks like
possibly
with those really hard tips. Yeah.
Trust me, with a guy that's got wild hair,
I'll lean on you too.
Like in order to tame it, you've got to use some. I haven't used
that wet gel
that looks like aloe vera in a minute now.
Yeah, that you can't use that.
I got
anymore.
a feeling he went gel. That was not a matte paste or anything like that. I believe he went gel.
But to try to keep the look in the wind because they were outside, I think that's probably.
Yeah, but that's why you got to go dry paste nowadays. You got to. It's going to give you that hold. It's going to give you that hold you're looking for, but not that hard shimmer look to it.
Well, I guess I got to do a little TV tomorrow, so I guess I better get my hair right, or I'm going to get butchered.
Yeah, don't do that. Go get you some paste.
Try it different. See if anybody knows.
Well, if it was, I made me to get it cut and get it done like JJ's, and then just tell everybody when I show up. Cut a commercial and be like, "Hey man, I go with the JJ Watt look."
Just mess it up real quick.
Just mess it up real quick. I don't know, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. What about halftime? What about halftime, boys?
I liked it. I thought it was a good halftime show.
If my wife wasn't sick with a 2-month-old in her arms, I think I could have started working on number 3 last night.
Oh, you think in the mood?
I got videos.
I'm glad. I'm not sure. I wasn't sure.
Wife was dancing.
Was she?
Saw it twice because I paused my TV to put the 2-year-old to sleep to bed, and came back out and hit play again. She had already watched it live in her room. I could hear her back there. She come running in there dancing.
She's an Usher fan. See, I was concerned on what where he would go in the log. Like I didn't know if he gave you
everything.
Everything. Yeah.
Everything I wanted.
Came off that Confessions album. I will say. He got a little, they used to call Steve Nelson handsy. He got a little Steve Nelson on Alicia Keys. I'm just saying, if I'm Swiss Beats, like, I think that we got a little touchy.
They're just good friends, man.
And I understand the performance and the element, but, like, that was the look in his eye of desire.
See
that's where it got me. If I'm Swiss Beats, and then she, she could have moved off a little bit, just a tad. Maybe it's just performance wise. I just sit there and I said, boy, man, if I'm Swiss Beats, man, as Clint said, I'd like to meet Usher Raymond at the 50 and let's have a couple of discussions.
Meet you in a dark alley out back at casino.
For the future, do we need to go over the performance prior?
I'm gonna tell you.
I thought he was going.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you 100%, Ron.
On the air.
Look, I mean, when it's all said and done, if my wife were a musician or if my wife were an actress, I could have dealt with last night. If my wife was Alicia Keys, I could have dealt with last night until the eye contact started happening. And it wasn't one-sided. It was both of them.
It was. It looked like to me that in a prior time, he's either been in them draws or they were close.
Yes.
Oh, for sure.
Agreed.
Like when that song came out.
I'll be honest, if I were Usher, I would be disappointed if I hadn't.
Like it felt like they went back to a place when they first did that video.
Yeah.
I don't know if Swiss was around yet. I don't think so.
They just transported back in time to that late evening in the studio.
All I was thinking the whole way she was on there.
You remember.
Swiss, man, I'm like, man, Usher's really acting here. Or not.
Ron, I could deal with the hands. I could deal with the dancing.
It was the hands with the
I could stump. Like when he got behind her and she looked over her shoulder and cut them eyes and smiled. It's like, no, that would have sent Old Dirty over the top.
Yeah.
Just stay facing forward.
Was Usher out of bounds? Was Usher out of bounds?
He had been behind her before, that's for sure.
Okay. Was Usher out of bounds on that 713-572-4610? Was Usher out of bounds? Also,
I tell you what,
he'd been in there before. I mean, there's at least a kiss, at least. At the very least.
If I'm Usher, I ain't kissing nobody at that point. Now my wife.
He was hot at that point.
If I'm Usher. If I'm kissing,
Tyler, you got to find when that song came out. That song, that do what they got together. My boo, we got to find out when that came out and where was Swiss Beats at this time. He was probably in there trying to survive with Earl. All right, coming up, was he out of line? And what did you think about Brock Purdy's performance in the Super Bowl? How would you judge Brock Purdy's performance? We'll discuss that next.
All right.
thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app, thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, many people believe he was out of line. I'm now convinced, Clint. That song came out in 2004, so I imagine they kind of probably got that thing together a little earlier than when that song came out. And she didn't run into Swiss Beats until after 2008. They got married 2010. Just that the look between those two, they had put themselves back into that place.
Yep.
Well, I mean, look,
why not?
I'm pretty secure in my manhood. I'm going to go out. I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say if you're a single woman and you prefer
penis? Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, that's where I'm going with it. You prefer men. I
guess we could use that word.
I think you're going to have a hard time. Probably going to have a hard time telling no Usher no.
Even if you're Alicia. 2004, she was big time.
One, Alicia ain't always been Alicia.
But she was.
But
then.
number two, Alicia will always be Alicia. And if she was down,
I think she was.
Whether she had hits or not, yeah, I got to believe Usher.
Just the look, just the look in their eyes. The way he snuck up behind her on the.
Yeah,
that was a little murk.
The eyes are of all that was going on up there. The eyes are my biggest concern. I mean, you can rub, you can touch, you can lean.
I legit got uncomfortable for Swiss watching it. I'm
gonna be honest with you. I didn't think 1 minute about Swiss.
I got uncomfortable as soon as it got up there and he went to rolling. See, right now they're showing it right now, and he didn't because at least he had his shirt on. Had he had his shirt off by that point, I'll be damned.
Better than her having her shirt off.
They would have had a scuffle going on or somebody trying to get to the field. And it's not a streaker.
Yeah, I mean,
Will Smith is running towards the stage.
Yeah, that is Will. Hit your hand off my wife.
I'm gonna tell you, man.
Well, they say, boy, Swiss has been in the last 4 shows of Usher's tour.
His car's been spotted. Hey, have y'all? Did y'all have all of the artists that joined him?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, it's Lil Jon.
Got
Luda,
that one.
And Jermaine Dupri up there wearing them socks that my daughter Lauren wore to a wedding most recently. And Alicia was there, of course.
Got that one.
Who else?
I didn't have the guitar player, the young.
Oh, that was her.
I didn't have that one. I don't know who her is.
Her.
Mm-hmm.
Her.
I didn't have that one.
She's nice. She's real smooth with it.
Well, no, I just didn't have it.
Luda showed up, didn't he?
Yeah, Luda. We said Luda.
Wasn't there a heavyset dude in a mask?
I don't remember. That one's not. It's not coming up to me. Did you see a heavyset person in a mask?
Vader.
Big Van Vader. We've lost. His last name's White. I can't remember his first name, but we lost Big Van Vader. No,
Ron
it was
White?
not. It's not Ron. It starts with an E, I think. We don't have to do Vader because I like to know wrestlers' real names. All right, I can't. Someone help him out. There was
there was one more.
Bigger
And
gentleman.
I heard Landry and him talking about it, and I missed who it was. Somebody had a head cover, like a wrestling
Did they say
head
it was
cover.
Will I Am? Is that what someone's texting in? I missed that part. I must have missed that portion of it. I had to let Bear out for a second. All right, what do you think about Brock Purdy, man? Because he's getting criticized in a big way. He was a big storyline in this game. We talked to several people on Radio Row about him. What did you think about his performance yesterday? What was Brock? 255. He threw for 255. Yeah. 1 touchdown. No turnovers. What did you think about him?
Look, I thought Brock was good. I thought Brock did what he's done all year long, which is put his team in position to win a big game. And I I don't have a problem with. In fact, I've got a great appreciation for the quarterback that processes at a high level, that gets his team in the right play more times than not, that makes those guys around him better. I was listening this morning. I think Brandon Ayuk had a career year. I think George Kittle had maybe what they classify statistically as his second best year. So the guys around him were better. I thought he answered the bell in clutch situations multiple times. So I thought Brock Purdy did exactly what I expected Brock Purdy to do in that ball game.
I will tell you what, man. In that game for me, and I in no way think Brock Purdy is an elite quarterback. I thought he was very good yesterday. I thought he was one of the top 3 players on his team yesterday. McCaffrey, him, and Bosa, except for the moments when Bosa was just like to hell with outside contain late in the game, which he gave up big plays on. But I thought he was one of their best players. It was interesting to me because it felt like to me, Clint, Brock did more of the lifting of other players around him than what usually we see others lifting him.
Yeah, usually he gets a lot more help from Debo and company.
Debo had 33 yards receiving. Yep. And there was never any big play where it was like Debo put his – now maybe that – and that's pre or post hamstring, right?
Yep.
Brandon Ayuk, 49 yards receiving. George Kittle, nowhere. 2 for 4 yards, nowhere. I mean, and for him to put forth that effort and then continue to – in a way, match Mahomes, right? Mahomes, they take the lead off the botched, punt return. They take the lead. Finally, the Chiefs have the lead. Now they're down. He immediately gets a drive and bam, takes him down and scores a touchdown. Now his kicker misses the extra point. But then Mahomes comes and ties it. Then Brock comes back and takes the lead again. And then Mahomes comes and ties it. And then in overtime, Brock comes back and takes a lick. When I say lifting up, I think people around him failed him. The offensive line had too many miscommunications. Right, Chris Jones comes just wide open in the biggest play of the game. Another one at the end of regulation that they could have maybe iced it on the 3rd and 4 right out of the 2-minute warning. Like no one sees McDuffie. He comes completely free. Yep. right up the. No even get a touch on him. So I didn't think the offensive line was great. I don't know, man. I thought he played very, very well. And I don't expect him to match Mahomes step for step. And ultimately he didn't. There were plays he wasn't able to make that Mahomes was, but I thought he was really good.
Look, here's the deal is had they won that game, to your point,
how different would we be talking about it?
Oh, it'd be crazy because the proof is in the pudding, right? I mean, you just said it. Debo didn't do much, and George Kittle did next to nothing. And when you look at it, he just consistently answered the bell. So, I think we'd be looking at him different. But I'll say this because I'm in Brock Purdy's corner, 10 out of 10. I don't have a problem with thinking a quarterback that processes at a high level, that does the simple things savagely well, that delivers the football accurately and on time, and does it at an elite level. That guy's elite to me. Like that guy changes the game with his mind and how often he does the right thing. However, I will acknowledge in that game, I feel like Kansas City was able to suffocate San Francisco a bit because there was no fear of him stretching the field vertically the way that Josh Allen and some of these bigger armed quarterbacks can.
They had answers.
Yes.
For him. And pressure was probably the main answer.
Yep. And I think he missed if you're going to be talked about in the conversations with Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen, like the seam route to Ayuk where he threw it a little bit outside and Ayuk was expecting an inside. I don't know who that's on, but ultimately it all comes back to the quarterback. The shot to Debo where he overthrew Debo. Chris Jones is in his face.
Yeah, he nailed him.
But Josh and them guys make some of those throws, right? I mean, you need to make those throws.
He didn't keep it in bounds. Yeah.
Right. The throw where at the end where he threw it away on 3rd and goal in overtime, right?
I don't know how much he could have done.
Well, right. But if he extends the play, if he just gives ground, maybe drifts towards Jennings. He had 2 open receivers. So, that would have really, really helped his cause. And I'll acknowledge that, hey, Joe Burrow stands in there and gets hit in the chin and makes big boy throws all the time. That's why people mention him in the same sentence with Pat. Now, he beat Pat as well, so that has a lot to do with it. But, I can see in yesterday's game where you can look at it and go, hey, there were 4 or 5 chances for him to extend a play or make a big throw under crazy pressure that would have changed the narrative on him as well.
But would change it. But those are plays that the elites make,
sure,
right? And I don't know that I would position him as that. All right, coming up, Tyler texted me before the game, Clint. I think I made the most degenerate bet I've ever placed.
I bet it hit.
Well, I guess we'll see. We'll ask Tyler coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Dr. Matoran, man. Look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept, right? We take it for granted until it becomes a problem. So here's the deal. If you're out there and it's become a problem, you're suffering from breathing problems day and or night, let me get your attention because, again, I've got the solution. That solution is Dr. Matoran. He takes a holistic approach to your treatment, specializes in quick in-office procedures that'll get you back to living your best life, sleeping your best nights. All will be happy under the roof. Call him now, 713-665-8887, 713-665-8887, or you can always get more information at drmatoran.com. That's drmatorin.com.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
Jose Altuve was the humble superstar. He's never about max money. He's never about max glory. He always defers to his teammates. Jose Altuve is that guy, and he just gave the Astros a discount in exchange for, I'm going to play here the rest of my career.
Radio hits different at night on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture and Vita Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by RonCraftChevrolet.com. Find new roads. On 288 the South Freeway, southbound before Reed Road, it's a stall that has a left shoulder blocked. Huge savings at Ron Craft Chevy on select Chevy Silverados. Save up to $15,000, including $1,000 trade-in allowance when trading a 2010 or newer vehicle. Find new roads, RonCraftChevrolet.com. It's Chevrolet done the Baytown way. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Build your custom home on your land with Our Vision Homes. Our Vision Homes is a family-owned and operated custom home builder in Greater Houston for 17 years. Learn how to get started building your custom home by attending one of our Build on Your Land seminars. Visit ourvisionhomes.com to register for this free seminar. Our Vision Homes guides you each step of the way, providing a turnkey process. Visit ourvisionhomes.com today. That's ourvisionhomes.com. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
At Air Specialist, we believe a good name is earned, not given. With every AC repair, we dedicate ourselves to the craftsmanship and precision that you would expect from a specialist.
or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in, Tyler. What? Tell the people what this and Clint, maybe he's unaware what this degenerate bet was. The most degenerate bet, and I mean, if you would like to share the cash, I would love to hear what what you put on this.
Well, I normally bet on things I at least can attempt to use my own logic on. You know, the spread, the over-under, things like that within a football game. But I ended up betting on the length of the national anthem. I ended up betting on Reba's national anthem to start the game, and I'm glad I did, though.
Which was tremendous, by the way.
It was.
She got in and out.
Which was tremendous.
Reba.
You bet on the length of the national anthem.
Oh, wait, I missed that. You bet on the length of...
I bet on Reba's national anthem that it would be longer than 88.5 seconds.
Well, how long did you go? How long? Did it win?
It did. She had me worried there.
How long did she go?
I don't know. I know the total was more than 90 seconds. I don't know what the final clock was at.
I clocked her at about 93 seconds.
Boom. Money in the bank.
It did not look like it was going to get there. How much did you put down on this?
A bill.
$100.
Just like that, before the game started, I was up 100.
Boom! Did you bet on the coin toss?
I didn't. Fancy didn't let me down, man.
Well played. Well played.
Yeah, that's
a hell of a song, by the way.
That's a different. It's a different level right there.
Are you disappointed that he risked $100 on the length of Reba?
I've been disappointed in his gambling habits.
What about his eating habits?
I've been disappointed in his gambling and eating habits. Hey, man, I mean,
is that
like,
it?
He just said, "Hey, man, let's go." He said, "Damn it, let's go." I'm gonna put $100.
Quick bet, man. Figure out. Are you in the hole before the game starts? Do you need to really get real busy at halftime, or are you in the good and you got a little wiggle room?
Sounds like money to me.
I just because I was sitting there clocking it, and I'm like, we're damn near to the end, and we're at 40 seconds.
Oh, I thought I was done. I thought I was done about halfway.
Where did she pause at?
I
didn't have a clock on it, so I wasn't paying no mind.
She just stretched out.
Well, she gave us Home of the Brave. She doubled down twice on that bad boy.
She stretched out Home of the Brave.
She says it twice.
Did she really?
What? Yeah, we'll get there.
Right, because we're here.
I think I recognize him.
We're like 43 seconds at this point. I'm like, oh, God. I'm like, he's not going to get it, Courtney.
And so y'all were living vicariously through Tyler. This is great.
And he's, listen, right here, she comes in. It hit around here.
Tick, 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 tick. Give us that Brave twice, girl. Cha-ching!
That's it. This idiot got it.
So if she wouldn't have sang the Brave twice, you didn't have a chance.
I'm sitting there at 41 seconds. I said, Courtney, there's no way.
It was looking bad.
There's like 12 words left.
Well done, sir.
Thank you.
And it was one of the fastest renditions, they said.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was booking it there to start, and I was like, whoa.
She's a pretty traditional old gal, so I'm not surprised that it was quick. I am surprised that she doubled down on the Brave right there.
Mm-hmm.
Adding her own little twist.
But the length of that run she held is really what helped you out.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Reba.
What else did
Brock
you do?
Purdy
I know that wasn't the only bit.
Brock
What
Purdy
else did
one,
you
that
do?
hurt me for you.
No, I did have one on Brock Purdy over 12.5 rush yards. His slow ass failed to get that.
He got 12.
He had a 9
He had
yarder.
12.
I saw a 9
He had 12 on the dot.
Yeah, that hook got me. That hook got me. But I lost that one, and I won big money on Chiefs plus 2. So I came out very much in the green last night. I would like to thank all involved, including Reba.
Those were the only 3 bets you made?
I was on a few other ones.
You say, I mean, who bets? Here's my problem: is you bet on the national anthem and then only place 2 more bets.
No, I had
you're right.
handful.
You're betting on that, and then you put 100 on it. Like you bet on that, you're ready to go.
Oh, I won like $80 on the color of the Gatorade that got dumped at the end.
Purple?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Purple last year.
Nailed it.
It was purple last year.
Oh,
It was Kansas City last year. Why in the hell would they change the color of the Gatorade? They clearly like purple Gatorade.
Why are you doing that? I just can't even.
I like money.
I can't do it. I mean, I couldn't even sit down on that 3-card poker with you last week, let alone.
Hey,
I'm doing it.
I've never met somebody.
I did.
I mean, look, hey, Tyler, my man is sitting behind me, and I think I told you this story.
Is this when I was high as a
I
kite?
picked them cards up, and I spread them jokers out, and it was 10 Jack Queen of Diamonds. And he goes, "Is that good?" I said, "It's the best hand you can get on the damn table." And I put that thing down. He stood there. He watched her pay me out.
You thought I was going to jump on.
I high-fived him, everything. He never even thought about getting it on the table.
Never flinched.
Damn.
Like, it's one thing to sit
Just
there and
worth
watch
my
me
time.
lose a couple $100. It's easy to go, I ain't getting on that.
I
but
did do that.
If you sit there and look at that sucker, that one
You had
hand,
a nice run.
that one hand paid $1,000. Yeah, I mean, that would be one I got to sit down and get me a piece of.
No.
Ron didn't even think about it.
Didn't think. I had a daiquiri to get to.
Yeah. On top of something else.
Yeah, I was in a fight that time. I would have looked at them cards. No, I didn't. I didn't think about it. Yeah, man. Just Ronnie, stop being a wussy. Oh.
Why was he a wussy?
I'm a wussy because I'm not gambling. I bet you when you type that out, got him. That wuss.
Hold on, so.
I haven't called somebody a wussy in a long time.
Oh, that's a good. Yeah, that's right.
I think I've always gone with wuss. I don't think I've ever gone with wussy.
Yeah, wuss.
I think I've just quit being a wuss. I don't know if I ever say quit being a wussy.
I don't think it's another word that I would use.
Well, sure you would, but if you were in a place where you couldn't use that word, then I think the appropriate word would be wuss.
We wuss.
That's when my 2-year-old goes, "What's that mean, Daddy? What's that, Daddy?"
Well, let me explain it to you.
Wuss. No, don't do that.
Somebody said they made big money because they went over on Mahomes rushing. That was that's where you should have gone. I bet it was at like the 20s.
I bet no. Speaking of one of the best calls of the entire game, what clearly was an RPO, but it was a read play where Mahomes had the option to keep it, which he did, and
I think he knew where he got
several of them.
I think he knew
Rasheed Rice was wide open. Did you see that?
Yeah, he was.
He could have threw it for the first down, but he said, "No, I'm gonna go get it." And then he went and got 10, 15 more yards beyond where Rasheed Rice was.
Hey, for a second there, that thing opened up on that run.
I thought he was gonna score.
Courtney she said, "Why do you keep saying?" I don't know why. I used her name first when I would say. I kept saying it all night. Oh, Courtney, I think that's a fumble. Courtney, I think he's going to score. She's like, "Why do you keep saying my name first?"
I'm sitting right here. I can hear you.
It opened, but that thing opened up, and I didn't. When he got past Fred Warner, who was dead tired. Mm-hmm. I mean, Fred was just shot.
Yes,
he was. I mean, Fred
he had a real Chase Young look to him in that 2 games ago when Chase got hammered for lack of effort.
Hey, but I thought Chase was about to really come and take on in that first quarter. Then I didn't see him again. Oh, Chase Young in there, but. Yeah, man. Yeah, that Mahomes one. That way, I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought Brock was gonna hit. Brock has been running the ball well here of late. I thought for sure he was gonna hit.
Well, they just like I said earlier, man. When you like the ability to suffocate, man. Golly, and it's not even as much alignment as it is the post snap stuff. Like, I can give you a 2 look, and my safeties don't bail hard. They sit heavy. Backers don't bail hard. They sit heavy. I mean, I don't know what the man to zone breakdown was for Kansas City's defense, but at the end of the day, they were sitting on all of the underneath routes. They made everything difficult, and they're suffocating. So then you look at it like Brock Purdy's ability to get out and get loose with safety's eyes in the backfield and linebackers, shallower than normal. I would imagine that had a little something to do with his inability to escape and do something with his feet.
Yeah. Just needed another yard, Tyler. You would have really, really been in heaven.
Hate a hook.
I hate a hooker. All right, coming up.
Oh, not me.
He's just kidding, Megan. 5 o'clock fire.
They're people.
As the latest news.
Feelings.
What is the aftermath of the Super Bowl? We'll get you caught up on that. The latest news coming from the game with the Chiefs and the Niners. What we're hearing afterwards, and America's team, at least that's what they call themselves, made a move. We'll see if this one works for them. We'll discuss all of that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right,
we knew it was coming, and now it's official. C.J. Stroud can call himself the NFL's Offensive Rookie of the Year. The Texans' future is bright with one of the best in the game under center. Congrats, C.J.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans playing here.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Twin Peaks. Hey, y'all, it's Sweethearts Week. Guess what? Your local lodge is called.
Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old Dirty in the Dill. The big deal. And Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is the football season has concluded, and it ended last night with the world champion Kansas City Chiefs. Back-to-back titles for the first time in 20 years. Now it's Ron, Cal. And, back-to-back, Jack. Officially, I think people are now officially calling this a dynasty. Would you all agree?
Absolutely.
Yes. 3 and 5 years. Did you have it as a dynasty even if they lost?
I could get there real easy if they lost.
Be convinced.
Winning 2 of 4 in a 5-year span, only missing the Super Bowl once in a 5-year span. Was that 6 AFC championships? You said
6 AFC championships. They have the highest winning percentage.
Yeah,
over the last 6 years.
Yeah. I could get there real easy, but now it's in cement. You know what I mean? You get to 3 and 4 years. Clearly, it's a dynasty. Now it's just let's see where they can establish themselves in the history of dynasties.
Yeah, the Chiefs weren't talking about it either before, and now they're even. Yeah, it's as Mahomes said, it's a start of the dynasty.
Yeah,
it's still open. He's already talking about next year in the postgame.
Yeah, so was Kelce.
Yeah, already talking about next year. But they win 25-22 in overtime. One of the best games, the classics, one of the best Super Bowl games we have seen. Kind of the fallout to that. First, let's go to the Chiefs' way as they win. A lot of thoughts were between guys like Andy Reid and Travis Kelce that thought if they would retire, right? Travis Kelce, 35. A lot of people were talking about he's maybe ready to make the move to more off-the-field ventures, which has really picked up this season. And then Andy Reid, being 65, will be 66 next year. Well, Andy Reid confirms that he will be returning. They're going to get him a new contract because currently Andy Reid is not – he's the third highest paid coach in the division that he is in. There are 4 teams in the division. Only Antonio Pierce makes less than Andy Reid right now. Sean Payton and Jim Harbaugh make more, so they're going to give him more money. And Kelce also confirmed last night on the stage that he's going to be coming back as well. And Clint, there are reports that this one from Mike Florio that Eric Bieniemy could return to the Chiefs possibly as the assistant head coach. So they could be getting stronger with their coaching staff there with Eric Bieniemy and these guys returning. So that's why a lot of people talked about, boy, this better be the year that you try to get the Chiefs because I'm really intrigued to see what the roster is going to look like next year because they had some clear deficiencies this year, and I think they're going to probably try to fix those deficiencies.
Yeah, look, I think the last 2 years would have been 2 years to get the Chiefs, and as I say that, they won the Super Bowl both years. So I don't know. I mean, the youngsters, Rashee Rice and company, they're only going to get better.
Yeah, that secondary was really young last year. This year, they really took off. We'll see with some of these receivers, Rice in particular.
Yeah. I mean, look, so it's the window of getting the Chiefs may, or at least having a better chance of getting the Chiefs may have closed. I mean, it looks like as long as Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid are in this thing, man, they're going to be a tough out. And look, I said this Friday when we talked about it, or maybe it's Thursday. I mean, these coaches that coach forever like Andy Reid, I mean, they are ate up with it. They don't know anything else. And to think that a guy like Andy Reid is going to walk away in the middle of this run, this dynasty run, I mean, they're on pace, Ron. It could be the number one dynasty of all time. They got a ways. Well, they got a ways to go. But I mean, you even look at Brady. Wasn't there a few years in between?
10.
In between championships?
They didn't win for 10 years.
So there you go. So, I mean, they won 3, sat out 10, and then won 3, right? You got several dynasties that were 3 and 4 years, 3 and 5 years with the Cowboys.
The Niners had 5 in like 8 years or something like that in the 80s.
Yeah,
or maybe a little bit of the 90s too.
Well, they're on pace without a doubt to compete with any dynasty that's out there. Now we'll see how it all unfolds and what happens, obviously, but they're on pace. Point being, I don't know any coach that is ate up with it to the degree of coaching as long as Andy Reid is coached and doing this year in, year out, that would get to this point and then go, all right, boys, I'm going to hand the baton to somebody else. I'm going to get every bit of this one now.
Yeah. They got a chance to so all those guys are coming back and potentially Bieniemy joining, and Clint, they got a chance to three-peat. And that is something that has never been done in the NFL. A team win 3 in a row, which is interesting because there's going to be, I think, a good amount of roster changeover potentially in certain spots. So there may be like a hunger and not as much complacency as you would think potentially for a team that has done as much winning as they have.
Yep.
Like many times you see people step back. I think there's going to be a lot of new blood on this team. We can clearly see the Mahomes and the Kelces are amped up for it. So I don't know. We'll see. Could they take a step back? We've seen it before, but I don't know. We'll see. They got back here somehow in this season after winning last year and how crazy this was going. I don't know if they'll just be like the team of, all right, man, we've won 2 in a row. They got a chance. 3 in a row. That would be insane.
5 o'clock fire.
Or not to the other side, and this is starting to get some traction. I think a big moment in the game was the overtime period, and the Niners won the toss and elected to take the ball, and many people are looking at it, and not just hindsight. Many people were saying it at the time, like you got to give that ball up. You got to know what you need to get. You should kick off and see what they do and force them to do whatever it is they do, and you know what you'll need to get. 49ers players, Clint, have come out and said they didn't know the Super Bowl overtime rules, while several Chief players and coaches said they have been prepared for the strategy in event that the Super Bowl went to overtime. Multiple 49ers players admitted they were not aware of the rules. That's an awful look.
Awful, because it was a drastic change, right? Before, whoever got the ball first, if you scored a touchdown, the game was over. Yep. If you kicked a field goal, the opponent had the opportunity to go down and kick a field goal or score to win the game. Now, in the playoffs, now it is
the Josh Allen rule.
Regardless of what happens, regardless of what you can go down and score a touchdown, and the opponent still gets a chance to go down and score a touchdown, and then it becomes sudden death after both teams have, at the very least, had one possession. And so it's a drastic change. And so, I mean, everything I've heard about Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers is like preparation is elite, like preparation is next level. For players to not know what the changes were in overtime and some kind of strategy had been discussed with the roster, with the players, that absolutely shocks me, because on the flip side of it, the Chiefs players have said, I think you mentioned,
they all knew.
They practiced it every week of the playoffs and twice during Super Bowl week. So, it's I'll be honest, I'm shocked that a Kyle Shanahan coach team that wasn't more prepared for that moment, because ultimately what he did was take the ball first, which really put Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid in a power position, because whenever they got the football back, they knew exactly what they needed to do. Whether it was a field goal or a touchdown, they knew, hey, if it were a field goal or if it were a touchdown, hey, we're going to go for it on fourth down. We're going to go for 4 downs. We got to get the first down or we got to score until we either turn it over on downs or we score. And so you ultimately give Pat Mahomes an extra down, whereas if you gave them the football first and you get them into a 4th and 3, then they've got to make the decision, kick the field goal or do we go for it, right? That's to me, that's a huge advantage. I would have kicked the football 10 out of 10 times.
It's been getting worse by more information that we know.
Right.
Like the idea first is, wow, they kicked it and they made that decision, and afterwards, Kyle Shanahan was saying, well, we wanted to get the third possession. We wanted to kick it off, and if both teams did the same, we get the third possession, and it's sudden death. And then to hear, well, have y'all really talked about that? He said we looked at analytics.
Yep.
No analytics. I mean, I don't know how many analytics would say, hey, man, kick it off so you don't know what you need to get. Because now you start treating this like you do college over time.
Well, I mean, ultimately, Ron, the only justification of you taking the ball first is that you did, if indeed it did go to sudden death, you wanted the ball first in that sudden death moment. That's the only justification. But I still, 10 out of 10 times, well, two things. 10 out of 10 times, we're going to cover that. We're going to cover a rule change in the playoffs once we get to the playoffs. We're going to cover that change at some point in time to where my players, if they're asked about it, they're going to say, yeah, we covered it multiple times and we talked about it, we discussed it, we had a plan. First of all, that's going to happen. Number two, when we get in that situation, we're going to kick the ball to Pat Mahomes and let Pat Mahomes determine whether I'm going to be aggressive and go for it on fourth down. I'm going to call plays and run plays until I score, or am I going to settle for a field goal? I'm not going to give Pat Mahomes that upper hand, that advantage.
Yeah. Someone texted and said, go back and listen. Romo didn't know the OT rules either. That's fine if Romo doesn't know them.
Yeah, I mean that's a producer and for CBS in a production meeting that didn't tell Tony Romo what the hell was going on. I'm talking about the dudes that their careers were on the line, the guys that their legacy there was on the line. I mean, I'm not. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, go back and listen to the Chiefs. They studied the hell out of it and they had a plan.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Cowboys are expected to hire Mike Zimmer as their defensive coordinator. You know Zimmer well. We talked to Darren Woodson, who played under Zimmer in Dallas when he was there prior. He is going to replace Dan Quinn, and it was him. Guys like Rex Ryan interviewed. I loved Rex Ryan's line over the weekend when they said Adam Schefter was on and said Cowboys are expected to hire Mike Zimmer as their new defensive coordinator. Rex Ryan said they're still interviewing, was his response to Adam Schefter reporting that Mike Zimmer is going to be the next head coach. We're like, Rex, it's over, man. Like, you ain't getting that job, Rex. It's over.
He's holding on, man.
He was holding on.
He wants back in that league, doesn't he?
He was holding on, but no, they bring on Mike Zimmer with this team. So this Mike Zimmer, obviously with the Vikings for years, they always had a pretty good defense. You think this is a thing that will take them to another level? You think Mike Zimmer coming in, because Dan Quinn, for the most part, they were a really good defense until seemingly in the playoffs and games that mattered. But do you think Mike Zimmer is an upgrade for them?
I mean, look, I don't know if he's necessarily an upgrade. I mean, I think Dan Quinn is a really good defensive coordinator. I do think Mike Zimmer will have success in Dallas. I do think Mike Zimmer is a great defensive mind. Whatever issues exist in Dallas, I know Darren Woodson mentioned like some interior defensive line play and the inability to stop the run and some different issues.
They just seem small.
Their linebacker play. I know they lost Van Der Esch early and had a damn safety plan, safety playing at linebacker. So I don't think Mike Zimmer will fall into that category. I think he'll find answers at the D-tackle position. I think he'll find answers at the linebacker position and be a little bit more traditional maybe than Dan Quinn was this past season. But I know you got a couple of really good corners in Dallas. And a couple of really good pass rushers in Dallas, and I would imagine Mike Zimmer's going to have some pretty damn good success in Dallas. I like the hire. I mean, look, Jerry's notorious for being too loyal and keeping guys around too long, and maybe in this instant bringing a guy back that the game, that's been in the game for a really, really long time. But I actually like this Mike Zimmer hire.
I kind of like the direction that they were going anyway. I don't think Rex would have been bad. I like.
Yeah, I agree.
I think they had some guys And it seemed like it was guys that maybe going to be a little bit more aggressive in the way that they communicate and they carry themselves towards them. It did feel like Dan Quinn was a bit of a player's coach in terms of kind of maybe a little softer touch. I think Mike Zimmer and Rex Ryan, those guys, it'll be a bit of a heavier touch.
5 o'clock fire.
Hopefully for them, the touch isn't that heavy. The Steelers release Mitch Trubisky. He had been a backup / starter for them. And I just look at this, Clint, and I wonder, do the Texans, do you think they trust their backup? You think Davis, are you for sure Davis Mills is going to be the backup quarterback next year? Because I thought it was very interesting to me that they went with Case Keenum, even though he had been the backup all season long. And I would assume that Case moves on. I wonder, are they in the market for looking for a backup quarterback?
Well, I would say that they're very confident in Davis Mills. I really like Davis Mills as a backup quarterback, right? But it doesn't matter what I say or what I feel. The point you just made, Ron, is worrisome, if you will. Like, because I watched Case even before the game. Like, Case was severely limited. Like, you could watch him throw next to C.J. Stroud, and obviously we're talking about two different caliber arms, but we're talking about a guy that has to damn crow hop damn near to throw, some of the mid-range game.
And there's no joke to that. That is.
No. I mean, I think he'd be the first one to tell you, and we ultimately saw that in that Titans game and beyond. But so that puts me in the spot where I'm like, clearly they weren't
something.
Like I would think it was very watching them throw. Like Davis Mills was closer to C.J. Stroud than he was Case Keenum. Like significantly closer. Like Davis can make all the throws. He's physically.
And when he came into the Browns game, you saw it.
That for them to say, "Nah, we're gonna go with that guy."
For
Case
games
Keenum.
we gotta have.
Yeah, that was pretty telling. Clearly, there's a lack of belief in Davis Mills over there because it wasn't like he can't physically get it done. It was something beyond physical.
And I'm not saying that Mitch Trubisky is going to be that guy, but I'm just saying I wonder who is going to be the other quarterback in camp for them. And if that person has a real shot of taking that backup quarterback role, that's going to be one to watch when you start seeing some of these guys. All right, coming up, when you watch the Super Bowl yesterday, you watch what would look like to be the two best teams in the league this year. Did you feel like your Houston Texans were really far off from those teams? What were your thoughts about the Texans watching? Do you think they could play and hang with those teams? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner.
behind-the-scenes interviews you won't get anywhere else. All on Texans All Access, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue to react to the Super Bowl as the season ends. The football season is over, but obviously it will never just end. This is a year-round thing. We've got free agency. We've got trades. We've got the draft coming up. And with the excitement level of your Houston Texans, there will be a lot to see how this team is able to improve and to see if they can get to the level of playing in this game. And while we're at that, what was your feeling? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch looking beautiful over there, you can hit us up as well. When you watch this game, how'd you come away from it as a Texans fan? Because when you watch it, because when I watched the game, Clint, I thought, I know the Baltimore game. That was a rough one. That was a rough one, and that almost, took your breath away, made you just want to take a step back, like, man, where's this team at? But when I watched those two teams yesterday, I didn't get the feel, Clint, that, oh man, the Texans just right now are on their level. Now they're going to improve this team, but you looked at it, I felt like the Texans could play with those teams, could have played in that game yesterday. So I didn't feel like they were that far off.
Look, I'm with you, man. I'm going to keep going back to this until Nick and D'Amico make a decision. For me, it's really easy. I think this football team, like top to bottom, the depth, the roster, the quality core, the coaching staff, the development that takes place, the game plan. I think they're on par with anybody in the game. Without a doubt, what stands out to me with the Houston Texans as it pertains to your final four teams ultimately is superstar, game-changing, impact type of players. You look at that Kansas City and San Francisco game. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey was a workhorse in the first half. Not real sure why the hell they went away from the run in the third quarter like they did, but he was an absolute workhorse when the game started in the first half. You look on the other side of the ball, Armstead and Bosa were problems up front. I mean, just an absolute problem for Kansas City throughout that game. You flip the script, Travis Kelce, slow start, but when it mattered the most, the superstar tight end went out there and made monster plays. And you could tell. He said, okay, it's time for me to be the best tight end in the league. Let me turn this thing on. Andy, get me the damn ball. Pat, get me the damn ball.
You certainly did that to Andy.
You look at Kansas City multiple times when it mattered. And in hindsight, you go back and look at it. Receivers were open for Brock Purdy for touchdowns 2 different times. Who forced the ball out early? Who forced the throw away? Who forced the miss? Chris Jones. Monster inside, interior defensive lineman. I mean, those are the types of players that the Texans, in my opinion, are missing. So the difference between – and look, I'm not saying they're going to beat Kansas City or they're going to beat San Francisco or they're going to beat Ball. I don't know how the thing's going to unfold. But when I look at those top 4 teams in the league, as we just saw it, the difference between the Texans and those teams are those teams have superstars they can lean on. When the going gets tough, the game plan's not perfect, they got dudes they can get the ball to that can go make plays and give you a chance. They got dudes defensively that can make big-time impact plays and keep you in a ball game maybe when the offense isn't hitting on all cylinders. For me, it's the difference is easy. You got one team or 4 teams, top teams, have superstars. You don't have those game-changing type guys right now. Got to go get them.
From the text line coming through, I think if the Texans had played either of those teams, the way they played last night, not only could they hang with them, but they could have beaten them. I think the same about the version of the Ravens that played KC in the AFC Championship game. Well, I mean, I think that those two teams had a little something to do with why those teams played the way they did.
Agreed.
Right, and I'll just say, like, I'm not saying that the Texans can beat those teams, but we watched that team this year, and to me, you look at it and you watch it and you say, all right, man, the 49ers offensive line wasn't great last night. Hell, even Trent Williams had back-to-back penalties, and Trent Williams was getting worked a little bit more than I anticipated, especially from Mike Dana. And their skilled guys didn't come to the party with the exception of Christian McCaffrey like they normally do. And Brock Purdy was able to have success. Success in terms of enough to have them in the game where they were leading and really could have won the thing multiple times, was because they kept taking the lead and were controlling that game most of the way, even though guys like Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle weren't not anywhere near as productive as they generally are. I think the Texans could hang in there. It could have played in that game. But it was clear, like, there were some differences. And I'm with you on that, obviously the running back thing, but the big man in the middle defensively that's a game wrecker, that can just, at least, even if not consistently, can jump in and just wreck stuff.
Yep.
That Armstead and Chris Jones jumped out in a major way that they don't have, and that is something where you could see that helped the guys on the outside for the Niners and the Chiefs. That helped in a ton of ways. So that was the big thing that jumped out to me. But I look at C.J. Stroud. I look at their coaching staff. I think they could have come up with a game plan. If you just take away the Ravens game, may have been the worst that they looked all season. So if you take away maybe that game and then look at what they gave more consistently, I think they could hang with these teams. Now they've got to make some changes, obviously, but no, I do think they can hang with this team. Both of them, the way they looked last night. C.J. Stroud most definitely could play in that game.
Yeah, no,
Brock competed.
Yeah, no, look, I think you put C.J. Stroud in that game last night for the 49ers. I believe the 49ers have the ability to stretch the field a little bit more than they do with Brock Purdy. Now my question with the 49ers, and I like Brandon Ayuk, but when they could benefit greatly from another receiver. Like Juwan Jennings is nice and caught some balls underneath, great. When he beat Snead, I believe, on the touchdown, that's impressive. Ayuk is an underrated route runner, but boy, if they had a tier one wide receiver, it would be an absolute game changer for their offense. They got suffocated last night. They by a good defense, but you got the inability to relieve some of that pressure by having that dude on the outside, whether it's play calling, Brock Purdy, or the inability of the receivers to get. Regardless of why, they got suffocated, right? And they even, you can argue, needed another dude outside in order to compete with that defense in Kansas City. But I think I don't have a problem, Ron, as I'm watching that game. I have no problem at all getting there with the Texans. I think they're 2 or 3 dudes away from having a real chance to make a run. I'm not saying they're going to win a championship, but having a real chance to make a run.
Yeah, someone texted in the Texans are next tier right now, offense ahead of the defense right now. Only an elite defense wins the big game. Well, that's I don't agree with that. This is the first time the Chiefs have had an elite defense.
Yeah.
They had, and they've won 2 Super Bowls to go along with this one. All right, coming up, when the Texans lost the game to the Ravens, I think most people looked at it and tipped their cap and said the Ravens were a better football team and they were more ready to go. If you're a Niners fan today, is that the same way you're feeling in this loss in the Super Bowl to the Chiefs, or do you feel like you are the reason. You feel sick to your stomach because you gave it away. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Now one.
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I told Tyler, man, I'm hungry as a terrible towel right now.
Why are terrible towels hungry?
They've never eaten, I would assume, right? I don't think a towel's ever eaten. I don't think.
It's true.
Right?
True. I mean, I don't think that. It's a safe bet. It's not. It's not a living.
And I would imagine
breathing being.
Well, except for Tally.
Who's Tally?
South Park.
I've never.
Last name Whacker.
Oh, he's just Tally. Don't forget your towel.
He really enjoyed that one. Last name Whacker. No, I South Park never got into it.
Well, you also
I just couldn't roll it, except for that one episode of Wheel of Fortune.
You also weren't a stoner, though, were you?
No, still not.
Yeah, I'm not sure you can get into that show if you aren't a fan of the ganj. I don't know. I guess some people.
I've seen clips like the Wheel of Fortune, where he gave him the N and the GG.
Oh God,
ER.
I'd like to solve the puzzle.
Are you serious? I mean, I don't think I just. It was an A, and it was Naggers.
Naggers.
I didn't see that one, boys.
Oh man,
that's strong, man. Yeah. Outside of that, but I did enjoy basketball. That's from those guys. I did enjoy basketball, but no, I never got into South Park.
Basketball's underrated, man. That's a funny movie.
It was. It was a bit of a funny. Bob Costas drunk doing games. That was good. All right. If you're a 49ers fan, is this one where you're like, hey, man, we lost to Mahomes? I mean, that's Andy Reid. That's Travis Kelce. That's Taylor Swift. It's Brittany, Bronze, Sterling. Like, we lost to a dynasty. Or are you sitting here beside yourself today with how this game went down? Do you feel like you gave this sucker away?
I got a question before you answer that.
Yes.
When I first heard last night, Bronze, I thought, I can dig it.
It's a nickname.
It's a nickname for the third, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I thought you just said you can dig it.
I didn't put two and two together until you just said
just
it.
now. Bronze, yeah.
So he's the third.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes.
So
the third.
instead of Trip or Trey
it's Bronze.
I feel like that's like ranking them third best instead of senior, junior, the third. I mean, I feel like
clearly Bronze.
Bronze.
I don't know. I feel like Bronze. Hopefully, Bronze ranks higher than the gold. I guess if we'll say that.
Hey, no, you can't do that. Bronze don't ever rank higher than the gold. But nonetheless, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get off. I didn't put two. I just thought, hey man, Pat came up with a nice name on it for that one there.
Bronze. No, it's the third. Yeah, gold is really laid low this week after his little issues.
If I'd have been him, I'd have named him Platinum.
Bronze, maybe the third.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
But
sounds. I like the sound.
But where are you at? You tipping your cap to a dynasty, and you feel like you just ran into a team that's an all-time team, or are you sitting here? We gave this away. I didn't say it, Tyler.
Yeah, look. All due respect to the champs, right? The Chiefs. They earned it. They went out and won it. I'm not in any way, shape, or form minimizing what the Chiefs did last night. But if I'm a 49ers fan, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in Kyle Shanahan to start with. He was not good, boys.
So you don't think he helped his cause of?
No. I mean, we're talking about one of the best offensive minds. We gotta hold him to such standard. I mean, we're talking about one of the best offensive minds in the game.
Top 3 coach in the league, I think people would say.
This is a guy that went out there and featured Christian McCaffrey for 2 quarters. And if we're being honest, now I know Kansas City turned the football over too, but that should have been a 10 or 14-point game at half. I mean, that was an impressive drive that San Francisco turned it over on. And you go in at halftime, and I'm talking about if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm going, hey, boys, I like the plan. I like the plan I put together for y'all. We just got to go out there and keep executing, man. Keep pounding on these boys and see if we can make them quit in the fourth quarter. Keep coming. And I'll be damned if they don't go out there. And I understand there were some penalties that played a role in that. I get it. But they went out there, and it seemed like the adjustment was, we're just going to spin it around the park. We're going to do something a little different.
The adjustment was to go away from Christian McCaffrey.
Go away from Christian McCaffrey. So that part right there, I need a good, healthy explanation for if I'm a San Francisco fan.
Well, he's gotten himself in trouble before with that very thing. Down by 10 or up by 10 against the Chiefs in 18, and they stopped running the football, and then the 28-3 thing where he was a coordinator for the stepping out throwing the ball every time.
Come on, man. And then the elephant in the room, right? Him taking the ball in overtime with the new rules in place, giving ultimately Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid the upper hand, I believe was extremely suspect. I think 10 out of 10 times I kick the football off, I play defense, I let them make the tough decisions of going for it on fourth down and risking not getting points on the board. I make them go for it and either score a touchdown or score a field goal, so I know exactly what I need to do, and I've got 4 downs to get it done. I don't think there's any excuse any reason that I would accept why you would take the football first in overtime. And
I didn't get that one.
And then look, to make salt in the wound, if you will, the players coming out and saying, "Man, we weren't even aware of the overtime adjustment, the overtime rule being changed." Like, that's a really bad look for Kyle Shanahan. And then again, he's an offensive-minded head coach, one of the best offensive minds in the game. And the final offensive play, man, Chris Jones, the best player on that defense over there, he's screaming unaccounted for right up the middle in your quarterback's face while you've got 2 receivers. I know one. I didn't see the second one. I heard you say that earlier. I know you had Juwan Jennings wide open on a pivot route that was money.
Brandon Ayuk was even more wide open in the back of the end zone.
I mean, that is just unacceptable. And I know it's a blown protection to some degree, but damn it, man! If it were me, I would be very frustrated with Kyle Shanahan and have a hard time looking at this thing like, man, we just served it up to him on a silver platter. Now, Pat Mahomes went and Andy went and did their thing, but we damn sure served this thing up to him on a silver platter, man.
Yeah, someone texted in, yes, I am so mad still. I
think it's fair.
A Niners fan. No, I'm telling you, if I were, as we said, if you're a Niners fan, do you just tip your cap off and say, we just lost to the best team that's been in the league for years. We couldn't solve Mahomes, and Mahomes got us late. He's going to do that to everybody. Or are you sick because you gave it away? And everything you talked about, I do think Kyle Shanahan could have been better. Steve Wilks, just the times he decided to go soft zone was odd.
Yes.
Was weird. But to me, man, I look at it, and if I'm a Niners fan, so we got 2 major league blunders that cost us 8 points in special teams, right? You have the muff punt that hit a guy's foot. That then our returner couldn't corral, that then immediately led to a touchdown, and then we're able to take the lead back from the Chiefs, and then our kicker misses an extra point because he kicks it so low. That's 8 points right there. Frustrating to me if I'm a Niners fan with the special teams. And then for me, the contrast of what the Chiefs' star players were able to do, especially in the second half, the fourth quarter and overtime, compared to what the Niners' star players – because all we talk about is the Niners team is more talented. The Niners team is more talented. They got more dudes. Well, that didn't show itself. They had one dude offensively, and Christian McCaffrey show up. And those other guys didn't lift up Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy was probably the second best player. I mean, all of them. Trent Williams. You probably asked Trent Williams, Man, I had back-to-back penalties on the same drive that made us a second down and 30-something. He wasn't great. I saw him giving up pressures, and he was struggling. And Brandon Ayuk didn't play well, to the production that he's normally up to. Deebo Samuel didn't impact the game greatly. And then, as you talked about it, Chris Jones, Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, Harrison Butker, their kicker, all in the second half, they're big guys compared to the Niners' best players really stepped up. And that would be a struggle to me. Even with all that, if our special teams unit could come together, I think we win the game. And that's the part that's a killer. That's a killer to me.
It's without a doubt, it's what the game. When you get to that level, right? I always use this talking to like young quarterbacks and really not young, but any quarterback. But you talk about it as it pertains to the NFL. Like if you've got a triangle and the very tip top of it is the Super Bowl, winning the Super Bowl, being the best team in the league. The closer you get to that tip, right, is everybody's going to have a good roster. That's closer to the tip. Old Tyler gets excited.
The look that he gave me, man.
I look in there and he's giggling.
Everybody's happy whenever you get closer to that tip.
Yes. But the closer you get, the more well built the roster is, right? The more of a weapon the play callers are, the more prepared the teams are. And so really what sticks out is, do your superstar players show up and be superstars, or do they fade to the background? And time and time again. And I'll exclude Pat Mahomes from the deal, right? We don't even get to the greatest. I mean, you look at the other guys. They showed up and they showed out when it mattered the most, and they ended up winning that.
And to the point that you've made, Kyle Shanahan is a part of one of those stars. He's a superstar coach. He is supposed to be an answer, one of the best answers in the league. And so is Andy Reid. And I think it was clear who won that battle as well. All right, coming up behind us, the best of with Tyler. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it is Monday. Texans All Access. That's right. Texans All Access from 6 to 7.